Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 2151 to Chapter 2232. Previously, Lu Ming had killed the Goatee Great Emperor in one fell swoop, which made him extremely terrified. Now that Lu Ming was here, he could not resist at all. Only death awaited him. The Feng clan leader was about to admit defeat. But Lu Ming was unmoved. Treasures? Do you have more treasures than the Great Emperor? Lu Ming said indifferently. Just now, the Goatee Great Emperor's storage ring had fallen into his hands. Why would he need any treasures? Don't kill me, Lu Ming. As long as you let me go, I will lead the Feng clan and pledge allegiance to you forever. The Feng clan leader screamed in horror. In order to survive, he did not care about anything else. No need, go on your way in peace. Lu Ming said coldly and then slashed out with his sword. The Feng clan leader tried his best to resist, but it was useless. Although there was not much energy left in the Heavenly Emperor's body, it was not difficult to kill a 7-star true emperor. Poof, the sword light flashed and the Feng clan leader was killed. Subsequently, Lu Ming charged toward the head of the Wan family and the sect master of the Ziji sect. There was no suspense. The leaders of the two forces were killed one after another. Then, Lu Ming killed a few more experts. These people were from the Mu clan and the Daluo Heaven sect. They were all high-level Void Emperors. After killing these people, Lu Ming did not continue to attack and kept the Heavenly Emperor's body. The energy storage of the Heavenly Emperor's body had fallen below 10%. If he wanted to control it next time, he would need to continue to replenish energy. There was no suspense in this battle. The strongest experts of the Feng clan, the Wan clan, and the Ziji sect were all killed. The rest could not resist. The result was already decided. This was a day of bloodshed. Not long after, the experts of the Feng clan, the Wan clan, and the Ziji sect were almost all killed. Those who were left were those with weaker cultivation. The people of the 10 great factions all smiled. The Feng clan was finally destroyed. Swoosh, at this time a figure appeared. It was Uncle Kong. Tian Luo guy escaped, but that guy suffered a fatal injury. He will not recover without 100 years. Uncle Kong said. It was a pity that he could not kill Tian Luo Great Emperor. That's good too. I'll personally take Tian Luo's life one day. Lu Ming said. By the way, Uncle Kong, the Mu clan lost a great emperor this time. Will they go crazy and take revenge? Lu Ming asked. He would be leaving soon. He was afraid that the Mu clan would send experts to deal with the Divine Elephant sect and Phoenix Palace. The Mu clan has sent a great sovereign to the Yuan Mountain to kill you. I will personally go to the Divine Fate Land. I have a good relationship with one of the overlords of the Divine Fate Land. I will ask them to take action and restrain the Mu clan. The Mu clan will not dare to act recklessly. Kong Bo said. Lu Ming nodded. If that was the case, he was relieved. News of the battle with the Wind tribe soon spread throughout the ancient Moon Holy Ground, shocking everyone. Not long after, it even spread throughout Yuan Mountain. In this battle, a few powerful factions had been annihilated, and even martial emperors had fallen. It was truly shocking. Most importantly, the martial monarch was killed by Lu Ming. For a time, Lu Ming's reputation reached its peak. Originally, because of the Battle of the 10 Earths, Lu Ming reached the peak, but then he was judged by the Heavenly Emperor that it would be difficult for him to become an emperor. Therefore, everyone in Yuan Mountain knew about him. And now, it was because he killed a great emperor. Countless people were horrified and extremely shocked. Before, there were still people who looked down on Lu Ming, thinking that Lu Ming could not become an emperor because his potential was limited. But now, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming anymore. So what if he couldn't become an emperor? He could still stir up the wind and clouds. Under his anger, several powerful factions were annihilated, and blood flowed like a river. Even great emperors were killed. As long as Lu Ming had the Heavenly Emperor's body in his hands, even if he couldn't become an emperor, he would still be a terrifying existence. Even great emperors would fear him. The outside world was shocked. Countless people were discussing Lu Ming's name, and Lu Ming was already preparing to return to Tsung State. Ancient Moon Holy Land, Wind Clan, Wan Clan, Golden Crow Clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and Purple Extreme sect were destroyed. The resources and territories they left behind were divided by Phoenix Palace and other sections. There was a relatively large reshuffle in ancient Moon Holy Land's forces. Lu Ming did not participate in all of this. He stayed in the Great Pill Development Hall for a few days. A few days later, Uncle Kong set off for the Divine Fate Land. Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon, Xianxia, and Tian Shui towards Song State. Song State, Cloud State, and Emperor State. These three states were located in the Cloud Sea mountain range. They were the closest to the sea and were considered an extremely remote area. Very few people from the various holy lands of Yuan Mountain would come to these three states. Therefore, there was no public teleportation to this place. They had to fly. Lu Ming took out a puppet. This puppet looked like a goshawk. It was the same one that Chao Kai had given him back then. It could travel 100 times faster than the sky-piercing shuttle. The four of them sat on the goshawk puppet. The goshawk puppet spread its wings and flew towards Song State at an astonishing speed. The 100-fold piercing sky-flying shuttle was too fast. They were like bolts of lightning. Fortunately, there was a layer of light on the eagle puppet's body. Otherwise, they would have been torn apart by the astral winds. Below them, there were boundless mountains and rivers. One by one, the Emperor forces flew past. Back then, when Lu Ming escaped from the Cloud Sea mountain range, he flew for several months and only flew past a few Emperor-level forces. But now, they only took a few days to arrive at the border of the Cloud Sea mountain range from the ancient Moon Holy Land. After entering the Cloud Sea mountain range, the four of them used their divine breathing technique to disguise themselves and conceal their auras. Now, they did not know the current situation of the three states. Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others had fallen into the enemy's hands. Naturally, they could not expose their identities. Although Lu Ming was not afraid of the enemy at all with his current combat strength, it was better to hide their identities and rescue them first. After another 2 days, they had passed through the Cloud Sea mountain range and arrived at the border of Cloud State. Senior brother, senior sister, hide your identities first and wait in Cloud State. Autumn Moon and I will go back to Song State first and see if we can rescue Master and the others. Lu Ming said to Tian Shui and Xianxia. Okay, junior brother, be careful. Tian Shui and Xianxia nodded. They also understood that they were not strong enough. Even if they went with Lu Ming, they would not be of much help. They planned to gather information in Cloud State first. The four of them split up. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon went to Song State, while Tian Qi and Xianxia stayed in Cloud State to gather information. Although they did not ride on puppets, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's current speed allowed them to cross the entire Cloud State in an hour. They crossed most of Song State's territory and arrived near Dragon God Valley. The two of them stood in the sky and looked at Dragon God Valley. Dragon God Valley was not the same as before. Back then, Dragon God Valley was filled with snow all year round. That was because Ice Dragon Ancestor lived in the depths of Dragon God Valley. Ice Dragon Ancestor was cultivating and the temperature was too low, causing snow to fill the sky. But now, the snow had melted and the vegetation was flourishing. Dragon God Valley was full of vitality. Occasionally, there would be people coming in and out. People from Emperor Sky Divine Palace. The people from Emperor Sky Divine Palace were easy to recognize as they were all dressed like emperors. It seemed that although many things had happened in Yuan Mountain, Song, Cloud, and Emperor regions were not affected as they were too remote. At this moment, in the Dragon God Valley, two figures were running towards the Cloud Dragon Valley. These two people were Lu Ming's two senior brothers. Second senior brother Long Yuanshan and third senior brother Yang Tianzong. The two of them arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley, entered a cave, and closed the stone door. Senior brother, we're lucky this time. We obtained 2 mystical pattern stones. After refining them, our cultivation will definitely improve. Let's take one each. Yang Tianzong took out 2 pieces of silver stone. There were strange patterns on the stone and it was very mysterious. Junior brother, you should use these 2 mystical pattern stones. You're more talented than me. It would be a waste for me to use them to improve my cultivation. Long Yuanshan said. Senior brother, how can we do that? The two of us obtained the mystical pattern stones together. We should have one each. Senior brother, take it. Yang Tianzong handed one of the mystical patterned stones to Long Yuanshan. At that moment, boom, the stone door of the cave let out a loud boom. Someone was attacking the stone door. Yang Tianzong and Long Yuanshan's expressions changed. Yang Tianzong kept the mystical patterned stones. Boom. Boom, the stone door trembled and then exploded with a bang. A few figures walked in from outside. There were 3 of them. 2 were middle-aged and 1 was an old man. The 3 of them looked at Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong coldly. The 2 of you, hand over the mystical patterned stones. What mystical patterned stones? Elder, did you make a mistake? Long Yuanshan's expression changed slightly before he smiled apologetically. You're still trying to quibble. The 2 of you weren't the only ones who went to the bottom of the sea. Someone saw you obtain the mystical pattern stones. Hand them over quickly. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The old man sneered. Damn it. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong roared in their hearts. Ever since they were controlled by the evil spirit sect, all their resources had been taken away. Even if they obtained any resources later on, as long as the evil spirit sect knew about it, they would take it away. This caused their cultivation to become extremely slow. Over the years, their cultivation had not improved by much, mainly because their resources had been taken away. They had to rely on the origin energy of the heavens and earth to cultivate slowly, which was extremely slow. Some time ago, they had been sent to the sea to carry out a mission. By chance, they had obtained 2 mystical pattern stones. The mystical pattern stone was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. After refining it, it could greatly increase one's cultivation. It was also of great help to one's comprehension of the laws. As soon as they returned, they immediately planned to refine it. They were afraid that the people from the evil spirit sect would find out and snatch it away. Unexpectedly, as soon as they returned, the other party caught wind of the news and rushed over. Still not handing it over? Do you want to die? Seeing the 2 of them hesitate, the old man's face darkened. Elder, we are working for the evil spirit sect, but we are not their slaves. We have the right to obtain our own treasures to cultivate. What you are doing is too much. Long Yuanshan said. Ha ha ha, too much? Let me tell you, you are the slaves of the evil spirit sect. You have to contribute wholeheartedly to the evil spirit sect. You still want to obtain your own resources to cultivate? Don't even think about it, understand? The old man laughed loudly. The other 2 middle-aged men also laughed maniacally. Damn it. Yang Tianzong roared, his eyes flashing fiercely. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? As long as I report this, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Don't forget, there are restrictions in your soul. The old man was fearless. Junior brother, don't act rashly. Long Yuanshan held Yang Tianzong down, telling him not to act rashly. Their souls had been restricted by the evil spirit sect's experts. Their lives were completely under the other party's control. If they acted rashly, only death would await them. Yang Tianzong had no choice but to endure. A slave is a slave. You have to do your duty as a slave. Now, hand over the mystical pattern stone and kneel down to admit your mistakes. I can let bygones be bygones. Hurry up. The old man said. What? You want us to kneel? Yang Tianzong was furious. Even Long Yuanshan was the same. This was too much. Kneeling down is already giving you a way out. Hurry up, I don't have that much time to waste on you. The old man shouted. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll send you on your way. At that moment, a voice rang out. It came from outside the cave. When they heard that voice, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. That was because they were all too familiar with that voice. Meanwhile, the old man's eyes turned cold. Cold murderous intent filled the air. He turned around and shouted coldly, Who's the blind fool? You're courting death. Then, everyone saw a young man and a young woman walk in from outside the cave. The man looked to be in his 20s. He was tall and straight, and his eyes were like stars. He had an indescribable aura. The woman looked to be in her 20s. She wore a snow-white dress and looked like a fairy from a painting. "Junior brother, it's really you!" Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong exclaimed at the same time. The ones who had entered were naturally Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon. Just now, the two of them had checked the surroundings outside before they entered Dragon God Valley and headed towards Cloud Dragon Valley. With Lu Ming's sharp hearing, he heard the commotion the moment he entered Cloud Dragon Valley. He was instantly enraged. "Junior brother? You're from Dragon God Valley too? I've never seen you before," the old man said in a deep voice. Lu Ming ignored him and walked towards Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior brothers, long time no see. Junior brother, why are you back?" When Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong saw Lu Ming, they were happy but worried at the same time. They did not know if Lu Ming had any backup. If he did not have any backup, they would be in trouble. They had heard from the Cloud Dragon Valley master that Lu Ming had escaped and he would seek help. They wondered if he had managed to get help from any experts. "Kid, it seems like you're the fish that escaped the net back then. Ha ha ha, you still dare to show yourself. You're courting death." The old man thought about it and knew that Lu Ming had not been caught back then. But since he had escaped, he still dared to show himself like this. How foolish. Lu Ming turned around and looked at the old man and the two burly men. "Kneel down and commit suicide." "What? What did you say?" The old man and the two burly men thought that they had heard wrongly. This kid actually told them to kneel down and commit suicide? Was he crazy? This was the territory of the evil spirit sect. Moreover, their cultivation levels were extremely high. This kid did not look very old, but he actually told them to kneel down and commit suicide. His arrogance made them want to laugh. They felt that it was the biggest joke in the world. But in the next moment, they could not laugh anymore. Because a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. The terrifying pressure was like hundreds of mountains pressing down on them. Plop. 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 That old man was at the Great Sage Greater Mastery, the two burly men were at the Bright Sage Realm. They were no different from ants in Lu Ming's eyes. He only released a trace of his aura, and the three of them were forced to kneel on the ground. "Ah, who are you?" The old man struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The space seemed to have frozen, and the terrifying pressure seemed to be about to crush his body. He was terrified. He realized that this young man's cultivation was unbelievable. Just his aura alone could make him kneel on the ground. What kind of cultivation did he have? In his impression, even an ordinary Great Sage Lesser Mastery couldn't do that, unless he was stronger. Could this young man be at the Great Sage Lesser Mastery? Thinking of this, he broke out in cold sweat. "Disciple of the Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming." Lu Ming said calmly. "Ah, let us go. The entire Dragon God Valley is under our control. If you don't let us go, you're courting death. Not only will you die, but everyone in the Dragon God Valley will die." The old man shouted. He deliberately raised his voice to alert the others. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had already set up an energy barrier at the entrance of the cave. The commotion here couldn't be heard at all. "Haha, this time, the evil spirit sect will be completely destroyed." Lu Ming sneered, and his killing intent was like a knife. "Help!" The old man and the two burly men screamed in horror. But Lu Ming's eyes were filled with the light of death, and the three of them were instantly enveloped by the light of death. Then, they turned into ashes and dissipated. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong sighed. They hadn't seen their junior brother for many years. It seemed that their junior brother had become stronger, reaching a height that they couldn't reach. That old man was at the Great Sage Greater Mastery, but he couldn't resist Lu Ming at all and was directly killed. And Lu Ming didn't even make a move from the beginning to the end. This kind of method made them feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. "Junior brother, hurry up and leave. If you kill them, the evil spirit sect will soon find out. When they send experts, it will be troublesome." At this moment, Long Yuanshan thought of something and said with a solemn expression. "Second senior brother, third senior brother, I've come back to save you." Lu Ming said. "Save us?" Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were stunned for a moment before their faces lit up with joy. Little junior brother, did you manage to get reinforcements from the ancient Moon Holy Land? They thought that since Lu Ming was so confident, he must have invited reinforcements. Reinforcements? You can say that. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and said, right, where is Master? And where are the others from Dragon God Valley? Little junior brother, Master is in the original Sky Universe Demon Sect. In fact, more than half of the people from Dragon God Valley are there. Most of the people from the other sects in the Tsang state are also there. They are working as coolies to refine a kind of demonic pill for the evil spirit sect. Long Yuanshan said. I heard that those demonic pills can help the evil spirit sect's disciples increase their cultivation. That damned evil spirit sect, they're treating us like slaves. Yang Tianzong said unhappily. They're all in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent as he continued, second senior brother, third senior brother, I'll break the restrictions in your souls first. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it wouldn't be too difficult to break the restrictions in their souls. Break the restrictions? No, as long as you break our restrictions, the person who set the restrictions will immediately discover it. At that time, the others will be in danger. Long Yuanshan hurriedly said. Lu Ming frowned. This was indeed very troublesome. Everyone's souls had restrictions placed on them, and their lives were in the hands of the other party. He had to solve this problem. Otherwise, no matter how strong Lu Ming's cultivation was, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Then, he asked, Senior brother, do you know how many people from the evil spirit sect set up the restrictions and where they are? As far as I know, there's only one person from the evil spirit sect who set up the restrictions, and this person is also in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Long Yuanshan said. There's only one person. Lu Ming was delighted. If there was only one person, then it would be easy. Senior brother, let's set off and head to the Sky Universe Demon Sect to kill the person who set up the restrictions. Lu Ming said. Wait a minute, junior brother, don't act rashly. The person who set up the restrictions is a quasi-emperor. Moreover, there's a law king from the evil spirit sect in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Long Yuanshan hurriedly said. The law kings of the evil spirit sect were all martial emperors. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went over like this? It's fine. It's just a law king. There's nothing to worry about. Lu Ming smiled. Junior brother, did you really invite reinforcements from the ancient moon's sacred ground that can suppress a martial emperor? Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were overjoyed. It's enough to kill a martial emperor. Senior brothers, don't worry. You just have to bring me to the person who set up the restrictions. Lu Ming said. Alright, in that case, let's go. Long Yuanshan made up his mind. Senior brothers, wait for me for a moment. Lu Ming's figure flashed and left the cave abode. In less than a minute, Lu Ming returned. Just now, he had already circled around the Dragon God Valley and killed all the evil spirit sect cultivators at the sage stage and above who were guarding the Dragon God Valley silently. In this way, after the person who set up the restrictions was killed, the people of the Dragon God Valley would be able to break the restrictions and take advantage of the situation to defeat the people of the evil spirit sect. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and a force swept Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong out of the cave abode and flew toward the Sky Universe Demon Sect at an extremely fast speed. This speed, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were shocked. Lu Ming's speed was too shocking and beyond their imagination. He was much faster than many of the absolute saints they had seen. Not long after, a large area of the Demon Mountain was in sight. Figures could be seen flashing from time to time in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Junior brother, where's the reinforcement you invited? Long Yuanshan asked. Yang Tianzong was also curious. They had already arrived at the Sky Universe Demon Sect, but they did not see anyone else. There were only a few of them. Autumn Moon, do it. At this moment, Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon nodded. Huh? Her? Junior brother, you can't do that. The king of the evil spirit sect is guarding this place. He is a martial emperor. If you ask this young lady to do it, you will be harming her. Long Yuanshan quickly stopped him. Before Autumn Moon, she had been following Lu Ming obediently. Moreover, she was so young. They had not thought about how strong Autumn Moon's cultivation was before. Now, Lu Ming had asked Autumn Moon to do it. Wasn't this asking Autumn Moon to die? Don't worry. Xiaoyu smiled and stepped forth, appearing in the air above the numerous Devil Mountains. Boom, then, a terrifying aura erupted from Autumn Moon's body. That was the Emperor's aura. It was vast and unfathomable like the vast ocean. Autumn Moon unleashed the aura of a martial emperor, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on the demon mountains of the Sky Universe demon sect. Feeling the terrifying aura from Autumn Moon, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were completely stunned. Then, their bodies started to tremble. Martial Emperor, Autumn Moon was actually a martial emperor. The beautiful lady beside Lu Ming was actually a martial emperor. Gosh, such a young martial emperor. What did a martial emperor represent? In Song State, it was the ruler, the supreme existence. The people of Song State basically did not know the specific classification of martial emperors. In their eyes, as long as one reached the martial emperor level, one was an invincible figure. In fact, many people even addressed ordinary void emperors as great emperors. At this moment, the Sky Universe demon sect was in complete chaos. Martial Emperor, it's a martial emperor. A martial emperor has appeared. Someone shouted. In the demon mountains of the Sky Universe demon sect, figures flashed and some were frightened. This was because this was an unfamiliar martial emperor, not a martial emperor from the evil spirit sect. Swoosh, a beam of light shot out from one of the demon mountains. In the sky, a figure appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Martial Emperor's aura, this was also a martial emperor. It's the Soul Destroyer King, it's him. This guy is indeed not dead. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The person who had appeared was actually the Soul Destroyer King. When Lu Ming first came to the Yuan continent, he had entered the Tsang Emperor's secret realm. In the secret realm, he had seen the Soul Destroyer King and the Tsang Emperor. The two of them had fought for 60,000 years inside. Later, the Tsang Emperor's corpse appeared, but the Soul Destroyer King had disappeared. Then, there was news that Lu Ming had obtained the Tsang Emperor's storage ring and inheritance. This news had almost forced Lu Ming into a desperate situation. At that time, Lu Ming suspected that the Soul Destroyer King was not dead and that he was the one who had leaked the news. Now, it seemed that it was true. Moreover, the injuries of the Soul Destroyer King had already healed. It's just a one-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming sensed and discovered that the Soul Annihilation Master King was only a one-star Void Emperor. He felt relieved. An ordinary one-star Void Emperor would not be a match for Autumn Moon. Who are you? The Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni said solemnly. Xiao Autumn Moon looked so young, but she had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. This shocked him. The person who will kill you. Autumn Moon said coldly. She waved her hand and sent a palm strike towards the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni. The Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni had no choice but to fight with Autumn Moon. The two of them fought in the sky, causing the void to tremble. Junior brother, is Miss Autumn Moon the reinforcement you invited? Long Yuanshan asked. Lu Ming smiled and didn't answer. He said, Senior Martial Brothers, take me to the Empyrean Demon Sect and find the person who placed the restriction. All right. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong nodded. They knew that it was a crucial moment and they could only choose to believe in Lu Ming. The three of them rushed into the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were also controlled, so the evil spirit sect members would not stop them. Lu Ming restrained his aura and followed the two of them. The others also thought that Lu Ming was one of them and naturally did not stop them. They shuttled through the demon mountains, looking for the person who had placed the restriction. Moreover, everyone was attracted by the battle in the sky. Not many people were paying attention to Lu Ming and the others. I see it. Suddenly, Yang Tianzong's face lit up. A group of people stood on a demon mountain in front of them. One of them was a skinny old woman. Lu Ming recognized her at a glance because he had seen this old woman place a restriction for others with his own eyes. The three of them flew toward the mountain. What are you doing? Someone looked at the three of them. My lord, we have something to report. It's about the marshal. Emperor. Long Yuanshan bowed. Oh, come over here. The skinny old woman looked at Long Yuanshan and the other two. The three of them flew toward the demon mountain and slowly approached the skinny old woman. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He had to kill this old woman in an instant. Otherwise, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong would be in danger. She could control the restriction with a thought and destroy Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong's souls. Do you know who the martial emperor is? What news do you have? Tell me everything. The skinny old woman said. Beside him, there were a few elders. Each of them had a profound cultivation base. They were all quasi-emperors. My lord, I accidentally received a piece of news. It's like this. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and pretended to reply as he moved closer to the old woman. What is it? Say it. No, wait a minute, you. At this moment, the old woman realized that something was wrong. She did not sense the fluctuation of her restriction on Lu Ming. In other words, Lu Ming was not controlled by her restriction. Other than the D family, the Sky Universe Demon Sect, and the Evil Spirit Sect's disciples who were not controlled by her restriction, the other forces who had surrendered were all controlled by her restriction. Could it be that this kid is from the Evil Spirit Sect or the D family? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the old woman's mind. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming exploded and charged toward the old woman. To Lu Ming, the distance of dozens of meters was covered in an instant. It was even faster than a human's reaction time. Before the old woman could even react, Lu Ming had rushed in front of her and struck her head with his palm. Poof! The old woman's head exploded like a watermelon. She was killed in one move. At this moment, the others finally reacted. You're courting death. Kid, kill. The other boundary thearchs beside the old woman were enraged and charged toward Lu Ming. The old woman was able to place restrictions in other people's souls. This required talent, and not everyone in the Evil Spirit Sect knew how to do it. It was extremely rare. Now, the only person in the entire Evil Spirit Sect who could do it was the old woman. The old woman had a disciple. Although he also had such talent, his cultivation was too weak and could not be of much use. Therefore, the old woman's death was definitely a great loss to the Evil Spirit Sect. You're the ones who will die. Lu Ming said coldly as he struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm force surged out like an avalanche. Several boundary thearchs' bodies exploded and died on the spot. At this moment, Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong reacted and were dumbfounded. Those were boundary thearchs. Several boundary thearchs were actually unable to resist Lu Ming and were killed with a single palm strike. What cultivation level had Lu Ming reached now? Senior brother, have your restrictions been broken? Lu Ming asked. It's broken. Once the old woman died, the restrictions were automatically broken. The two of them reacted and revealed joyful expressions. The restriction has been broken. Our restriction has been broken. At this moment, the entire Sky Universe Demon Sect was in an uproar. At least half of all the sects that had surrendered in the Tsang state had gathered here to help the Evil Spirit Sect refine pills. At this moment, everyone felt that their restrictions had been broken. Everyone, let's kill our way out. At this moment, there was a loud roar. Then, a sword light soared into the sky and killed several Evil Spirit Sect disciples. Master. In the Sky Universe Demon Sect, an old man was slaughtering. Wherever his sword light passed, several Evil Spirit Sect disciples were killed. This old man was Lu Ming's master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Kill all these bastards. With a roar, a ferocious tiger roared and soared into the sky. With a slap, it killed a few Evil Spirit Sect disciples. This was also an absolute saint, a powerhouse of the demon castle. Then, more people rioted. All these years, they had been controlled by the restrictions and had been bullied. Now that the restrictions had disappeared, everyone immediately rioted and wanted to rush out. You're courting death. Within the many demonic mountains, terrifying auras rose up one after another. The Evil Spirit Sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had arranged for many experts to be here. Apart from the old lady and the rest, there were more than 10 absolute sage experts. However, there were no quasi-thearchs. They had all been killed by Lu Ming. More than 10 absolute saints stepped into the air and charged toward the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the tiger. Lu Ming waved his hand, and more than 10 spears condensed in the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! These spears turned into streaks of light and stabbed toward those absolute saints. Oh no, no, these absolute saints sensed a terrifying danger and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Poof! Poof! More than 10 absolute saints were all pierced by the spears and died on the spot. Their bodies fell to the ground. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the tiger were shocked as they looked toward Lu Ming and the others. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes widened in joy. Ming-er! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was truly ecstatic. Just now, those spears had been shot out by Lu Ming. They had instantly killed more than 10 absolute saints, leaving him stunned. He understood that after not seeing him for so many years, his disciple's cultivation had completely surpassed his. Master! Lu Ming also smiled. Kill, kill. At this moment, the Sky Universe Demon Sect was in complete chaos. The others saw that the Evil Spirit Sect and D Family's absolute saints were killed instantly. At this time, there were no more experts left. The people of the major sects took the opportunity to counterattack and attacked the people of the Evil Spirit Sect and D Family. The scene was in chaos. Ming-er, let's talk later. Kill the enemy first. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Then, he turned into a beam of sword light and charged towards the people from the Evil Spirit Sect and D Family. The absolute saints of the Evil Spirit Sect and D Family were no match for the Valley Master and the others. The situation was one-sided. The Sky Universe Demon Sect had gathered more than half of the people in the Tsang state. In terms of numbers, they had far more people than the Evil Spirit Sect and the D Family. In the past, because he had taken control of everyone's souls, he didn't need many people to manage them. Now that the soul restriction had been broken, and all of the Paragon Saints had been killed, the situation was completely one-sided. Lu Ming Sect, Sex King Sect, Master, Autumn. At that moment, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiu Yu. Earlier, Qiu Yu hadn't used her full strength at all. Boom, God Emperor Sect Master Sect. The law of yin and yang turned into a terrifying destructive force and blasted towards the soul-destroying Shakyamuni. The laws of yin and yang. You have a king body. Shakyamuni Soul Extinguisher screamed in horror. Boom, King Sect Master God was sent flying by Autumn Moon. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and almost exploded. Run, run. King Sect Master God turned around and ran. Ordinary martial emperors were no match for Kings. His talent was limited. Although he had been a martial emperor for many years, he was only a one-star Void Arch. His battle prowess was not strong and he was no match for Autumn Moon. Die! Autumn Moon shouted. She waved her hands, and 2 scimitars appeared. They turned into a yin-yang wheel and charged toward King Sect Master God. King Sect Master God roared and tried his best to block, but he couldn't block it at all. His body was pierced through by the yin-yang wheel. King Sect Master God dragged his broken body and fled frantically. However, the yin-yang wheel caught up and crushed down. Bang! King Sect Master God's body exploded. His soul let out a shrill scream that resounded throughout the demon sect. Then, his soul was also destroyed and turned into ashes. King Sect Master God is dead. A martial emperor has been killed. Everyone was shocked. A martial emperor was killed just like that. Everyone was shocked. After that, the morale of the various sects in Tsang state increased greatly. On the other hand, the morale of the Evil Spirit Sect and the D Family was greatly reduced. They began to flee. Junior brother, let's go and kill the enemies too. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong also charged toward the crowd. Lu Ming stepped into the air. Many long spears condensed around his body. From time to time, a long spear would fly out. Every time a long spear flew out, it would kill a powerful figure on the other side. There was no suspense in this battle. Not long after, almost all the people of the Evil Spirit Sect and the D Family were killed. Basically, no one escaped. At this moment, Autumn Moon stepped into the air and walked toward Lu Ming. Everyone's gaze fell on Autumn Moon. She was a martial emperor. Such a young and beautiful martial emperor was amazing. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Tiger, and a few others were all sages. At this moment, they were flying toward Autumn Moon. "Thank you for your help, Martial Emperor." "Thank you, Martial Emperor." The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others bowed respectfully to Autumn Moon. In their eyes, a martial emperor was a supreme existence. They guessed that Autumn Moon must be from the ancient moon's sacred ground. They were amazed. The ancient moon's sacred ground was indeed a sacred ground. It was amazing that they had such a young martial emperor. Autumn Moon's beautiful face blushed slightly. She was a little embarrassed and said softly, "You don't have to thank me. Young master asked me to do it. Moreover, you are his family and friends. I should help." "What, young master?" Everyone was stunned. Autumn Moon, such a peerless beauty, was actually someone's maid. Such a young martial emperor was a maid. Then what kind of person was the young master that Autumn Moon mentioned? Many people began to look around, looking for the young master that Autumn Moon mentioned. At this moment, Autumn Moon silently came to Lu Ming's side. "Young master." Autumn Moon called out softly. "What, Nest, what did I just hear?" There was a sudden silence at the scene. Everyone was petrified. All of them stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. The young master that Autumn Moon mentioned was actually Lu Ming. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong were also petrified. Previously, they thought that Autumn Moon was an expert that Lu Ming had invited from the ancient moon's sacred ground. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Autumn Moon was actually Lu Ming's maid. A young martial emperor as a maid. Everyone felt that their minds were frozen and their faces were filled with confusion. Lu Ming. He is Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Many people exclaimed. They finally recognized Lu Ming. Lu Ming's name had shaken the Tsang state. He was the #1 genius in the Tsang state. Everyone knew about him. Now that many people realized it, they were even more shocked. "Master, second senior brother, third senior brother, although Autumn Moon is my maid, I have always treated her as my family." Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's hand and smiled. Autumn Moon blushed slightly as she stood obediently beside Lu Ming. Everyone was envious. She was a martial emperor, but she was so obedient. This was simply the dream of all men. However, many people immediately thought of Lu Ming's battle prowess. Just now, many people had seen Lu Ming's attack. The Absolute Saint couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming and was instantly killed. Lu Ming's battle prowess was also incomparably terrifying. Could it be that Lu Ming had also broken through to the Sage realm or even the Quasi-Thearch realm? Many people sighed. When Lu Ming was in Tsang state, he had already displayed terrifying talent and suppressed the younger generation. Later on, when he became a sage, he could even kill enemies one level higher. Now, if Lu Ming had already broken through to the Absolute Saint realm, it would naturally be easy for him to kill an Absolute Saint of the same level. Many people looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect in their eyes. Lu Ming's current strength was undoubtedly at the peak of Tsang state. "Master, where is the headquarters of the evil spirit sect?" Lu Ming looked at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and asked. He didn't see the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect Master and the others in the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master still had a smile on his face. When he heard this, he said, "The headquarters of the evil spirit sect is in the D clan. Many people of the evil spirit sect are there." "The D clan?" Lu Ming whispered as killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Master, are all the people from the sects in the Tsang state here?" Lu Ming asked again. "No, most of them are gathered here. There are also some scattered in the original sections. However, there aren't many experts of the evil spirit sect in those sections. This time, the soul restriction has been broken. I believe many people will take the opportunity to escape," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded. Just like the Dragon God Valley, there were also some people, but not many. "Master, everyone, can you please spread the news and ask everyone to gather here?" Lu Ming said. "Alright, I'll spread the news now and get everyone to gather here." The evil spirit sect has suffered heavy losses in this battle, so they will definitely take action. Cloud Dragon Valley Master nodded. Immediately, everyone spread the news. Lu Ming smiled. The reason he had sent out the news and gathered everyone was not because he wanted to gather strength for defense, but because he wanted to attack. He wanted to attack the D family. If news of this spread out, the D family and the evil spirit sect would definitely be shaken. In that case, they would gather all their experts and wipe them out in one fell swoop. This was Lu Ming's plan, to wipe them out in one fell swoop. If they split up, Lu Ming would have to run from place to place, which would be too troublesome. The others naturally didn't know what he was thinking. They thought that he was gathering his strength to defend himself. The news spread very quickly. Song Continent, Cloud Continent, and Emperor Continent were shaken. Lu Ming, the prodigy of Song Continent, had returned with a martial emperor. As soon as he returned, he killed a Dharma king of the evil spirit sect. The fall of a martial emperor shocked everyone in the 3 continents. In Song Continent, most of the people who had surrendered to the evil spirit sect and were controlled by them had escaped from the evil spirit sect's control and rushed toward the Sky Universe Demon sect. In the next 10 days, more and more people gathered at the Sky Universe Demon sect. Back then, there were 13 overlord sects in Song Continent, countless small sects, and many experts. For a time, the Sky Universe Demon sect was filled with people. Of course, sects like the Sky Universe Demon sect, the Poison sect, and the Blood Demon House that had long surrendered to the Evil Spirit sect were already considered members of the Evil Spirit sect. However, they didn't see anyone from the Heavenly Divine sect. In these 10 days, the 3 continents couldn't calm down. It could be said that the wind and clouds were surging. Everyone felt a stifling aura. Everyone knew that a great battle was about to erupt. The evil spirit sect had suffered such great losses, so they wouldn't let it go just like that. They would definitely take action. These 10 days seemed calm on the surface, but it was actually the calm before the storm. It was very stifling. The D clan was located in the best area of the Emperor region. The origin energy here was rich, and there were many outstanding people. Numerous palaces were located in this area. The palaces were everywhere, just like the heavenly palaces in the legends. During this period of time, the palace was not peaceful. Many people were discussing one thing, which was Lu Ming's domineering return with a martial emperor. In one of the palaces, a few people were discussing something. It was the Heavenly Divine Sect's sect master and a few elders. Over the years, the Heavenly Divine Sect had almost completely surrendered to the Evil Spirit Sect. They were loyal to the Evil Spirit Sect, so they had obtained a lot of resources and their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Sect Master, now that Lu Ming has returned with a martial emperor from the outside world, it looks like he wants to destroy the Evil Spirit Sect. Now that our soul restriction has been broken, should we take the opportunity to leave the Evil Spirit Sect and leave this place? An elder asked. Fool! The Heavenly Divine Sect's sect master scolded. I heard that Lu Ming only brought a martial emperor back. What use can a martial emperor be? Also, let me tell you, the Evil Spirit Sect's waters are deep. Do you think that the Evil Spirit Sect only has a few law kings? Could it be that the Evil Spirit Sect has other martial emperors in secret? The expressions of the Heavenly Divine Sect's elders changed. That's right. So that Lu Ming is just courting death. Now, not only can we not leave the Evil Spirit Sect, but we also have to express our loyalty to the Evil Spirit Sect. This way, the Evil Spirit Sect will think even more highly of us. The Heavenly Divine Sect's sect master looked confident. Sect master is wise. Several elders began to flatter him. In another palace, the Sky Universe Demon Sect's sect master, the Poison Sect's sect master, and the others were also discussing something. Lu Ming, haha, I didn't expect you to really bring back a powerhouse. But so what? Only death awaits you. The Sky Universe Demon Sect's sect master sneered. The atmosphere in the 3 states became more and more solemn. At this time, Xianxia and Tian Shui had also arrived at the Sky Universe Demon Sect. When they saw the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, they were naturally happy. Xianxia and Tian Shui also brought news that the Evil Spirit Sect and D Family's experts in the Cloud State had all gathered at the D Family's headquarters. Good. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He then gathered everyone and started the discussion. Everyone, now that everyone from the evil spirit sect and D family has gathered at the D family, I have decided to attack the D family and destroy the evil spirit sect and D family in one fell swoop. Lu Ming said loudly. What? Attack the D family? That's courting death. Everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, is what you said true? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was also in disbelief. Lu Ming actually wanted to attack the D family. Now, the D family and evil spirit sect's experts had gathered. Unlike the Sky Universe Demon sect, there was definitely more than one martial emperor expert. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went to attack? That's right, I'm waiting for them to gather before attacking. It's just nice to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Lu Ming said. Many people were speechless. Many people looked at each other. They had thought that Lu Ming had gathered the people of the various sects to defend against the attack of the evil spirit sect. It turned out that he was waiting for the experts of the evil spirit sect and the D family to gather and then wipe them out. This idea was too crazy. Ming did you invite other experts, such as other martial emperors? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. No, it's just us. Lu Ming said. The scene was silent. Many people were a little stunned. Young hero Lu Ming, it's not that I look down on you, but the evil spirit sect has at least 2 guardian kings. Moreover, the head of the D family, Di Tian, is a terrifying martial emperor. If we go there, it's no doubt that we will be throwing eggs at a rock. That's right. Our current plan is to gather together and then break out of the 3 states and go to other states. A few old men spoke. They were the grand elders of several sects, and their cultivation was at the sage stage. I'm naturally confident in doing so. Why would I joke about my own life? Moreover, my master and senior brothers are all together. Lu Ming said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. That was indeed the case, Lu Ming was a prodigy. How could he be so reckless and send himself to death when he knew that he was no match for them? Did Lu Ming have any trump cards? Alright, Ming I'll go with you to the D family. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said first. I'll go too. Long Yuanshan and Yang Tianzong also spoke. I'll go too. Then, the tiger from the demon castle also spoke. Then, many people agreed to go with Lu Ming to the D family. However, some people still didn't speak. What about you? What do you plan to do if you don't go? Lu Ming looked at those who didn't speak. We plan to enter the Cloud Sea mountain range and go to other states. An old man with a hooked nose said. This old man with a hooked nose was a grand elder of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. He was also a sage stage cultivator. Oh, that's good. If you don't go and the D family and evil spirit sect are destroyed by me, there will be no share of the 3 states. Lu Ming said coldly. The expressions of the hook-nosed old man and the others changed slightly. Lu Ming's meaning was very clear. If the evil spirit sect and the D family were destroyed, then those who had not participated in it would not have the right to stay in the 3 states. Those who were unwilling to go had gloomy expressions as their gazes shifted. Alright, we've made up our mind. Let's go. Lu Ming leaped into the air. With a wave of his hand, 3 puppets appeared in the sky. One of them was the eagle puppet that Lu Ming often used. The other 2 were also bird-type puppets that Lu Ming had bought in the Divine Golem sect. Their speed was not the slightest bit inferior to the eagle puppet. The 3 puppets rapidly grew in size. When they spread their wings, they were at least 1,000 meters long. They were like 3 small mountains that filled the sky. Master, all of you come up. Lu Ming shouted. Those who were willing to follow Lu Ming to the D family all leaped into the air and flew onto the puppets. A layer of light spread out from the puppets and enveloped everyone. Then, with a thought from Lu Ming, the 3 puppets flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace. So fast. The rest of the people were tongue-tied. Brother Wang, what are we going to do next? Someone asked the hook-nosed old man of the 9 Heaven Sword sect. That Lu Ming is too arrogant. The strength of the evil spirit sect and the D family is definitely beyond imagination. They will only die if they go. The hook-nosed old man sneered. But I think that Lu Ming is full of confidence. Maybe he has some trump cards. He is a peerless prodigy. If he really has some trump cards, then maybe. Someone else said. The hook-nosed old man's eyes flashed as he thought of all kinds of possibilities. Why don't we do this? We'll head to the D clan and hide in the dark to observe. If Lu Ming is defeated and killed, we'll escape to the Cloud Sea mountain range from Emperor District and head to other places. If Lu Ming defeats the D clan and the evil spirit sect, we'll take the opportunity to strike and obtain some benefits. The hook-nosed old man said. Brother Wang is wise. Senior Wang is wise. The others all started to flatter Qin Wendian. Immediately, they too moved, heading towards the D clan. Lu Ming controlled the 3 puppets at an astonishing speed. It didn't take long for them to enter the Emperor District. What a fast speed! The others were shocked. It didn't take long for them to pass through the Tsang state and enter the Emperor District. This speed was shocking. Ordinary flying shuttles couldn't compare at all. Many people looked at Lu Ming. This top prodigy of the Tsang state must have been extraordinary in these years. The Cloud Dragon Valley master stroked his beard and smiled. He was very satisfied with this disciple. Not long after, mountain peaks appeared in front of him. There were many palaces built on the mountain peaks. They had arrived at the D family. D family. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Clang. Clang, the D family had naturally noticed Lu Ming and the others' arrival. A deafening bell rang. Then, figures flashed in all the palaces. It's Lu Ming. A voice sounded. The people of the D family and the evil spirit sect were shocked. They never expected that Lu Ming would dare to take the initiative to attack. Originally, they were going to send out an army in 2 days to annihilate Lu Ming in one fell swoop. They didn't expect Lu Ming to take the initiative to attack. A large number of figures appeared on the mountain in front of the D family. They were all experts of the D family and the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the puppets. He stood in the air. He saw the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Heavenly God Sect Master, and the others in the crowd. Young Master, I'll make the first move. Xiaomun said to Lu Ming. Be careful. Lu Ming said. Xiaomun nodded and stepped into the air, heading toward the D family. His martial emperor cultivation suddenly erupted. The vast martial emperor's aura pressed down on the D family like raging waves. Many people's faces changed drastically as they felt the terrifying pressure. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 terrifying auras also erupted from the Emperor Divine Palace. 2 beams of light shot into the sky and defeated Xiaomun's aura in one fell swoop. In the next moment, 2 figures appeared in the air. They were 2 old men. Their bodies were skinny like 2 dried corpses, and their bodies were wrapped in black robes. Spirit-devouring king. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had seen one of them before. It was the spirit-devouring king who was suppressed in the Heavenly Wind Plains, one of the 6 great forbidden lands in the Tsang state. When the spirit-devouring king had escaped, Lu Ming had obtained the Tai Chi array disc from him. As for the other person, Lu Ming had never seen him before. He guessed that he was the other guardian king of the evil spirit sect. Kiki, such a young martial emperor. Your blood chi must be very strong. Let me devour you. Maybe it will help me break through my cultivation. The spirit-devouring king let out a strange laugh. His body moved, and he pounced toward Xiaomun. Xiaomun struck out with his palm. The laws of yin and yang moved with his palm and blasted toward the spirit-devouring king. Monarch body, monarch Dao law. Spirit-devouring Dharma king roared. His cultivation was a 1-star void emperor, so he naturally could not block Autumn Moon's attack and was sent flying. Amazing! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were invigorated when they saw Autumn Moon send the spirit-devouring Dharma king flying. So it's a monarch body. Looks like you're a prodigy from the ancient moon sacred ground. Just nice to kill you, hee hee. The other Dharma king sneered, and a black light erupted from his body. It was as if ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Swoosh, he rushed toward Autumn Moon, and the black light enveloped Autumn Moon. There seemed to be endless evil spirits in the black light. Two-star Void Emperor. Autumn Moon's gaze was slightly serious. Then, she waved her small hand, and two curved blades flew out, turning into the yin-yang wheel. The yin-yang wheel spun rapidly, erupting with destructive power as it attacked the other party. Boom, the two attacks collided, and the evil spirits in the black light were constantly annihilated. However, Autumn Moon's attack was also blocked. The Thousand Ghost Dharma King has also been blocked. The expressions of the evil spirit sect members changed. The Thousand Ghost Dharma King was an extremely powerful Dharma King. He was much stronger than the spirit-devouring Dharma King, but he was still blocked by Autumn Moon. Dong. 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 Following that, Autumn Moon and the Thousand Ghost Dharma King continued to exchange blows. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Lu Ming was relieved. The other party was only a two-star Void Emperor. With Autumn Moon's battle strength, she was enough to block the other party. If the other party was too strong, Lu Ming would directly take action and suppress the other party. This way, it would be a good opportunity for Autumn Moon to train. Little girl, your strength is not bad, but you'll at most be on par with me. However, those people will all die. The Thousand Ghost Dharma King sneered. Autumn Moon's expression was calm. She knew Lu Ming's strength. These people wanted to kill Lu Ming. They were just courting death. Autumn Moon and the Thousand Ghost Dharma King exchanged another blow, and both of them retreated a distance. Whoosh, the devouring law moved and appeared on the other side of Autumn Moon. Its cold aura enveloped Autumn Moon. Together with the Thousand Ghost Shakyamuni, they blocked off Autumn Moon's escape route. Little girl, a mere martial emperor like you dares to come here? Don't even think about leaving today. However, before that, I'll show you how those people are killed. Spirit-devouring Shakyamuni sneered and gave the order, everyone, kill these invaders. Leave no one alive. Kill. Many people from the D clan roared, as powerful experts stepped out one after another. There were people from the D family, Evil Spirit Sect, Heavenly God Sect, and Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. For instance, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, and the House Master of the Blood Demon House had their eyes on Lu Ming. Prepare to meet the enemy. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master roared. Master, all of you stay outside. Wait for a while and kill those who escape. Lu Ming's words stunned the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others. Then, they saw Lu Ming step forward alone, facing the Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect and the others. Leave this brat to me. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect shouted coldly. His eyes were cold, and the murderous intent on his body was incomparably dense. At the same time, the aura he exuded was extremely shocking. He had reached the Boundary Emperor realm. Old dog, looks like you've been working hard for the Evil Spirit Sect all these years. You've actually advanced to the Boundary Emperor realm. Lu Ming mocked. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect had definitely received a lot of resources from the Evil Spirit Sect. Otherwise, his cultivation couldn't have advanced so quickly. However, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect had already exhausted his potential. It was impossible for him to break through to the Martial Emperor realm in his lifetime. Lu Ming, die. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect shouted coldly. His murderous intent was dense as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and a puppet appeared. This was a humanoid puppet with a saber on its back. At this moment, the saber was unsheathed. It also had a Boundary Emperor cultivation as it charged towards the Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect was immediately blocked. This is a Boundary Emperor puppet. You actually have a Boundary Emperor puppet. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect roared. He was extremely shocked, but at the same time, he revealed a look of greed. This was a Boundary Emperor puppet. If he could obtain it, it would definitely be a great battle force. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect fought a great battle with the Boundary Emperor puppet. However, the puppet did not fear death and attacked crazily. For a time, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity Sect was suppressed. Lu Ming, I'll kill you. Another figure charged towards Lu Ming. It was the housemaster of the Blood Demon Tower. In the past few years, the housemaster's cultivation had also skyrocketed, reaching the Boundary Emperor realm. Lu Ming did not even look. With a wave of his hand, a puppet appeared and charged towards the housemaster of the Blood Demon Tower. It also suppressed the housemaster of the Blood Demon Tower. Another quasi-emperor realm puppet. Many people were flabbergasted, their eyes turning red with envy. These were quasi-emperor level puppets. With just one of them, one could do whatever they wanted in the 3 prefectures. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also stunned. This was because they had not seen Lu Ming use a Boundary Emperor puppet before. Lu Ming, I don't believe that you have so many quasi-emperor realm puppets. Go to hell. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master charged towards Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming did not take out a puppet. Back then, the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master had deliberately taken in Xianxia as a disciple but secretly wanted to let the evil spirit sex Dharmaraja possess him. He had long been on Lu Ming's must-kill list. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master quickly approached Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming still did not take out a puppet, he rejoiced, thinking that Lu Ming had already used up all his puppets. Die. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master's eyes turned cold. Old demonic woman, no one can save you today. Lu Ming said indifferently. He suddenly took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master. He pointed a finger. A finger energy shot towards the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master's dantian. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master was now a Boundary Emperor, but under Lu Ming's attack, it was useless. Bam! Lu Ming's finger energy directly pierced through the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master's dantian and shattered her saint heart. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master screamed and retreated frantically. An elder of the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect caught him. You little bastard! You crippled my cultivation! You crippled my cultivation! My cultivation! The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master screamed in despair. Her saint heart was destroyed, and her life's cultivation was wasted. From now on, she would become a cripple. She almost went crazy. The Heavenly God Sect Master and the Blood Demon House Master felt their hair stand on end and cold sweat trickled down their backs. They knew the strength of the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master. He was definitely not weaker than them. But now, he couldn't even withstand one move from Lu Ming and his cultivation was destroyed. The two of them couldn't help but retreat. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming said coldly. He pointed 2 more fingers and 2 finger energies shot out at an astonishing speed. The Heavenly God Sect Master and the Blood Demon House Master didn't even have time to react. Their dantians were pierced and their saint hearts were shattered. They followed in the footsteps of the Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master and had their cultivation destroyed. The two of them screamed in despair. They knew that they were finished. Their life's cultivation was gone. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. Kill this bastard. The Heavenly Universe Demonic Sect Master screamed crazily. Kill. Kill. The people of the D clan and Evil Spirit sect attacked. All kinds of attacks shot toward Lu Ming like rays of divine light, wanting to drown Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and these attacks were destroyed. Lu Ming passed through them and walked toward the sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Just now, Lu Ming could have killed the Sky Universe Demon Sect master and the others in one move, but he didn't do so. He wanted to let them know what despair was. With a wave of his hand, a total of 18 puppets appeared. They were all at the boundary the Arch Realm. The 18 puppets held battle sabers and charged forward. Puff. Puff. Immediately, a large number of Evil Spirit Sect and D-Clan members were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground. The Evil Spirit Sect and the D-Clan were horrified. 18 sub-Thearch level puppets, this was too terrifying. The 18 boundary the Arch puppets were not afraid of death and continued to charge forward. Even if the other party was also at the boundary the Arch Realm, they couldn't stop them, and people below the boundary the Arch Realm were constantly killed. Great! Behind, Long Yuanshan and the others were overjoyed. They knew that they couldn't interfere in this battle, so they didn't attack. They also knew that if they attacked, they might distract Lu Ming. Block these puppets. Work together to block them. The people of the D family and the evil spirit sect shouted loudly. All of their sub-emperors had moved out, and with the help of some saints, they finally managed to block the 18 puppets. Lu Ming ignored them and walked step by step toward the Sky Universe Demon sect master and the others. Attack, kill this bastard. Kill him. The Sky Universe Demon sect master and the Heavenly God sect master roared. Otherwise, they couldn't even fly in the air. Immediately, someone charged toward Lu Ming. He stretched out his hand, and a burst of energy burst out, piercing through the forehead of those people. Corpses fell to the ground one by one. The Sky Universe Demon Sect's patriarch and the others were horrified, and they hurriedly retreated while others supported them. Lu Ming followed step by step. His eyes were cold and his killing intent was locked onto the Sky Universe Demon Sect's patriarch and the others. He wanted to make them despair. The closer he got to the other party, the uglier the other party's expression became. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom, right at this moment, from the depths of the D clan, a terrifying aura burst forth. A black beam of light shot up into the sky, and a vast aura spread out in all directions. Emperor's might, another martial emperor appeared. Kill. A tyrannical voice rang out. In the next instant, this figure had already appeared above Lu Ming and the others. A terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming. Three-eyed god race. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The martial emperor that appeared was not the D clan's patriarch, Disher Tian, but a three-eyed god race member. This three-eyed god race member was 5 meters tall, and his entire body was shrouded in a pitch-black light. Ordinary people would not be able to see his full appearance, but Lu Ming's eyesight was so good that he could see through the light and see the other party's body. Lu Ming was taken aback to see a martial emperor three-eyed member of the divine clan here. It seems that the evil spirit sect was indeed created by a foreign race. It seems that this three-eyed god race member is a remnant of those who came through the passage. Lu Ming thought about it and understood. Almost all of the three-eyed god race members who came through the passage were killed. Especially those true emperors and void emperors with high cultivation levels, they were all slaughtered. This was because even the great emperors had targeted these foreign races. But there was no guarantee that none of them had escaped. Obviously, this three-eyed god race member was one of those who had escaped to this place. This place was too remote, so naturally, no one chased after him. I wonder if there are any stronger three-eyed god race members. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Logically speaking, since the great emperors had targeted high-level void emperors and true emperors and killed almost all of them, there should not be such a high-level three-eyed god race member who had escaped here. Not good, it's a martial emperor. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Long Yuanshan, Yan Tianzong, and the others were shocked. Although Lu Ming was strong, could he face a martial emperor? The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master, Celestial God Sect Master, and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming, go to hell, haha. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master laughed maniacally. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, could he be stronger than a martial emperor? So what if he had some boundary emperor puppets? Facing a martial emperor, he would still die. Kill. The three-eyed god race member roared, and a giant axe appeared in his hand. He swung the axe at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he had no intention of dodging. He had long seen that the three-eyed god race member was only equivalent to a one-star void emperor. When the giant axe was about to hit him, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Clang, Lu Ming's palm struck the three-eyed god race member's battle axe. The battle axe vibrated and was sent flying back. Lu Ming did not move at all. What? Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming could send a martial emperor's battle axe flying with his palm, and he did it with his bare hands. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master, Celestial God Sect Master, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also dumbfounded. Initially, they had all kinds of guesses. Some guessed that Lu Ming might have a backup plan and might have invited other experts or had some secret treasures. However, no one guessed that Lu Ming could rely on his own combat strength to fight a martial emperor. Lu Ming was too young. How could he fight a martial emperor at such a young age? It was unrealistic. However, what happened next made them feel like they were dreaming. The fish that escaped from the evil god race will be eliminated today. Lu Ming shouted as he soared into the sky and charged toward the three-eyed god race member. The three-eyed god race member shouted as he unleashed his full strength. A destructive light shot out from his third eye and shot toward Lu Ming. However, he was sent flying by Lu Ming's palm. Bang! Lu Ming's palm broke through the three-eyed god race member's defense and landed on his body. The other party let out a blood-curdling scream as his burly body directly exploded into pieces, leaving behind no traces of his body. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard at the scene. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They could not believe it and thought that they were dreaming. A martial emperor was blasted into pieces by Lu Ming with his bare hands. This was too unreal, like a myth. Impossible, this is impossible. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master screamed hysterically, unable to accept this. How could Lu Ming be so strong? He could kill a martial emperor with one move. This was unimaginable for him. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also stunned. However, when they came to their senses, they were all overjoyed. Could it be that Ming has already become a martial emperor? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said excitedly. Many people were shocked. Such a young martial emperor was too terrifying. They finally understood why Autumn Moon would follow Lu Ming. Great, great. This time, we can annihilate the evil spirit sect and the D family. Some people were overjoyed and excited. Lu Ming looked into the depths of the D clan, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. When he killed that evil god tribe member just now, he felt a few fluctuations. Seems like there are more. Get out here. Lu Ming shouted coldly and pointed a finger in the air. Then, everyone was shocked to see that in the depths of the D clan, in the sky, an incomparably huge finger formed and pressed down on a palace. That finger was like the finger of a god, and its aura was so powerful that it gave people the urge to worship it. Boom, with a point of the finger, that palace exploded. At the same time, a few roars sounded, shaking heaven and earth. A tall figure rushed out and punched out, destroying the huge finger. 3 figures appeared in the sky. They were all members of the three-eyed divine tribe. They were tall and sturdy, and their auras were terrifying. In particular, one of the three-eyed divine tribe members had an extremely terrifying aura, many times stronger than the other martial emperors. A 3-star illusionary martial emperor and 2 1-star illusionary martial emperors. I didn't expect so many three-eyed divine tribe members to escape here. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed. You are the son of chaos, but unfortunately, you are only a sub-thearch. How dare you attack me? You are courting death. The 3-star illusionary martial emperor from the evil god tribe spoke with a cold voice. He took a step forward and quickly approached Lu Ming. Many people from the evil spirit sect and the D clan were overjoyed. It turned out that there were so many martial emperors here. This was unimaginable. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master and the others were also overjoyed. This martial emperor was obviously many times stronger than the one that had appeared before. Lu Ming was dead meat. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were also shocked. Many people were shocked. So many martial emperors, how could there be so many martial emperors? In the past, there were only 2 martial emperors in the 3 states. One was Emperor Yun, and the other was the martial emperor of the D clan. Later on, when the evil spirit sect's Dharma king appeared, there were more martial emperors. But now, martial emperors appeared one after another, and the last one was simply terrifying to the extreme. Could Lu Ming fight against them? Many people started to worry. Back then, I have killed countless members of the evil god tribe. However, there aren't many martial emperors in the evil god tribe. Let's start with the few of you. Facing a 3-star void emperor, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Boasting shamelessly. You are merely a quasi-emperor, and you want to kill me? Die. The 3-star void emperor spoke coldly. The aura on his body became increasingly violent. He threw a punch toward Lu Ming. This punch directly shattered the space. It was terrifying to the extreme as it charged towards Lu Ming. The others were all shocked. This kind of attack power was too shocking. They felt that as long as it touched them, their souls would scatter. Boom, Lu Ming also moved. He also punched out. Fist against fist, in this punch, Lu Ming erupted with 5 types of laws and fused them together. The two fists collided heavily against each other. Lu Ming's fist was very small. Compared to his opponent's fist, which was the size of a water tank, the difference was too great. But when they collided, his opponent's fist, which was the size of a water tank, directly shattered, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Ah! The other party screamed and retreated continuously. How is this possible? Your laws. The other party roared in disbelief. Kill. Lu Ming did not give the other party a chance at all. He charged over. With a wave of his hand, a battle sword condensed. This battle sword was Lu Ming's self-created sword of death. It was Lu Ming's strongest killing move now. With a slash of the sword, the other party did not have the slightest strength to resist and was directly split into 2 halves. Lu Ming killed him in the air. 3-star Void Emperor, killed in an instant, with Lu Ming's current combat strength, not to mention a 3-star Void Emperor, even an ordinary 4-star Void Emperor would be killed in an instant when he used the Sword of Death. Of course, if it was an Void Emperor who had comprehended many types of laws and successfully fused them together, it would still be impossible. Dead, this time everyone was stunned once again. An extremely terrifying Void Emperor was also killed. He was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. This scene was too shocking. Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were completely stunned. As for Spirit Devouring King and Ghostly King, they were still calm. Although they were shocked when Lu Ming killed a 1-star Void Emperor, they were still very calm. This was because they knew that there was a 3-star Void Emperor in the depths of the D clan who could easily kill Lu Ming. But now, a 3-star Void Emperor was also killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. They were really frightened. Kill. With a shout, Xiao Yu made her move. Her Yin Yang will attacked Spirit Devouring Dharma King. Autumn Moon already knew about Lu Ming's combat strength, so she was not surprised at all. As for Spirit Devouring King, he was completely stunned when he saw Lu Ming kill the 3-eyed divine race. He was only a 1-star Void Emperor and was not a match for Autumn Moon. Now that he was stunned, he was directly hit by Autumn Moon. His body exploded and he died on the spot. Then, the Yin Yang wheel moved and attacked Ghostly King. Ghostly King was shocked and furious. He fought with Autumn Moon. At the same time, he felt cold all over and was ready to escape. Lu Ming was too terrifying. He killed a 3-star Void Emperor with a single slash. If he came to kill him, he would also die. But how could Autumn Moon not know what he was thinking? She attacked with all her strength and stopped him, making it difficult for him to escape. After Lu Ming killed the 3-star Void Emperor, he did not stop. His figure flickered and attacked the other 2 1-star Void Emperors. The 2 3-eyed divine race were terrified and instinctively wanted to escape. But sword light flashed and their heads were separated from their bodies. Their souls were also annihilated. After killing the 2 3-eyed divine race, Lu Ming stepped into the air and attacked Ghostly King. No. Ghostly King was almost scared to death. He attacked Autumn Moon crazily, trying to escape. But Autumn Moon was not weaker than him. He could not escape at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had arrived. No, I surrender, Dharmaraja Myriad Ghost roared hysterically. However, when the Death Sword fell, Ghostly King was cut in half. Under the remaining power of the Death Sword, Ghostly King's body was annihilated inch by inch. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't be any more shocked. Dead, all the martial emperors were dead. From the moment Lu Ming attacked, he killed 5 martial emperors in an instant. Everyone thought that they were dreaming. Especially the sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect and the sect master of the Celestial God Sect. They were almost scared to death. Go quickly. They screamed and asked someone to take them away. But in a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of him. I said, no one can save you today. You must die. Lu Ming said coldly. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect and the sect master of the Celestial God Sect were in despair. At this moment, they could not summon the slightest thought of resisting. It was true despair. Previously, when they saw the martial emperors appear, they were overjoyed. They thought that a martial emperor could easily kill Lu Ming. But Lu Ming's combat strength was far beyond their expectations. Even martial emperors were like chickens and dogs in front of Lu Ming. They could not withstand a single blow. In just a short while, their mood fell from heaven to hell. Lu Ming, my cultivation has been destroyed. Why do you have to kill me? Spare my life. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the Sky-Space Demon sect master began to beg. Beg for mercy? What a joke. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The Sky-Space Demon sect master had almost allowed Xianxia's body to be possessed for his own selfish reasons. Later on, he had led the evil spirit sect's people to force Lu Ming to flee Song State. Was it possible to beg him for mercy now? The sword of death swung out and killed the Sky-Space Demon sect master and the Heavenly God sect master in front of their despairing eyes. Kill! Lu Ming roared. His saint power surged and condensed into spears around his body. These spears pierced through the air, piercing through the evil spirit sects and D family's cultivators, killing them in the air. Autumn Moon also made her move. Now, all the other party's martial emperors had been killed. How could anyone below the martial emperor compete with Autumn Moon? They could only be killed. Lu Ming didn't show any mercy. This was the evil spirit sect, created by a foreign race. They specialized in killing the primordial realm's cultivators and geniuses. There was no such thing as mercy, only killing. The D family, Heavenly God sect, and other forces had already submitted to the evil spirit sect. They were no different from the evil spirit sect. Screams rose and fell. This was a massacre. Lu Ming specifically chose subthearchs, supreme sages, and great sages to kill. No one could withstand a single move. As long as they were targeted by Lu Ming, only death awaited them. Soon, all the subthearchs were killed by Lu Ming. Run! Soon, the evil spirit sects and D family's cultivators collapsed. They no longer had the heart to resist and frantically fled in all directions. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and attacked crazily. With a wave of his hand, the spear light pierced through a radius of hundreds of miles. Several supreme sage experts exploded in the air. At the same time, the 18 subthearch puppets were also crazily hunting. The scene was like hell on earth. The evil spirit sects and D family's cultivators fell to the ground like raindrops. Attack! Don't let the evil spirit sect remnants escape. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master roared as he led the powerful cultivators of the Song State to hunt down the fleeing evil spirit sect and D family members. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had killed almost all of their top fighters. The rest could be left to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others. A brief moment later, Lu Ming did not make any further moves. Instead, he ordered the 18 puppets to assist the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley and the others, while he headed deeper into the D clan. Although these puppets had not fully developed intelligence, they already had a trace of consciousness. As long as they were given an order, they would follow it. The puppets of the Divine Golem cult were naturally incomparable to Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others in the Primal Chaos Palace. 2E, Gold E, and the others had already gained sentience. Their intelligence was no different from ordinary people. Even Tu Qian, who was at the back, had sentience. This was not decided by the strength of one's battle prowess, but by the strength of one's puppet technique. Lu Ming arrived deep inside the D clan and spread out his spiritual sense, encapsulating the entire territory of the D clan. He did not discover anything. Lu Ming frowned. Strange, the D clan's patriarch, Di Tian, was not here. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He dove down and punched out. The ground cracked open, revealing an underground passage. Lu Ming flew in. The underground passageway was quiet and serene. Lu Ming went all the way down and finally discovered that there was another universe in the depths of the underground. It was like an underground world. Inside, there were piles of treasures of the D clan. Lu Ming took them without hesitation. This should be the place where the D clan hid their treasures and where Di Tian was in seclusion. Because there was a faint emperor's aura here. However, Di Tian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming circled around the place and took away everything he could. Then, he left the place. When he came out, he found two groups of people confronting each other. Lu Ming frowned. One of the groups was naturally the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others. The other group was the group that did not come with Lu Ming. The leader was the old man with the aquiline nose. Wang, you are too despicable. Previously, when I asked you to come to the D clan, you were afraid of death and did not dare to come. Now that the D clan and the evil spirit sect have been destroyed, you came to fish in troubled waters and fight for resources and treasures. Don't you have any shame? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master shouted. Yun Ruoxu, your appetite is too big. Do you want to take it all for yourself? Also, how many resources have the evil spirit sect and the D clan exploited in Song State all these years? We should take back some of them. The aquiline nose old man sneered and quibbled. Also, where are the storage rings of the evil spirit sect's experts? Hand them over. Don't think you can take it all for yourself. You want it with me? At this moment, Lu Ming said coldly and walked over. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was overjoyed. Lu Ming walked over in the air, his eyes flashing coldly. He knew what was going on as soon as he heard that. The aquiline nose old man and the others were afraid of death and did not dare to fight, but they secretly followed. When they saw that the evil spirit sect and the D clan had been destroyed, they wanted to take advantage of the situation and fight for resources. How could there be such a good thing in this world? The aquiline nose old man and the others looked solemn when they saw Lu Ming. Their speed was much slower than Lu Ming's. In fact, they had just arrived. They did not see the previous battle at all, nor did they see Lu Ming's great feat of killing martial emperors. However, when they were in the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Lu Ming's strength still made them very wary. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a few storage rings appeared in the air. These are the storage rings of the strongest members of the D clan and the evil spirit sect. If you want them, come and take them. Lu Ming said lightly. The aquiline nose old man and the others looked a little serious. For a moment they did not dare to go forward, but the greed in their eyes was very strong. Lu Ming, are you really going to share them with us? The aquiline nose old man asked tentatively. What do you think? Lu Ming looked at the aquiline nose old man with a half smile. The aquiline nose old man knew that Lu Ming was playing with him, and his face darkened. Lu Ming, the D clan and the evil spirit sect have so many treasures. You want to take them all for yourselves? We are also people of the Song State, so we should have a share. What right do you have to take these treasures? Lu Ming said lightly. Also, I gave you a chance to participate in the battle, but you were afraid of death and refused to come. You even said that you wanted to leave the 3 states and go to other states. Now, get lost. Lu Ming, you still want to chase us away? Don't go too far. The 3 states are not yours. The aquiline nose old man said angrily. Now that the D clan and evil spirit sect had been annihilated, the Emperor, Cloud, and Song continents had become ownerless. Only a few factions in Song continent were left. Next, it would be their turn to divide the spoils. How could they bear to leave? Lu Ming, don't go too far. We are also people of the Song State. You have no right to ask us to leave. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. Unless you can kill us all. The aquiline nose old man shouted. That's right, I won't leave even if I die. Another group of people followed suit and shouted. Bam, a ray of light flashed, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The aquiline nose old man's eyes widened in disbelief. The old man's eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. He had never expected Lu Ming to be so ruthless, killing him without hesitation. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lu Ming said calmly. Thump, the old man's body fell limply to the ground, and he was no longer breathing. Lu Ming, you, the others were shocked. They had not expected Lu Ming to attack all of a sudden. Bang, Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he took a step forward, causing a terrifying pressure to descend. Bang! 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 A few of the people who had teased the old man previously did not even have the chance to cry out before their bodies exploded, killing them on the spot. If you want to die, I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming said coldly. The remaining people's countenances changed drastically, revealing a horrified expression. Do you want to die here, or do you want to fulfill your promise and leave the 3 continents? Lu Ming's gaze was sharp as a knife as he glanced at the remaining people. These people were extremely regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would have followed Lu Ming to attack the D clan. However, they had thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Those who had followed Lu Ming here were idiots, but they were not that stupid. Now, it was proven that they were the idiots. Those who had followed Lu Ming here were the wisest ones. From now on, they would be able to divide the 3 continents. How awesome would that be? However, they would not have a share. If they stayed, they would die. Lu Ming was clearly not a merciful person. Let's go, let's leave. We'll leave the 3 continents and never set foot in the 3 continents again. The people were left speechless. They then rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Cloud Sea mountain range. Well done. These people are afraid of death, yet they still want to take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good thing? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others were extremely pleased. Next, they cleaned up the battlefield. They did not show any mercy to the people of the evil spirit sect. They killed all of them, leaving no one alive. However, they didn't kill some of the weaker members of the D clan. For example, those who were below the Huangqi layer weren't a threat to them. Lu Ming asked some D clan members about Di Tian's whereabouts. But these people all shook their heads. How would they have the qualifications to know where a character like Sakura was going? Lu Ming felt some regret. If he had known, he would have left behind a few experts to ask. After that, Lu Ming left the D family and traveled across the 3 prefectures. He was afraid that the evil spirit sect and the D family still had powerful cultivators. He had to get rid of them all. There were indeed some powerful beings from the D family and the evil spirit sect in the Cloud State. However, there were no martial emperors, only a few subthearchs and some absolute saints. All of them had been killed by Lu Ming. Later on, Lu Ming simply sent out his puppets to roam the 3 states and hunt down the evil spirit sect and D family members. Several days later, almost all of the evil spirit sect and D family's elites had been killed. The 3 states were now truly under their control. Half a month later, everyone held a grand event in the Dragon God Valley to celebrate their freedom. At the same time, they discussed how to divide the 3 states. Now, the Cloud Emperor Mountain and the D family were all destroyed. There were originally 13 sects in the Tsang state, but the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, Poison Desire sect, Blood Demon House, Intentionless Saber sect, and Heavenly God sect had all been destroyed because they had sided with the evil spirit sect. Previously, the 9 Heaven Sword sect, Heavenly King Palace, and a few other remnant forces did not dare to fight because they were afraid of death. Their higher-ups were killed by Lu Ming, and the rest had all retreated from the 3 states. Therefore, the only major forces left were the Dragon God Valley, Demon Castle, Linglong Palace, Life and Death Sword sect, and the Puyuan family. The 3 states were divided between the 5 major forces. But this time, they were able to destroy the evil spirit sect and the D family mainly because of Lu Ming. And Lu Ming was from the Dragon God Valley, so he naturally had to take the biggest share. In the end, the Dragon God Valley took the entire Tsang state. The Demon Castle and Linglong Palace equally divided the Cloud State, while the Life and Death Sword sect and the Puyuan family equally divided the Emperor State. The next day, everyone went on the road and began to rebuild. The Dragon God Valley also began to gather disciples to rebuild the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming also joined in, and he set up a large array around the Dragon God Valley. At the same time, Lu Ming took out 2 puppets and handed them to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. These 2 puppets were equivalent to the 1-star illusionary the Archrealm puppets. Their intelligence was not high, but they already had spirituality. As long as they were ordered to protect the Dragon God Valley, they would fight to the end. Back in the Divine Golem sect, Lu Ming had bought a total of 3 1-star illusionary the Archrealm puppets and 18 subthearch realm puppets. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was very shocked. After not seeing him for so many years, he knew that Lu Ming had reached an astonishing level. Now, he could even take out Martial Emperor Realm puppets. The reason why Lu Ming took out 2 Martial Emperor Realm puppets for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was mainly because he was afraid that Sakura would appear. he could not stay in that song state for long. Soon, he would have to return to the divine wilderness. At the same time, Lu Ming also told the Cloud Dragon Valley Master about Ice Dragon Ancestor and Ice Dragon Valley Master. After hearing the news, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sighed. Ice Dragon Valley Master had passed away, and Ice Dragon Ancestor was nowhere to be found. Now, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was the only one left in the upper echelon of the Dragon God Valley. After that, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master temporarily took over the position of Dragon God Valley Master and began to rebuild the Dragon God Valley. He collected the resources of the entire Tsang state and nurtured talented geniuses. Lu Ming also left behind a large amount of resources. Now, Lu Ming had too many resources in his hands. In the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, he had destroyed the Feng clan and Wan clan and killed a shocking number of martial emperors. With his current cultivation, he could open the storage rings of true emperors and illusionary thearchs. How many resources were there? For example, he could open Emperor Tsang's storage ring now. He also asked Uncle Kong to help him open the storage ring of the Mu clan's martial emperor that he killed. He now had a shocking amount of resources. He left a portion for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. With these resources and the entire Tsang state, he believed that the Dragon God Valley would quickly become stronger and become the true overlord of the Tsang state. Next, Lu Ming stayed in Tsang state for 3 months. In these 3 months, the entire Tsang state was completely under the control of the Dragon God Valley. The headquarters of the 13 sects had all become branches of the Dragon God Valley. Some small forces had also joined the Dragon God Valley. During this period, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon took turns to preach. The entire Dragon God Valley came to listen and benefited a lot. For example, the number 1 genius of the Dragon God Valley, Zifeng, had broken through the shackles and reached the Bright Sage Realm. As for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, with the help of Lu Ming's resources, he had also broken through a bottleneck and reached another level in his cultivation. In these years, because the resources were exploited by the Evil Spirit sect and the D clan, the cultivation of the Dragon God Valley did not increase much. Now that they had the help of various top resources, many people's cultivation had broken through and increased. It was a scene of prosperity. At this time, Lu Ming said goodbye to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He was going to return to the Divine Wilderness continent. 8 ancient altars floated in the air in the center of the ancient city of the Ruins of God. At that moment, one of the altars suddenly lit up, and 2 figures appeared on the altar. They were Autumn Moon and Lu Ming. "We're finally back." Lu Ming smiled. Autumn Moon also looked around curiously. There was no one around the altars, and it was quiet. "Autumn Moon, let's go back to the Divine Wilderness." Lu Ming smiled and held Autumn Moon's little hand as they flew down the altar and towards the south. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped with a bewildered look on his face. "Young master, what's wrong?" Autumn Moon asked in surprise. "Autumn Moon, have you noticed that something is wrong here? The origin chi is too rich." Lu Ming said with a trace of shock on his face. The origin chi is indeed rich. It's not inferior to Tsang Prefecture, Cloud Prefecture, and Emperor Prefecture. Autumn Moon said after sensing it. Although the origin chi in the continent of God is richer than in the Divine Wilderness, it's completely incomparable to Yuanlu. But now, the origin chi here is actually comparable to Tsang Prefecture. The more Lu Ming said, the more incredulous he felt. The continent of God was a barren land among the 10 lands of the primordial realm. The origin chi was scarce, and the space was extremely unstable. It was too different from Yuanlu and could not be compared at all. But now, the origin chi here was really comparable to Tsang Prefecture. Lu Ming could not have sensed wrongly. Whoosh, Lu Ming waved his palm in the air, and the space rippled like water. The space is also countless times more stable. How is that possible? Lu Ming was even more shocked. The continent of God was at the edge of the primordial realm, and the space was extremely unstable. Here, domain enlightened spirit God realm cultivators could tear open space. As for the martial monarch realm, a casual move would be able to shatter space. When Lu Ming was here, he could cross hundreds of millions of miles to kill enemies. But just now, although Lu Ming hadn't used much power, if it had been in the past, the space around him would have been pierced through by Lu Ming. But now, there were only ripples. The space was much more stable than before. It was already very close to the Yuanlu. Following that, Lu Ming sensed the heaven and earth and discovered that the laws had become countless times clearer. If one were to cultivate in such an environment, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Like the Tsang Prefecture, the Cloud Prefecture, and the Emperor Prefecture, there were groups of martial emperors. There were even bright saints, great saints, absolute saints, and quasi-emperors. How was this possible? What had happened in the godly ruins continent all these years? How could there be such a shocking change? It was a complete upheaval. A remote and desolate place had suddenly become a holy land for cultivation. At this moment, Autumn Moon had also figured out the difference between the two. He was also stunned. Something big must have happened in the Divine Ruins Continent group. Let's return to the Divine Wilderness Continent first, Lu Ming said. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The two of them soared into the sky and flew towards the south of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. If it had been in the past, they would have been able to travel through the void at will. With their current cultivation, they would have been able to reach the Divine Wilderness Continent from the Divine Ruins Continent in a few minutes. But now, the space was much more stable. Just like in the Yuanlu, they could no longer travel through the void. Kill! Kill! After flying for a while, they heard deafening shouts in front of them. There seemed to be thousands of soldiers and horses in front of them. Lu Ming's expression changed. The two of them continued to fly. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. They saw countless figures standing on the city wall. Some people were fighting in the air. 7th level Martial Emperor, 8th level Martial Emperor. Lu Ming scanned the area and discovered that the people fighting in the air were all 7th level and 8th level Martial Emperors. Also, there were a large number of Martial Emperor realm experts among those who hadn't made a move yet. It would have been unimaginable in the past. Before Lu Ming had left the Divine Ruins Continent, the strongest expert in the Divine Ruins Continent was the 4th layer Martial Emperor realm. Besides, before Lu Ming had left, he had almost killed all the cultivators above the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm. But now, he could easily identify cultivators above the 5th layer Martial Emperor realm. As expected, the heavens and earth were different now. The qi of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins was rich and the rules were clear. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu did not stop there. They continued to fly forward. He finally understood what was happening. Outside the ancient city of the Divine Ruins, there were countless figures wearing armor with strong battle intent. It was obvious that two groups of people were fighting. However, Lu Ming was not interested in it. He and Xiaoyu headed out of the city wall. Hey, you two, which clan are you from? Don't go anywhere. There are enemies outside the city. You will die if you go out. Someone glanced at Lu Ming and Xiaoyu and reminded them. However, Lu Ming continued to walk out as if he did not hear it. I've never seen them before. I wonder which clan they are from. They are courting death. Many people glanced at Lu Ming and Xiaoyu and uttered hollow laughs, but no one dared to stop them. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu left the ancient city of the Divine Ruins and flew toward the south. They are from the city. Take them down. How bold of them. Are they trying to provoke us? Someone among the army outside the city said furiously. The people outside the city assumed Lu Ming and Xiaoyu were from the city. They were infuriated when they saw the two of them walking out of the city as if they were not taking them seriously. Immediately, two people flew toward Lu Ming and Xiaoyu and reached out their hands to grab Lu Ming and Xiaoyu. They were two 3rd layer Martial Emperors. They would have been considered dominators in the past. Piss off. Lu Ming shouted coldly. With Lu Ming's cultivation, his casual shout contained great power. The two 3rd layer Martial Emperors' bodies shook violently and they were sent flying back while vomiting blood. So they are two experts. Kill them. How arrogant. Do you think you can provoke us with just the two of you? Many people in the army outside the city were furious and more experts flew out. There were at least a dozen 7th layer Martial Emperors and 8th layer Martial Emperors. Their eyes were cold and their killing intent was as sharp as knives. Some of them even glanced at Xiaoyu with greed and desire. You are courting death. Kill them. Lu Ming shouted coldly and stepped forward. the sky rumbled and a terrifying energy swept out. Bang! 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 The bodies of the dozen people who rushed over exploded and they died on the spot. Lu Ming did not have a good impression of the people of the Godly Ruins continent. Back then, all the forces of the Godly Ruins continent had joined forces to kill Lu Ming in order to take his Chaos Origin token. If it were not for Lu Ming's high cultivation, he would have been killed. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. He killed more than a dozen experts with one move, which shocked everyone. How can this be? Is he a Saint Realm expert? That's impossible. The Godly Ruins continent has not produced a Saint Realm expert. The strongest one is only a half-saint. Is he a half-saint? Lu Ming killed more than a dozen experts with one move, shocking the crowd and making the people outside the city turn pale. Even the battle in the sky stopped. The experts from both sides flew back to their respective camps. Fellow cultivator, you've crossed the line. A middle-aged man stepped down from the sky and stared at Lu Ming, emitting a powerful aura. The second stage of half-saint. Lu Ming could clearly sense the other party's cultivation. It seems that the upheaval has been going on for a long time. Even a second stage half-saint has appeared. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Come here, I have some questions for you. Lu Ming looked at the second stage half-saint expert and said indifferently. In Lu Ming's eyes, a second stage half-saint was nothing. Naturally, his tone was not respectful. It even sounded like a command. When those words entered the other party's ears, his face darkened to the point of death. You and I have an agreement. A half-saint cannot interfere. You've crossed the line. The middle-aged man said again. I asked you to come here. I have something to ask you. Lu Ming added. His face turned cold. He was indeed full of questions and wanted to find someone to ask. You're so arrogant. I'd like to see what you're capable of. The middle-aged man was furious. He unleashed all his strength and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming. A second stage half-saint had already mastered the laws. In the eyes of others, their power was shocking and terrifying. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, they were no different from ants. Lu Ming simply stretched out a hand and a big hand condensed. It clashed with the middle-aged burly man and pinched him. He then exerted force and the middle-aged burly man screamed miserably. There were cracking sounds all over his body and many of his bones were broken. Both inside and outside the city were silent. A half-saint was like a baby in Lu Ming's hands. He could not withstand a single blow. Then, the people in the city were overjoyed. Their morale was greatly boosted. Take the opportunity to kill him. Yes, kill him. How could the city's upper echelons miss this opportunity? Lu Ming had walked out of the city. He had used his powerful means to kill the enemy's powerhouses one after another. Even a half-step saint couldn't withstand a single blow from him. As a result, the enemy's morale must be extremely low. This was the best opportunity to attack. Kill. Inside the city, a large group of experts charged out of the city. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He wasn't here to help the city. He only attacked because the other party attacked him first, and he wanted to ask some questions. However, the people in the city wanted to borrow his power and use him as a hired thug. All of you, scram. Lu Ming turned around and roared. Waves of terrifying energy erupted from his mouth and surged towards the experts in the city. Bang! Bang! Inside the city, the experts who were charging at the forefront exploded one after another in the air. Dozens of them died in an instant. Back off. Retreat. The remaining people were almost scared to death. They frantically retreated, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Now, everyone understood that Lu Ming did not belong to either side. Whoosh! Following that, Lu Ming stretched out a large hand into the city and grabbed an old man. Everyone gasped. This old man was also a half-step saint, the top expert in the current Divine Ruins continent. You're Lu Ming? The old man stared at Lu Ming and suddenly shouted. What? Many people were shocked. In the depths of their memories, a demonic name emerged. Lu Ming. More than 10 years ago, he had shaken the entire Divine Ruins continent. Who didn't know him? At that time, the top experts in the Divine Ruins continent were almost all killed. It's really Lu Ming. I recognize him. Someone shouted again. Previously, when Lu Ming first appeared, many people did not recognize him. After all, more than 10 years had passed. Lu Ming's temperament had undergone a great change. Many people did not react in time. However, now that they were reminded, many people reacted, and their faces turned pale. He was a fiend. Moreover, didn't he go to Yuanlu? Why did he come back? Could it be that he had just returned from Yuanlu? Many people figured it out. That must be the case. That was why he appeared in the city. I'll ask you some questions. If you answer me honestly, I won't kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. Alliance leader Lu, please ask. We will tell you everything we know. The old man in the city hurriedly said. Me too, me too. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming's current strength was unfathomable. They did not dare to have the slightest disloyalty. Let me ask you, what's going on with this world? Why is the origin chi so dense? It's countless times denser than before. Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. As expected, he had just returned from Yuanlu. Alliance leader Lu, it's like this, the old man in the city hurriedly answered and told him everything that had happened over the years. The middle-aged man added from time to time. After hearing that, Lu Ming was shocked. It turned out that all of this was because of the Divine Wilderness continent. To be precise, it was because of the Divine Wilderness continent's Nine Dragons City. About 8 or 9 years ago, there was a sudden change in Nine Dragons City. A passageway suddenly appeared in the middle of Nine Dragons City. The 9 dragon veins and 9 dragon cauldrons that suppressed Nine Dragons City flew away one by one into the passageway. Endless origin chi spread out from the passageway, causing the origin chi of the Divine Wilderness continent to become extremely dense. It even spread to the surrounding continents, such as the Divine Ruins continent. With the density of the origin chi, the laws of the world became very clear and easy to comprehend. At the same time, the world and space became extremely stable. Every time a dragon vein and 9 dragon cauldron flew away, more origin chi would surge out from the passageway. In addition, the Divine Wilderness continent and the other continents seemed to have countless spiritual roots or seeds of sacred herbs buried deep underground. Now that the origin chi was dense, these spiritual roots and seeds of sacred herbs had all awakened and bloomed. Countless spiritual herbs and sacred herbs had appeared all over the world. During this period of time, the martial Dao world had also increased explosively. Everyone's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, advancing at a tremendous pace. Especially in the Divine Wilderness continent, there were as many experts as there were clouds. Not only martial emperors, but even saints had appeared one after another. This made Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon dumbfounded. They did not expect the changes of the world to be related to the 9 dragon cauldron. The whole world had awakened and was full of vitality. Could it be that the legend of the 9 dragon cauldron was wrong? Lu Ming thought. Legend had it that the 9 dragon cauldron was forged by human experts in ancient times to suppress the 9 dragon veins. But now, Lu Ming speculated that the 9 dragon cauldron and the 9 dragon veins were one and were used to suppress the passageway. Where does that passageway lead to? Lu Ming guessed that the passageway in 9 Dragons City must lead to a place with extremely dense origin chi. Only when the passageway led to such a place would the origin chi converge and the laws of heaven and earth would it create such a scene. Was it Yuanlu or the heavenly realm? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. However, what the old man and the middle-aged man said next caused Lu Ming's expression to change. Because they said that a few years ago, some supreme experts had come from Yuanlu. They were called martial emperors and they had occupied Divine Wilderness continent. Now, Divine Wilderness continent was under the control of these experts from Yuanlu. As for Divine Ruins continent, because it was far from Divine Wilderness continent, the origin chi was not as dense and there were not many sacred herbs and spiritual fruits that had recovered. Therefore, the experts from Yuanlu did not extend their hands here. Expert from Yuanlu, martial emperors? Could it be Sakura? Lu Ming's expression changed and he immediately thought of Sakura. Sakura was not in Yuanlu. It was very likely that he had heard some news and came to Divine Wilderness continent. If that was the case, wouldn't Dragon Alliance be controlled by Sakura? Then, wouldn't his parents, Xiao Luan and the others fall into Sakura's hands? At that moment, Lu Ming could not remain calm. He wanted to immediately return to Divine Wilderness Continent. Following that, Lu Ming asked a few more questions before leaving with Qiuyu and flying in the direction of Divine Wilderness Continent. The two of them were extremely fast. Soon, they flew out of Divine Ruins Continent and into the boundless sea. Along the way, Lu Ming discovered that the world was different. The origin chi was incomparably dense and there were spiritual mountains and spiritual herbs everywhere. If Divine Ruins Continent was like this, then what would Divine Wilderness Continent be like? It must be even more shocking. Splash, in the sea beast surged and emitted a shocking aura. 9th layer Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming discovered a shark that was extremely ferocious and had a cultivation of the 9th layer Martial Royal Realm. The origin chi in the sea was also incomparably dense, causing the cultivation of the sea beasts in the sea to skyrocket. The two of them were extremely fast and they were constantly approaching Divine Wilderness Continent. The closer they were to Divine Wilderness Continent, the denser the origin chi became and the space became more stable. This gave Lu Ming the illusion that he had returned to Yuanlu. Not long after, the two returned to the Divine Wilderness and disembarked from northern plains. What a rich yuan chi! Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were shocked. The origin chi in the northern plains was extremely dense. The two of them felt that they were close to the ancient Moon Holy Land. One had to know that the ancient Moon Holy Land was one of the 9 great holy lands of the Yuan Mountain Land. It was known as a holy land, so one could imagine the cultivation environment. However, the Divine Wilderness Continent was very close to the ancient Moon Holy Land. The two of them used the divine breath technique to alter their appearances and auras. It was possible that Sakura was in the Divine Wilderness Continent and there were other members of the Emperor family. Lu Ming did not want to alert them. Acting in secret was the best plan. Lu Ming turned into a dark-skinned young man, and Autumn Moon turned into an ordinary-looking woman. The two of them slowed down and walked through the air, observing the changes in various places. On the ground, ancient trees towered into the sky. On many mountain peaks, spiritual medicines were everywhere. There were even sacred medicines growing. Many demonic beasts roamed the mountains and forests, and their cultivations were very powerful. With a casual glance, they discovered that there were many spiritual sea realm, spiritual embryo realm, and spiritual god realm demonic beasts. They were in groups. There were also many martial emperor realm demonic beasts. These demonic beasts fed on spiritual medicines, and their cultivation skyrocketed. This, even Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then, the two of them flew and looked for big cities to gather information. Soon, they came to a big city and found out more detailed information. This land began to change 8 or 9 years ago. As the ruler of the Divine Wilderness Continent, the Dragon League seized the opportunity to obtain a large amount of resources. The number of experts in the Dragon League skyrocketed, and the experts became stronger. However, a few years ago, experts from the Yuanlu came. Facing the experts from the Yuanlu, the Dragon League could not resist at all. They were suppressed and occupied. There was more than one group of experts from the Yuanlu. There were several groups that occupied various territories in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Currently, the Divine Wilderness Continent was the ruler of the Yuanlu experts. The experts from the Dragon League were completely controlled by the experts from the Yuanlu experts. Lu Ming's heart was heavy. At the same time, he also heard some other news. Over the years, many people in the Divine Wilderness Continent had speculated about the changes in the land. Some people said that the Divine Wilderness Continent must have been a prosperous land in the distant past. This could be deduced from the countless spiritual medicines and sacred medicines that emerged from the depths of the earth. In the distant past, the Divine Wilderness Continent must have been filled with spiritual medicines and sacred medicines. However, later on, for some unknown reason, this land was sealed by the 9-dragon cauldron and the 9 dragon veins. Therefore, the Divine Wilderness Continent had withered. Now that the passage had been reopened, the entire continent had recovered. Lu Ming's heart was heavy as he rushed to the central continent with Qiu Moon. Along the way, they saw many people roaming the vast mountains in search of various spiritual medicines and sacred medicines. Young master, many people are heading towards that mountain range, Xiaomun said. Lu Ming nodded. Along the way, they noticed that many people were flying in the same direction. Their eyes were burning with passion. I'm afraid that an incredible treasure has appeared in that place. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's interest was piqued. Then, he flew in that direction with Xiaomun. Soon, they arrived in front of a vast mountain range. Roar, from time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard from the mountains. Demonic beasts as large as mountains roamed freely, fighting with human martial artists. This mountain range is really impressive. There are sacred medicines everywhere. Lu Ming's eyes were like stars. He could see a large territory and the entire mountain range. Standing high in the sky, the large mountain range was reflected in his eyes. He discovered that the mountain range was rich in origin qi. Spiritual medicines and sacred medicines were everywhere. There were even more sacred medicines and spiritual medicines than the ancient moon sacred ground. Lu Ming could not help but think that the divine wilderness continent might have been prosperous in the distant past. Deep underground, there were seeds of sacred medicines that had not decayed for thousands of years. Now that the origin qi was rich, they had taken root and sprouted. Otherwise, no matter how rich the origin qi was, it was impossible for so many spiritual medicines and sacred medicines to grow in less than 10 years. Similarly, there were countless powerful demonic beasts living in this vast mountain range. Young master, shall we collect some sacred medicines too? Xiaomun asked. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Although Lu Ming had a lot of resources in his hands, no one would complain about having more panacea. Although they would not be able to use these panacea, his parents and others would definitely be able to use them in the future. The two rushed into the forest and saw a ginseng that was as thick as an arm. It was golden and fragrant. This was a sacred medicine. It was useful even for martial sages. However, this ginseng was guarded by a demonic beast. Roar, a giant wolf with the strength of a second-layer martial royal realm lunged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and a strong force shot out, killing the giant wolf. Then, he put away the golden ginseng. After that, Xiaomun and Lu Ming traveled through the forest to collect sacred medicines. They were too lazy to collect ordinary sacred medicines. In a valley, Lu Ming casually killed a giant snake with the strength of a first-layer martial royal realm and collected a sacred medicine. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. It would be strange if the cultivation of the people of the divine wilderness continent did not soar during this period of time. There were too many sacred medicines. There were so many sacred herbs here that even those from the ancient moon sacred land would be envious of them. Of course, it was impossible to improve one's cultivation just by consuming the herbs. One still needed to comprehend them. However, it was still much faster than before. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, a few figures appeared above the valley. There were 4 of them, an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and a middle-aged woman. The 4 of them glanced at the corpse of the giant snake in the valley and were surprised. The 2 of you, were you the ones who killed this giant snake? The old man asked. He was obviously the leader of the 4. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. You 2 are quite young, but you managed to kill a first-layer martial royal realm giant snake. Are you here for the Holy Spirit fruit too? The old man asked. Holy Spirit fruit? Lu Ming was confused, but he did not show it on his face. He asked, are you here too? That's right. We've received news that there's a Holy Spirit fruit tree on Wuyuan Mountain that's about to mature. A single Holy Spirit fruit is enough to give birth to a martial saint expert. Many treasure hunting groups have come here to compete for the Holy Spirit fruit. The old man said. A single Holy Spirit fruit can give birth to a martial saint? Lu Ming was shocked. He had read many books in the Great Elixir Evolution Palace, but he had never heard of a fruit like the Holy Spirit fruit, not to mention the fact that it could give birth to a martial saint. It seemed like the divine wilderness continent had indeed given birth to some amazing things. Lu Ming's interest grew. Are you 2 willing to join us? The more people we have, the better. We can take care of each other on the way. The old man asked again. Sure. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Xiaoyu was completely at Lu Ming's beck and call. She would follow whatever Lu Ming did. The old man and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu were able to move around in the mountains and kill a first-layer Martial Royal Realm giant snake, which meant that they were quite strong. If they joined them, their strength would increase too. Lu Ming wanted to join them mainly because he wanted to take a look at the Holy Spirit fruit. It would be nice if he could pick a few and give them to his parents. Then, the two sides introduced themselves to each other. Lu Ming knew that the old man's name was Han Zhong. The four of them were a treasure-seeking group. Ever since the anomaly of the Divine Wilderness continent, all sorts of spirit herbs and sacred herbs began to recover. Many treasure-seeking groups had appeared. As the name implied, these people roamed the various famous mountains and great rivers in search of various spirit medicines and saint medicines to exchange for various cultivation resources. This time, many treasure-hunting groups came to Mount Wuyuan. After the introductions, the group continued on their journey. The old man headed deeper into the mountain range. As he walked, he searched for spirit herbs and saint herbs. What a strong medicinal fragrance. Suddenly, Han Zhong's expression changed. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu also smelled the rich medicinal fragrance coming from the front. Everyone hurriedly moved forward and immediately saw a small patch of sparkling purple grass. Redbud orchid. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he recognized this grass. The redbud orchid was a low-level sacred medicine. To bright Saint Realm martial artists, it was quite useful. There were a total of 7 of them. Han Zhong's eyes lit up. 7 sacred medicines appeared at once and they were very valuable. However, it was not that easy to obtain them. Hiss hiss hiss, hiss hiss could be heard from the ground as purple thread slithered around. They were small snakes the size of chopsticks and their bodies were sparkling. Lu Ming glanced at them and saw 11 of them. Whoosh! Whoosh, the 11 small snakes shot towards the group. Attack! Han Zhong roared and attacked together with the others, attacking the 11 little snakes. The 11 small snakes had high cultivation levels. They were all martial emperors. The strongest one was a LV3 martial emperor, the same as Han Zhong. Was this still the Divine Wilderness continent? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He had an illusion that he was in the Yuanlu continent. Back in the day, a LV1 martial emperor was an overlord in the Divine Wilderness continent. They could establish an overlord force and dominate a region. A LV2 martial emperor was almost invincible in the world, a LV3 martial emperor was legendary. Xiao Wan was a LV3 martial emperor when he was at his peak. However, there was a nest of snakes in the mountain and they were all martial emperors. The strongest one was a LV3 martial emperor. It made Lu Ming feel as though time and space were in a mess. It was as though he was still in Yuanlu. Clang! Clang! Han Zhong and the others fought against the 11 small purple snakes. Han Zhong fought against the LV3 martial emperor snake alone while the others fought against the other small snakes. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also attacked. Of course, they did not use their full strength. They only used a part of their strength. Puff! Puff! Lu Ming and Autumn Moon killed 2 small snakes in a row. This surprised the others. Autumn Moon and Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than they had imagined. Kill! The 2 burly men and the middle-aged woman unleashed their full strength and used various killing moves. They finally suppressed the small snakes and killed them. Their cultivation level is high but their combat strength is not high. Lu Ming shook his head inwardly. He realized that although these people's cultivation level had reached the martial emperor realm, their combat strength was much weaker than those in the Yuanlu continent. This was because these people lacked domain martial techniques. That's right, Han Zhong and the others were all using brute force. This was normal. Now that the heavens and earth had recovered, the origin chi had increased greatly. Many people's cultivation level had increased by leaps and bounds. However, domain martial techniques would not appear out of nowhere. For example, the 2 burly men were LV2 martial emperors. However, they could only barely suppress the LV1 martial emperors. It took them a lot of effort to kill the LV1 martial emperors. However, Han Zhong was at a disadvantage in the battle against the LV3 martial emperor snake. The little purple snake was as fast as lightning. Its speed was astonishing, and its body was as hard as iron. It forced Han Zhong into a fluster. Swoosh! At this moment, a purple lightning bolt rushed towards Han Zhong from another direction. It was another small purple snake. Its cultivation level was also LV3 Martial Emperor. Not good. The two burly men and the middle-aged woman were shocked. Surprisingly, there was also a small purple snake of the third layer of the Martial Emperor realm hiding nearby. At this moment, it suddenly attacked Han Zhong. Han Zhong was already having a hard time dealing with one snake. Now that there was another one attacking him, he could not avoid it at all. The two burly men wanted to save him, but it was too late. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly appeared behind Han Zhong and threw out a palm. The surging palm force directly sent that little snake flying. Of course, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the small purple snake would have died. But with this block, the others finally reacted. Attack! The two burly men and the middle-aged woman rushed towards the small snake. The three of them joined forces and fought against the small snake. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also joined the battle. They pretended to attack and soon killed the small snake. Then, he helped Han Zhong kill the little snake as well. Brother Lu's combat strength is not bad. Why don't you join our treasure hunting group and search for treasures together? Han Zhong invited Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming and Xiao Moon would join their group. The others also had hopeful looks on their faces. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed had exceeded their expectations. He was most likely a third-layer martial dominator realm expert, whose strength was even stronger than Han Zhong's. If Lu Ming and Xiao Moon were willing to join them, the strength of their group would increase tremendously. Lu Ming immediately shook his head and rejected the offer. Why would he want to join a group like this? He had only joined Han Zhong's group because he wanted to take a look at the Wuyuan mountain. Seeing Lu Ming's rejection, Han Zhong and the others were disappointed. Brother Lu, I'm old, so I'll give you a word of advice. Although your cultivation is not weak, now that the world is recovering, everyone's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Experts are everywhere, especially when you're searching for sacred herbs and spirit herbs in the vast mountains. You'll encounter even more powerful demonic beasts, and it'll be even more dangerous. Han Zhong did not give up and spoke again. In other words, although Lu Ming's cultivation was not bad, the two of them were not enough. He would need to work with others. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Ming let out a smile, but he still did not accept the offer. Young man, you're too full of yourself. I've seen many confident cultivators like you, who thought they were strong, but they all died in the end. A middle-aged bulky man could not help but mock him. Don't talk nonsense. Han Zhong snapped, causing the bulky man to shut his mouth. Brother Lu, don't mind him. He didn't mean it. Han Zhong explained with a smile. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Given his current realm and standing at such a height, he really did not feel anything about these words. Besides, once they reached the Wuyuan mountain and obtained the sacred spiritual fruit, he would not have any interaction with Han Zhong and the others in the future. Following this, Han Zhong plucked the 7 stalks of redbud orchids. Brother Lu, thanks for your help. There are 7 stalks in total, and you can take 3. What do you think? Han Zhong handed 3 stalks of redbud orchids to Lu Ming. 7 redbud orchids for the 6 of them. However, this time, Lu Ming had contributed a lot, so he gave Lu Ming an extra redbud orchid. Lu Ming didn't stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 3 redbud orchids. Next, everyone continued to head towards 5 Yuan Mountain. Along the way, they obtained a few more saintly medicines, which they divided equally among themselves. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light shot toward Han Zhong from the mountain peak ahead. Retreat! Han Zhong's expression changed drastically as he retreated at top speed. Boom! The place where he had been standing suddenly exploded, and a large hole appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were a total of 5 or 6 figures rushing towards them from all directions. Their cold murderous intent sent chills down their spines. Not good, it's his treasure-seeking group. Let's go! Let's go! Han Zhong roared and retreated with the others. Treasure hunting groups would enter various famous mountains and great rivers to search for sacred herbs and spirit herbs. In fact, their greatest danger was not the demonic beasts, but the people of other treasure hunting groups. If they encountered a powerful treasure hunting group in the wild, the other party would most likely kill them and steal their treasures. It was obvious that they had stumbled into such a treasure hunting group. Han Zhong and the others retreated, but their speed was extremely fast. Bang! A terrifying palm print as large as a mountain was thrown in their direction, encapsulating Han Zhong and the others within it. Han Zhong, two bulky men, and a middle-aged woman yelled as they tried to resist the palm print. However, Han Zhong was fine as he was only knocked a few steps backward. The others were knocked backward while vomiting blood. Fourth layer martial dominator realm. Han Zhong let out a roar. Bang! Bang! 6 figures surrounded them from all directions, each emitting a terrifying aura. 3 third-layer martial dominators, 2 fourth-layer martial dominators, and 1 fifth-layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming could easily sense the other party's ability. 5th-layer martial dominator realm. Han Zhong felt despair. Kill. The 5th-layer martial dominator realm expert slashed at Han Zhong with a saber in his hand. There was no way Han Zhong could resist the slash. Han Zhong and the others were filled with despair. However, at that instant, Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared in front of Han Zhong and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Han Zhong was astounded. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation was quite impressive, there was no way he could resist the slash. He would only be courting death if he tried to stop Han Zhong. However, he was stunned the next moment. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers and with a gentle pinch, he caught the saber between his fingers. That saber stopped in Lu Ming's hand, unable to move at all. Han Zhong, the 2 bulky men, and the middle-aged woman stared with their eyes wide open. That was a slash from a 5th-layer martial dominator realm expert. A 3rd-layer martial dominator would be killed by the slash, and a 4th-layer martial dominator realm expert would be severely injured. However, Lu Ming had easily caught the saber with 2 fingers. What kind of cultivation was that? What kind of strength was that? The people on the other side stared with their mouths open wide. The 5th-layer martial dominator was even more terrified. He was well aware of the power of his slash, but Lu Ming's fingers were as steady as Mount Tai. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move the saber at all. Run, run, leave at once. The 5th-layer martial dominator let out a roar. He knew that he had stumbled into a terrifying expert. If he did not leave now, he would die. He immediately let go of the saber and fled from the scene. It's too late to back off now. Lu Ming calmly said as he pinched the saber with his fingers. Clank, the battle saber directly shattered into 6 pieces and shot out explosively. Each piece was aimed at one of the opponents. Puff. 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 Puff, blood splattered everywhere. The 6 experts, whether they were in the 3rd, 4th, or 5th LV, were all pierced through by the fragments of the saber and died on the spot. Han Zhong, the 2 bulky men, and the middle-aged woman stared at the scene with their eyes open wide. Among the 6 cultivators, even the weakest one was on par with Han Zhong, but he had just been killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming did not even move from his spot. They could feel a chill running down their spines, as they realized that they had stumbled into a terrifying genius. What was Lu Ming's cultivation? 7th-layer martial dominator realm, 8th-layer martial dominator realm, or even higher? It took them quite a while to collect their thoughts. Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's my fault. Please forgive me, one of the bulky men, in particular, apologized to Lu Ming with a reddened face. Previously, he had mocked Lu Ming for being too full of himself as he was not willing to join them. However, he now realized that Lu Ming was not being full of himself. It was obvious that he had the strength to back it up, and that he was not interested in them at all. Their strength was not helpful to Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming smiled faintly, not bothered at all. He waved his hand and collected the storage rings of the 6 cultivators, before saying, "Let's go to Wuyuan Mountain." The group continued their journey toward Wuyuan Mountain. However, Han Zhong and his crew's attitude toward Lu Ming and Qiu Moon underwent a great change, as they were now extremely respectful toward them. After passing through a few mountain ranges, a giant mountain appeared before them, piercing through the clouds. Even from afar, Lu Ming could see that there was a big tree at the top of Mount Wuyuan. It was glowing like a divine tree. On the branches of the big tree, there were 9 fruits. They were as red as fire jade and had a medicinal fragrance. Those were the Holy Spirit fruits, but they were not ripe yet. Figures could be seen flashing around the mountain from time to time. They were all treasure hunting groups. However, the Holy Spirit fruits were not ripe yet. Unripe Holy Spirit fruits were useless, so everyone was waiting for the Holy Spirit fruits to ripen. Lu Ming and the others also flew forward. Boom, ah, a fierce battle broke out in the forest in front of them. 2 treasure hunting groups were fighting each other, and people were killed from time to time. Not long after, one of the treasure hunting groups was killed. His storage ring was taken away, and his corpse was left there forever. The victorious treasure hunting group also noticed Lu Ming and the others. They glanced at them coldly, then left in a flash. As they approached Mount Wuyuan, more and more treasure hunting groups appeared. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual consciousness and found at least 100 treasure hunting groups. There were more than 1,000 of them. These people looked at each other coldly and did not make a move. Obviously, they were waiting for the Holy Spirit fruits to ripen. Once the Holy Spirit fruits ripened, there would be a fierce battle. But for the Holy Spirit fruits, everything was worth it. 1 Holy Spirit fruit could create a Saint Realm elite. 9 Holy Spirit fruits were equivalent to 9 Saint Realm experts. Although the world had changed and everyone's cultivation had skyrocketed, the Saint Realm was still very rare. Every Saint Realm elite was a top elite. Of course, this did not include the elites from Yuanlu, but only those from Divine Wilderness Continent. The elites from Yuanlu were too strong and could not be compared at all. Suddenly, a group of people stepped toward Lu Ming and the others. There were more than a dozen of them. Their auras were violent, and every one of them was an elite. This was a very powerful treasure hunting group. You're such a weak treasure hunting group, and you want to fight for the Holy Spirit fruits? You don't know what's good for you. Hand over your storage rings and get lost. A strong man in his 30s scolded. The faces of Han Zhong and the others turned pale. This treasure hunting group was too strong. They were clearly much stronger than the treasure hunting group that had ambushed them before. Faced with such a treasure hunting group, they had no other choice but to agree to the other party's request. They couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. They hoped that Lu Ming could create a miracle because they were unwilling to hand over their storage rings. The loot in the storage ring was exchanged with their lives. What? Hand over your storage rings. Do you want to die? The burly man's voice turned cold. The other members of the treasure-seeking group watched with cold smiles on their faces. Treasure hunting groups were a profession that had only appeared in recent years. They traveled through various dangerous famous mountains and great rivers, and were accustomed to life and death battles. Without strength, only death awaited. Scram! At this moment, an icy cold voice sounded. It was from Lu Ming. The burly man was stunned. He looked at Lu Ming, thinking that he had misheard. This brat actually told him to scram? Could it be that he had gone mad? Boom, a powerful aura erupted from his body. 7th layer Martial Dominator Realm. The burly man possessed a cultivation of the 7th layer Martial Dominator Realm. The terrifying pressure caused the expressions of the other treasure hunting groups to change. Many of them revealed grave expressions. A 7th layer Martial Dominator Realm cultivator was considered one of the top experts in the treasure hunting group. The pressure of the 7th layer Martial Dominator Realm continued to suppress Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu remained calm. Meanwhile, Han Zhong and the others were startled. Their figures began to tremble as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain. Kid, die. The burly man let out a roar and threw a punch in Lu Ming's direction. You're the one that's going to die. Lu Ming said calmly. His eyes flickered with a deathly glow. Following this, a deathly aura appeared from the burly man's figure and encapsulated his figure. The burly man let out a deafening roar, before his figure turned into ashes and disappeared under the crowd's astonished gaze. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard. A 7th layer Martial Dominator Realm expert had been killed and turned into ashes. Most importantly, no one had seen how Lu Ming had done it. Gulp, Han Zhong and the others swallowed their saliva in astonishment. It seemed like Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. Do you want to die too? Lu Ming looked at the remaining members of the treasure hunting group. Their faces changed drastically as they retreated frantically. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. None of them dared to attack. The rest of the people looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect. This was the result that Lu Ming wanted. In this way, the others would not dare to target them and it would save them a lot of trouble. Who is this young man? I've never seen him before. What terrifying strength. Could he be an expert from Yuanlu? Impossible. Everyone from Yuanlu is extremely terrifying. Ordinary Saint Realm experts are like ants in front of them. There are no weaklings. That's right. However, this young man has such strength despite his young age. Could he be one of the top 10 geniuses of Divine Wilderness Continent? No, I've seen all of the top 10 geniuses. There's no such person. Some people whispered among themselves. Top 10 geniuses? Lu Ming revealed a hint of interest. The crowd continued to wait. Moo. Moo. Suddenly, the deafening roar of a bull could be heard in the distant sky. Then, the crowd saw 5 or 6 giant bulls as big as mountains running towards them. The void rumbled as they stepped on it. There were only 5 or 6 bulls, but they were like an army of thousands of men and horses. The 5 or 6 giant bulls were unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, they were above Mount Wuyuan. Then, the bodies of the giant bulls changed rapidly, turning into 6 burly men. A terrifying aura erupted from them, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. It's the experts of Divine Bull Palace. Someone exclaimed in fear. Roar. Roar. At that moment, the roar of a beast could be heard from another direction. The crowd saw a few giant wolves pulling a chariot over. In the blink of an eye, they were above Mount Wuyuan. In the chariot, there were 7 burly men wearing beast skins. It's the people from Barbarian Dragon Palace. Someone exclaimed. Boundary Emperor, complete Saint Realm. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He could tell the cultivation of these people at a glance. Half of them were Boundary Emperors, while the rest were complete Saint Realm experts. They were definitely not from Divine Wilderness Continent. Divine Wilderness Continent had only been revived for less than 10 years. It was impossible for such a powerful existence to be born. These people were most likely from Yuanlu. What surprised Lu Ming was that these people were not from Song State, Emperor State, or Yun State. Could it be that there are other places besides Song State, Yun State, and Emperor State that have teleportation formations that lead to Divine Ruins Continent? Lu Ming immediately asked Han Zhong how many forces from the Yuan continent there were in the Divine region. Han Zhong told him that there were a total of 3 forces from the Yuan continent. Each of them was very powerful and had terrifying commanders. They were all high and mighty martial emperors. The 3 factions each occupied an area and divided the Divine Wilderness Continent. Among them, the Divine Bull Palace occupied the best position and a part of the Eastern Wilderness and Central Continent. The Barbarian Dragon Palace and the Monarch race occupied other regions. The Monarch race occupied most of the Central Continent. For example, the Dragon Alliance's Dragon Emperor City was under the control of the Monarch race. The Monarch race, Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, in the distant sky, more beams of light shot over, and one figure after another appeared in the sky. A few of them were wearing emperor robes and jade crowns, making them look like emperors. There were also a few who were especially burly. They were covered in a thick layer of iron armor and were surrounded by a black light. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. The Monarch race and the Evil God race. The murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. It was really the Monarch race. It seemed that Disher had really come to the Divine region. As for those who were covered in iron armor, others could not see through them. However, Lu Ming could see that they were from the Evil God race. It was obvious that Disher had brought a group of experts to the Divine region and occupied a large area. Even the Dragon Emperor City was occupied by Disher. I heard that the Overlord D came from the Monarch race. Han Zhong said softly. I didn't expect you to come too. A burly man from the Divine Bull Palace said. These 9 Saint Spirit fruits are not bad. The Monarch race wants them. A person from the monarch race said. You want them? What a joke. These 9 Saint Spirit fruits belong to the barbarian dragon palace. A burly man from the full dragon palace said. Powerful auras burst out from the 3 forces. They each occupied a region and confronted each other. All the people in the treasure hunting group sighed. They knew that they had no hope against the arrival of the experts from the 3 major forces of the Yuan continent. These people were too strong, any one of them could defeat all of them. What do these paragon saints and boundary emperors want the Saint Spirit fruits for? Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled. The Holy Spirit fruit might be rare, but it wasn't of much use to paragon saints or quasi-emperors. Unless it was used to nurture the younger generation. These lowly ants are really an eyesore here. Why don't we get rid of them first? At this time, someone from an emperor clan swept his eyes over everyone from the treasure-seeking group, carrying a trace of arrogance, as well as a trace of disgust. The divine wilderness continent was just a corner of the barren land. In their eyes, it was as lowly as an ant. That's good too, lest these people get in the way. Here. Someone from the divine ox palace also said lightly. Not good. The expressions of everyone in the treasure hunting group changed drastically. Senior, we have no intention of fighting over the Holy Spirit fruit with you. We will leave immediately. Senior, we're leaving right away. Many people cried out in fear as they frantically retreated. Fighting with us for the Holy Spirit fruit? Are you ants even qualified? An Emperor clan expert sneered, walking over. With a wave of his hand, a resplendent sword light erupted, hacking towards a certain direction. Ah, help! Don't! Screams came from that direction. There was no way to resist. Regardless of their cultivation base, they were instantly killed. In an instant, more than a dozen people were killed. Ha ha ha! The Emperor clan expert laughed loudly. In their eyes, the people of the divine wilderness continent were not humans, but ants that could be killed at will. Bang, the divine ox palace expert also stepped out, intending to attack. Let's go, Lu Ming, let's go. Han Zhong's expression changed drastically as he roared. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. At the top of Wuyuan Mountain, the big tree emitted a resplendent light. Among them, the light of the 9 Holy Spirit fruits was even more brilliant. Rays of multicolored light circulated, and an incomparably rich medicinal fragrance spread in all directions. The Holy Spirit fruit was about to ripen. The Emperor clan experts and the Divine Ox Palace experts retracted their steps and looked at the Holy Spirit fruit. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that they were saved. The Yuan continent experts no longer had the intention to deal with them. The Holy Spirit fruit is ours. The Emperor clan experts pounced on the Holy Spirit fruit tree. Get lost. The Divine Ox Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace experts also charged over. Boom! Boom! In order to compete for the Holy Spirit fruit, the 3 forces fell into a chaotic battle. A terrifying battle broke out in the sky above Wuyuan Mountain. How terrifying! Are these the top existences of the Saint Realm? They're too strong. I heard that the Saint Realm is divided into bright saints, supreme saints, absolute saints, and quasi-emperors. Above quasi-emperors are martial emperors. These people are all absolute saints and quasi-emperors. That's right. Quasi-emperors can form a river of laws. The experts of the Yuan continent are too strong. Many people shouted. Back then, no one in the divine wilderness continent knew about this. At that time, a first-level martial emperor was an overlord. Third-level martial emperors were legends. Not to mention the Saint Realm. In everyone's impression, the Saint Realm was a legend. No one knew the specific divisions of the Saint Realm. But now, with the recovery of the world, everyone's cultivation had skyrocketed. At the same time, the experts of the Yuan continent had descended. Naturally, news of the higher realms of martial arts had spread. The battle between the 3 forces was extremely intense. Lu Ming, let's take this opportunity to leave. Han Zhong was kind. He wanted to tell Lu Ming and the others to leave quickly. If the 3 forces were to emerge victorious, they would be finished. Let's go. We're here for the Holy Spirit fruit. The Holy Spirit fruit has ripened. Wouldn't it be a pity if we leave without plucking a few? Lu Ming smiled. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of Han Zhong and the others, he walked toward the Holy Spirit fruit tree. Autumn Moon followed closely behind Lu Ming. Han Zhong and the others were tongue-tied. They were completely stunned. Facing the experts of the three forces, Lu Ming wanted to pluck the Holy Spirit fruit. This was an act of courting death. He was definitely courting death. The three forces were from the Yuan continent. Some of them were quasi-emperors. They were so strong that they could kill them with a single breath. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to be a match for the absolute saints and quasi-emperors. It was impossible. The strongest experts of the divine wilderness continent had just broken through to the bright saint realm. They were too far away from the people of the Yuan continent. Even if Lu Ming was from the Yuan continent, how could he compete with quasi-emperors at such a young age? They weren't the only ones. When the other treasure hunters saw Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walking toward the Holy Spirit fruit tree, they were all stunned. What are those two doing? Are they trying to fish in troubled waters and pluck the Holy Spirit fruit? They're courting death. They're courting death. They must be blind. They're crazy. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was courting death. He was dead meat. Plucking the Holy Spirit fruit right under the nose of the absolute saints and quasi-emperors was courting death. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the Holy Spirit fruit tree. Lu Ming stretched out a hand. With a grab, a huge hand condensed and grabbed a Holy Spirit fruit, putting it away. Then, he reached for the second one. You're courting death. An elite of the monarch race shouted and slashed a sword light at Lu Ming. That was an elite of the great circle of the absolute saint realm. In the eyes of everyone in the divine wilderness continent, that sword was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to resist. Even if one was swept by the sword light, one would be smashed to pieces. That kid is dead meat. Someone sneered. Han Zhong and the other three shook their heads and sighed. But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming did not even bother to look at it. With a slap, he smashed the sword gleam into smithereens. Then, he took the opportunity to grab another Holy Spirit fruit with his palm. He blocked it? No, he didn't block it. He shattered the sword light. Everyone had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Han Zhong and the other three were the same. Not only did Lu Ming block the sword light, but he also shattered it with a palm. It seemed easy. The elite of the monarch race narrowed his eyes and then burst out cold murderous intent. Kill. He abandoned his opponent and charged at Lu Ming with the emperor sword in his hand. The sword light rushed into the sky and slashed at Lu Ming. Phantom spirit. Lu Ming whispered. He stepped in the void and endless runes appeared. Then, these runes turned into a black shadow like a grim reaper holding a grim reaper scythe. It was really the law of Array Dao, the Phantom Spirit Scroll. The Phantom Spirit Scroll could transform into any creature. Lu Ming used the Phantom Spirit Scroll to transform into a Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper held the Grim Reaper scythe and slashed at the elite of the monarch race. The first slash made the elite of the monarch race retreat and vomit blood. The second slash made the elite of the monarch race lose his head. Gulp. Gulp, the sound of saliva being swallowed was heard. Everyone was truly stunned. The scene was deathly silent. In the eyes of the people of the divine barren continent, an expert of the complete saint realm was invincible. But now, he had been killed by Lu Ming's Grim Reaper with 2 slashes. What kind of battle prowess was this? Could this young man be a quasi-emperor? This scene caused the people from the other 3 factions of Yuan continent to reveal grave expressions. Lu Ming grabbed the 3rd Holy Spirit fruit after killing one of the D clan members. Everyone, why don't we join forces and kill this person before fighting for the Holy Spirit fruit? A quasi-emperor from the Emperor clan spoke. That's exactly what I was thinking. This person is too arrogant and doesn't put us in his eyes at all. He deserves to die. A person from the Divine Ox Palace said coldly. Soon, the 3 sides reached an agreement and stopped fighting. Then, they suddenly charged towards Lu Ming. Brat, you dare to kill someone from my Emperor clan? Die. How dare you pluck the Holy Spirit fruit? Die. Kill. The experts from the Emperor clan, the Divine Ox Palace, and the Barbarian Dragon Palace all charged towards Lu Ming, including the quasi-emperors. Their power was terrifying to the extreme. Even if Lu Ming was a quasi-emperor, he would be instantly killed. However, although Lu Ming was a quasi-emperor, he was no ordinary quasi-emperor. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed his power and slashed out with his palm. This palm strike was like a heavenly blade that could even slice through space. One had to know that the current divine barren continent was no longer the same as before. The space was now incomparably stable and was almost comparable to Yuan continent. Even a quasi-emperor could not break through space. Everyone's attacks were completely destroyed. A terrifying power surged out. Nearly 20 experts trembled violently and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were severely injured. A few of the weaker ones' bodies directly exploded. Phantom. Then, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and pointed. Endless runes appeared and turned into dozens of Grim Reapers. These Grim Reapers were not purely formed from array laws. They also contained other laws. The dozens of Grim Reapers charged towards the people from the three factions. Pft. 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 Blood splattered everywhere and heads rolled. The people from the three factions were already severely injured by Lu Ming's move. How could they withstand the attacks of the Grim Reapers? They were instantly killed one by one. In just a few breaths, all the experts from the three factions were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Lu Ming also plucked the 9 Holy Spirit fruits one by one. It seems that the legend is wrong. A Holy Spirit fruit can't directly create a saint. Lu Ming grabbed the last Holy Spirit fruit and carefully sized it up. With Lu Ming's current insight and his understanding of alchemy laws, he could clearly see the medicinal effects of some sacred medicines. It was impossible for the Holy Spirit fruit to directly create a Saint Realm expert after consuming it, as the legend had it. However, if a third stage half-saint consumed it, it could indeed increase the chances of becoming a saint and increase the chances of condensing a saint heart. Speaking of which, it was a rare and precious fruit. At this moment, everyone was petrified. Some people rubbed their eyes desperately, thinking that they were dreaming. The experts from the three factions from the Yuan continent, including many boundary emperors, were killed by Lu Ming just like that. In particular, Han Zhong and the other 3 were indescribably shocked. After all, Lu Ming had come with them. Especially the burly man, who had previously mocked Lu Ming. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat and had a lingering fear. If Lu Ming wanted to argue with him, he could kill him with a puff of his breath. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and walked away with Autumn Moon. When he passed by Han Zhong and the other 3, he waved his hand and a force wrapped around the 4 of them and brought them away. It took a while for the others to react. Instantly, there was an uproar. They guessed that Lu Ming should be an expert from the Yuan continent. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so strong. However, they did not know Lu Ming's name. Therefore, the name Black-Faced Death God spread and shook the entire Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming led Han Zhong and the other 3 and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. They only stopped when they were out of the mountain range. Alright, it's safe here. Lu Ming left these words behind and left with Autumn Moon. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Han Zhong and the other 3 were in a daze. Then, they sighed. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon headed south. Soon, they left the northern plains and arrived at the middle continent. The middle continent was extremely prosperous. Large cities stood between the heavens and the earth. This was not there in the past. Clearly, it was built in recent years. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon found a large city and walked in. Lu Ming wanted to find out about the current situation of the Dragon Alliance and how the members of the Dragon Alliance were doing. The best place to find out was a restaurant. This was a human characteristic. In a restaurant, one could reveal many secrets while eating, drinking, and chatting. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked into a large restaurant. They ordered some food and wine and started eating. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual consciousness and eavesdropped on the conversations of others. Voices entered Lu Ming's ears one after another. It's really a great era now. The world has changed, precious herbs are everywhere, and experts are emerging in large numbers. My cultivation can also break through to the martial emperor realm. An old man with snow-white hair sighed with a complicated expression. Originally, with his talent, he could only break through to the spirit god realm and didn't have much lifespan left. However, when he was about to die, the world had changed and everything had recovered. His cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even broken through to the martial emperor realm not long ago and his lifespan had increased greatly. How could he not sigh? The world was now rich in origin chi. Not only had the cultivation speed increased greatly, but there were also some sacred fruits that could transform one's bloodline and achieve evolution. It could be said to be terrifying. However, there were only a few of those sacred herbs. Still, many people had obtained them and their talents had increased greatly. Yeah, the cultivation environment now is too good. It was unimaginable in the past. Didn't you see that even the experts of Yuanlu have come to occupy the territory? Speaking of which, there's a big event that will start soon. It's about the three major forces of Yuanlu. I heard that the three major forces of Yuanlu will have a battle in 3 months to redivide the territory. Is there such a thing? Many people in the restaurant were shocked. I heard it through the grapevine. It's probably going to be made public soon. There's no doubt that the Eastern Wilderness has the best environment. Many people are coveting it. Now, it's occupied by the Divine Bull Palace. The Monarch clan and the Barbarian Dragon Palace both want to occupy the Eastern Wilderness. There will definitely be a battle. That's right. However, the three major forces of Yuanlu seem to have similar strength. Once the battle starts, there will be heavy casualties. No, I heard that the three major forces will use a special method this time. The three major forces will send out their young geniuses to fight. Moreover, they must be the local geniuses of Divine Wilderness. The division of territory will be decided according to their achievements. There's actually such a thing? A battle between the local geniuses of Divine Wilderness? Looks like there'll be a good show in 3 months. Many people in the restaurant were interested and gathered around the person who knew the grapevine. Being surrounded by so many people, that person enjoyed it very much. He rattled on and on, talking a bunch more. That person said that the battle in 3 months would most likely be held in the former headquarters of the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Emperor City. Currently, the Dragon Emperor City was occupied by Indra. I wonder about Dad and Mom. Are they in Dragon Emperor City? A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He was also worried. Speaking of geniuses, the Divine Wilderness is now filled with geniuses. Especially the top 10 geniuses. They are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Their cultivations are unfathomable. That's right. It's said that the top 10 prodigies are all disciples of Yuan. Land's experts. How can they not be strong? Especially the number 1 prodigy, Ren Xianxia. He's an unrivaled prodigy that's rarely seen in all of history. His talent is unparalleled, and even Sakura Buddha has personally taken him in as a disciple. Yes, speaking of Ren Xianxia, this child is indeed shocking. No one can compare to him now. In my opinion, only the leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming, can compare to Ren Xianxia. Indeed. Everyone continued to discuss. Towards the end, the topic actually shifted to Lu Ming. They were completely unaware that the main character was sitting right there. Humph, a bunch of ignorant people. What do you know? At this moment, a cold laugh resounded throughout the restaurant. Then, a young man walked out of one of the private rooms. This person was skinny and his eyes were long and narrow. As he blinked, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Young master, what do you think? The old man who had been discussing just now cupped his fists and asked. A bunch of fools. How dare you talk about the heroes of the world? Who does Lu Ming think he is? How can he be compared to Ren Xianxia? He's not even fit to carry Ren Xianxia's shoes. Let's not talk about Ren Xianxia. Which one of the top 10 prodigies can compare to Lu Ming? The skinny young man sneered. Everyone else's expression changed. However, when they thought about it, things were different now. Back then, what was Lu Ming's cultivation level? He hadn't even broken through to the martial emperor realm. Now, the top 10 prodigies' cultivation levels were unfathomable. It was said that many of them had reached the sage-to-be realm. The difference was too great. The achievements of these prodigies were indeed far above Lu Ming's. If Lu Ming was still here, any one of the top 10 prodigies would be able to suppress him. The skinny young man said again. You're boasting shamelessly. The leader of the Dragon Alliance is the best of all time. How can those so-called prodigies be compared to the leader of the Dragon Alliance? What a joke. At that moment, a cold voice was heard. Who is it? Come out. The skinny young man shouted coldly. Then, footsteps were heard from the stairs of the restaurant. A young man and a young woman walked up. Xiaoshan, Xiaorou. Lu Ming's eyes lit up in surprise. The young man and woman were Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou. What a coincidence. He didn't expect to meet them here. After more than 10 years, the two of them had matured a lot. They looked like they were in their 20s and had extraordinary auras. However, the two of them both had angry expressions on their faces. They were furious that Lu Ming had been humiliated. Who are you? The skinny young man asked with a cold smile. Zhuang Xiaoshan. Zhuang Xiaorou. The two of them reported their names. So it's you. The two disciples of the legendary Lu Ming. What's the matter? Are you trying to avenge your master? However, I'm telling the truth. Your master might have been good in the past, but now, he's just average. How can he be compared to the current top 10 elites? The skinny young man sneered and his voice was filled with mockery. Before the world changed, my master came from a remote place in the eastern wilderness. He went against the flow and fought against the heroes of the world. In the end, he defeated all the overlords of the divine region and created the Dragon Alliance. Such a battle record has never been seen before. Who can compare to him? The so-called 10 great prodigies are merely relying on the good environment and the guidance of Yuan Lu's experts to have some achievements. Compared to my master, they are nothing. Zhuang Xiaoshan said loudly. How dare you? The skinny young man shouted and his body emitted a cold murderous intent. Kneel down and slap your own mouth. Take back what you just said. I'm just telling the truth. If my master hadn't left, there wouldn't be any top 10 elites. When my master was still around, Ren Qianxing was nothing. He didn't even have the right to meet my master. Zhuang Xiaoshan sneered and stood straight. He was not afraid of the skinny young man. You really know how to flatter yourself. Today, Li Ku, will have a taste of the skills of the Dragon Alliance leader's disciple. The skinny young man's face turned colder and his murderous intent flashed. His cold aura caused the temperature in the restaurant to drop rapidly. What? He's Li Ku, one of the top 10 elites. After the skinny young man said his name, someone exclaimed. This skinny young man was one of the top 10 elites. No wonder he was furious when Zhuang Xiaoshan said that the top 10 elites were not as good as Lu Ming. I heard that Li Ku is Ren Qianxing's loyal supporter and has a good relationship with him. Someone said softly. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou knew that the top 10 elites of the divine wilderness were all very talented. Most importantly, they were disciples of the elites of Yuan continent and had cultivated powerful realm martial techniques. Their combat strength was unfathomable and they might not be able to defeat them. However, they had no choice but to fight now that Lu Ming's reputation was at stake. Let's go out and fight. Zhuang Xiaoshan said. He then flew out of the window in a flash. Zhuang Xiaorou followed him. Li Ku's eyes flashed coldly as he flew out as well. Let's go and have a look. The people in the restaurant also flew out one after another, wanting to go and watch the show. Autumn Moon, let's go out as well. Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon nodded and the two of them flew out of the restaurant. Lu Ming knew that Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou were no match for Li Ku. Currently, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou's cultivation were rank 8 martial royal realm. Compared to back then, he was already many times stronger. Originally, it would have been difficult for them to reach this stage with their talents. However, the world had changed. When the world had changed, the elites of Yuan continent had yet to arrive. The Dragon Alliance was the ruler of the divine wilderness and they must have obtained many sacred medicine spiritual roots. As Lu Ming's unofficial disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao must have obtained a lot of benefits. It was not surprising that their cultivation had reached this stage. However, Li Ku was more powerful. He was a rank 1 sage to be and was much stronger than the two of them. Zhuang Xiaoshan, Zhuang Xiao, and Li Ku stood facing each other in the sky. They were surrounded by people. Many people became interested when they heard that Li Ku was one of the top 10 elites and Lu Ming's disciple was one of the Dragon Alliance's former leader. The two of you, attack together. Let's end this quickly. I'm going to have a drink. Li Ku said confidently. I'll fight you alone. Zhuang Xiaoshan stepped forward and a long spear appeared in his hand. Boom, he pressed the long spear down and the realm of earth spread out toward Li Ku. Insignificant skill. Li Ku sneered. The sword light in his hand exploded and soared into the sky, slashing out. Zhuang Xiaoshan's earth domain was split apart by Li Ku's sword light. Zhuang Xiaoshan retreated quickly, but there was still a sword wound on his chest that was bleeding profusely. One move and Zhuang Xiaoshan was injured. Ha ha ha, what a piece of trash. You can't even block a single move. So this is Lu Ming's disciple. You can see that Lu Ming isn't that great. You guys even bragged about how powerful he is. Li Ku laughed mockingly. You're not allowed to insult my master. My talent is foolish, not even a 10,000th of my master's. Zhuang Xiaoshan shouted as his eyes turned red. You're still bragging. I said, both of you can come at me together. Li Ku looked at Zhuang Xiao and said disdainfully. Zhuang Xiao stepped forward and stood beside Zhuang Xiaoshan. Boom. Boom, the two sides started fighting again. This time, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao joined forces to fight Li Ku. However, they were still no match for him. In just a few moves, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were defeated. Ha ha ha, what a piece of trash. Even if your master is here, he won't be a match for me. Li Ku laughed maniacally. Shut up. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao shouted. How dare you be so arrogant after being defeated? Today, I'll cripple the both of you and turn you into a real piece of trash. Li Ku's eyes turned cold as he charged towards Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao. His sword light was powerful. I'll fight you to the death. Zhuang Xiaoshan roared and swept out with his spear. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down. Xiaoshan, Xiao, your talent is still too weak. In the crowd, Lu Ming shook his head. Then, he took a step forward and a surge of energy silently entered Zhuang Xiaoshan's body. Other than Qiu Autumn Moon, no one else noticed this. Child's play, break! Li Ku shouted arrogantly as his sword light burst forth. He wanted to break Zhuang Xiao's spear attack and cripple Zhuang Xiaoshan. Boom, suddenly, Zhuang Xiaoshan's spear attack increased in power. The spear light became 1,000 meters long and pressed down on Li Ku like a mountain range. Li Ku's sword light was like a candle flame that was extinguished as soon as it appeared. How is this possible? Ah! Li Ku screamed in disbelief. Then, Zhuang Xiao's spear attack pressed down on Li Ku and he fell to the ground like a dead dog. A huge pit was formed as he lay there and vomited blood. What? What's going on? Zhuang Xiaoshan was stunned. He suddenly felt a surge of energy entering his body and increasing his strength. Someone is helping me. Zhuang Xiaoshan immediately thought of this. Zhuang Xiao, who was beside him, was also stunned. When did Zhuang Xiaoshan become so powerful all of a sudden? Around them, the others were also dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan was completely suppressed by Li Ku. How did Zhuang Xiaoshan become a different person in the blink of an eye? He completely suppressed Li Ku and severely injured him. What's going on? Boom, how could Zhuang Xiaoshan miss such an opportunity? He took a step forward and a terrifying force pressed down on Li Ku. Li Ku screamed and used all his strength to defend himself. However, Zhuang Xiaoshan was now supported by Lu Ming's strength. How could he defend himself? The powerful force was like an ancient mountain pressing down on Li Ku. Li Ku was like a toad with his 4 limbs on the ground. He kept twisting but it was useless. Under the pressure of the force, he screamed and vomited blood. He was in a terrible state. Who is it? Who is helping him? My master is a boundary emperor from the monarch race. Who are you? Tell me your name. Li Ke screamed. He was not stupid. He immediately realized that there must be an expert secretly helping Zhuang Xiaoshan. Otherwise, Zhuang Xiaoshan's strength would not have increased so much. The spectators around them were also stunned. It was most likely that someone was secretly helping Zhuang Xiaoshan. Who is it? Come out if you have the ability. Those who dare to go against the monarch race will not have a good ending. Li Ke screamed. Hee, you are a person from the divine wilderness continent. When did you become a member of the monarch race? Perhaps, you are just a dog of the monarch race? A faint voice sounded and Lu Ming stepped forward. You are the one who attacked? Li Ke glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It was equivalent to admitting it. You dare to go against the monarch race? The monarch race will not let you go. Li Ke screamed. I will visit the monarch race sooner or later. Tell Disher Tian to wash his neck and wait. Lu Ming said coldly with killing intent. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming was too arrogant. Tell Disher Tian to wash his neck and wait. Who was Disher Tian? He was a martial emperor expert, a peerless expert from the Yuan continent. This dark-skinned young man was too arrogant. Also, 3 months later, the two of them will challenge you in the Imperial Dragon City. They will defeat you with their own cultivation. So, I will not kill you today. Get lost. Many people turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked very young, but his strength was unfathomable. Previously, he secretly helped Zhuang Xiaoshan and was able to crush Li Ke. How strong was his cultivation? However, his tone was too arrogant. He actually asked Sakura to wash his neck and wait for death. He was too arrogant. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that Lu Ming was just spouting nonsense. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro walked over and thanked Lu Ming. At the same time, they were also surprised. They had never seen Lu Ming before, so they didn't know why Lu Ming helped them. Follow me, Lu Ming said. After that, he turned around and walked out of the city. Qiu Yu followed Lu Ming. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro looked at each other and followed Lu Ming obediently. Soon, they were out of the city and came to a remote place. There was no one here. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped and turned around. You two little guys, long time no see, Lu Ming said with a smile. Now, he didn't disguise his voice and returned to his original voice. Hearing this voice, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's body shook violently. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Then, the disbelief turned into endless joy. Master, is it really you? Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro asked in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. His appearance began to change and he returned to his original appearance. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance, which had not changed much over 10 years ago, the two of them trembled even more violently. Master, you're back. The two spoke incoherently, especially Zhuang Xiaoro. She was so emotional that she cried. Still crying? How old are you now? Lu Ming smiled and wiped away Zhuang Xiaoro's tears. After a while, the two siblings finally calmed down. Master, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell us? Zhuang Xiaoro smiled. I just came back not long ago. When I came back, I discovered that the world had changed greatly. I was afraid that you would be controlled by Yuan continent's experts, so I didn't transmit my voice to you. I wanted to secretly gather information. Lu Ming said, and then asked, what's the situation now? Are Xiao Wan and the others okay? And my parents? Senior Xiao Wan and the others have always been controlled by the Emperor clan, forced to work for the Emperor clan. On the other hand, Grand Preceptor Master and Grand Preceptor Madam are fine. They are not far from here, Zhuang Xiaoshan said. The Grand Preceptor and Grand Preceptor Madam he was talking about were Lu Ming's parents. My parents are not far away? Lu Ming was delighted. Great Grand Preceptor Master and Great Grand Preceptor Master's cultivation base is relatively weak. Therefore, the Emperor clan didn't care about it and left Dragon Emperor City long ago. Now, they are together with Senior Mo Tian and Kong Jin, Zhuang Xiaoro said. Senior Matian, fatty? Let's go, take me there. Lu Ming said. Immediately, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao led Lu Ming and Autumn Moon towards the south. On the way, Autumn Moon also returned to her original appearance. The Zhuang siblings were so surprised that they almost called Autumn Moon Grand Preceptor Madam. Later, they found out about Autumn Moon's true identity. On the way, Lu Ming asked the siblings about what had happened in the past few years. The siblings talked about it in detail, allowing Lu Ming to understand more about the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. Soon, they arrived at a mountain range. This mountain range was majestic and magnificent. They kept flying towards a valley. From afar, they could see a few wooden houses. In the valley. Grand Preceptor Master, Grand Preceptor Madam, from afar, the Zhuang siblings shouted. From the wooden house, a figure walked out. From afar, Lu Ming saw his parents. It's Xiaoshan. Xiao is back, Li Ping smiled, but in the next moment, Li Ping's voice stopped abruptly. She saw Lu Ming and couldn't take her eyes off him. At the same time, Lu Yuntian also saw Lu Ming. Like Li Ping, he couldn't take his eyes off him. Ming-er, it's really you. Ming-er, you're back. Old man, help me take a look. Am I seeing things? Am I seeing Ming-er again? Li Ping muttered to herself. As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks. You're not seeing things. Ming-er is back. Lu Yuntian said with a trembling voice. Lu Ming's nose turned sour. It had been more than 10 years since they had left in a hurry. In the martial world, the concept of time was different from ordinary people. Seclusion could last for a few years. However, after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the two elders must have missed him very much. Moreover, Lu Ming was going to the Yuanlu continent alone. The dangers were unknown. It would be strange if they weren't worried. Father, mother. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and came to the two elders. Li Ping held Lu Ming's hand and looked at him carefully. She was completely speechless as tears flowed down her cheeks. I say, why are you crying? It's a good thing that Ming-er is back. Why are you crying? You're really a woman. Lu Yuntian said. However, his eyes were also filled with tears. Ming-er, let your friend take a seat inside, Lu Yuntian said as he looked at Autumn Moon. He was stunned when he saw her. Autumn. Autumn Moon. Lu Yuntian couldn't believe it. Li Ping also looked at Xiaoyu. She was also stunned. Autumn Moon, Autumn Moon. It's really you. You're back too? Li Ping was extremely surprised. Autumn Moon's eyes were already filled with tears. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She rushed into Li Ping's arms and said, Madam, Master, Autumn Moon is back. Autumn Moon is back to see you. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Li Ping stroked Autumn Moon's hair and was extremely happy. In their hearts, Autumn Moon was like their daughter. However, it had been almost 20 years since they last saw each other. Naturally, they were excited to see each other again. After a long while, everyone calmed down. Li Ping pulled Xiaoyu aside and asked her a lot of questions. Lu Ming, ha ha ha, it's really you. At this moment, two burly figures flew over. Lu Ming smiled when he saw them. Who else could it be if it wasn't Fatty Kong Jin? The other one was the demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Of course, Lu Ming found that the demonic Sky Divine Emperor was no longer an emperor. His cultivation had reached the minor achievement of the Bright Divine Realm. That made sense. When the origin chi was scarce, those who could break through to the martial emperor realm were definitely top-notch in terms of talent, wisdom, and perseverance. Moreover, at the beginning of the world's metamorphosis, those martial emperors had an absolute advantage and could obtain a lot of resources. Therefore, it was not surprising that the demonic Sky Divine Emperor had broken through to the sacred realm. Perhaps those emperors back then had all broken through to the sacred realm. As for Fatty Kong Jin, his cultivation was also different from before. He had reached the third stage of the half-saint realm. However, his body had become even fatter. He looked like a meatball. Fatty. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Come, give me a hug. The fatty dashed toward Lu Ming like a physical body. His fats wobbled like waves. In the valley, in front of the wooden house, everyone gathered around a stone table. Fatty took out a large amount of wine and delicacies, and everyone chatted while eating. Lu Ming learned that the demonic Sky Divine Emperor was used to living in seclusion in the mountains. When he joined the Dragon Alliance, he did not stay in the Dragon Emperor city but lived in seclusion in the mountains. Later, when the world changed, he brought Kong Jin with him and obtained a large number of sacred herbs and strange fruits. His bloodline evolved and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Because of this, when the Emperor race came, he was not in the Dragon Emperor city, so he was not controlled by the Emperor race. The Emperor race did not care about those with weaker cultivation, such as Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming, what's your realm now? The demonic Sky Divine Emperor looked at Lu Ming. Because he found that he could not see through Lu Ming's cultivation at all. At the same time, he could not see through Autumn Moon's cultivation at all. Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming did not hide it and said bluntly. The demonic Sky Divine Emperor, Li Ping, Lu Yuntian, and the others were silent for a moment before they were overjoyed. Lu Ming had reached the Boundary Emperor realm. In their eyes, it was unimaginable. Humph, that Li Ku said that Master is not as good as them. They are not even worthy to carry Master's shoes. Xianxia said. Lu Ming, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Kong Jin said with a bitter face, as if he had suffered a great blow. Autumn Moon has become an emperor. Lu Ming said all of a sudden. Then, she saw Kong Jin's entire body stiffen. His mouth was wide open and his pair of beady eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. The others were not any better. They were staring at Autumn Moon in shock. Autumn Moon had become an emperor. It was simply unimaginable. In their eyes, martial emperors were unsurpassed existences. However, there was a person sitting right beside them at that moment. I don't want to live anymore, Fatty wailed. Autumn Moon, you really became an emperor? Li Ping held Autumn Moon's hand excitedly. Now that the world had undergone a metamorphosis and all living things had awakened, the cultivation level of the divine wilderness had increased by several levels. Although Li Ping was born unable to cultivate, under the accumulation of countless resources, she had now reached the Spirit Sea realm. On the other hand, Lu Yuntian's cultivation was at the domain enlightened Spirit God realm. So, they naturally knew what the martial Emperor realm represented. Autumn Moon's face flushed red. She was a little embarrassed. She whispered, although I've become an emperor, my strength is still far from young masters. Sigh, I'm old, I'm really old. In the future, the world will belong to you young people. The Devil Sky Emperor sighed. Everyone drank and chatted, and a few hours passed quickly. For the next few days, Lu Ming would spend time with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, chatting with the two elders. A few days later, Lu Ming called Kong Jin, Xianxia, and Xianxia to a nearby mountain peak. I've heard that the three great factions of the Yuan continent will have a duel in less than 3 months. Xiaoshan, Xiaorou, I've told you that you'll be able to defeat Li Ku in 3 months. Are you confident? Lu Ming said. Master, that Li Ku is at the first stage of the half-martial sacred realm. We're only at the 8th layer martial dominator realm. It's quite difficult to catch up to him in 3 months. Xiaoshan said softly. He was being tactful. His and Xiaorou's talents were average. Although their bloodlines had evolved after consuming the rare fruit, their bloodlines were only at the 7th grade divine realm. Over the years, they had refined many elixirs and sacred herbs to improve their cultivation. However, it was impossible for them to defeat Li Ku in 3 months. With me around, do you think you won't be able to catch up to Li Ku? Lu Ming glared at them. He then took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Xiaoshan. There are top-grade nirvana pills inside. You and Xiaorou can refine them. 1 pill is enough to improve your bloodlines to the 9th grade divine realm. Thank you, Master. The siblings were overjoyed and bowed before Lu Ming. Naturally, they were pleasantly surprised. Lu Ming's first move was a peerless treasure pill. Although there were many mutant fruits in the world and some of them could allow one's bloodline to evolve, there were too few of them. And now, Lu Ming had given them an entire bottle. Lu Ming, Do you have any pills that are suitable for me? The fatty rubbed his hands together in envy and stared at Lu Ming. His bloodline was already at the 8th grade divine realm. After consuming the rare fruit, it was now at the 9th grade divine realm. There was no need for him to improve his bloodline. Fatty, I'll help you rank up to the martial sacred realm in a few days. Lu Ming let out a smile. Rank up to the martial sacred realm in a few days? Are you serious? The fatty's eyes glistened. Of course, but it will be a little painful. Let's see if you can endure it. Lu Ming let out a smile. Of course, who am I? Master Kong Jin. The fatty patted his chest and the fat on his body rippled like water. All right. Lu Ming waved his hand and the great pill derivation furnace appeared on the ground. Go in. Huh? Into the furnace? The fatty was dumbfounded. That's right. Go in and you'll rank up to the martial sacred realm in a few days. Lu Ming said. That's amazing. Here I come. The fatty jumped into the furnace. Lu Ming began to activate the furnace. Alchemy fire spread out and enveloped the fatty's body. Then, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered came from the furnace. Ah, it hurts so much. Aha! The fatty screamed nonstop. Lu Ming continued to add sacred herbs and 2 Holy Spirit fruits into the furnace. The Holy Spirit fruit could increase the success rate of becoming a martial sacred and make it easier for one to condense a martial sacred heart. Fatty, stop screaming. Focus on absorbing the energy and prepare for the breakthrough. Lu Ming said. The fatty endured the pain and began to cultivate. Xianxia and Xianxia also ran to the side and swallowed a nirvana elixir each and began to refine the elixir. 3 days later, Xianxia and Xiao's bloodline successfully evolved under the effects of the nirvana elixir and reached divine level 9. This time, Lu Ming bought a large number of nirvana elixirs, all of which were top-notch. Naturally, their bloodline evolved to the highest level. Nirvana elixir was a very cheap elixir in Yuan continent. However, it was a treasure in the divine wilderness continent. At the same time, the fatty's cultivation had reached a critical moment. Boom, a powerful aura came out from the great pill derivation furnace. The fatty rushed out of the furnace and floated in the air. His aura exploded wildly. Ha ha ha, I've broken through. I've finally broken through. I've become a martial sacred. The fatty could not stop laughing. He was so excited that he could die. Isn't that number 1 Sky Pride Ren Xianxia arrogant? The next time I see him, I'll chop him up with my axe. The fatty continued to laugh as if he was invincible. You've become a martial sacred? Xianxia and Xianxia were also shocked. Then, their admiration for Lu Ming grew. After a while, the fatty finally calmed down and retracted his aura. Fatty, here's a divine power that suits your laws. Take it and cultivate. When he was in Yuanlu, Lu Ming had killed many strong enemies, especially in the ancient moon's sacred ground, where he had destroyed the Feng clan and 5 other powerful forces. Each of these forces had been around for countless years, and they had a lot of resources. Lu Ming had obtained a lot of resources. Elixirs, treasures, sacred weapons, emperor weapons, divine powers, and many more. There were various kinds of mystical abilities of laws inside. Lu Ming found a mystical ability that was suitable for the fatty and passed it to him. Fatty was overjoyed and took it happily. Then, Lu Ming took out an axe, which was a great sacred weapon, and gave it to Fatty. Fatty was even more overjoyed. Although the world had changed, it was only because the origin chi was more abundant and there were more sacred herbs and spiritual herbs, which made it easier to break through. However, divine powers and weapons were still the same as before. Many people did not have a suitable weapon after their cultivation had increased. After the fatty received it, his eyes narrowed into slits as he grinned. Then, he ran off to the side and started cultivating. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at Lu Ming eagerly. Both of you have refined a lot of sacred herbs in your bodies, but most of the medicinal effects are still in your bodies. This will be a huge hindrance to your cultivation in the future. Both of you enter the cauldron, and I will help you refine them. At the same time, it will increase the grade of your spirit bodies. Lu Ming said. The siblings were shocked. Even the grade of their spirit bodies could be increased. In the end, Zhuang Xiaoshan entered the cauldron first. Refine. Lu Ming controlled the law of alchemy and used the alchemy fire to refine Zhuang Xiaoshan's body. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had increased and he could control the law of alchemy, it was easier for him to control the cauldron. The effects of the cauldron were many times stronger than before. Soon, the remaining medicinal effects in Zhuang Xiaoshan's body were completely refined by the alchemy fire. Afterward, Lu Ming added in the panacea. He used the medicinal effect of the panacea to temper and raise Zhuang Xiaoshan's spirit body level. The process was very painful, but Zhuang Xiaoshan gritted his teeth and endured it. This was because he could feel that his spiritual body was constantly improving. He was originally an ordinary spirit body, but now, he was improving at a crazy speed. A day later, his spiritual body was upgraded to an inferior earth spiritual body. However, it was not over yet. The improvement was still ongoing. After a few more days, his spiritual body had risen to a high-grade spiritual body. At this moment, Lu Ming released Zhuang Xiaoshan. It couldn't be too long, or it would be harmful. My spirit body, Zhuang Xiaoshan sensed carefully and realized that his spirit body's power had increased tremendously. His combat power was several times stronger than before. Xiaorou, go in. Lu Ming looked at Zhuang Xiaorou. Zhuang Xiaorou also entered the Great Evolution Pill Furnace and Lu Ming did the same. A few days later, Zhuang Xiaorou's spirit body also rose to a high-grade spirit body. Then, he let Zhuang Xiaoshan in. After more than 20 days, the two spirit bodies rose to an inferior heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming sighed. The siblings' talent was limited. An inferior heaven spiritual body was their limit. It would be difficult for them to improve further unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity. However, their cultivation was not over yet. This was because the Great Evolution Pill Furnace had another use. It could refine pills using the laws. It could also refine people using the laws, allowing them to comprehend the laws faster. As for Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou, they had not reached the martial saint realm and had only comprehended the domain. In the past, Lu Ming could not use the Great Evolution Pill Furnace. However, now that Lu Ming had comprehended the laws of alchemy, he could do it. Then, he let the siblings take turns to enter the Great Evolution Pill Furnace and channel the power of the laws of heaven and earth into the furnace. The siblings' comprehension of the domain increased by leaps and bounds. Their cultivation base also advanced by leaps and bounds. During this time, Lu Ming also let Kong Jin enter the Great Evolution Pill Furnace to refine Kong Jin's spirit body and raise its grade. Kong Jin's talent was very high. His spirit body was raised to a medium heaven spiritual body before reaching its limit. Time flew by. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 months, Kong Jin, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaorou's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. Kong Jin's cultivation was at the bright saint realm, but his spirit body had reached the medium earth spiritual body. He also cultivated the divine power technique and his strength had increased by many times. As for Zhuang Xiaorou and Zhuang Xiaoshan, their cultivation had increased from the 8th layer martial royal realm to the peak of the 1st stage half-saint realm. Together with their inferior heaven spiritual bodies, their battle strength was enough to crush a 2nd stage half-saint. They could even defeat a 3rd stage half-saint. The 3 of them were very confident. At that moment, the competition between the 3 forces of Yuanlu in order to fight for territory had begun. During this time, the demonic Sky Divine Emperor had gone out to investigate and had obtained a lot of information. The Monarch Race, Divine Bull Palace, and Barbarian Dragon Palace would compete for territory. This time, the competition would mainly be between the local geniuses of the Divine Wilderness continent. Among them, the strongest party could occupy the Eastern Wilderness. Now, the Eastern Wilderness was undoubtedly the best place. And this time, the location was the Dragon Emperor city. This news had spread all over the world. During this time, countless people had rushed to the Dragon Emperor city to participate in this grand event. Lu Ming bade farewell to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. Then, he led Kong Jin, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaorou to the Dragon Emperor city. With Lu Ming's speed, they soon arrived at the Dragon Emperor city. The Dragon Emperor city was more majestic than before. Obviously, the Dragon Emperor city had been expanded over the years. Originally, there was a statue of Lu Ming in front of the Dragon Emperor city. However, this statue had long been torn down. The monarch race's people really deserved to die. They actually tore down Master's statue. Zhuang Xiaoshan was furious. Zhuang Xiao and Kong Jin's eyes were also burning with anger. Lu Ming was calm and he smiled faintly. This time, he would take back the Dragon Emperor city. As for Sakura, it was time to deal with him. Around the Dragon Emperor city, countless figures flew towards the Dragon Emperor city. Lu Ming's group of 4 followed the crowd and entered the Dragon Emperor city. After entering the Dragon Emperor city, they found an inn to stay in. The battle between the 3 major forces of the Yuan Lu would begin tomorrow. The 4 of them waited in the inn. At the same time, in a mansion in the depths of the Dragon Emperor city. The 2 words Hua Mansion were written on the gate of this mansion. The people living here were Hua Qi and his clansmen. Back then, due to Lu Ming, the Hua family was also considered a big family. Later on, the world changed and many Chinese people rose to prominence. Many powerhouses were born and they had a pivotal position in the Dragon Alliance. However, similarly, when Sakura came, the Hua family was also controlled by the monarch family. There were many experts guarding the Hua mansion. They were all from the monarch race. Now, the Hua mansion welcomed a guest. It was the #1 genius of the divine wilderness continent, Ren Qianxing. Ren Qianxing was Sakura's disciple. Hua Qi led a group of people to receive him in the main hall of the Hua mansion. "Young Master Ren, I wonder what brings you to my Hua mansion?" Hua Qi asked. "Hua Qi, you already know the answer." Ren Qianxing sat at the head of the hall, lazily playing with the jade cup in his hand. He raised his head slightly, glanced at Hua Qi, and said, "You know very well why I'm here, but I'll say it again now. I like Hua Rou, marry her to me." Hua Qi and the other members of the Hua family were startled. Ren Qianxing was indeed here for Hua Rou. Hua Rou was Hua Qi's youngest daughter. She was a famous beauty in the Dragon Emperor city. Ren Qianxing had always been pursuing Hua Rou. Ren Qianxing was a good match for Hua Rou with his talent and identity. However, Ren Qianxing was a playboy by nature. Now, he had already married a wife and 3 concubines. Moreover, it was said that Ren Qianxing was only interested in something new. After playing with the concubines for a period of time, he no longer cared about them and went on to find his next target. How could Hua Qi let his daughter marry such a person? Furthermore, Ren Qianxing's master was Sakura. He had occupied the Dragon Emperor city and controlled the upper echelons of the Dragon Alliance. Therefore, he would not let his daughter marry Ren Qianxing. Furthermore, Hua Rou hated Ren Qianxing very much. "Young Master Ren, marriage is a big matter. It's related to my daughter's happiness. Rouer needs to make her own decision. We won't interfere," Hua Qi said. "Hua Qi, what do you mean?" Ren Qianxing's face turned cold. "You mean Hua Rou won't be happy with me?" It would be strange if she was happy. Hua Qi and the other members of the Hua family had the same thought, but they would not say it out loud. "Young Master Ren, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that Rouer needs to make her own decision," Hua Qi explained. "Ridiculous. Since ancient times, it's always been the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. As long as you give the order, how would Hua Rou dare to disobey? Wouldn't she still have to marry me?" Ren Qianxing's expression turned even colder as he continued, "Hua Qi, don't give me all sorts of excuses. Who do you think I am? In the future, I will definitely dominate the divine wilderness and even head to the Yuan continent to become an overlord. It's your daughter's fortune that I fancy her. It's her fortune that she has cultivated for several lifetimes. Do you understand? Who do you think you are? You really know how to flatter yourself. A person like you would probably be slapped to death in Yuan Lu." At this moment, a voice sounded out from outside the hall, and then a young and beautiful woman walked in. The girl was 16 years old and was in her prime. She was an outstanding beauty and was Hua Qi's youngest daughter, Hua Rou. "Hua Rou, what did you say? Do you know how much trouble you'll bring to the Hua clan?" Ren Qianxing said coldly. His cold eyes moved up and down Hua Rou's curvaceous body, flashing with an evil light. "What? Are you going to use your master to pressure us again? Huarou was very stubborn and fearless. I don't need to marry my master. I, Ren Xianxia, have an unprecedented talent. If I want to marry someone, those women who want to marry me could line up from the North City Gate of Dragon Emperor City to the South City Gate of Dragon Emperor City. Do you understand? It's your fortune that I like you. Am I clear? Ren Xianxia said confidently. Unprecedented? You really know how to flatter yourself. In my heart, only my uncle Lu Ming is unprecedented. Who do you think you are? Huarou said. Lu Ming? If he appears, I'll slap him to death. Ren Xianxia said in disdain. He then looked at Hua Qi and said, Hua Qi, do you agree or not? Since Rower doesn't agree, please forgive me. I can't agree. Hua Qi said firmly. Good, very good. Since that's the case, I will take first place in tomorrow's competition. At that time, I will ask my master to grant me a marriage. Even if you don't agree, you have to agree. Ren Xianxia fiercely left behind these words, flicking his sleeves and leaving. Hua Qi, Huarou, and the others' faces changed. If Disher Tian personally granted them a marriage, what should they do? If they rejected Disher Tian, the Hua family would be annihilated. That despicable man. Huarou said with hatred as tears flowed down her cheeks. Rower, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let you marry him. Hua Qi gritted his teeth. Everyone in the Hua family was worried. Time flew by, and a day passed by. Early the next morning, Lu Ming and the other three headed to the center of the Dragon Emperor City. In the center of the Dragon Emperor City, there was a huge square that was already crowded with people. Around the square, there were some banquets prepared. Of course, only those with status could take a seat. Ordinary people weren't qualified at all. The emperor race is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the depths of the Dragon Emperor City, rays of light flew over. The person in the lead was wearing an emperor's robe. He looked to be in his 40s with a jade crown on his head. He looked like an ancient emperor who had revived, filled with endless majesty. Disher Tian. Needless to say, Lu Ming knew that this person was Disher Tian. Beside Disher Tian, there were some people. A few of them were abnormally tall and sturdy. They were covered in thick iron armor and their bodies were covered in black light. Evil God Tribe, Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. These people were all from the Evil God Tribe and one of them had reached the martial emperor realm. Beside him, there were a few young men. That is Ren Xianxia, the #1 genius of the divine wilderness. Ren Xianxia's talent is amazing. Some people say that he is more talented than Lu Ming in the past and is the #1 in history. Not necessarily. Around them, a group of people discussed. Xianxia and Xiangshan were indignant. Bright Saint Realm. Lu Ming looked at one of the young men. This person's cultivation had reached the Bright Saint Realm and he should be Ren Xianxia. Beside Ren Xianxia, there was another young man. It was Li Ku. Disher Tian and the others landed at the highest position and sat down. Moo moo, at this moment, a bull's roar shook the sky. In the distance, a group of divine bulls the size of a mountain stepped on the void, causing the sky to rumble. When they got closer, these divine bulls turned into tall and sturdy men. The people of the Divine Bull Palace had arrived. The people of the Divine Bull Palace also brought a few young men and they landed on the east seat. Immediately, the roar of beasts resounded. Ferocious beasts pulled chariots and a few chariots flew over. The people of the Barbarian Dragon Palace had arrived. Similarly, the Barbarian Dragon Palace also brought a few young men. The three major forces of the Yuan continent had arrived. The leaders of the three forces looked at each other in the air and a terrifying aura spread out. An invisible pressure spread out. Everyone present felt as if they were facing several ancient universes. The suffocating pressure almost made them kneel down. Lu Ming released a wisp of aura that enveloped Fatty, Xiangshan, and Xianxia. The pressure on them lessened and they let out a long breath. Third Martial Emperor Realm? Lu Ming muttered. The leaders of the three forces faced each other and their auras spread out. Others could not see their cultivation but Lu Ming could. Sakura, the Divine Bull Palace Master, and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master faced each other. Their auras filled the air as they revealed their rank 3 martial emperors. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. He did not take a level 3 martial emperor seriously. You two want to take over the Eastern Wilderness? No way. The Divine Bull Palace Master was a purple-haired middle-aged man. He smiled coldly. The Divine Bull Palace was the first force to come to the Eastern Wilderness. Therefore, they occupied the place with the densest origin chi. The Monarch tribe and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master had always wanted to take over the Eastern Wilderness, but they had never succeeded. This time, the Monarch tribe and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master had joined forces to put pressure on the Divine Bull Palace. Where did the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master come from? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. These two forces definitely did not come from the Tsang state. They must have come to the Divine Wilderness through other means. You'll know after the competition. Don't go back on your word. Sakura smiled faintly. My Divine Bull Palace won't go back on our word. Tell me, how are we going to compete this time? The Divine Bull Palace Master asked. How are we going to compete? We've already agreed that there's no need for you and me to fight. Both sides will send out their local geniuses to compete. How about this, each side will send out 3 geniuses to compete in the group battle and individual battle. Sakura said. Alright, it's decided then. I agree. The Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master nodded in agreement. Not long after, a battle stage rose in the middle of the square. 3 young men from each of the 3 forces rushed into the stage. Ren Xianxia, Ren Xianxia. Ren Xianxia. The Monarch tribe naturally sent out Ren Xianxia. As soon as he stepped into the battle stage, many people shouted, including some ignorant girls. Ren Xianxia did look like a decent man. Many ignorant girls did not know how to differentiate between good and evil. They mindlessly idolized Ren Xianxia. Ren Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a peerless expert. What a show-off. I can't wait to step on his face. Kong Jin said unhappily. You'll have the chance. Lu Ming smiled. I'm mainly annoyed by those brainless girls. Ren Xianxia doesn't have anything he wants. How can he be compared to me? Those girls really don't have eyes. Kong Jin pursed his lips. Lu Ming was speechless. Brother Nyo, why don't we join forces? That Ren Xianxia is not easy to deal with. The Barbarian Dragon Palace Master secretly sent a message to the Divine Bull Palace Master. The eyes of the Master of the Divine Bull Palace flashed as he said, Alright, then let's join forces first and defeat the people of the Emperor clan. Then, we'll decide who's better. Alright, that's what I meant. The Barbaric Dragon Palace Master nodded. Soon after, the Barbarian Dragon Hall Master and Divine Bull Palace Master sent voice transmissions to their respective supreme geniuses. At this moment, the 3 groups of geniuses were facing each other in the fighting ring. Around them, many people were watching nervously. From the discussions of the surrounding people, they knew that the 9 youths on the battle stage were 9 of the top 10 geniuses of the Divine Wilderness continent. Each of them had a very high cultivation level. On the Emperor clan's side, Ren Xianxia and Li Ku were both there. At this moment, the Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace's supreme geniuses looked at each other and suddenly moved. 6 youths from both sides suddenly rushed towards the Emperor clan's supreme geniuses from 2 different directions. Damn it, they want to join forces to deal with us first. Li Ku roared loudly. You're despicable. Another supreme genius from the Emperor clan also roared loudly. However, the supreme geniuses from both sides were extremely fast. In an instant, they closed in and attacked them. Li Ku and another supreme genius roared and charged forward. However, Ren Qianqing still had his hands behind his back, not moving at all. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out. How could Li Ku and the other youth block the other party? They were directly blasted back, blood flowing out of their mouths. The 6 youths from the Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace surrounded Ren Qianqing. Ren Qianqing, admit defeat. One of the Divine Bull Palace's supreme geniuses said. This person was ranked second among the top 10 supreme. geniuses and had a cultivation level of 3rd stage half-saint. Admit defeat? What a joke. You want to defeat me with trash like you? Ren Qianqing said indifferently. Boasting shamelessly. Then I'll have you get lost now. The supreme genius roared. The 6 supreme geniuses all released their powerful auras. They were all half-saints, and the weakest among them was a 2nd stage half-saint. Boom, however, at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Ren Qianqing's body. Vast sage aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, Ren Qianqing's cultivation level of the bright sage realm was revealed. Sage realm, you've broken through to the sage realm. You've actually broken through to the sage realm. The 6 supreme geniuses from the 2 major forces roared in disbelief. This guy has actually broken through to the sage realm. Xianxia and Xianxia were also a little surprised. The sage realm was a hurdle that was difficult to cross. For example, if Fatty Kong Jin did not have Lu Ming's help, it would probably take a long time for him to cross the sage realm. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. They were shocked by Ren Qianqing's cultivation level. Those ignorant young girls were even more agitated as they screamed and screamed. Now, you're the ones who have lost. Ren Qianqing roared as rays of sword light bloomed from his hand. His master was Sakura, so naturally, he had also cultivated divine powers that were extremely powerful. Bam! Bam! The supreme geniuses from the 2 major forces could not resist at all. They were directly sent flying by the sword light and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. A sage to be was no match for a sage realm cultivator. The supreme geniuses from the 2 major forces had been defeated in an instant. There was no suspense in the competition. Damn it! The Sacred Bull Palace master roared, his face gloomy. The crowd was also in an uproar as countless people cheered for Ren Qianqing. Too powerful, really too powerful. Ren Qianqing has reached the sage realm at such a young age. This is defying the heavens. Isn't that so? No wonder he's the top supreme genius of the divine wilderness. This is rare since ancient times. Someone actually put Lu Ming and Ren Qianqing on the same level. In my opinion, Lu Ming and Ren Qianqing are not even on the same level. Lu Ming is far from being comparable. Not bad, not bad. A series of discussions could be heard all around the square. Damn it, what do these people know? How do they know how powerful Master is? That's right, a bunch of ignorant people. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were very unhappy. These people actually said that Lu Ming was far from being comparable to Ren Qianqing. It was ridiculous. They knew how powerful Lu Ming was. In just 3 months, he was able to make their strength soar. They did not know how many times stronger he was than Ren Qianqing. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not care. With his current cultivation level, why would he care about these people's discussions? Many people sighed. They reckoned that in this competition, there was already no suspense. The emperor clans were definitely going to win. Sakura was full of smiles. In order to help Ren Qianqing break through to the sage realm, he had paid a great price. But it was all worth it. The cultivation environment in the eastern wilderness was too good. As long as he occupied the eastern wilderness, he planned to move the entire D family over and make it their base camp. The D family would definitely continue to grow stronger and rise. As expected, the individual battles became Ren Qianqing's show. He defeated everyone in his way and no one was a match for him. He won the first place without exception. Meanwhile, Li Ku won the 8th place. Although the other 2 from the monarch race didn't have good results, Ren Qianqing's ranking meant that the monarch race's points were still the highest. The entire monarch race laughed their heads off. Those from the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace looked gloomy. This battle had pushed Ren Qianqing's reputation to the top. Many people even said that Ren Qianqing was a prodigy that had never appeared in the Divine Desolate region. They said that Lu Ming wasn't even worthy of carrying Ren Qianqing's shoes. Zhuang Xiaoshan and the others gritted their teeth. Ren Qianqing stood on the fighting stage with his hands behind his back, enjoying the envious gazes of many people. There was a smug smile on his face. He was enjoying himself immensely, and his entire being was floating. He felt as if he was invincible since ancient times. After a long time, he restrained his thoughts and cupped his fists towards Sakura as he said, "Master, disciple has a matter to request of Master today. I hope that Master will grant my wish." "Haha, Xianxia, you have won the first place today. Tell me what you want. Treat it as a reward from me." Sakura laughed out loud. "Thank you, Master. I would like to ask you to marry Hua Rou, the daughter of Hua Qi, to me." Ren Xianxia said. "Hua Qi?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ren Xianxia wanted to marry Hua Qi's daughter. He had left the divine desolate region for more than 10 years and Hua Qi already had a few children before he left. Lu Ming remembered that Hua Qi did have a daughter called Hua Rou. Could it be that Hua Rou and Ren Xianxia were in love? Lu Ming frowned. He was about to take action, but he held himself back and wanted to see what was going on. "Oh, that's it. I'll call Hua Qi and the other members of the Dragon Alliance and ask them to get ready to move to the eastern desolate region with me." Sakura nodded and then asked someone to pass the message. Not long after, a group of people flew over. "Hua Qi, Xiao Luan, Senior Jiuyang, Brother Yan." At a glance, Lu Ming saw a familiar face in the crowd. Hua Qi, Xiao Luan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Quangtu, etc., were all high-ranking members of the Dragon Alliance. Of course, there was also Hua Qi's daughter, Hua Rou. Hua Qi's face was somewhat ugly, he had a bad premonition. When he came here and heard that Ren Xianxia had already broken through to the Saint Realm and even obtained first place, his heart sank. "Hua Qi, today, Xianxia told me that he is interested in your daughter, Hua Rou. I will bestow your daughter, Hua Rou, to Xianxia. Today, they will get married. It can be considered a double blessing. What do you say?" Sakura asked smilingly. "No, I won't agree." A crisp voice rang out. It was Hua Rou. Hua Qi said with an unpleasant expression, "Senior Martial Emperor, my daughter Hua Rou is still young. She doesn't want to get married. I hope Senior Martial Emperor will take back the order." "What do you mean?" Ren Qianxing's face darkened as he stared at Hua Qi and Hua Rou. "I, Ren Qianxing, have the greatest talent since the ancient times. Could it be that I'm not worthy of Hua Rou? Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. The #1 talent since ancient times, how shameless." Hua Rou went all out and scolded. Sakura's face also turned gloomy as he said, "I called you guys over, not to ask for your opinions, but to inform you that I have personally spoken, no one can refuse. You guys go and prepare, we'll get married in a while." Hua Qi and Hua Rou's faces turned pale. Ren Qianxing, on the other hand, wore a smug expression. "Senior Martial Emperor, marriage is a big deal. I'm afraid it's not good for you to force a marriage." Xiao Luan stepped forward and cupped his fists. "That's right, I hope Senior Martial Emperor will take back the order." Following this, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Quangtu, and the others also stepped forward and spoke. "Who do you think you are? Since my master has already spoken, there's no reason for him to take it back. Are you going to disobey him?" Ren Qianxing scolded. Around them, everyone just watched. No one said a word. Xiao Luan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Quangtu, Hua Qi, and the others wore unpleasant expressions. Unfortunately, the monarch tribe was too strong. If they resisted, they would probably be crushed to death by Sakura. There was no hope at all. "No, I won't marry him. I won't marry him even if I die." Hua Rou shouted stubbornly. "You have to marry him even if you don't want to. If you die, your family will be buried with you. Have you thought it through?" Ren Qianxing transmitted his voice to Hua Rou. His voice was cold. Hua Rou's delicate body trembled. A look of despair flashed across her face as tears streamed down her face. "Fatty, Xiaoshan, Xiao, it's your turn." At this moment, Lu Ming said to Fatty and the others. "Haha, it's finally my turn. I can't hold it in any longer." Fatty laughed loudly. He carried his battle axe and rushed out. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao followed Fatty and rushed out. "Ren Qianxing, who do you think you are? Hua Rou is an outstanding beauty. How can you be worthy of her? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror?" A loud roar resounded throughout the entire place. Ren Qianxing's face instantly darkened. he shouted, "Who is it? Come out. Your grandfather." Fatty carried his battle axe and walked out. Beside him followed Xianxia and Xianxia. Huaqi, Huarou, Xiaoluan and the others also saw Fatty and Xianxia. "Fatty, Xiaoshan, Xiao, why are you here? This has nothing to do with you. Leave now." Huaqi shouted. Today's matter was a little mysterious. He didn't want to involve Fatty and the others. "Haha, it's okay. We're here today to beat this sissy up. We'll leave after we're done." Fatty carried his battle axe and looked at Ren Qianqing in disdain. "You guys are courting death." Ren Qianqing squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. It was extremely eerie. "Courting death? You're not qualified. Also, you're not qualified to marry Huarou," Fatty said lazily. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. I'm not qualified. If I'm not qualified, who in the world is qualified? My talent is unparalleled since ancient times. Who can compare to me?" Ren Qianqing laughed. "What a joke. You're just a piece of trash. How dare you say that your talent is unparalleled?" Fatty said in disdain. "What did you say?" Ren Qianqing's face was incomparably gloomy. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Ever since he became Sakra's disciple, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He was sought after by countless people and many people said that his talent was unparalleled since ancient times. Now, Fatty actually said that he was trash. Instantly, he had sentenced Fatty to death in his heart. Saying that he was trash was unforgivable. "Are you deaf? I said that you're trash. Unless you can defeat me, only then will you be qualified to be with Huarou. Do you understand?" Fatty said indifferently. These words made many people speechless. This Fatty wanted to challenge Ren Qianqing? Who is this Fatty? Why is he so arrogant? I recognize him. He seems to be Lu Ming's friend. He's not even 50 years old. He can be considered as someone from the younger generation. Discussions broke out around the square. Huaqi, Xiaojiuyang and the rest had an ugly look on their faces. They didn't understand why Fatty and the rest were here. There was no benefit in provoking Ren Qianqing like this. Instead, they would get themselves into trouble. Also, Fatty actually challenged Ren Qianqing. It was impossible for him to be Ren Qianqing's opponent. They knew about Fatty's cultivation. He wasn't a saint yet. Moreover, even if Fatty became a saint, he wouldn't be Ren Qianqing's opponent. Ren Qianqing was Sakra's disciple and could cultivate divine arts. Divine arts didn't exist in the divine wilderness continent. If they were at the same level, they wouldn't be Ren Qianqing's opponent. "Fatty, Xiaoshan, Xiao, you guys leave." Huaqi roared. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were Lu Ming's disciples. If something happened to them because of him, how could he explain it to Lu Ming? Leave. Today, none of them can leave. Ren Qianqing's voice was cold. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as a powerful aura spread out from his body. Fatty actually dared to provoke him. He must kill Fatty today and let everyone know that his dignity couldn't be offended. No matter, I'll beat this guy up and let everyone know that he's a piece of trash. Then, I'll leave. The Fatty grinned at Huaqi previously. Lu Ming had told him to just attack. There was no need to worry about the Sakra and the other powerful figures. Therefore, Fatty wasn't afraid at all. Huaqi, Xiaojiuyang and the rest were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiao were so confident today. Were they crazy? Even the spectators felt that Fatty and the rest were crazy. They were going to die today. Courting death. Ren Qianqing took a step forward. His killing intent was even stronger. Young Master Ren, there's no need for young Master Ren to deal with these trash. Wouldn't it dirty your hands? Let me do it for you. At this moment, Li Ku stepped forward and took the opportunity to flatter Ren Qianqing. This flattery made Ren Qianqing feel very comfortable. He nodded and said, "That's good too. A few clowns are indeed not worthy of me taking action. You take action on my behalf. Cripple them first. I want them to regret it. Rest assured, young Master Ren. Li Ke nodded and bowed. Then, he stepped towards Fatty and the others, emitting a cold murderous intent. Li Ke, let me fight you. Zhuang Xiaoshan stepped out and faced Li Ke. Zhuang Xiaoshan, you trash, how dare you fight me? 3 months ago, you couldn't even take a single blow from me. You were really courting death. That's fine. Today, I'll let everyone understand that Lu Ming's disciple is a piece of trash, and he himself is also a piece of trash. He was just bragging too much. Li Ke sneered. These words caused many people's expressions to turn ugly. There were quite a few people here. They were all members of the Dragon Alliance back then. Many of them had personally witnessed Lu Ming's heaven-defying rise to power back then. But now, Li Ke said that Lu Ming was trash. Didn't that mean that they were trash too? How dare you insult my master? I'll kill you today. Zhuang Xiaoshan was enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A long spear appeared in his hand and a powerful aura burst out. The first stage of half-saint. You, how could your cultivation level increase so quickly? Li Ke screamed in disbelief. 3 months ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation level was only at rank 8 Martial Royal Realm. How could he break through so many levels in just 3 months and reach the first stage of the half-saint realm? In the past 3 months, with the help of the Emperor tribe, he had only broken through 1 level and reached the second stage of the half-saint realm. Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation level was higher than his. However, he quickly came to his senses and a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. He said arrogantly, you must have had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some powerful sacred medicine. But so what? Your cultivation level is still too weak to withstand a single blow from the powerful medicine. I can defeat you with a single blow. So what if Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation level was at the first stage of the half-saint realm, he was now at the second stage of the half-saint realm. Moreover, his master was a boundary emperor of the Emperor tribe. He had taught him territorial martial techniques. He was confident that he could defeat Zhuang Xiaoshan with a single blow. Boom, a powerful aura burst out from Li Ke's body. At the same time, a combat sword appeared in his hand. Sword radiance burst out and with the power of the precepts, he charged towards Zhuang Xiaoshan. In the divine region, those who were at the first stage of the half-saint realm and had not cultivated any territorial martial techniques would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. However, although Zhuang Xiaoshan had yet to cultivate a domain martial technique, his spiritual body had already reached the low-grade celestial spiritual body. And low-tier heaven spiritual body was considered a genius in the Yuanlu. In the past, there was not a single low-tier heaven spiritual body in the Cangzhou state. Li Ke's spiritual body was just an ordinary spiritual body. Zhuang Xiao's spiritual body's power was enough to crush Li Ke. Boom, Zhuang Xiao waved his spear and smashed it down. This spear did not have any technique to speak of. It was just a simple spear strike. Under the infusion of true essence, the long spear rapidly grew in size. It was like a giant pillar that supported the sky as it smashed towards Li Ke. Bam! Bam! Li Ke's sword radiance collapsed under the spear. The giant spear smashed onto Li Ke's body. Li Ke's body was like a broken sandbag as he landed heavily on the fighting ring, causing it to tremble. Li Ke lay on the fighting ring and vomited blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had been crushed by Zhuang Xiaoshan in a single blow. 3 months ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan was a piece of trash that could not withstand a single blow from him. Now, he had been crushed in a single blow. He could not accept this. Everyone in the surroundings was a little stunned. Li Ke was one of the top 10 elites in the divine region. In other words, other than the top 10 elites, no one else was a match for Li Ke. However, he had been defeated by Zhuang Xiaoshan in a single blow. Was this Lu Ming's disciple? If his disciple was so strong, how could his master be weak? Brother Xiaoshan is so powerful. Hua Rou exclaimed. Hua Qi, Xia Jiuyang, and the rest were stunned. They knew Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation and combat strength very well. They had not seen him for a while. How did he become so strong? You cheated. You cheated. There are other experts secretly helping you. Li Ke shouted crazily. He remembered the last time someone had secretly helped Zhuang Xiaoshan. Li Ke was defeated by Zhuang Xiaoshan in a single blow. It was exactly the same as this time. No one secretly helped. The Divine Bull Palace Master said lightly. His voice reverberated throughout the area. The Divine Bull Palace had lost this time. They had lost to the monarch tribe and had to give up the eastern wilderness. This made him very unhappy. Now that he saw the monarch tribe suffer, he was naturally happy. No one doubted the Divine Bull Palace Master's words. He was a martial emperor realm expert and an expert among the martial emperors. How is this possible? Li Ku could not believe it. You're a piece of trash and you dare to talk about others. Li Ku was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Sakura, who was high up in the stands, was displeased. However, with his status, he would not lose his temper just because a junior had been defeated. You have some skills. Let me fight you. Ren Qianqing's eyes flashed coldly. He stepped forward and was about to approach Zhuang Xiaoshan. However, the fatty stood in front of Zhuang Xiaoshan and said, "Trash, your opponent is me. Then I'll kill you first." Ren Qianqing shouted coldly. The fatty had called him trash time and time again, which made him want to kill him. Ren Qianqing's cultivation of the sage realm was fully unleashed. The precepts surged and the sage force surrounded his body. The sage force swirled around and caused a storm to sweep towards the fatty. However, the fatty did not react at all. He was still grinning. What's so great about the sage realm? It's as if no one has seen it before. The fatty said disdainfully. Many people were shouting in their hearts. The sage realm was indeed amazing. Not many people in the divine wilderness could reach it, let alone the younger generation. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. That was because a powerful aura had also erupted from the fatty's body. That was also the aura of the sage realm. It was the aura of the sage realm and was not any weaker than Ren Qianqing's. Sage realm. This fatty has reached the sage realm. Oh my god, I couldn't tell. The heavens are unfair. This fatty is so fat and ugly, but he has reached the sage realm. It's not fair. A group of girls shouted. The fatty had put on the demeanor of a peerless expert. However, when he heard this, he was stunned and furious. He cursed in his heart that these girls had no taste and liked sissies. Therefore, he vented all of his anger on Ren Qianqing. Ren Qianqing was also stunned. He was very unhappy that there was someone in the younger generation who had reached the sage realm like him. So what if you have reached the sage realm? You are still weak in my hands. I will defeat you in one move. Gale Sword. Ren Qianqing attacked. The first move was a divine skill. Rays of sword light appeared in the air and shot towards the fatty at an alarming speed. Watch me break your divine skill. Fatty roared. He swung his battle axe and swept it out. Whoosh, a beam of axe light shocked the heavens. It was incomparably huge, sweeping away thousands of soldiers, as if it could split open the heavens. This was the divine ability that Lu Ming had given him. Although he had only cultivated it for a short period of time, his mastery was still low. However, Fatty's current spiritual body was a mid-heaven spiritual body. When he unleashed his full power, his power was incomparably shocking. Ren Qianqing's spiritual body was only a mid-tier earth spiritual body. In the divine wilderness, it might have been rare, but compared to Fatty, it was far inferior. As the axe light swept out, all of Ren Qianqing's sword lights were destroyed. However, the axe light didn't stop, and continued to slash at Ren Qianqing. Ren Qianqing was almost scared to death. He roared in fear and frantically retreated. In the end, he was almost cut in half by the axe. Although he avoided it, his chest was still swept by the axe, and a deep wound appeared, with blood flowing out. The terrifying destructive power surged into his body, causing him to vomit blood. The entire place fell silent. Most people looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Ren Qianqing was actually defeated. He was defeated in one move. He was the #1 Sky Pride in the Divine Wilderness, and was even known as the #1 Sky Pride since ancient times. Yet, he was defeated by Fatty in one move. How was this possible? How is this possible? No, this can't be real. Many ignorant girls shook their heads in confusion. They couldn't believe that their idol was so weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. Impossible, Ren Xianxia roared in disbelief. Previously, he said that he would defeat Fatty in one move, but now, he was defeated by Fatty in one move. He was known as the #1 Skypride since ancient times. He couldn't accept such a blow. His eyes were red, and he couldn't wait to chop Fatty into pieces. Bastard, go to hell. He charged towards Fatty in a frenzy. I'll play with you. Fatty kept his battle axe and rushed towards Ren Xianxia, throwing out a punch. This punch was unstoppable. It directly shattered Ren Xianxia's attack and landed on his face. Ren Xianxia screamed as he flew out, his teeth mixed with blood flying everywhere. Those ignorant girls were dumbfounded, and felt that their faith had collapsed. It turned out that their idol wasn't invincible. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Hua Qi, Xia Jiuyang, Xiao Luan, and the others were stunned. They were extremely confused. How did Fatty's combat strength suddenly increase to such an astonishing level? Xiao Luan, Xia Jiuyang, and the others had already broken through to the Bright Sage realm, but they would definitely lose to Ren Xianxia because they didn't have the corresponding divine arts. However, Fatty could easily crush Ren Xianxia. In addition, Xianxia's cultivation and combat strength had also increased greatly. What was going on? Could it be that they had a fortuitous encounter? They couldn't figure it out. Ren Xianxia couldn't figure it out either. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fatty. Bam, but in the next moment, Fatty threw another punch on his face, and he flew out again. He couldn't even recognize his own face. It was too horrible to look at. A piece of trash like you dares to call yourself the #1 Skypride since ancient times? You're shameless. You're not even fit to lick Lu Ming's shoes. A piece of trash like you dares to marry Hua Rou's niece? You're even more shameless. If I were you, I'd kill myself. Living in this world is shameful. Fatty continued to mock Ren Xianxia. Ren Xianxia roared. He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Men! Skin that Fatty and pull out his tendons. Ren Xianxia roared. Kill. Instantly, an expert from the D clan stepped out from the side of the emperors, rushing towards the Fatty. This person was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. His aura was earth-shattering. Sakra's face was gloomy, but he didn't stop him. Wow, how despicable. You can't beat me, so you call for help. I'll run. Fatty scampered off. Let's see how you're going to run in my hands. The absolute saint of the monarch race reached out his hand and tried to grab the Fatty. His hand covered the sky, and Fatty couldn't run away. Oh no. Hua Qi, Xiao Luan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others' faces changed drastically. They wanted to help, but their cultivation base was too weak compared to the other party. Whoosh, at this moment, a black light burst out from the crowd. It was thousands of meters long, and it cut off the hand. The black light didn't stop. It was unbelievably fast, and it slashed through the absolute Saint Realm expert's forehead. Pucci, the absolute Saint Realm expert's body was cut in half, and his corpse fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A absolute Saint Realm expert was killed just like that. He couldn't resist at all. Boom. Boom, at this moment, all of the Arch-race experts erupted with shocking auras and cold-killing intent. Who is it? The Arch-race expert roared as he looked at the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace. To be able to kill a perfected absolute sage, the person's strength was definitely above that. It was very likely that the person was a quasi-emperor. However, the people of the Divine Wilderness did not have such high cultivation. It was very likely that the person was an expert from the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace. They suspected that the people of the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace secretly attacked. Don't look at me like that. I didn't send anyone. I didn't either. The Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master denied it with innocent expressions. Who is it? Get out here. Otherwise, these brats will die. A quasi-emperor from the Arch race stepped out. Cold-killing intent enveloped the Fatty and the others. However, an aura erupted from the crowd, crushing the quasi-emperor's killing intent. Then, a dark-skinned youth stepped out. This youth was naturally Lu Ming. Before he came here, he had already used his divine breath technique to change his appearance. "Brat, was it you who attacked just now?" the quasi-emperor asked with a cold gaze. "Why are you asking the obvious?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Are you from the Divine Bull Palace or the Barbarian Dragon Palace?" the quasi-emperor asked. "I'm from the Dragon Alliance." Lu Ming continued to smile. Many people were stunned, especially Xiao Luan and the others. They were even more stunned. Lu Ming said that he was from the Dragon Alliance, but they did not have such a strong expert. The quasi-emperor clearly did not believe it. He thought that Lu Ming was playing with him. He asked coldly, "You should be from Yuanlu, right?" "You can say so." Lu Ming continued to smile. "Are you alone?" the quasi-emperor asked again. "Nonsense, which eye of yours saw that there were two of me?" Lu Ming berated. The quasi-emperor's gaze turned even colder. "You killed a member of the arch race. Today, you can forget about leaving." Boom, the quasi-emperor of the monarch race made his move. He took a step forward and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. Countless runes appeared and condensed into a Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper held the Grim Reaper scythe in his hand and directly slashed at the quasi-emperor of the monarch race. Pucci, the death god scythe easily chopped the sovereign race quasi-emperor in half. Hiss hiss hiss, a series of gasps could be heard. That was a quasi-emperor, yet he was killed in an instant. He did not even have the chance to fight back. Could it be that he was also a martial emperor? "I know who he is. Black-faced Reaper. It's the Black-faced Reaper." Suddenly, someone shouted. "What? Black-faced Grim Reaper? That's him." Legend has it that the Black-faced Reaper is a dark-skinned young man who can summon the Reaper to do battle. He's extremely terrifying. There were constant exclamations. Many people looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect. 3 months ago, during the battle for the Holy Spirit Fruit at Wuyuan Mountain, the Black-faced Reaper appeared out of nowhere and displayed terrifying combat strength. He killed the experts of the Monarch race, Divine Bull Palace, and Barbarian Dragon Palace in one fell swoop. During this period of time, the news had already spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Most people had heard of the Black-faced Reaper. However, the Black-faced Reaper was very mysterious. Ever since he appeared last time, he had disappeared without a trace. The three great forces sent experts to hunt down the Black-faced Reaper but to no avail. Unexpectedly, the Black-faced Reaper suddenly appeared now. It's him. He's courting death. How dare he kill the people of my Divine Bull Palace? We must eliminate him today. Not only the monarch race, but the experts of the Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace also spoke coldly, their cold gazes sweeping towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming smiled and did not care at all. So, the backer of that fatty and the others is him. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. They finally understood why the fatty and the others were so bold to cause trouble. It turned out that their backer was the Black-faced Reaper. Boom, at this moment, Sakura stood up from his seat. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Many people trembled and almost knelt down. So, the Black-faced Reaper is you. However, since you dared to show off in my territory today, I think you've come to the wrong place. Sakura said coldly. Your territory? Lu Ming said with a strange expression, this is the Dragon Emperor City, the territory of the Dragon Alliance. It's the territory of the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming. When did it become your territory? You're really shameless. Lu Ming? Ridiculous, a little guy who's not even a martial emperor, what qualifications does he have to control the Dragon Emperor City? Sakura said coldly. You're not allowed to insult my master. Xianxia glared at Sakura. Haha, ridiculous, insulting your master? Your master, Lu Ming, is nothing. He's already a thing of the past. If he appears again, I can crush him with a finger. Ren Qianxing mocked at the side. Oh? Lu Ming looked at Ren Qianxing with a strange expression and said, I'm right here, come and crush me. After saying this, Lu Ming's appearance changed rapidly and returned to his original appearance. What? When everyone heard Lu Ming's words, they were stunned. However, when they saw Lu Ming's appearance, many of them were tongue-tied. They were completely dumbfounded. In the Divine Wilderness continent, it could be said that most people had seen Lu Ming's appearance before. In the past, Lu Ming had unified the Divine Wilderness and established the Dragon Alliance, which was supreme. Large and small forces had a portrait of Lu Ming. In the Dragon Emperor city, there was also a huge statue of Lu Ming. Now that they saw Lu Ming's true appearance, they were all stunned. Lu Ming, it's really Lu Ming. Xiaojiang, Xiao Luan, and the others were the first to react and shouted in disbelief. It's really Lu Ming. The leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming, is back. Oh my god, it's true. He's many times stronger than before. He even killed a boundary emperor in an instant. Countless people exclaimed. It turned out that the famous black-faced killing god was Lu Ming, the leader of the Dragon Alliance. Then, someone thought of even more. It turned out that the fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiao's backer was Lu Ming. Could it be that their battle strength had suddenly increased because of Lu Ming? Ren Qianxing, what right do you have to be compared to my master? What's even more ridiculous is that you said that you're the #1 genius of the Divine Wilderness continent and that you've surpassed my master. Zhuang Xiaoshan looked at Ren Qianxing with disdain and sneered. He's just a piece of trash. What right does he have to be compared to Lu Ming? Lu Ming only taught me for a few months and he couldn't even take one attack from me. What a piece of trash. The fatty mocked. Ren Qianxing's face turned ugly. Lu Ming could even kill a boundary emperor. His battle strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, if what the fatty said was true, it would be even more terrifying. He only taught the fatty for a few months and he could kill him in an instant. He was too far away from Lu Ming. When Lu Ming revealed his true form, the scene was in an uproar. There were only a few experts from the Yuan continent present. Most of them were from the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming's status in the Divine Wilderness continent was too high. More than 10 years ago, Lu Ming had left the Divine Wilderness to cultivate in the Yuan continent. Now that he had returned, he had indeed displayed shocking combat strength. Greetings, Alliance Leader. At this moment, Xiao Luan, Xiao Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others bowed to Lu Ming. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Then, more people bowed to Lu Ming. When the Dragon Alliance ruled the world, they had countless members. There were a large number of Dragon Alliance members present. When they saw Lu Ming, they were extremely excited. Senior Xia, Senior Jiuyang, Brother Yan, Hua Qi, let's drink and chat after we deal with these people from the Yuan continent. Lu Ming spoke and nodded to Xiao Luan and the others. His words made the Sakra and the others' faces turn cold. Their bodies emitted a cold aura. Lu Ming, you have cultivated in the Yuan continent for some time and have made some progress. However, you are still far from being able to go against me alone. You must have someone supporting you. Call out the person behind you. The Sakra said coldly. I am dealing with you alone. Why would I need help from others? Lu Ming said faintly. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was really going to deal with the Sakra alone? How was that possible? I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. The Sakra said coldly. His aura became even colder. Dong, then, the Sakra took a step forward. That step caused the entire sky to explode. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the entire world. His body emitted endless golden light. He was like an invincible emperor overlooking the world. The pressure came in waves. It was too terrifying. Many people with insufficient cultivation immediately knelt down. It was difficult for them to resist. Many people roared. They were unwilling to kneel down and resisted with all their might. At this moment, the Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master released their aura. It rippled out like water and reduced the pressure on the others. Many people let out a long sigh of relief before revealing looks of horror. Too strong, Sakra is too strong, completely unfathomable and unrivaled. Indeed. Just the overflowing aura is enough to make me explode. How can there be such a strong person in this world? Lu Ming is finished. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to be Sakura's opponent. Many people were discussing. After sensing the overflowing aura of the Sakura, many people were alarmed by the Sakura's strength. They believed that Lu Ming was basically unable to contend against the Sakura. Although Lu Ming was a prodigy, he had only cultivated for a few years. How could he possibly fight against such a character? Insolent Sakura, you dare to attack me. At this moment, Lu Ming's loud shout reverberated throughout the entire area, leaving many people dumbfounded. Sakura himself was also taken aback. Why didn't he dare to attack Lu Ming? At this time, a token appeared in Lu Ming's hand, flashing with golden light. Sakura, why aren't you greeting me after seeing me? Lu Ming said coldly. Hunyuan Sec's gold inheritance token. So you're the Hunyuan Sec's gold inheritor. Sakura's eyes shone with a bright radiance. It's good that you know. Lu Ming looked at Sakura indifferently, his face calm. When he became the Hunyuan Sec's gold inheritor, he received a name list. On the name list, Sakura was a bronze inheritor. No matter if it was a bronze inheritor or a silver inheritor, they had all sworn to obey the gold inheritor. Lu Ming took out the gold inheritance token now to see how Sakura would react. Sakura's face changed and then he laughed. Lu Ming, you're really funny. You actually want to use the gold inheritance token to suppress me. Don't you know that after reaching the martial emperor realm, you have the ability to resist oaths? Ordinary blood oaths can't do anything to me. Today, I'll kill you and take your gold inheritance token. Sakura laughed, full of ridicule. These people really don't follow the oath of that year. Lu Ming shook his head and kept the gold inheritance token. He didn't want to rely on the gold inheritance token to make Sakura submit. He just wanted to test it out. Boom, Sakura took another step forward, and the terrifying pressure became even stronger. Hua Qi, Xiao Luan, Xia Jiuyang and the others were nervous. Fatty, Zhuang Sharo, Zhuang Xiaoshan and the others were also nervous. Although they believed in Lu Ming, the other party was too strong, beyond their imagination. The alliance leader is very calm, he should be confident. Xiao Luan said. With their understanding of Lu Ming, they knew that Lu Ming wouldn't fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. Now that he was so calm, he should have something to rely on. D-clan leader, leave this brat to me. I can feel that this brat's hands are stained with the blood of my clan. At this moment, an unusually burly figure stepped out from behind Sakura. This person was wrapped in heavy iron armor and was 4 meters tall. Lu Ming could see that this was a member of the evil god tribe. Although the aura emitted by this evil god tribe member wasn't as strong as Sakura, it was still terrifying. He was a 1-star Void Emperor expert. Sakura stopped in his tracks. Since there was someone to do it for him, he couldn't be bothered to do it. Brat, your hands are stained with the blood of my clan. Die. The evil god tribe expert held a spiked club in his hand and swept it out. Boom, the space exploded. The mace carried a terrifying power and blasted towards Lu Ming. What a terrifying power. Many people were shocked. Today was different from the past. Now, the space of the Divine Wilderness continent was incomparably stable. Everyone's flying speed was several times slower, let alone breaking through space. But now, the evil god tribe member's mace had blasted the space. It could be seen how powerful this attack was. Many people's hearts were in their mouths, worried for Lu Ming. But Lu Ming's expression was calm. He reached out a claw and grabbed outwards. A large hand formed and grabbed the mace. Bang, the mace struck the large hand, but the large hand didn't move at all. It grabbed the mace and then shook violently. Buzz, the mace shook violently. A terrifying power followed the mace and blasted out. The evil god tribe member let out a blood-curdling scream. The heavy armor on his body directly exploded. His arm also exploded, sending flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Die. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, with a shake of his hand, the huge mace flew back and collided with the evil god tribe member's body. Bang, the evil god tribe member's entire body exploded like a big watermelon. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere and his soul scattered. A 1-star Void Emperor Realm evil god tribe member was instantly killed by Lu Ming. The scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Just now, the aura that the evil god tribe member revealed was very strong. Although it couldn't be compared to Sakura, it was still very terrifying. To the people of the divine wilderness continent, it was an unfathomable and unrivaled existence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Huff, huff, huff. After a long time, many of them heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Wan and the rest of the Dragon League were overjoyed. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Indra's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Lu Ming, it seems that I have underestimated you. You can actually kill a one-star Void Emperor. Indra said coldly. However, he was still confident and wasn't worried. He was a 3-star Void Emperor. The difference between a 1-star Void Emperor and a 3-star Void Emperor was too big. He could easily kill a 1-star Void Emperor. He didn't think that Lu Ming could fight with him. Moreover, he could also see that Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the Void Emperor realm. He was just a quasi-emperor. How strong could a quasi-emperor be? How could he be a match for a 3-star Void Emperor? Lu Ming, let me end you personally. Indra's body emitted a cold killing intent again. His aura was monstrous. Kill. This time, Lu Ming directly attacked. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Indra and charged forward. Boom. 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 In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming's aura was constantly exploding and rising. One law after another erupted. One after another, 5 laws erupted, forming a 5-colored law river. This is the law of primal chaos and the law of death. How is this possible? Impossible, this is impossible. In an instant, Indra's face changed drastically. He roared crazily as if he had discovered something unbelievable. Boom, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Heaven and earth roared as it pierced through the space. Emperor Sword. Indra roared. At this moment, he was extremely frightened. He erupted with all his strength, hoping to block it. In that instant, Lu Ming erupted with 5 laws. 2 of them were the strongest laws and 3 of them were the Emperor Dao. It almost scared him to death. At this moment, the experts of the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace were almost scared to death. The people of the Divine Desolate Continent did not know how shocking Lu Ming's display of 5 nomological laws was. However, the people from the Yuan continent naturally knew. Waves of shock rose in their hearts. Dong, and at this time, Lu Ming and Sakura's attacks collided. Boom, Lu Ming's palm force landed on the Emperor's sword that Sakura had slashed out. Wang, the Emperor's sword vibrated crazily as if it couldn't bear the burden and finally exploded. Lu Ming's palms didn't stop. He continued to attack Disher Tian's chest. Disher Tian's chest was directly penetrated, and a hole appeared. The terrifying destructive power crazily rushed into Disher Tian's body, destroying his life force. How is this possible? Blood kept gushing out of Sakura's mouth. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, still in disbelief. Until now, he still found it hard to believe that a person could control 5 nomological laws before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. 2 of them were the strongest laws. This simply broke his understanding of the martial Dao. In the next moment, the terrifying destructive power rushed into Disher Tian's body. Disher Tian's body exploded and turned into ashes. Even his soul was destroyed. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept Disher Tian's storage ring. At this moment, the scene fell into dead silence. Countless people were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene with their eyes wide open. In their eyes, the supreme expert of the Yuan continent, the invincible Disher Tian, couldn't even withstand one move from Lu Ming. He was killed in one move. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be like a fairy tale. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. After a long while, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro finally reacted. They were so excited that their bodies trembled as they shouted. Alliance leader is invincible. Then, the members of the Dragon Alliance also reacted and shouted crazily and excitedly. At this moment, Lu Ming was supreme and invincible in their eyes. Wave after wave of shouts shot up to the sky. Hua Qi, Shui Lian, Xia Jiuyang and the others were also trembling with excitement. As for the people of the Imperial race, Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace, their faces were pale. Lu Ming waved his hand and the scene quieted down. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Ren Xianxia indifferently. Didn't you want to crush me with one finger just now? Do it. Lu Ming said indifferently. Plop, Ren Xianxia's body went limp and fell to the ground. His face was pale and he almost cried. Asking him to attack Lu Ming? Was he looking for death? Even Sakura wasn't a match for Lu Ming. In front of Lu Ming, he was simply an ant. Lu Ming could probably kill him with a single blow. Such a person wants to be on par with my master and even brags that he's better than my master. What a joke. Xianxia mocked. Many people also sneered. Indeed, Ren Xianxia wasn't qualified to be compared to Lu Ming. They weren't on the same level at all. Especially those who thought that Ren Xianxia had surpassed Lu Ming and thought that Ren Xianxia was the best in history. Their faces were flushed red and they were too ashamed to show their faces. Ren Xianxia wasn't even worthy to carry Lu Ming's shoes. Legend, he's still a legend. An old man sighed. Everyone immediately nodded. They were touched. Yes, a legend was still a legend. Back then, Lu Ming was the legend of the divine wilderness continent. He rose from the wilderness and in the end, he was able to unify the divine wilderness. He was an unprecedented legend in the divine wilderness continent. Now, after cultivating in the Yuan continent for more than 10 years, his combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even someone as strong as Sakura was killed in a single move. Now, Lu Ming was still a legend. Let's go. At this moment, the people from the monarch race and the remaining people from the evil god tribe reacted. They all rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. You want to leave? All of you can stay here. Lu Ming said coldly and punched out. Roar. Roar, this punch was filled with endless runes. Then, the runes condensed into true dragons that pounced out with a roar. The monarch race's martial emperors had already been killed by Lu Ming. Those below the martial emperor realm couldn't even withstand a single blow. When the true dragons pounced out, regardless of whether they were martial emperors or absolute saints, they were all killed instantly. They couldn't resist. Screams rang out. Not long after, it quieted down. The experts from the monarch race and evil god tribe were all killed. Plop, at this moment, Li Ku directly knelt down and screamed, Lu Ming, no, 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 Alliance Leader Lu, spare my life. Just now, his master had also been killed by Lu Ming. He was scared to death now. Alliance Leader Lu, spare me. Ren Xianxia also begged. Fatty, Xiaoshan, Xiaorou, I'll leave these people to you. Lu Ming said. Okay. Fatty carried his battle axe and rushed out. No, I don't want to die. Ren Xianxia roared and turned to run. Li Ku was the same. Now, everyone knew why the fatties, Zhuang Xiaoshans, and the rest's combat abilities had skyrocketed. It was all because of Lu Ming. At the same time, everyone's respect for Lu Ming increased. In just a few months' time, Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and the others' cultivation had increased so much that they could easily crush Ren Xianxia and the others. It was unbelievable. They thought of that sentence again, legend, he was still a legend. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master. Greetings, Alliance Master Lu. The Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master felt a chill run down their spines. They had an ugly smile on their faces as they came over to greet Lu Ming. Just now, they wanted to run away, but Lu Ming was too terrifying. Where could they run to? Lu Ming would probably catch up and kill them. Therefore, they decided to stay and show their goodwill to Lu Ming. I'm curious, which part of Yuan continent are you from? Lu Ming looked at the two palace masters. Alliance Master Lu, I'm from the land of divine beasts. The Divine Bull Palace Master said. I'm from Sky Barbarian Land. The Barbarian Dragon Palace Master said. How did you get here? Why did you suddenly come to a remote place like the Divine Wilderness? Lu Ming asked again. He was curious about this and wanted to find out. If they could come, others could come too. Lu Ming was worried about this. It would be troublesome if stronger existences, such as high-level Void Emperors or True Emperors, came. I once found an ancient map by accident. The ancient map recorded that there was a paradise in the barren land. The cultivation environment there was better than many sacred grounds in Yuan continent. I followed the map and found an ancient teleportation formation. That's how I came to the divine wilderness. The divine bull palace master said. Me too. The full dragon palace master nodded, similar to the divine bull palace master. Where's your map? Let me have a look. Lu Ming said. The divine bull palace master and full dragon palace master looked at each other, then each took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. The others sighed. They were the two overlords from Yuan land. Previously, they had occupied an area and were basically the rulers of the divine region. But now, they were like two servants who were trembling in fear in front of Lu Ming. The difference between before and after was simply too great. This made countless people sigh with emotion. Lu Ming took the two jade talismans and scanned them with his spiritual sense. Sure enough, they were two ancient maps. Apart from you, no one else knows? Lu Ming asked. No, I didn't tell anyone. He only brought some of his subordinates to the divine wilderness. Me too. Both of them shook their heads. The two of them were ordinary emperor-class forces in the Yuan continent. They were similar to the emperor clans. Lu Ming pondered. Alliance leader Lu, since you're back, how about we split the divine wilderness equally with the Dragon Alliance? The master of the divine bull palace cautiously glanced at Lu Ming and suggested. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, You still want to divide the divine wilderness? The master of the divine bull palace and barbarian dragon palace masters' faces turned ugly. In the end, the master of the divine bull palace gritted his teeth and said, Alliance leader Lu, I'm willing to join the Dragon Alliance and work for you. I'm willing too. They had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. Now, they could only do so. Oh, join the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming touched his chin and pondered. That's fine too. After a while, Lu Ming nodded. The master of the divine bull palace and full dragon palace master were delighted. A cold light flashed in the depths of their eyes. As long as they could keep Lu Ming calm, they would send people back to Yuan land and invite more experts. At that time, they did not believe that they could not kill Lu Ming. But at this moment, Lu Ming made his move. It was very sudden. The masters of the divine bull palace and barbarian dragon palace were not prepared at all. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming threw out two palm strikes, bombarding the two of them. Their bodies were directly penetrated. A terrifying destructive force crazily rushed into their bodies. The two of them opened their eyes wide and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. I still believe in dead people. At the martial emperor realm, the power of oaths is already too weak. If you secretly return to Yuan land and find even stronger experts, wouldn't I be putting myself in danger? Therefore, you'd better be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. After saying that, his palm strike exploded and the masters of the two forces turned into ashes. Let's go. The remaining people of the two forces were shocked. Some of them reacted and wanted to run away. Kill. After killing the masters of the two forces, Lu Ming did not stop and directly attacked the masters of the two forces. These two forces had martial emperor realm experts, but they could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming and were instantly killed. Then, those below the martial emperor realm did not escape and were all killed in the blink of an eye. This was a shocking scene. The three forces of Yuan land that had been dominating the divine wilderness for many years were turned into ashes because of Lu Ming's return. Greetings, Alliance Master. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Alliance knelt down and paid their respects to Lu Ming. They understood that the Dragon Alliance was going to unify the divine wilderness again. No one could rival them. Those who were not part of the Dragon Alliance or those who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance were trembling in fear. From today onwards, the Dragon Alliance will be rebuilt and reorganized. Lu Ming's voice echoed throughout the place. Leave all of this to Xiao Luan, Xia Jiuyang and the others. I will go and eliminate the remaining members of the three forces. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he took a step forward and rushed into the depths of the Dragon Emperor city. He spread out his spiritual consciousness to search for the remaining members of the Emperor race and Evil God race. Once he found them, he would kill them on the spot. After that, Lu Ming rushed to the eastern wilderness to kill the remaining members of the Divine Bull Palace. Then, he went to the southern underworld to kill the remaining members of the Barbarian Dragon Palace. After that, Lu Ming rushed out of the sea. The ancient teleportation array that was connected to the Yuanlu continent was not the only one in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. There were also teleportation arrays in other continents. Lu Ming wanted to find all of them and destroy them to prevent more experts from the Yuanlu continent from coming. In the following month, Lu Ming traveled through the Divine Ruins and found more than 10 teleportation altars. All of them were destroyed by Lu Ming, leaving only the teleportation arrays that led to the Tsung continent, Cloud continent and Emperor continent. At this time, the Dragon Alliance had been reorganized. Some of the people who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance because of the arrival of the Yuanlu continent's forces were killed. However, more people joined the Dragon Alliance. Now that Lu Ming had returned and killed the three forces of the Yuanlu continent, everyone was shocked. It could be said that the Dragon Alliance with Lu Ming was the true overlord. No one could shake them. Many experts joined the Dragon Alliance. The Dragon Emperor City was rebuilt again. When Lu Ming returned to the Dragon Emperor City, another huge statue of Lu Ming was erected. Compared to before, it was bigger and more majestic. After Lu Ming returned, he held a banquet and brought Li Ping, Lu Yuntian, and the others back to the Dragon Emperor City. After that, Lu Ming stayed in the Dragon Emperor City and took out a large amount of resources to give to Xiao Wan and the others. After that, Lu Ming had Xiao Wan, Hua Qi, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Quantu, and the others enter the Great Pill Development Furnace to refine their spiritual bodies. The spiritual bodies of the Dragon Alliance's upper echelons were greatly strengthened and their cultivation speed increased rapidly. Of course, Lu Ming also tempered Li Ping's and Lu Yuntian's bodies and upgraded their bloodline level. Their cultivation levels were also skyrocketing. The resources that Lu Ming brought back were too abundant, especially the Nirvana pills. Lu Ming bought a lot of them. The bloodlines of the Dragon Alliance's disciples increased rapidly and they evolved continuously. In addition to the excellent cultivation environment, the strength of the entire Dragon Alliance was increasing rapidly. In the past, when the Divine Wilderness continent underwent a metamorphosis, the cultivation environment had changed drastically. However, they did not have any cultivation techniques or divine abilities, so it was difficult for them to increase their strength. But now, it was the real explosion. In order to obtain domain martial techniques, divine abilities, and various pills, more people joined the Dragon Alliance. The Dragon Alliance's influence expanded rapidly and covered every corner. Not only that, but Xiao Wan and the others also sent out armies to conquer the other continents. The Divine Ruins continent was completely under the Dragon Alliance's control. Time flew and half a year passed. In this half a year, other than helping others refine their spiritual bodies, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating. He focused on comprehending the law of alchemy and his understanding of the law of alchemy became deeper and deeper. Let's go to Nine Dragon City to take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. After returning for so long, Lu Ming had not been to Nine Dragon City. He was very curious about what had happened there. Lu Ming tore through the air at an astonishing speed. Soon, he entered Eastern Wasteland and flew toward Nine Dragon City. The origin chi in Eastern Wasteland was even denser. Countless people were cultivating in seclusion in Eastern Wasteland. The closer he got to Nine Dragon City, the denser the origin chi became. What a strong killing intent! When he arrived outside Nine Dragon City, Lu Ming frowned. He could feel the killing intent in Nine Dragon City. In this kind of murderous aura, those who did not have a high enough cultivation base would not be able to survive in Nine Dragon City. Their minds would be affected by the murderous aura, and they might even go mad and die. Lu Ming felt that even a bright saint expert would find it difficult to gain a foothold in Nine Dragon City. One would need to be at least a great saint to gain a foothold. Currently, there was no one in the Nine Dragons City. The original residents of Nine Dragons City had long since moved out. I heard that the killing intent fluctuates. Every once in a while, it will disappear for a period of time. At that time, countless people will rush to Nine Dragons City to cultivate. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard of this long ago. No one knows why. However, this murderous aura did not affect Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming stepped out, entering the Nine-Dragon City. In the past, there were 9 enormous dragon veins entrenched in the Nine-Dragon City, and at the head of each dragon vein, there was a divine 9-dragon cauldron. 9 dragon veins, 6 on the outside and 3 in the middle. But now, there were only 3 dragon veins left in the Nine-Dragon City. The 6 on the outside had already flown away. It was said that they flew into the middle of the 3 dragon veins in the middle and disappeared. Lu Ming went all the way to the center of Nine-Dragon City. In the center of Nine-Dragon City, there were 3 enormous dragon veins entrenched. The 3 dragon heads faced each other, and there was a large open space in the middle. Back then, the Emperor Sky Divine Palace was built in this location. But now, the Emperor Sky Divine Palace had long disappeared, and in its place was a huge cave. Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the cave and looked in. Inside the cave, there was a vast expanse of white mist. This was the result of yuan qi reaching a certain level of concentration. Extremely rich yuan qi continuously seeped out of the cave. Lu Ming looked carefully and realized that this should be a passageway, but he did not know where it led to. The rich origin qi was surging from the opposite side. Moreover, the fluctuations of the laws were also coming from the opposite side, stabilizing the divine wilderness continent. At the same time, the rich killing intent was also emanating from the passageway. Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar resounded, shaking heaven and earth. Lu Ming was alarmed because this dragon roar came from one of the dragon veins. Roar! Roar! Then, the dragon roar continued, resounding through the sky. Then, the earth rumbled and shook. Lu Ming realized that one of the dragon veins was moving. Rumble! One of the dragon veins kept shaking, and in the end, it moved like a real dragon. The dragon vein, which was thousands of miles long, twisted and turned like a huge real dragon. In the end, it soared into the sky, and its roar resounded through the sky, spreading far and wide. At this moment, people outside Nine-Dragon City could hear the commotion even though they were thousands of miles away. Nine-Dragon City's dragon veins are acting strangely again. I guess another dragon vein is flying away. Every time a dragon vein flies away, the killing intent in Nine-Dragon City will weaken rapidly. Let's go, we can enter Nine-Dragon City to cultivate for a while and look for spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. At this moment, countless people rushed towards Nine-Dragon City. Roar! Roar! In Nine-Dragon City, the dragon vein shrank rapidly, and one could clearly see the 9 dragons cauldron above the dragon vein. In the end, the dragon vein roared and rushed into the passage, disappearing from sight. Another dragon vein flew away. What is on the other side of the passage? Lu Ming was extremely curious and wanted to rush in to find out, but he held back in the end. What if he couldn't return after entering? He had just returned to the divine wilderness and didn't want to leave yet. Lu Ming planned to wait for a period of time until the divine wilderness's situation stabilized, then he would leave and enter the passage to investigate. Right, let's take a look at the blood pool. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared. Not long after, he arrived at the blood pool. The blood pool was located on a cliff on a mountain. On one of the cliffs, there were 3 words, blood pool. Beside the 3 words, there was a platform that protruded from the cliff. Behind it was a cave, which was the entrance to the blood pool. Looking at the entrance of the blood pool, Lu Ming reminisced. Back then, not long after they arrived at Nine-Dragon City, they were hunted down. Xianxia Ryu's cultivation was crippled and he was seriously injured. They brought Xianxia Ryu to the blood pool, but later, a wisp of remnant soul in the blood pool took away Xianxia Ryu and there was no trace of him until now. Today, Lu Ming was going to explore the blood pool. The blood pool contained a strong murderous aura and killing intent. Back then, Lu Ming couldn't go deep at all. Before Lu Ming went to the Yuanlu, he was able to kill a martial emperor with his cultivation. Lu Ming had also been to the blood pool once, but the blood pool was unfathomable. The deeper he went, the stronger the killing intent. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation back then, it was difficult for him to explore the bottom. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation was many times stronger than before, so Lu Ming wanted to explore it again. Lu Ming moved and entered the entrance. But once he entered, Lu Ming was stunned. There was not a single drop of blood in the blood pool. It had completely dried up, leaving behind only a pitch-black cave. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Could this be related to the change in heaven and earth? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Then, Lu Ming rushed into the cave and flew down. The cave was very deep. Lu Ming kept going down. After 100 miles, the cave slanted in one direction. That direction was clearly leading to the center of Nine Dragons City. Lu Ming kept flying. In the end, he saw a huge passageway. It was filled with dense white fog. Isn't this the passage in the center of Nine Dragons City? The blood pool is connected to the passage in Nine Dragons City. Could it be that Kenfei Ryu is in the depths of the passage, in another world on the other side of the passage? Lu Ming guessed. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and did not go in. He went back the way he came. Not long after Lu Ming returned to Nine Dragons City, he realized that the murderous aura in Nine Dragons City was getting weaker. He believed that soon, many people would rush into Nine Dragons City to cultivate. Lu Ming did not stay. He left Nine Dragons City and returned to the Imperial Dragon City. In the following days, Lu Ming would occasionally give public lectures. Countless people from the Dragon Alliance would come to listen to his lectures to improve their cultivation. At the same time, Autumn Moon would also give lectures occasionally. When everyone knew that Autumn Moon was also a martial emperor, the Divine Wilderness continent was shocked again. With the help of many resources, the Dragon Alliance had more and more experts. Everyone's cultivation was also getting stronger. There were constantly people breaking through to the Martial Royal Realm and the Saint Realm. The main reason was that Lu Ming's resources were too abundant. In addition, Lu Ming also took out a large number of Golden Crow corpses and Divine Wolf corpses. These were the corpses of the Golden Crow clan and Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's experts. Many of them were absolute saints, empty emperors, and true emperors. The corpses of such experts would not deteriorate even after thousands of years. They would remain fresh. Of course, the spiritual essence of a god emperor's body was too strong. Everyone used the Golden Crow meat and Divine Wolf meat to make meat soup. Even so, it was still very nutritious. As long as they drank a bowl of it, they would be filled with spiritual essence. At the same time, Lu Ming would select some people to enter the mountain and river diagram and cultivate under the Enlightenment ancient tree. They would comprehend concepts and laws. In this way, his cultivation would increase very quickly. For example, the siblings Xuan Shaoshan and Xuan Sharo quickly reached the Saint Realm. Lu Ming's father was Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming had spent a lot of resources to make Lu Yuntian's cultivation skyrocket to the Martial Emperor realm. He was constantly moving towards the Saint Realm. Li Ping didn't possess any natural talent in cultivation, and she'd forcefully attained the domain Enlightened Spirit God realm with the help of Lu Ming's resources. So, even if she attained the Martial Monarch realm, she wouldn't be far away. The cultivation of Hua Qi and the others also skyrocketed. As for Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, Yan Quantu, and the others, their talents were very high to begin with. The fact that they were able to achieve so much in such an environment was enough to explain everything. Now, with the help of various conditions, their cultivation had also improved rapidly. As for Lu Ming himself, he didn't stop either. He had been comprehending the laws of alchemy. However, the further one cultivated the laws of alchemy, the slower the speed of improvement. Therefore, Lu Ming had comprehended a new kind of law. The law of tools. The three kinds of laws that had evolved from the path of inscription were the laws of formations, the laws of alchemy, and the laws of tools. Now, Lu Ming had comprehended all three kinds of laws. As for the other laws that had reached perfection, Lu Ming didn't bother about them for now. He focused on comprehending the laws of alchemy and the laws of tools. In the blink of an eye, it had been 2 years since Lu Ming returned to the Divine Desolate Continent. In the past 2 years, the Dragon Alliance had been thriving and growing stronger. Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved significantly. The laws of alchemy had reached 90% mastery. The laws of tools had also reached 80% mastery. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly compared to 2 years ago. It's time to make a trip to the Eastern Wilderness. I haven't seen senior sister Mullins for many years. I wonder how she is now. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming looked at the Eastern Wilderness and muttered. Actually, he had wanted to see Mullins for a long time. However, he had been hesitating previously. How could he not know Mullins's thoughts? Back then, Mullins had avoided him. As for him, he didn't know how to face Mullins, so he had never gone to see her. However, Mullins had helped him a lot back then. If not for Mullins' recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Dtion Divine Guards back then, and he might not have been able to achieve what he had today. Now, he had made up his mind. Since he had returned, what was the harm in meeting him? Taking a step forward, Lu Ming headed towards the eastern wilderness. Soon, he arrived at the Mu family's residence. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. When he arrived at the Mu family's residence, he saw Mu Jing and Mu Shuyuan. The two of them smiled and greeted Lu Ming. Then, he saw Mulins's father, Mu Tian, and Mulins's grandfather, Yan Lan. Senior Yan, Senior Mu. Lu Ming greeted them with a smile. Now, the eastern wilderness's earth qi was extremely rich. Even though they weren't very talented, their cultivation had skyrocketed. When they saw that Lu Ming didn't put on airs as the leader of the Dragon Alliance, they relaxed. They set up a banquet and chatted with Lu Ming. Senior Mu, is Senior Sister Mullins here? Lu Ming asked. These words caused Mu Tian, Yan Lan, Mu Jing, and Mu Shuyuan to fall silent. Lu Ming had a bad feeling. What happened to Senior Sister Mullins? Lu Ming asked again. Sigh. That girl is too stubborn. Yan Lan suddenly sighed. Senior, what happened? Lu Ming asked. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. That girl is too stubborn. She has always wanted to catch up to you and not be too far behind. But with her talent, how could she catch up to you? But this time, the change of the world gave her hope. Lu Ming, you should have been to Nine Dragon City, right? Yan Lan sighed and asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. After a while, the murderous aura in Nine Dragon City would weaken and people could enter. Whether it's origin qi or killing qi, they're all gushing out from that passage. Therefore, some people speculate that the other end of the passage must be a supreme holy land for cultivation. Some even say that anyone who can pass through the passage to the other side will be able to obtain a supreme opportunity. Yan Lan explained. Could it be? Lu Ming thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. That's right. That girl entered the passage alone and didn't come back. That was before you came back. Yan Lan sighed. Mu Tian and the others also sighed. Saying that there was a supreme opportunity on the other side of the passage was just a legend. But Mullins wanted to seize this opportunity. She wanted to take a gamble. Otherwise, she knew that she would never be able to catch up to Lu Ming. She has been gone for almost 6 years. Mu Tian sighed. His eyes were filled with longing and worry. Senior Sister Mullins, why did you do this? Mullins had first met Lu Ming in Firestorm City. At that time, Lu Ming had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. In the early stages of Lu Ming's cultivation, Mullins had given him a lot of help. However, as time passed, Lu Ming's cultivation continued to improve. The gap between the two grew larger and their relationship seemed to be drifting apart. Senior Mu Tian, Senior Yan Lan, don't worry. I will definitely find Senior Mullins. Lu Ming said firmly. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Do you also want to enter that passage? Don't act rashly. We don't know where that passage leads to and what dangers there are. If you rashly enter, I'm afraid you will put yourself in danger. Yan Lan advised. Senior, don't worry. I'm confident. Lu Ming said. In fact, he had long wanted to explore that passage. However, when he had just returned to the Divine Wilderness, he wanted to spend more time with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping because he didn't know where that passage led to. What if he took a long time to return? Moreover, during this period of time, he had used the Origin Stone to let the Heavenly Emperor's body absorb. The energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had already exceeded 10%. Now that he could control the Heavenly Emperor's body, he was much more confident. Especially now that he heard that Mullins had entered that passage 6 years ago, Lu Ming was even more determined to explore it. The few of them chatted for a while more before Lu Ming bade farewell. Before he left, Lu Ming left behind a storage ring. Lu Ming stored a lot of cultivation resources. Lu Ming didn't enter that passage immediately. Before he left, he had to make some arrangements. First, he went to the Divine Ruins continent and returned to the Tsung state through the teleportation array. He told the Cloud Dragon Valley Master about the Divine Wilderness continent and allowed some talented geniuses of the Dragon God Valley to cultivate in the Divine Wilderness. At the same time, both sides could take care of each other. After that, Lu Ming returned to Dragon Emperor City and told Xiao Luan about what happened in Dragon God Valley in Songzhou Province. Then, he left his remaining puppets, 1 Martial Emperor Realm puppet and 18 Quasi-Emperor Realm puppets, in the Dragon Emperor City to guard it. After that, he bid farewell to his parents on Autumn Moon, saying that he would be away for a while. After making all the necessary arrangements, Lu Ming once again went to Nine Dragons City. Now, there was only one dragon vein left here. Half a year ago, another dragon vein rushed into the passageway and disappeared. No one knew when the last dragon vein would charge in. Senior Sister Mullins, don't let anything happen to you. Lu Ming muttered, then took a step forward and rushed into the tunnel. The passageway was filled with white mist, greatly obstructing one's vision. Even Lu Ming could only see a few dozen kilometers ahead. This passageway was very large, at least a few thousand miles wide. Lu Ming figured out the direction and flew toward the passageway. The surroundings were silent. Lu Ming flew for 3 full days, but he still had not reached the end of the passageway. Suddenly, after Lu Ming flew for a distance, his vision suddenly widened. The origin chi here was no longer in the form of mist, but in the form of liquid. Strands of liquid origin chi drifted about like ribbons. Without the origin chi mist obstructing his vision, Lu Ming could see the surroundings clearly. Looking at the surroundings, Lu Ming was shocked. The passageway was no longer surrounded by stone-like walls, but pitch black. Moreover, spatial energy storms were constantly surging. However, there seemed to be a layer of barrier on the walls of the passageway, blocking the spatial energy outside the passageway. This was a void passageway. Lu Ming was shocked. This place was definitely not in the Divine Wilderness continent, but in the chaotic void. Where did it lead to? Lu Ming observed with rapt attention before continuing forward. He seemed to be traversing the void. In the void passageway, although he had only walked a mile, in reality, he had already traveled an unknown distance. Just like that, Lu Ming traveled for another 7 days. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from ahead, as if someone was fighting. He was almost at the end. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he increased his speed. Boom. Boom. As Lu Ming moved forward, the explosions in front of him became more and more intense, terrifying and astonishing. Waves of terrifying aura surged from ahead, making Lu Ming tremble with fear. He did not know how far away they were, but Lu Ming already had such a feeling. What kind of cultivation level were the people fighting? Lu Ming's eyes were somewhat solemn, but since he was already here, there was no reason to turn back. No matter what, he had to go forward and see what was ahead. Lu Ming continued to move forward. There were continuous booming sounds ahead. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't that the direction of the Divine Wilderness continent? Roar. Roar. The roars of dragons echoed in the air. Soon, a massive true dragon flew over. It's indeed the dragon vein. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Behind him was the last dragon vein of Nine Dragons City. On top of the dragon vein's head was a huge divine nine-dragon cauldron. It was flying over at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming hurriedly moved aside, otherwise he would be hit by the dragon vein. The dragon vein whizzed past. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and leaped onto the dragon vein. The dragon vein was originally a huge dragon-shaped mountain range. It was extremely huge and spanned tens of millions of miles. But now, it had shrunk by many times. Lu Ming landed on the dragon vein and followed it forward. Not long after, he saw light in front of him. He had reached the exit, but here, an even more shocking explosion came, shaking heaven and earth. The dragon vein let out a long roar as it charged out of the cave. The moment he rushed out of the cave, Lu Ming jumped down from the dragon vein. He found that outside the cave was a pitch-black land. Lu Ming landed on the ground and looked ahead. His pupils dilated rapidly. In the void in front of him, there were 8 huge true dragons. He didn't know how big they were as they traversed between heaven and earth. On top of each of the 8 true dragons, there was a huge cauldron that emitted a bright light. At this moment, the 9th dragon vein rushed over and also turned into a huge true dragon. Buzz, the divine 9-dragon cauldron vibrated and the 9 cauldrons emitted a bright light, resonating with each other. In front of the 9 true dragons, there were 2 huge demonic shadows. Their bodies were as tall as the heavens, standing between the heavens and the earth, all the way above the clouds. The aura that these 2 demonic shadows exuded was earth-shattering. Although Lu Ming did not know how far away they were, Lu Ming still felt a great sense of horror. He felt that it was hard to resist and that he could not resist them. Lu Ming didn't feel this feeling even from Heavenly Emperor Kang Yin. This is the evil god race, Lu Ming stared. Although they were very far away, judging from their appearance, those 2 demonic shadows belonged to the evil god race. Such a terrifying evil god race. Could this be the heaven realm? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Boom! Boom! The 9 huge true dragons gathered. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shone and fought with the 2 demonic shadows. The scene was world-shaking. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon roar was heard. This heaven-shaking dragon roar actually came from the depths of the firmament. Lu Ming looked up and his eyes widened involuntarily. High in the sky, there was a true dragon. It was unknown how big it was, but its body circled and covered the sky. The true dragon's aura was even more astonishing and unpredictable. The true dragon, on the other hand, had encountered a powerful foe. It was fighting with a gigantic demonic shadow. You can't guard this passage. In the near future, our army will enter the primordial realm en masse. A rumbling voice came from the demonic shadow in the sky. Don't even think about it. The true dragon roared and fought with the demonic shadow. That aura was too terrifying. Even though he was far away, Lu Ming still felt immense pressure, as if he was about to kneel down. Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and gritted his teeth to withstand it. Boom! Boom! The battle became more and more intense. You want to stop me with just a drop of blood? Kill! The demonic shadow in the sky roared and attacked wildly, forcing the true dragon to retreat. In the distance, the 9 dragons' dragon vein carried the divine 9-dragon cauldron and fought with the 2 demonic shadows. It was also very intense. A bunch of losers want to stop us? Kill them all. A voice came from afar. Afterward, Lu Ming saw another demonic figure. It stood tall and upright as it walked over. Its vast and terrifying aura caused the entire world to tremble. As soon as this figure arrived, it attacked the true dragon in the sky. Facing the 2 demonic shadows, the true dragon was no match and retreated. And the direction it retreated in was Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming's expression was ugly. He turned and ran, wanting to rush into the void passage and escape back to the divine wilderness continent. He did not expect to encounter a great battle the moment he arrived. Every living being that attacked just now was terrifying to the extreme. Their combat strength was unbelievably powerful, even stronger than Heavenly Emperor Kang Yin that he had seen. They were definitely peerless powerhouses. He did not run. As long as a wisp of energy hit him, he would die. Little guy, don't run there. This passage can't be left. I'll send you away. At this moment, an old voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then, a beam of energy shrouded Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming's body was thrown out. Lu Ming was speechless. He wanted to return to the divine wilderness. Why was he thrown out? Then, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. The huge true dragon suddenly turned its head and slammed its claws into the tunnel. The tunnel violently trembled, then collapsed and caved in. Then, the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons smashed into the passage. Rumble, the passage was constantly collapsing and the space was exploding. Don't even think about destroying the passage. Those demonic shadows roared and suddenly attacked. Heaven and earth trembled, and endless crazy winds blew. The terrifying destructive force swept in all directions and Lu Ming was instantly engulfed in it. Pooh! Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The energy that enveloped his body was radiating. 2 small true dragons were swimming around and blocking the energy outside. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been turned into ashes in an instant. Lu Ming had a feeling that even if he used his Heavenly Emperor body, it would be useless and he would not be able to block it. Even so, there was a trace of vibrating energy that passed through the energy shield and acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body almost exploded. Crack, Lu Ming's bones made cracking sounds. Some of his bones were broken and some of his muscles were torn apart. Lu Ming was seriously injured and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom, roar, at the passage, there were continuous rumbles and dragon roars. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The space was torn apart like paper and exploded into pieces. Lu Ming was swept away by the void energy storm. His body was involuntarily pulled away from this place. Slowly, the intense rumbling could no longer be heard. Lu Ming did not know how far he was swept away. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. The energy on his body had also disappeared. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood and looked around. This was a desolate land. There were potholes everywhere. There was no vegetation at all. It was dead silent and there were no living creatures. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no sound. Senior Sister Mullins. Lu Ming was worried. The moment he arrived, he encountered such a thing. A few supreme existences were fighting. If not for that energy enveloping him, he would have been turned into ashes. He wondered what the situation was like when Mullins came here. Then, Lu Ming thought of those supreme existences. It was obvious that those huge demonic shadows belonged to the evil god race. The evil god race must have discovered the void passage and wanted to snatch it. However, they were stopped by the 9 dragon veins and the huge true dragon. In the end, seeing that they could not stop them, the true dragon and the 9 dragon veins destroyed the passage, not allowing them to pass. It seems that the divine wilderness continent is connected to this place because of that passage. The origin chi here is poured into the divine wilderness, causing the origin chi of the divine wilderness continent to be extremely rich. Lu Ming pondered because he realized that the origin chi here was extremely rich. It was even richer than the ancient Moon Holy Land. Moreover, the space was filled with powerful killing intent. It was similar to the killing intent he felt in 9 Dragons City. It seems that the good days of the divine wilderness continent are coming to an end. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The passage exploded and the two places could not be connected. Without the origin chi here flowing into the divine wilderness, the origin chi of the divine wilderness would soon dry up and return to its original state. However, it was 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than the evil god race invading the primordial realm through the passage. Once the evil god race invaded through this passage, the divine wilderness would be the first to bear the brunt. Existences like those from before were too terrifying. They could probably destroy the divine wilderness continent with a single slap. No one would be able to escape. Now, the cultivation conditions would at most worsen. Moreover, the Dragon Alliance had a large amount of resources and origin stones left by Lu Ming. It was enough for them to cultivate for a long time. Moreover, Song State's Dragon God Valley would send people to the divine wilderness. When the cultivation conditions of the divine wilderness continent worsened, some people from the Dragon Alliance could also go to Song State to cultivate. Compared to before, it was much better. Where is this? Is it not in the Grand Pure Sky domain? Lu Ming thought of another problem. Lu Ming had heard Uncle Kong, Emperor Wu Xiang, and the others mention it before. Now, only the Grand Pure Sky domain was left in the 9 heavens domain of the Heaven Realm. The other 8 heavens domains were occupied by the outsiders. The Heaven Realm guarded the passage to the Grand Pure Sky domain and fought with the outsiders for countless years. The outsiders did not invade the Grand Pure Sky domain. This was because only the Grand Pure Sky domain was connected to the primordial realm. However, if this was the Grand Pure Sky domain, how did the outsiders get in? They would definitely be blocked by the Heaven Realm's experts, right? This is troublesome. Lu Ming sighed. If this was not the Taiching heavenly domain but another heavenly domain, it would be troublesome. The other heavenly domains were completely occupied by the evil god tribe. How could he break out, head to the Taiching heavenly domain, or return to the primordial realm? Lu Ming furrowed his brows deeply. Forget it, let's heal first. Lu Ming shook his head, sat down cross-legged, and began to heal his injuries. His body's recovery ability was amazing. In less than half a day, his injuries were healed, and his cultivation was restored to its peak. Let's observe the surroundings first. Lu Ming intended to observe for a while to see where this place was. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Looking around, all he could see was desolation. Ravines and pits covered the entire ground. There were no living creatures, nor were there any plants. There was only the howling wind. Could this be an ancient battlefield? Looking at the ravines and pits on the ground, it looked like they were left behind by a great battle. I wonder if that passage has been destroyed? Lu Ming could not help but think of that passage. Now, he hoped that the passage had been destroyed. If it was not, it would be over if the alien race rushed in. However, before Lu Ming was swept away, he saw that the entire passage had exploded and collapsed. It should have been destroyed. Kill. Suddenly, a roar sounded, and a shocking murderous intent spread between heaven and earth. Lu Ming was shocked, and his hair stood on end. The sacred power in his body involuntarily circulated, and his body turned into a beam of light, retreating rapidly. However, no one chased after him. Kill. That voice sounded from high up in the sky. Lu Ming could not help but look in that direction. In the sky, light spread, and a figure appeared in the sky. This figure was clad in iron armor, holding a long spear, exuding a shocking murderous intent as he roared. This is not a physical body. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He realized that this figure was not a physical body, nor was it formed by any energy. It was just a shadow. Kill, kill, kill. That figure shouted several times in succession. Terrifying killing intent rushed into the heavens. Then, the light distorted and that figure disappeared like a phantom. What is this? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. This figure was filled with terrifying killing intent. It gave people the feeling that it was a terrifying expert. However, it didn't have any hostility towards Lu Ming. It also acted as if it didn't see Lu Ming. After roaring a few times, it disappeared. Could it be that the experts who died in battle back then left behind an indestructible mark? Lu Ming guessed. Lu Ming observed for a while and did not find anything unusual, so he continued to move forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, not long after Lu Ming moved forward, two streaks of light flew towards him. Two humans. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The two streaks of light were actually two humans and not from the evil god tribe. This made Lu Ming overjoyed. The fact that the humans could come here meant that Lu Ming's previous speculation was wrong. This was not the Eight Heavens domain that was occupied by the evil god tribe. The two of them obviously saw Lu Ming and flew towards Lu Ming. When they got close, the streaks of light disappeared, revealing two figures. One of them was a young man in a blue robe. He was tall and straight and exuded a powerful aura. The other was a middle-aged man in battle armor. The aura he exuded was also extremely powerful. A 3-star illusionary emperor and a 4-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly. That young man was a 3-star illusionary emperor. He was so young and had reached this level. He was definitely a genius. As for the middle-aged man, he was a 4-star illusionary emperor. The two of them carefully sized up Lu Ming. The young man was surprised. Brother, how should I address you? I have never seen you in the military camp before. The blue-robed young man cupped his fists. Military camp? Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly. He then cupped his fists and said, I am Lu Ming. I am not from the military camp. I was adventuring in a secret place and accidentally got swept into a spatial storm. I was swept here. Lu Ming lied. Oh? The young man and middle-aged man exchanged a look. It was unknown whether they believed him or not. May I ask where this place is? Lu Ming asked. You really don't know? The blue-robed young man asked. I really don't know. Lu Ming nodded. It seems that Brother Lu really doesn't know. Then I will tell Brother Lu. This is a battlefield between the Taiching Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. The blue-robed young man said. A battlefield between the Taiching Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain? Lu Ming's heart shook. A puzzled look flashed across his eyes. Brother Lu, don't tell me you don't know about the battlefield between the two heavens? The puzzled look in the blue-robed young man's eyes grew even stronger. To be honest, I have been training on an island overseas and adventuring. Although I have heard about the battlefield with the foreign races, I am not very clear about it. Please enlighten me. Lu Ming cupped his fists together politely. So you are from overseas? No wonder. Then I will tell you, the blue-robed young man immediately began to explain. As everyone knows, the heavens are divided into 9 heavens. The 9 heavens are like 9 worlds that are connected by a passage. However, the passage between the heavens isn't a spatial passage, but the earth. The earth connects the heavens like an astonishingly long and wide road. This is the passage between the Hunyuan heaven domain and the Taiqing heaven domain. Due to the invasion of the foreign races, the passage between the 2 heavens has become a battlefield. The blue-robed young man explained. Now that the Hunyuan heavenly domain had been occupied by the foreign races, this was the battlefield between the Taiqing heavenly domain and the Hunyuan heavenly domain. If the foreign races wanted to invade the Taiqing heavenly domain, they would have to attack from here. It was no wonder that he could see both the foreign races and humans here. Lu Ming breathed a long sigh of relief, his heart relaxing a little. Coming to the battlefield between 2 heavens was better than going to the other heavens that had already been occupied by the foreign races. The hell we're in right now is even more special. It's an ancient battlefield. Countless years ago, a terrifying battle took place here. Legend has it that the people who participated in that battle were the most terrifying experts in the world. After that battle, this ancient battlefield fell into eternal silence, and outsiders were unable to enter. The blue-robed young man continued. Outsiders can't enter? Then we. Lu Ming was puzzled. The reason why we couldn't enter before was because of the terrible war between the heavens and the foreign races. No one knows how many peerless experts died in the war. This place is filled with endless killing intent, and many peerless experts have left behind immortal marks after their deaths. Those imprints can sense the people who come in here. Once they sense a powerful existence, those imprints will attack and kill that powerful existence. However, a huge change occurred in this battlefield not long ago, and things took a turn for the better. As long as one's cultivation isn't too high, one can enter. Brother Lu, you are in luck. This is the battlefield of ancient peerless experts. Although countless years have passed, there may still be peerless treasures left behind. Many people have come to explore this place. He finally understood the gist of the situation after listening to the youth's explanation. They were currently in the middle of the battlefield between the 2 heavens. It was an ancient battlefield. In the past, there had been many battles between peerless experts. This place was filled with terrifying killing intent, and there were also inextinguishable marks left behind by peerless experts that would take the initiative to kill anyone who entered. So in the past, it was impossible to enter this hell. However, something strange happened not long ago and this place was now accessible. Lu Ming could not help but think of the figure that he had seen previously who was wearing iron armor and holding a long spear. Was he the one who had died in the battle and left behind an inextinguishable mark? His cultivation was too weak so the imprint didn't attack him. Compared to the peerless experts of the world, his cultivation was indeed too weak. Could the changes in this area be related to the previous battle? Lu Ming thought about it and felt that there was a high possibility. However, there are still imprints left behind by the masters. Those below the true emperor realm will be fine since the imprints won't attack them. However, it's hard to say what will happen to those above the true emperor realm. The higher the cultivation, the more dangerous it will be. That's why this is our chance. A fiery light flashed in the youth's eyes. Then, the blue-robed young man looked at Lu Ming and a strange smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Brother Lu, since you came here by accident, why don't we travel together? If we encounter any opportunities, we can share equally. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. He had many questions to ask since he was new to Heaven World. It was best to team up. The 3 of them moved forward together. However, the 3 of them did not dare to go too fast. That was because no one had ever entered the ancient battlefield since ancient times. No one knew what kind of dangers there would be. Not long after, the 3 of them encountered another indestructible imprint. This time, it wasn't a human, but rather an enormous bird. Its aura was crazy, and its killing intent rushed into the heavens. The bird glanced at them coldly but didn't attack. After a while, it disappeared. The three heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't strong enough. Otherwise, they would have been attacked by these imprints. These imprints were extremely powerful when they were alive. Legend had it that this battlefield was one of the battlefields between Heaven World and the foreign races. Those who were able to participate were all unimaginably strong. Therefore, the imprints left behind by these masters were extremely terrifying. Great emperors who entered this place were killed by the imprints. Even heavenly emperors died after entering this place. From this, one could see how terrifying these imprints were when they were alive. Along the way, Lu Ming made indirect inquiries and found out a lot of information. The youth in blue was called Blue Cloud. The middle-aged man was called Xianxia. They were training outside the battlefield and fighting against the foreign races in Grand Pure Heaven's camp. This time, many people knew about the changes that had occurred in the ancient battlefield. Apart from them, many people from the Celestial Realm's military camp had also rushed over. After all, the people who participated in the battle back then were too powerful. Even though countless years had passed and many things might have decayed, if there were any treasures left behind that hadn't decayed, as long as one could obtain one, it would be a great opportunity. It was not surprising that many people came to explore. I'm afraid the outsiders will also send people here. The three of them continued forward, searching the area. However, there was only a deathly stillness everywhere. It was completely empty. There was nothing. 2 hours later. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. There was a pile of messy stones in front of them. There was a skeleton sitting on the ground in the middle of the stones. He was holding a broken sword in his hand. When a martial artist reached the Saint Realm, their physical body would be extremely difficult to corrode. In the Martial Emperor realm, their physical body was known to be immortal. However, everything was relative. It could be immortal for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. But what about 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even longer? Everything would eventually corrode in the passage of time. The skeleton in front of them was very likely to be a peerless master when he was alive. They glanced at the master's finger. Unfortunately, they didn't see a storage ring. Storage rings would also corrode over the years and disintegrate. The things inside could be swept into the turbulence of the void. Obviously, the master's storage ring had been corroded. Then, their eyes fell on the broken sword in the skeleton's hand. The broken sword was covered in rust. However, after such a long period of time, even the flesh of this peerless expert had corroded. Even his interspatial ring was corroded. However, the broken sword was still preserved. It was definitely an amazing treasure. In particular, Blue Cloud and Xianxia's eyes shone with a fiery light. "Brother Lu, why don't you go and get the broken sword?" Blue Cloud asked and looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. "I go?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but it disappeared in a flash. Blue Cloud asked him to go and get the broken sword. He definitely didn't want to give the broken sword to Lu Ming out of kindness. Instead, he wanted Lu Ming to test it out. After such a peerless master died, no one knew what dangers he would face even though countless years had passed. What if he left behind a trace of qi or some other means? Going to take the broken sword would be courting death. "Hurry up and go and get the broken sword," Xianxia also said in a cold voice. Lu Ming sneered. He finally understood why Blue Cloud was so kind to answer his question and invite him to go with him. His purpose was to use him as a testing stone. If there was any danger, he would ask him to go first. "Brother Lu, hurry up," Blue Cloud urged. At the same time, he moved and formed a triangle with Xianxia, blocking Lu Ming's path of retreat. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "Okay, I'll go and get it." Lu Ming spoke and smiled faintly. He stepped forward and walked toward the skeleton. Lu Ming obviously didn't dare to be careless. He was highly focused and constantly scanned the skeleton and the broken sword with his spiritual consciousness. However, he didn't find anything unusual or dangerous. However, Lu Ming still didn't dare to be careless. He held the sword of the Celestial Emperor in his hand. Now that the energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body was more than 10%, the sword of the Celestial Emperor could erupt with great power. If anything went wrong, he could use the sword of the Celestial Emperor to block it. He slowly approached the skeleton but still didn't find any danger. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness was mainly focused on the broken sword. The broken sword was immortal. The most likely danger was on the broken sword. However, when he sensed it at close range, the broken sword seemed to have lost its spirituality. It was no different from a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A palm condensed from Saint Power grabbed at the broken sword. Saint Power? He hasn't become an emperor yet? Previously, they thought that Lu Ming was at least a martial emperor expert. Now that they saw that Lu Ming was using Saint energy and not the power of the heavens, they immediately looked at him with disdain. At that moment, Lu Ming's hand, which was formed by Saint energy, had already grabbed the broken sword. There was nothing wrong with it, the Saint energy retracted and Lu Ming held the broken sword in his hand. It was cold to the touch and there was nothing special about it. Lu Ming kept the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming would not use the Heavenly Emperor's sword. After all, once the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's body was depleted, it was too troublesome to replenish it. The amount of resources needed was also shocking. After such a long time, the spirituality in the broken sword has already dissipated and it has become a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming scanned the broken sword with his spiritual consciousness and found that it was useless. Seeing that Lu Ming had successfully obtained the broken sword, Blue Cloud and Lan Xianxia smiled. "Brother Lu, quickly hand the broken sword to me," Blue Cloud said impatiently. "Brother Lan, I was the one who obtained this broken sword." Lu Ming turned around and looked at Blue Cloud. "Brother Lu, hand it to me first. When we get more treasures in the future, we'll split it equally," Blue Cloud said impatiently. If not for the fact that he still needed to use Lu Ming, he would have turned hostile. Lan Xianxia was even more direct and said, "It's a waste for a peerless expert to leave such a treasure in the hands of a saint like you. Hand it to us first and we'll compensate you later." Lu Ming sneered in his heart. On the surface, he deliberately pondered and said, "All right then." Then, he tossed the broken sword to Blue Cloud. Blue Cloud was overjoyed and quickly took a look at it. He was disappointed after taking a look. It has no spirituality. It's like a piece of scrap metal. Blue Cloud shook his head but still kept the broken sword. "Both of you, I still have something to do. Let's part ways here." Right then, Lu Ming said. "You want to leave?" Blue Cloud's face darkened. "That's right. I still have matters to attend to in my hometown. I have to find the exit and return first. I won't accompany you two in your treasure hunt." Lu Ming casually found an excuse. "Lu Ming, I've explained so many things to you. How can it be so easy for you to leave just like that? Come with us," Blue Cloud said coldly. "Kid, come with us to search for treasures. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place." Lan Xianxia appeared behind Lu Ming, emitting a cold killing intent. They wanted to forcefully drag Lu Ming along as their pathfinder. Lu Ming sneered. The other party had indeed explained some problems for him, but he had already taken a risk for them and obtained the broken sword. Furthermore, the reason why the other party explained the problem to him was that he didn't have good intentions from the start. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. "All right, since that's the case, I'll accompany you. However, we must split the treasures equally." "Of course," Blue Cloud said. However, he sneered in his heart. Lu Ming was really naive to think that they could split the treasures equally. Even if Lu Ming didn't die during the pathfinding process, they wouldn't leave Lu Ming behind. Boom, at that moment, something strange happened. Lu Ming erupted. He instantly raised his battle strength to the peak and threw a palm strike at Lan Xianxia. This move was too sudden. Lan Xianxia was very strong. He was a 4-star illusionary emperor. Facing danger, he roared and several types of laws spread out from his body. However, he was still a step too late. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming was just a person below the martial emperor realm. They could kill anyone below the martial emperor realm with a flip of their hand. Thus, they were not so cautious. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly attacked. Lan Songshur could only control his laws in time to block in front of him. Boom! Lu Ming's palm landed on Lan Songshur's body. The nomological laws that covered Lan Songshur's body vibrated violently. In the end, they were penetrated by Lu Ming's palm. The terrifying palm force surged into Lan Songshur's body, creating a huge hole that penetrated his body. Lan Songshur let out a cry of agony and backed away rapidly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. At that instant, he had sensed 7 types of laws from Lu Ming's body. 2 types of supreme laws and 5 types of emperor laws. Lan Songshur was almost scared to death. This guy's strength is very strong. Lu Ming frowned too. Lu Ming's 5 types of laws had reached the perfection stage. However, the laws of alchemy and the laws of weapon arts had yet to reach the perfection stage. His body had yet to be refined, but his strength was significantly stronger than during the Battle of 10 Earths. With his current strength, he could easily kill a 5-star illusionary monarch with his full strength. However, Lu Ming had failed to kill Lan Songshur with a sneak attack. He had only severely injured him. Lan Songshur was only a 4-star illusionary monarch. He had sensed 3 types of laws from Lan Songshur's body. 1 type of emperor law and 2 types of ordinary laws. Moreover, the 2 types of ordinary laws had both reached the second realm. Lan Songshur's strength was much stronger than ordinary 4-star illusionary monarchs. At this moment, Blue Cloud also reacted. Bastard, how dare you attack? You're courting death. Blue Cloud roared and unleashed his strength, charging towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and charged towards Lan Songshur. He would deal with one first before dealing with the other. The other party wanted to use him as a testing stone. How could that be possible? Boom! Lu Ming's palms slashed out continuously. In an instant, he had slashed out dozens of palms. Each palm contained 7 types of laws. Its power was extremely shocking. Lan Songshur was severely injured by Lu Ming. He spat out blood continuously. His strength was not even 20% of his peak state. How could he resist? After a few moves, his protective laws were shattered. The surging palm force landed on his body. Lan Songshur did not even let out a scream before his body exploded. Boom! After killing Lan Songshur, Lu Ming's figure did not stop. Taking advantage of the momentum, he turned around and blasted a palm behind him. Because behind him, Blue Cloud's attack had also arrived. Lu Ming's palm slammed onto Blue Cloud's fist, erupting with a violent boom. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surge towards him. His figure retreated repeatedly. Blue Cloud was not much better. His figure also drifted backward. His strongest law has already reached the second realm. There's still another type of emperor law. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Blue Cloud was undoubtedly a top-notch prodigy. He was not weaker than some of the prodigies who came to Destiny Mountain with Heavenly Emperor Kong back then. A 3-star illusionary monarch controlled 1 type of strongest law, 1 type of emperor law. His strength was not weaker than that grey-robed youth who had fought with Lu Ming back then. At this moment, Blue Cloud was even more shocked. He also sensed the laws that Lu Ming controlled. He was extremely shocked. It's you. I remember now. You're that trash from the Yuan realm. A peerless trash. Blue Cloud suddenly roared. He was also a top-notch prodigy in the Heaven domain. Back then, some people went to the Yuan realm. After returning, they said that a peerless trash had appeared in the Yuan realm. Below the Martial Emperor realm, he had mastered many types of laws. He had even mastered 2 types of strongest laws. However, he could not become an emperor. Back then, it had caused a stir in the Heaven domain. Now that he had fought with Lu Ming, he immediately remembered. You're just a trash. How dare you kill someone from the Lan family? You're courting death. Blue Cloud's entire body was filled with ice-cold killing intent. At the same time, he emitted a scarlet light. Even his palms were the same. Boom! Boom! Blue Cloud blasted out more than a dozen punches at Lu Ming. As he swung his fists, there was a violent lion roar. Lu Ming saw that on each of Blue Cloud's fists, there was a fiery red lion roaring. As Blue Cloud swung his fists, the fiery red lion also pounced. This was a terrifying divine ability that unleashed the power of the two laws that Blue Cloud controlled. Lu Ming waved his palm, erupting with 7 types of laws, and instantly struck out more than a dozen palms. Boom! Boom! Fists and palms collided constantly, erupting with shocking rumbles as energy swept out. However, countless years ago, this place had experienced a great battle between peerless powerhouses. The ground had become extremely hard. The energy from the battle between Lu Ming and Blue Cloud could only leave a shallow mark on the ground. The two attacked at an astonishing speed. The sky was filled with fist and palm shadows. In an instant, they had exchanged more than 100 moves, and lion roars were incessant. Damn it, this guy is even stronger than the legends say. Didn't the legends say that he only grasped 5 types of laws? Blue Cloud roared in his heart. After exchanging more than 100 moves, he could not defeat Lu Ming, which made him a little impatient. Lu Ming's expression was calm. This Blue Cloud was indeed not weaker than the gray-robed youth back then. However, Lu Ming was also much stronger than during the Ten Lands battle. During the Ten Lands battle, facing the gray-robed youth, Lu Ming had to borrow the power of his third bloodline to be able to resist. But now, he did not need the power of his third bloodline to resist. The two continued to exchange hundreds of moves, but it was still difficult to determine a victor. Tear him apart for me! Blue Cloud roared. The fiery red light on his body became even stronger. He waved his hands, and the fiery red lions in his hands merged into one, transforming into a huge red lion that pounced at Lu Ming. The power of this move was much stronger than before. This was Blue Cloud's ultimate move. It was his trump card, and its power was astonishing. Hammer of Chaos. Lu Ming used his self-created divine ability, the Hammer of Primal Chaos. During this period of time, Lu Ming had not stopped exploring the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death. The power of these two mystiques was getting stronger and stronger. In particular, Lu Ming had fused the Alchemy Dao Law and the Tools Dao Law into it. The Law of Primal Chaos and the other 5 laws of the King Dao fused together in a miraculous manner, exploding out at the same time. A huge hammer was formed and smashed towards Blue Cloud. Boom! The Hammer of Primordial Chaos collided with the gigantic red lion, causing the space to explode continuously. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The two of them were locked in a stalemate in the air as they continued to fight. In the end, the red lion and the Hammer of Primal Chaos exploded at the same time. The two of them trembled and retreated. How is this possible? Blue Cloud roared in his heart. With his strength, he was actually unable to take down Lu Ming. This made him extremely shocked and furious. Kill! He roared. An even more intense red light spread out from his body. His glabella shone and a huge seal was about to appear. As soon as this huge seal appeared, a shocking lion roar was heard, causing the void to explode continuously. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could feel that this was a terrifying emperor weapon. It was at least a true emperor weapon. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. His third bloodline appeared. He borrowed the power of his third bloodline to increase his strength greatly. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards Blue Cloud like lightning. The Hammer of Primal Chaos smashed out. Blue Cloud did not expect Lu Ming's strength to suddenly increase. In a hurry, he hurriedly blocked, but how could he block it? After being hit by the Hammer of Primal Chaos, Blue Cloud screamed and flew out, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Kill! Lu Ming was very decisive. After injuring Blue Cloud with one move, he immediately rushed over to kill Blue Cloud. Lu Ming, I'll kill you sooner or later. Blue Cloud roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, a fiery red jade token appeared in his hand and he crushed it. Roar! After the jade tablet was crushed, a huge fiery red lion appeared. This lion even had a pair of wings. It grabbed Lan Yun and with a flap of its wings, its body soared into the sky and flew into the distance at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming chased after it, but after a while, he realized that he could not catch up at all. The other party flew further and further away and finally disappeared from his sight. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed. Blue Cloud was definitely a disciple of a major force in the heaven realm. He had many treasures on him. That jade token was used to save his life. Lu Ming went back and put away Lan Songshir's storage ring. Then, his figure flashed and he left this place. After that, Lu Ming carefully traveled through this area alone. He encountered 2 imprints a few times. Among them, there were imprints of foreign races and experts from the heaven realm. Other than that, he found nothing. The key was that in this battlefield, Lu Ming could not tell the direction. He did not know which side was the exit and how to get out. He could only walk around randomly. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved. A sound came from ahead. In this land, there was no other sound other than the sound of the wind. But now, there were other noises. This meant that there was a situation ahead. Immediately, Lu Ming used the divine breathing technique to restrain his aura to the extreme. Then, he landed on the ground and walked along the ground. After 100 miles, Lu Ming hit on a low mountain peak. Using the rocks as cover, Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, there was a flat land. There were burly figures. Evil God Tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. There were a total of more than 10 Evil God Tribe members. However, these Evil God Tribe members were different from the Evil God Tribe members that Lu Ming had seen before. These Evil God Tribe members were also covered in scales. However, in the past, the scales on the Evil God Tribe members that Lu Ming had encountered were all black. However, the scales on these Evil God Tribe members were purple. Moreover, they were slightly smaller than the Evil God Tribe members that Lu Ming had encountered before. However, they were indeed members of the Evil God Tribe. Each of them had a third eye between their brows. More than 10 purple-scaled Evil God Tribe members surrounded an area. Their figures flashed continuously as if they were setting up something. That is, Lu Ming looked around again and discovered that the one surrounded by more than 10 Evil God Tribe members was a skeleton. This skeleton held a big bow in its hand. Obviously, the Evil God Tribe members were here for this big bow. However, they did not dare to get too close. These guys seemed to be setting up some kind of formation. Lu Ming observed carefully and discovered that the Evil God Tribe members should be setting up a formation. After a while, the Evil God Tribe members stopped and retreated in a flash. Activate the formation. One of the Evil God Tribe members shouted. Then, purple light spread out from the bodies of the Evil God Tribe members and sank into the ground. The ground shone, and strings of jet black light shone out. Then, these jet black lights condensed into large words. The formation set up by the Evil God Tribe condensed many large, black, ancient words. The moment these words appeared, they flew toward the large bow. They shone brightly and suppressed it. However, at this moment, the large bow emitted a beam of light. It was like a light shield that enveloped the bow. Those large words were blocked by the light shield. More than 10 members of the Evil God Tribe exuded an even more intense purple glow that surged into the ground. The prowess of the great formation grew stronger, emitting black light continuously. Many large black characters appeared continuously, rushing toward the great bow. However, even though the light barrier around the big bow was trembling non-stop, it was still not broken. This large bow still has its spirituality. It is definitely a supreme divine bow. Lu Ming thought to himself. A fiery look flashed in his eyes. After a while, it was still ineffective. It did not break the light shield around the large bow. Our formation is set up too far away from the large bow. We can't fully unleash the power of the formation. We have to get closer and set up the formation near the large bow. Only then can we eliminate the killing intent on this large bow. An Evil God Tribe member said. That's right. This is a treasure left behind from ancient times. After so many years, its spirituality has not completely disappeared. It is definitely a treasure. We can't miss it. Let's do it. Another Evil God Tribe member also spoke. Then, the 10 odd Evil God Tribe members carefully approached the large bow. When they were within 1,000 meters of the large bow, they started to set up the formation again. Buzz, just then, the large bow let out a buzz and emitted a bright light. Then, a beam of light shot out from the large bow like an arrow. Poochie, an Evil God Tribe member, did not have the slightest ability to resist. The arrow pierced through his head and he died. Increase the speed. An evil god tribe member shouted. The purple light on the bodies of the 10 odd evil god tribe members became increasingly intense. They increased their speed to set up the formation. Beams of light entered the ground. Swoosh, at this moment, the large bow vibrated again. Another arrow shot out and killed another evil god tribe member. The remaining evil god tribe members were terrified. However, at this point, they could not retreat. They could only grit their teeth and continue. They increased their speed to set up the formation. Swoosh. Swoosh, in the process of setting up the formation, the great bows vibrated incessantly. Arrows shot out one after another, killing the members of the evil god tribe one after another. What terrifying power! This killing intent hasn't dissipated yet. Lu Ming's expression was somewhat solemn. He could tell that there was a trace of the bow's owner's killing intent in it. Any living creature that approached the bow would be mercilessly shot to death. This was also the reason why Blue Cloud and the others had asked Lu Ming to lead the way. If the broken sword from before still had spirituality, it would be extremely dangerous. As for these evil god tribe members, it was clear that they wanted to set up a great formation to erase the killing intent on the great bow. In just a short moment, 8 members of the evil god tribe died to the bow. And now, there were still 9 members of the evil god tribe left. Success! Retreat! A member of the evil god race roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! The remaining 9 people retreated frantically. But at this moment, the great bow vibrated and another arrow shot out, shooting towards one of the evil god tribe members. No, that member of the evil god tribe roared in despair, filled with unwillingness. They had already succeeded and retreated. But at the last moment, the arrow shot out at him. Pooh, without any suspense, this member of the evil god tribe was killed, leaving only 8 members of the evil god tribe. The remaining 8 people retreated at an astonishing speed. When they retreated to a certain distance, the great bow stopped emitting light and quieted down. The 8 members of the evil god tribe revealed expressions of lingering fear. If they had been unlucky, they would have already died. Let's begin. The 8 of them exchanged glances and then started to activate the great formation. This time, the inner and outer layers of the great formation were activated together, forming many ancient and profound characters that flew toward the great bow. Lu Ming reckoned that this great formation should be one that all members of the evil god tribe had. The ancient characters flew toward the great bow. The great bow shone, and a layer of light enveloped it. But this time, the prowess of the ancient characters was clearly much stronger than before. The large characters shone like weapons, pressing down on the light barrier. Boom! Boom! The light barrier trembled incessantly, creating layers of ripples as if it would shatter at any moment. A few minutes later, the light barrier indeed could not withstand it. Like a bubble, it burst with a pu sound. Those large characters rushed toward the great bow, covering it. Buzz, at this moment, the great bow vibrated, emitting terrifying killing intent that permeated the surroundings. Those large characters covering the great bow crumbled one by one. However, more large characters would soon cover it. Every time the large characters crumbled, the killing intent on the great bow would dim a little and weaken a little. This was using the power of the great formation to grind away the killing intent on the great bow. As time passed, the killing intent on the great bow became weaker and weaker. Half an hour later, the killing intent on the great bow had completely disappeared. We succeeded, haha. One of the members of the evil god tribe laughed loudly. The other members of the evil god tribe also revealed looks of joy. They stepped forward and approached the great bow. The great bow did not react at all. In the end, they approached the great bow. One of the members of the evil god tribe stepped forward and grabbed the great bow. Buzz, that member of the evil god tribe, held the great bow in his hand and tried to pull the bowstring. However, after pulling for a long time, the great bow did not react at all. Haha, as expected of a supreme treasure. With our cultivation, we can't pull it open at all. That member of the evil god tribe laughed loudly, becoming even more excited. If they brought such a precious treasure back and handed it over, they would definitely receive generous rewards. Let me see. Another member of the evil god tribe was very curious. He took the great bow and tried to pull it open, but it did not work either. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. 3 4-star Void Emperors and 5 3-star Void Emperors. Lu Ming muttered. Earlier, these members of the evil god tribe were controlling the Great Formation. Lu Ming already knew the strength of these members of the evil god tribe. Originally, there were 2 5-star Void Emperors among these members of the evil god tribe. However, they were too unlucky and were killed by the Great Bow. The strongest remaining was only a 4-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming decided to make a move and kill these members of the evil god tribe to snatch the Great Bow. Whoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and approached the area where the evil god tribe was. Lu Ming executed the divine aura art and did not release any aura at all. The other party did not sense anything at all. They just stood there and looked at the Great Bow. Now is the time. With a thought, Lu Ming swooped down like a bolt of lightning, killing his way down. As he swooped down, Lu Ming condensed a battle sword in his hand. This was a magic skill, the Sword of Death. Not good, there's someone. The members of the evil god tribe also discovered Lu Ming. They all roared, and purple light spread out from their bodies. Kill. Lu Ming slashed at a 4-star Void Emperor from the evil god tribe. At the critical moment, the third eye of the evil god tribe member lit up. A purple beam of light shot out and pierced towards Lu Ming. At the same time, his body shone with purple light. A giant axe appeared in his hand and he slashed upwards. Boom, Lu Ming slashed downwards. The Sword of Death hit the purple beam of light from the third eye of the evil god tribe member. The Sword of Death vibrated. The death laws and the 5 types of laws vibrated continuously, forming a terrifying cutting force. It directly slashed the beam of light and continued to slash downwards. Then, the Sword of Death collided with the giant axe. With a violent boom, the Sword of Death vibrated. However, the giant axe vibrated even more violently. In the end, it directly exploded, turning into fragments that flew everywhere. Many fragments bombarded the body of the evil god tribe member. Bam, the body of the evil god tribe member flew out. Wounds appeared on his body and blood flowed out. However, he did not die. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. This evil god tribe member was only a 4-star Void Emperor. With Lu Ming's current battle strength, he could instantly kill an ordinary 4-star Void Emperor when he used the Sword of Death. Even a 4-star Void Emperor would be severely injured in one move. However, just now, Lu Ming did not kill the evil god tribe member in a surprise attack. He only severely injured the evil god tribe member. The battle strength of this evil god tribe member was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. He is not weaker than Xianxia from before. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Xianxia was also a 4-star Void Emperor. However, his battle strength was far stronger than the 4-star Void Emperors that Lu Ming had encountered before. This is the battlefield of the 2 worlds. These people are all from the military camps of the 2 worlds. They have been fighting on the battlefield all year round. Their battle strength is stronger than those of the same level. Lu Ming pondered and came to this conclusion. Of course, Lu Ming only had these thoughts for an instant. He did not stop at all and continued to attack the injured evil god tribe member. However, at this moment, the other members of the evil god tribe had already reacted. Beams of terrifying purple light pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only stop blocking and brandish the Sword of Death to block these purple beams of light. He discovered that the power of these purple light beams was also very shocking. The battle prowess of each member of the evil god tribe was stronger than the black-scaled evil god tribe that Lu Ming had encountered in the past. These were definitely the elites of the evil god race. Kill. Lu Ming broke through several purple light beams and charged towards a 3-star Void Emperor. Even if he could not instantly kill a 4-star Void Emperor, he should be able to instantly kill a 3-star Void Emperor. Stop him. Among the 8 members of the evil god tribe, there were a total of 3 4-star Void Emperors. Previously, one of them had been severely injured by Lu Ming, so there were still 2 more. Right now, these 2 people from the evil god tribe acted as the main force and launched a barrage of attacks at Lu Ming. As for the other 3-star Faux Emperor evil god tribe members, they attacked Lu Ming from the periphery. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless and focused his attention to block. Although he could instantly kill a 3-star Void Emperor, it did not mean that he could ignore the attacks of a 3-star Void Emperor. Moreover, the attack power of these 3-star Void Emperors was very terrifying. If Lu Ming was hit, he would also be injured. Human race ant, how dare you sneak attack me? Kill. That member of the evil god tribe that was attacked by Lu Ming also charged back. Lu Ming was surrounded by the 8 members of the evil god tribe. For a moment, he could only protect himself and could not kill the enemy at all. I underestimated the enemy. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Back in the primordial realm, he could instantly kill a 4-star Void Emperor. In addition, his strength had increased recently. Therefore, he did not take the 4-star Void Emperors seriously before, unless they were top prodigies like Blue Cloud. Therefore, he attacked and directly charged out. Now, he understood that he had underestimated others. This was the 2-realm battlefield. Those who could participate in the battle here were all elites and did not lack experts. Looks like I can only borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Immediately, a wave of power from the 3rd bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming did not dare to borrow too much power. The 3rd bloodline was too strange. If he borrowed too much, his mind would be affected. But even so, Lu Ming's power increased greatly. Kill. The 3rd bloodline contained a strong killing intent. Lu Ming shouted loudly, and a cold killing intent erupted. All the members of the evil god tribe could not help but shiver. How could Lu Ming miss such a good opportunity? He took a step forward, and the sword of death slashed toward the member of the evil god tribe that he had severely injured previously. Poof, this time, this member of the evil god tribe could no longer resist and was directly slashed into 2 by Lu Ming's sword. Immediately after, Lu Ming's battle sword swept out and killed a 3-star Void Emperor realm member of the evil god tribe. Kill. After killing 2 people in a row, Lu Ming charged toward a 4-star Void Emperor. That 4-star Void Emperor roared and used his trump card to block. But after the battle sword slashed past, all of his attacks collapsed. His entire person flew out and fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. Although he did not die, he did not have the strength to fight anymore. As the number of the other party decreased, Lu Ming's strength increased. With this, Lu Ming became even more invincible. Poof. Poof, another 2 sword slashes, and another 2 3-star Void Emperors were killed. In a few breaths, only 3 of the 8 of them were left. The remaining 3 were finally afraid and turned to run. How could Lu Ming let them escape? His figure flashed, and he chased after them. With 1 sword slash, he killed the remaining 2 3-star Void Emperors. Only the last 4-star Void Emperor was left, and he had already fled some distance away. Lu Ming chased over at extreme speed. After 10 miles, Lu Ming caught up with the other party. Let's die together. Seeing that he could not escape, the evil god tribe member roared. His third eye burst out with a resplendent light like a small purple sun. Swoosh, a purple light beam with extremely shocking power pierced toward Lu Ming. After shooting out this light beam, the aura of the evil god tribe member immediately withered. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. This light beam gave him a dangerous feeling. Slash. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and slashed down. Dong, with a loud tremor, the sword of death in Lu Ming's hand actually exploded. Lu Ming's figure retreated quickly, feeling that his palm was a little numb. What a strong power. The power of the other party's desperate attack was really shocking. At this moment, he had borrowed the power of his third bloodline, but the sword of death was still scattered by the other party. Seeing that his desperate attack still did not kill Lu Ming, the evil god tribe member revealed a look of despair. Ants of the human race, my race will trample all of you sooner or later. We will kill all of you lowly ants and not leave a single one alive. The evil god tribe member roared. In the future, the ones who will be destroyed will be you. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. The sword of death condensed once again and slashed out, killing the other party. After keeping the other party's storage bracelet, Lu Ming charged back and killed the heavily injured evil god tribe member. Lu Ming would not show any mercy to the evil god tribe. He would kill as many as he could. The evil god tribe was bent on breaking through the heaven realm and primordial realm. At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. At this point, all 8 members of the evil god tribe had been killed by Lu Ming. With a thought, Lu Ming put away the power of the third bloodline. What exactly is this third bloodline? Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder. This wasn't the first time he had thought about this question. The third bloodline seemed to be very mysterious. It had boundless power and endless killing intent. He didn't dare to borrow too much of its power. This power wasn't something he could control. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, his fear of the third bloodline became stronger. This was because no matter how much his strength increased, he was like an ant in front of the power of the third bloodline. Forget it. As long as my strength can continue to increase, I will be able to use this power for myself. Lu Ming shook his head. Then, he put away all the storage bracelets of the evil god tribe, including those that had been killed by the Bao. These were all martial emperors. To Lu Ming, this was another bountiful harvest. Then, Lu Ming started to search through the storage bracelets one by one. Found it. Not long after, Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. A large Bao appeared in his hand. It was the large Bao that the evil god tribe had obtained previously. The large Bao was 1.5 meters long. It was made of an unknown material and was extremely heavy. The surface of the large Bao was covered in rust. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming grabbed the Bao with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. Then, he pulled with all his might. It didn't move at all. The large Bao didn't move at all. The bowstring didn't curve at all. With my current strength, I can't pull it at all. No wonder those members of the evil god tribe didn't move it either. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This large Bao was really extraordinary. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Even after so many years, it still retained its spirituality. This showed how extraordinary it was. Let's give it another try. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. This time, Lu Ming erupted with all his power of laws. Buzz, this time, the Bao vibrated slightly. At the same time, Lu Ming felt the bowstring being pulled. Although it was only a little bit, it was indeed being pulled. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth, as well as the saint energy in Lu Ming's body, poured into the Bao in a frenzy. An arrow that shone with 7 different colors appeared in the air. Success! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He loosened his grip and the arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, flying tens of thousands of meters away and hitting a mountain peak. Boom, a large hole was blasted into the mountain peak, and debris flew everywhere. What terrifying power! Lu Ming revealed an excited expression. This was an ancient battlefield. After experiencing a great battle between peerless powerhouses, energy and killing intent wreaked havoc here, causing the ground and rocks to become incomparably hard. Lu Ming's all-out attack only left a shallow mark on the ground. However, the arrow from earlier had pierced a huge hole in the mountain. The might of the arrow was extremely astonishing. However, the consumption of saint energy is also very shocking. I can't keep using it. This Bao seemed to require many laws to be pulled. Moreover, the consumption of saint energy was also very shocking. Lu Ming would not be able to use it many times before his saint energy was drained. With such power, I'm afraid even a 7-star Void Emperor would be shot to death by this arrow. Although the consumption of saint energy was shocking, Lu Ming was still very satisfied. With this Bao, he was not afraid of anyone below the true emperor. Moreover, he had only pulled the bowstring slightly just now. He was far from unleashing the power of this Bao. As his cultivation improved in the future, the power of this Bao would also become stronger. Lu Ming put away the big Bao excitedly. With a flash of his body, he left the place. Next, Lu Ming continued to wander alone without any direction. After a day, he had already lost track of how far he had traveled. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar in front. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming restrained his aura and quietly rushed over. Then, he saw some evil god tribe members besieging 3 humans. A young man, a middle-aged burly man, and an old man. The young man was slightly plump and his cultivation was very strong. He had reached the level of a 3-star Void Emperor. Moreover, he had also mastered an ultimate law. Obviously, he was a top genius. As for the middle-aged burly man, he was a 5-star Void Emperor. The old man was a 6-star Void Emperor and his combat strength was very strong. However, at this time, they were surrounded by danger. There were a total of 6 evil god tribe members besieging them. These 6 evil god tribe members were covered in purple scales and their cultivation was very high. One of them was also a 6-star Void Emperor and his combat strength was not weaker than the old man. There were also 3 5-star Void Emperors and 2 4-star Void Emperors. Such a lineup put the 3 humans in danger. Even if they resisted with all their might, they would not be able to stop it and were in imminent danger. "Young master, hurry up and leave. We will stop them," the old man shouted. "If you want to leave, let's leave together," the plump young man shouted. "You want to leave? None of you can leave. The reward for killing a genius of the human race is quite good. He he he." The 6-star Void Emperor from the evil god tribe laughed loudly. However, his attacks did not weaken at all and continued to attack the old man. Not only did the old man have to defend against the attacks of the 6-star Void Emperor, but he also had to defend against the 2 5-star Void Emperors. The situation was very dangerous and a trace of blood was already flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "Die!" the evil god tribe member shouted. In the distance, a cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The big bow appeared in his hand and then he quietly went to another direction. He planned to attack. If the people fighting in front were living beings from the heaven realm, he would not interfere and would not meddle in other people's business. However, one side was the evil god tribe and the other was the human race. That was a different story. Similarly, if Lu Ming did not have the big bow, he would not interfere. The other party had 5-star and 6-star Void Emperors. With his current combat strength, he would be courting death if he interfered. However, with the big bow in his hand, Lu Ming was fearless. In a few breaths, Lu Ming went to another direction and then pulled the big bow, aiming at the 6-star Void Emperor. The big bow emitted a faint light. The energy of heaven and earth and Lu Ming's saint power were constantly injected into the big bow. A 7-colored arrow appeared. Swoosh, Lu Ming released his grip and the arrow flew out. It instantly crossed a distance of dozens of miles and shot toward the 6-star Void Emperor. Its speed was astonishing. The 6-star Void Emperor reacted and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only use all his strength to defend. However, his defense was like paper and could not withstand a single blow. Poof, the arrow pierced through all his defenses and shot into his forehead. It took him tens of thousands of meters away and stared at a short peak. A 6-star Void Emperor was instantly killed. At the scene, both the human race and the evil god tribe were stunned. Especially the evil god tribe, they were even more shocked. "Kill! Retreat!" an evil god tribe member roared. To be able to kill a 6-star Void Emperor with one arrow, they knew that a terrifying expert must have come from the heaven realm. How would they dare to stay? In fear, they turned and fled. Swoosh, another arrow flew over, aiming at that 5-star Void Emperor. That 5-star Void Emperor screamed miserably and was shot to death. On the other side, the old man chased and killed the 5-star Void Emperor that he had severely injured. There were a total of 6 people on the other side. 1 6-star Void Emperor and 2 5-star Void Emperors were all killed, leaving only 3 4-star Void Emperors running for their lives. The 3 evil god tribe members fled in different directions. They knew that if they gathered together, none of them would be able to escape. "Chase!" the slightly plump youth roared and chased after a 4-star Void Emperor. The old man and the middle-aged man also chased after one of them. The evil god tribe member that the slightly plump youth chased after just happened to run toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out, holding a large bow and aiming at that evil god tribe member. That evil god tribe member was shocked and almost scared to death. Just now, 2 arrows had killed a 6-star Void Emperor and a 5-star Void Emperor. Now that he saw Lu Ming appear with a large bow, it would be strange if he was not scared to death. He was panicking, and the slightly plump youth had already arrived. This kind of purple-scaled evil god tribe member had very strong battle prowess. However, the slightly plump youth was a top genius. Although his cultivation was 1 level lower, his battle prowess was not inferior at all. In fact, he was even stronger. A snow-white and translucent saber light slashed toward the evil god tribe member. The evil god tribe member was fully on guard against Lu Ming. In his panic, he was directly hit by the slightly plump youth and was severely injured. The slightly plump youth hit the mark with one attack, and the subsequent attacks were endless. Snow-white saber light slashed toward the evil god tribe member one after another. The evil god tribe member was severely injured and was powerless to reverse the situation. They only had the power to defend and no longer had the power to counterattack. Defeat and death were inevitable. Lu Ming did not draw the large bow. Just now, he was just scaring the other party. Now that the matter was settled, he put away the large bow. Swoosh, a figure flashed, and the old man appeared. Clearly, he had already dealt with his opponent. After a while, the middle-aged man also appeared. Right now, the slightly plump young man had completely gained the upper hand. Saber light flashed, leaving behind many wounds on the evil god tribe member's body. Kill. In the end, the chubby young man shouted and chopped off his opponent's head. After killing the members of the evil god tribe, the chubby young man, the old man, and the middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming with shock in their eyes. Just now, the arrow had instantly killed a 6-star Void Emperor and a 5-star Void Emperor. They did not expect the owner of the arrow to be so young. Brother, thank you for your help just now. The plump man walked over and cupped his fists to express his gratitude, his attitude sincere. You're too courteous. How can we not kill the foreign races when we see them? Lu Ming smiled. What a good, how can I not kill you? What you said really makes sense. I am Lu Hao. How should I address you, brother? The chubby young man said. Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. So it's brother Lu. Lu Hao cupped his fists. Little brother Lu, thank you for your help. The old man and the middle-aged man also thanked Lu Ming. Lu Ming said a few polite words. Brother Lu, you seem to be very unfamiliar. Did you enter this battlefield alone? Lu Hao asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. It's not safe to enter alone. Now, the evil god tribe has also sent a large number of experts into this ancient battlefield. Now, the people of the heaven realm are gathering not far away, gathering our strength to fight against the evil god tribe together. Brother Lu, why don't you come with us? Lu Hao invited. Lu Ming pondered. After a while, Lu Ming nodded and said, all right, I'll go with you. Lu Ming agreed because he had his own considerations. First of all, Lu Hao and the others did not look like Blue Cloud and the others who were sinister, cunning, and shameless. Lu Hao and the others looked sincere and did not look like cunning people. In addition, he could not find a way out alone. Only with the people of the heaven realm could he find a way out and enter the supreme clear sky domain. Seeing that Lu Ming agreed, Lu Hao was overjoyed. He gave the 6 storage bracelets of the evil god tribe to Lu Ming, saying that it was all thanks to Lu Ming's help this time. Otherwise, they would have been finished. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and kept all of them. Then, they went in a direction. They did not encounter any danger on the way. A few hours later, they came to a barren mountain range. There was a valley inside, which was quite hidden. The living beings of the heaven realm gathered here. In addition to the human race, there were also the divine beast race. There are quite a lot of people. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they looked around and found that there were more than 100 people. However, there were not many young people, only 5 or 6. The others were middle-aged or old. There were both men and women. Without a doubt, they were all martial emperors. Some people had very strong auras, faintly emitting the divine light of the world. True Emperor, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This ancient battlefield was very dangerous. The stronger the cultivation, the more dangerous it was to enter. True emperors were already in danger when they entered. They might be targeted by those powerhouses' imprints. Low-level true emperors were still fine, but high-level true emperors would definitely die when they encountered those imprints. Lu Hao greeted the few young people and introduced them to Lu Ming. The few young people smiled and nodded to Lu Ming. They did not have any reaction when they heard Lu Ming's name. Obviously, even if they had heard that the primordial realm had a peerless crippled body, they probably did not know Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming also smiled and nodded. Then, he stood at the side with Lu Ming. Lu Hao whispered. They entered this ancient battlefield this time to try their luck and see if they could get some opportunities and obtain some treasures. In addition, they had another thing, which was to find out why this ancient battlefield had changed. What exactly had happened? Was it related to the evil god tribe? The upper echelons of the heaven realm attached great importance to this matter. Therefore, they gathered together. Firstly, they could exchange information. Secondly, they would have a higher chance of success if they worked together later. As time passed, more and more people came here. Not long after, about 150 people had gathered. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, another rainbow light flew over. This time, more than 10 people came at once. Blue cloud. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This time, more than 10 people came. The person in the lead was actually Blue Cloud. Now, it seemed that his injuries had healed. Blue Cloud and the others landed in the valley and scanned the place. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes emitted a strong killing intent as he strode towards Lu Ming. Brat, we meet again. This time, let's see how you'll die. Blue Cloud walked in front of Lu Ming and said coldly with a ferocious expression. Blue Cloud and the others closed in on Lu Ming with undisguised murderous intent. Blue Cloud, what do you want? Lu Hao stepped forward and shouted. What do we want? Cripple this kid. Blue Cloud said coldly. Around them, other people cast curious gazes at them. Lu Hao's expression changed and he said, Lan Yun, the two-world city has a rule. Once we enter the battlefield, the people of the heaven realm must be united. We are not allowed to kill each other. Those who break the rule will be punished by military law. Haha, violate the rule? Let me tell you, this kid has violated the rule. He attacked and killed an expert of my Lan family, so I'm going to cripple him and bring him back to Two World City to accept the punishment. Blue Cloud laughed. Two World City was a huge city located at the entrance of Hunyuan Heaven Domain and Taiching Heaven Domain. It was incomparably majestic and had countless experts guarding it. It was because of Two World City that the invasion of the foreign races was stopped. What? Hearing this, Lu Hao was stunned. If it was really like what Lan Yun said, he had no reason to interfere. Ridiculous. Lu Ming said indifferently. He glanced at Blue Cloud and said, You and Lan Xianxia are afraid of death, but you want to get the treasure. You used me as a test stone when you encountered a broken weapon left behind from ancient times. You didn't dare to go, but you asked me to. I helped you get a broken weapon and wanted to leave, but you didn't let me go and wanted to kill me. If I didn't do anything, would I wait to be killed by you? Many people's eyes flickered. So that's what happened. If they were Lu Ming, they would have done the same. Blue Cloud, if that's the case, don't blame Brother Lu for taking action. Lu Hao said again. Nonsense. The three of us are searching for treasures together. Naturally, one of us has to go and test it. If all three of us go together, won't we be wiped out in danger? Blue Cloud argued. Then why am I the one going and not you? Lu Ming sneered. That time, it was you. The second time, it will definitely be us. We will take turns. However, you were blinded by greed and suddenly launched a sneak attack. You wanted to kill us and take the treasure for yourself. You deserve to die. Blue Cloud shouted, a cunning look in his eyes. Lu Ming sneered. This Blue Cloud was really shameless. What do you mean by taking turns? It's all bullshit. They clearly wanted to use Lu Ming as a stepping stone. If Lu Ming wanted to leave, they would kill Lu Ming and threaten him. So that's how it is. Everything is clear now. This brat was greedy and wanted to kill others to steal their treasures. Killing his own people on the battlefield is a serious violation of the rules. He must be punished. It was a young man named Xianxia. He was also a genius. This, Lu Hao didn't know if Blue Cloud was telling the truth and didn't know what to say. Lu Ming, kneel down and destroy your own cultivation. Do you still need me to do it? Blue Cloud shouted. Come at me if you're capable. Lu Ming said coldly and a big bow appeared in his hand. You're really audacious. Do you still want to resist? Do it. Blue Cloud shouted. Swoosh. Swoosh, behind Blue Cloud, shadows flickered. More than 10 people surrounded Lu Ming. Powerful auras pressed against Lu Ming. 2 7-star empty emperors and 2 6-star empty emperors. Lu Ming looked around and revealed a cold murderous intent in his eyes. The people brought by Blue Cloud were very strong. Lu Ming was definitely no match for them with his own strength. However, Lu Ming had a big bow in his hand and wasn't afraid of them. If these people were courting death, he didn't mind killing them. The one that made him feel pressured was Xianxia. He had a true emperor expert with him. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even with the big bow in his hand, he wouldn't be able to unleash such power. He wasn't a match for a true emperor. However, if he was forced into a corner, Lu Ming could use his heavenly emperor physique to kill his opponent. However, Lu Ming wouldn't use it unless it was a last resort. The others looked on coldly and no one said a word. Blue Cloud, aren't you going overboard? If there's anything, wait until we return to Two World City. Lu Hao said anxiously. Lu Ming had saved his life. He couldn't just watch Lu Ming be destroyed. Lu Hao, get lost. If you don't, I'll take you down as well. Blue Cloud scolded coldly. Lu Hao's face turned ugly. He was the one who invited Lu Ming here, but this happened. He felt terrible. Brother Lu, this has nothing to do with you. They'll have to pay a heavy price if they want to deal with me. Lu Ming said coldly. He poured his saint energy into the big bow, causing it to vibrate slightly and emit a layer of light. That's an ancient imperial weapon. Blue Cloud's eyes fell on the big bow with greed. The big bow was ancient with mottled rust on it. There was a high chance that it was obtained in this ancient battlefield. A weapon left behind in this ancient battlefield with spirituality was definitely extraordinary. Lan Yin was just about to order them to attack when a disdainful sneer resounded from the sky. How despicable and shameless. You forced others to be a test stone and were killed in the end. Now, you're slandering others. The Lan family is really getting worse and worse. The voice was full of disdain, causing Blue Cloud and the others to turn pale. Everyone looked up at the sky. They saw a 14 to 15-year-old young man in a Taiji Yin Yang Taoist robe. He had his hands behind his back as he walked over. It was a young Taoist. Who are you? How dare you insult the Lan clan? Do you understand that you're courting death? Blue Cloud said coldly. Don't use the Lan clan to pressure me. Others may be afraid of the Lan clan, but I'm not. The young Taoist was disdainful. He said with a strong sense of ridicule, am I wrong? You're obviously forcing others to be your test stone. Naturally, they have to resist. How dare you frame others here? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you're lying through your teeth. If the Lan clan were all people like you, they would have been annihilated long ago. The young Taoist had his hands behind his back, looking like a peerless expert. He looked at Blue Cloud from the corner of his eyes like a senior reprimanding a junior. You've insulted the Lan clan time and time again. You're courting death. In my opinion, this person is Lu Ming's accomplice. Attack and cripple him first. Blue Cloud roared. Swoosh. A middle-aged burly man from the Lan clan rushed out. He had the cultivation of a 5-star Void Emperor. With his cultivation of a 5-star Void Emperor, dealing with a young Taoist in his teens was a piece of cake. Almost everyone thought so, except for one person, and that was Lu Ming. Why does this guy look so familiar? Lu Ming looked at this young Taoist curiously. Lu Ming was sure that he had never seen the young Taoist's appearance before, but he felt that his temperament was very familiar. At this moment, there was also a change on the field. The 5-star Void Emperor of the Lan clan rushed toward the young Taoist at an astonishing speed. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm grabbed at the young Taoist, wanting to suppress him. I'll kick. The little Taoist shouted as he kicked the middle-aged man's face. Bang, the middle-aged man was directly kicked. With a scream, his burly body flew out and hit the stone wall of the valley before stopping. He lay there twitching non-stop. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man and sucked in a breath of cold air. The middle-aged man was too miserable. Half of his face had exploded and he didn't look human anymore. He was wailing non-stop. Many people were shocked. This little Taoist looked very young, but he actually had such terrifying strength. A 5-star Void Emperor couldn't even block a single move from him. Could it be that this little Taoist was transformed by some senior figure? Blue Cloud and the other members of the Lan family also looked a little solemn. This brat is indeed Lu Ming's companion. They are jackals of the same tribe. He publicly injured the experts of the Lan family. There's no need to talk about rules with such a person. Attack together and take him down. Blue Cloud roared. Swoosh! Swoosh! Immediately, all the experts of the Lan family moved. Their figures flashed as they charged towards the little Taoist. Lu Ming touched his nose and was a little speechless. He was about to start a massacre, but he could only stop at this moment. This was good too. If he killed all the people of the Lan family, it would be difficult to enter the Two-World City in the future. If he couldn't enter the Two-World City, he wouldn't be able to enter the Grand Pure Sky domain. If he stayed in this battlefield for a long time, it would definitely be very dangerous. With this little Taoist taking action, he couldn't be bothered to take action. Nest, so many people are attacking me. Your Lan family has really fallen. Sooner or later, you will be destroyed. I'll kick, the little Taoist shouted, but his hands and feet didn't stop. His figure flashed and his movement technique was actually extremely fast. He dodged all the attacks of the Lan family's experts and suddenly kicked out. Bang, a 6-star Void Emperor's face was kicked. He screamed and followed in the footsteps of the previous man. Half of his face exploded and he lay on the ground twitching nonstop. You're despicable, shameless, shameless, I'll kick, I'll kick. The little Taoist continued to shout and suddenly kicked out again. This time, he kicked twice in a row. Bang! Bang! The two figures were sent flying by the kick. They lay on the ground twitching, unable to get up for a while. Many people gasped. This was because a 7-star Void Emperor and a 6-star Void Emperor had been sent flying. Everyone understood that this little Taoist's combat strength was terrifyingly high. That was a 7-star Void Emperor. He was already at the peak of the Void Emperor realm. However, such a figure could not withstand a single kick from the little Taoist. The other members of the Lan family were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. I kick, I kick, I kick, the little Taoist made a big fuss. His figure flashed continuously in the air and his legs kicked out continuously. Bang! Bang! The remaining members of the Lan family were sent flying one by one, lying on the ground twitching nonstop. Blue Cloud stood there, dumbfounded. It's your turn. The little Taoist looked at Blue Cloud with a cold smile and walked towards Blue Cloud. You! How dare you! The higher-ups of the Two-World City have set a rule that the living beings of the Heaven Realm are not allowed to kill each other after entering the battlefield. How dare you defy the rule? Blue Cloud roared. I didn't kill them. How did I violate the rule? Also, what does it matter if I kill scum like you? Is it a waste of air to keep you alive? The little Taoist said casually. Blue Cloud was shocked and furious. He retreated quickly, but the little Taoist was even faster. In a flash, he caught up with Blue Cloud. Don't kick me, Blue Cloud screamed. Smack, the little Taoist slapped Blue Cloud's face. Blue Cloud screamed. His body spun a few hundred times in the air and smashed heavily on the ground. He lay there twitching nonstop. His face was swollen like a pig's head. I'll satisfy you. Don't kick me, hit me with your hands. The little Taoist curled his lips. The others were speechless. Then, the little Taoist rolled his eyes and said, it's a waste to let scum like you who specialize in framing others. However, there are rules in the Two-World City. I'll spare your lives, but you have to be punished. I'll keep your belongings for you first. I'll let you reflect on it. You can take it back after you've thought it through. After saying that, the little Taoist flashed and took away the storage rings of more than 10 Lan family experts. Many people's eyelids twitched. This was too ruthless. They could tell that the little Taoist's safekeeping was just an excuse. He was just looking for an excuse to collect treasures. In the end, the little Taoist came to Blue Cloud. No, don't take my storage ring. Blue Cloud screamed like an innocent girl who had been bullied. He curled up his body and grabbed the storage ring tightly with both hands. This storage ring contained his entire life savings. All of his belongings were inside. If he lost it, he would suffer a great loss. Why are you grabbing it so tightly? Who do you think I am? I'm just keeping it for you. Do you think I'll be greedy for your treasures? The little Taoist berated. No, how could Blue Cloud believe the little Taoist's words? Bang! Bang! At the next moment, the little Taoist kicked down twice. One kick landed on Blue Cloud's face and the other on Blue Cloud's crotch. Blue Cloud screamed. His body twitched continuously. His eyes rolled back and he was foaming at the mouth. A top genius of a generation had ended up in such a state. Many people broke out in cold sweat. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. I didn't want to use my fists, but you forced me to use my fists. No, I mean my fists. Why? Why? The little Taoist muttered. He waved his hand and kept Blue Cloud's storage ring. After putting away the ring, the little Taoist's eyes fell upon Blue Cloud's robe. His eyes lit up. This robe is made from the silk of a million-year snow silkworm, right? This is a treasure. It's a waste to keep it on you, so I'll keep it for you. Having said that, he wanted to take off Blue Cloud's clothes. Brother, aren't you going too far? Don't go too far so that we can meet again in the future. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. He and Blue Cloud were friends. Brat, you want to give me something to keep as well? The little Taoist glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was a little gloomy as he said, although you are very strong, you can't be so lawless. Having said that, Xianxia waved his hand. Boom! An old man stepped out from behind Xianxia. He exuded a terrifying aura with a faint glow of a world. This was a true emperor. Xianxia had brought a true emperor with her, so she was confident. A puny one-star void emperor dares to act arrogantly in front of me? Fine, I'll keep a few more things today. The little Taoist sighed. However, he disappeared the next second and directly rushed towards the true emperor. You. A true emperor from the Yan clan unleashed his world power towards the young Taoist. However, the young Taoist's body flashed and split into 2, then 4, then 8, eventually 16 figures. Kick. Slap. The 16 young Taoists shouted at the same time. Some kicked while others slapped. However, there was one thing in common: their legs and palms were covered in runes. Bam! Bam! The young Taoist managed to break through the power of the Yan true emperor's world. The 16 figures then unleashed a barrage of kicks and slaps on the emperor's face. The emperor screamed and followed in the footsteps of the Lan clan. He twitched on the ground, unable to stand up. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. They stared at the young Taoist with their mouths agape. This little Taoist was too strong. His opponent was a true emperor, but he was still able to take him down in one go. Xianxia was even paler. At this time, the little Taoist priest looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was drenched in cold sweat. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. You've taken a fancy to Lan Yun's treasure. Please do as you wish, I won't interfere. F***ck off, I'm interested in you now." The young Taoist sneered and rushed towards Xianxia. More screams came after. Xianxia's man and Xianxia herself were taken down as well. The young Taoist then began to take the storage rings of the Yan clan members. The most miserable ones were Xianxia and Lan Yun. Their identities were not ordinary. They were top-notch heaven's prides. Their wealth was incomparably abundant. Even the clothes on their bodies, the accessories on their heads and the accessories on their hands were all rare treasures. Therefore, the little Taoist had naturally plundered all of it. To put it nicely, he was keeping it for safekeeping. After that, Xianxia and Lan Yun were stripped by the little Taoist until they were left with only their underwear. The others were drenched in cold sweat. They were glad that they didn't offend the young Taoist. Being stripped naked in front of everyone would be a big joke. Many were mourning for Blue Cloud and Xianxia. Today's harvest is not bad. The young Taoist smiled and murmured after putting away the items. Though he spoke softly, others still heard him and felt a toothache. The little Taoist's gaze surveyed the surroundings and swept over everyone. After that, he put his hands behind his back and put on the appearance of an exceptional expert as he said, "These people are too despicable. They actually forced others to be test stones, and in the end, they even wanted to kill others. That's why they ended up in this state." Many people looked down on him. "Kind, you're the most unkind one here." Of course, no one dared to say it out loud. They only thought about it in their hearts. Otherwise, they might end up like Blue Cloud and the others. Finally, the young Taoist looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, I see that you're not well liked here. I see that you're a talent, so why don't you follow me? I'll take you out of here and bring you to eat good food. How about it?" "Okay." Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. "So straightforward?" The young Taoist was doubtful. "It's just that straightforward. Let's go." Lu Ming smiled. Then, he clasped his fists at Lu Hao and the others, and said, "Brother Lu, Lu Ming will take his leave. Let's go, let's go." The young Taoist placed both hands behind his back and stepped into the air, leaving this valley. Lu Ming followed. Soon, they were far away from this valley. On the way, Lu Ming sized up the young Taoist carefully. He looked at him from head to toe, then from tail to head. "Hey, what are you looking at? You don't have any special fetishes, do you?" The young Taoist felt uncomfortable from being stared at. "Have we met before?" Lu Ming suddenly asked. The young Taoist's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly shook his head, and said, "No, definitely not. Who am I? Do you think you can meet me just because you want to?" "Oh? Is that so? You look very familiar to me, like an old friend." Lu Ming said softly. "Little guy, don't think too much. Meeting me is your fortune, and also your great opportunity. Follow me in the future and run errands for me when you're free. There will be benefits for you." The young Taoist's face turned serious. His hands were behind his back, and his back was ramrod straight. He had the demeanor of a peerless expert. It was just that he looked too young. He was only in his teens. No matter how one looked at him, he did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. "Then I'll have to thank you." Lu Ming smiled and clasped his fists. Then, he suddenly asked, "Dandan, how did you come from the primordial realm to the heaven realm?" "Who am I? I'm invincible since ancient times. Naturally, I know other passageways." The young Taoist spoke proudly at first, but halfway through, he seemed to have realized something and suddenly stopped. He saw Lu Ming looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. "You are indeed Dandan. You actually dare to not recognize me when you see me?" Lu Ming's gaze was very unfriendly. "Lu Ming, how dare you trick me?" The young Taoist gritted his teeth. To be more precise, he was Dandan. In fact, when he first saw the young Taoist, Lu Ming had been suspicious. Although the young Taoist's aura was concealed very well and he could not sense it at all, his personality and style were too similar. Lu Ming immediately thought of Dandan. After the young Taoist defeated Blue Cloud and the others, a series of events made Lu Ming even more certain that this guy was Dandan. This also better explained why the young Taoist was completely on Lu Ming's side when he appeared. If it were a stranger, why would he be on Lu Ming's side when he appeared? That was why Lu Ming did not hesitate to follow Dandan just now. However, this guy wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming, but he was exposed by Lu Ming's words. I haven't seen you for many years, but your cultivation has increased very quickly." Lu Ming laughed. He never expected to meet Dandan here, and he was also overjoyed. "Humph, who am I?" "The number one of all time, the leader of the top 10 battle beasts. Of course my improvement is fast. Unlike you, who haven't become an emperor yet." Dandan looked at Lu Ming with disdain, proud of himself. In the past, when he followed Lu Ming, his cultivation was often suppressed by Lu Ming. Now that his cultivation had far surpassed Lu Ming, he immediately felt refreshed. "Dandan, have you recovered your memory?" Lu Ming asked. "Almost, so you can follow me in the future. I'll take you to all kinds of forbidden areas, and there are all kinds of treasures. I guarantee that your cultivation will increase rapidly." Dandan's face was full of pride. "Why are you dressed like a young Taoist?" Lu Ming asked curiously. After I transformed, I was originally like this. As for this Taoist robe, it's convenient for my movements. Dandan chuckled. Fraud, 2 words popped up in Lu Ming's mind. Dandan's appearance, coupled with his style of doing things, was a typical fraud template. By the way, how did you come to the Heaven Realm? I heard that a group of geniuses came to the primordial realm, but you weren't there. And these geniuses are now cultivating in seclusion. Immediately, Lu Ming explained how he came to the heavenly realm. So that's how it is. Fortunately, the passage collapsed, or else it would be really dangerous. Dandan's face turned solemn, then he glanced at Lu Ming and said, "You said that you've mastered many laws at the same time? Show it to me." Lu Ming nodded, and immediately, the laws spread out. Dandan was dumbfounded. She looked like a fool. After a long time, Dandan came to his senses. "Nestle, 7 laws and 2 supreme laws, how did you do it?" Dandan said with wide eyes. "So what if you have 7 laws? It's a pity that it's difficult to become an emperor." Lu Ming sighed. "It's indeed difficult to become an emperor. You have a peerless body." Dandan muttered and sighed. "Dandan, you're always bragging. Don't you know of any way to make me become an emperor?" Lu Ming asked. "You're the bragging one. When did I do that?" Dandan widened his eyes angrily, then frowned and thought carefully. After a long time, Dandan said, "There are people like you who have mastered many laws below the martial emperor level in the history of the heavenly realm, but in the end, no one became an emperor. Everyone failed. They either died on the way to break through by force, or died from exhaustion of their lifespan. Is there really no other way? I'm not willing to accept this." Lu Ming clenched his fists. "Actually, it's not completely impossible," Dandan said again. "Is there really a way?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "In ancient times, I knew a person who was a peerless genius. It could be said that he was a rare genius. His ambition was higher than the sky, and he wanted to walk a brand new path, a path that no one had walked before. I don't know how he cultivated. Later on, before he became a martial emperor, he grasped many kinds of laws. He was invincible against those of the same level. No one was his match. Unfortunately, his path was cut short. It was difficult for him to become a martial emperor. No matter what method he used, it was impossible for him to become a martial emperor. Later on, he spent his entire life studying the secrets of controlling many kinds of laws below the martial emperor realm. It is said that in his later years, he finally made great progress. However, it was already too late. He did not have much time left and his potential had been exhausted. As long as you know the method he came up with, it might be able to help you become an emperor," Dandan said. "It's been countless years since the ancient era. How can we find his method?" Lu Ming asked, but he wasn't sure either. After all, so many years had passed. According to Dandan, at that time, the evil god race had yet to attack the heaven realm. That person's clan is still around. They live in seclusion somewhere in the Grand Clarity Heaven domain. Once we leave this place, I'll take you there. Don't worry. If you stick with me, I'll treat you well," Dandan said proudly. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to bicker with Dandan. At this moment, he was overjoyed. There was finally a clue. As long as he could find the method left behind by that senior, he might really be able to break through his shackles and become an emperor. "When are we leaving?" Lu Ming asked. "Don't be anxious. This is the most famous battlefield in the ancient era. A terrifying battle broke out between the heaven realm and the alien race. Many experts died here. Although so many years have passed, there must be peerless treasures left behind. This is a rare opportunity that we can't miss. We'll leave after we've collected all the treasures here," Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. "Dandan, you couldn't have participated in the battle here back then, right?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "No, I was in another battlefield. It was even more tragic than here," Dandan said. He seemed to have recalled something and didn't say anything else. The two flew. After a few hours, Dandan suddenly stopped. He landed on the ground and endless runes spread out under his feet. After a while, he revealed a joyful expression and said, "There's something in front. Haha, let's do it." Having said that, he took to his heels and Lu Ming followed closely behind. After climbing over a few hills, they saw two skeletons at the bottom of a cliff. One of the skeletons was the skeleton of a huge beast. It seemed to have been left behind by a tiger-shaped divine beast. The other skeleton was in the shape of a human, but its body was huge. It was 4 to 5 meters tall. The human-shaped skeleton was holding a spear that pierced through the beast-shaped skeleton's skull. One of the beast-shaped skeleton's claws had cracked the human-shaped skeleton's skull. Obviously, the human-shaped skeleton was an expert of the evil god tribe. As for the beast-shaped skeleton, it was a divine beast. The two experts had perished together. Dandan looked at the spear in the human-shaped skeleton's hand with a fiery gaze. In addition, there was a fist-sized crystal under the beast-shaped skeleton. The heart of the realm. Haha, after so many years, the heart of the realm can still be preserved. As long as it contains a trace of energy, it's a great opportunity. Dandan grinned. However, the two of them didn't get close. The things left behind by such a person would probably contain killing intent and be very dangerous. Watch me. Dandan stepped on the ground and endless runes spread out. At the same time, he waved his hands continuously and endless runes shone. This contains the law of array Tao, law of alchemy Tao, law of tools Tao. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Dandan's runes were very profound. It actually combined 3 types of law of inscription Tao. Moreover, it was a perfect combination. It was incomparably mysterious. Dandan kept flashing around the area and endless runes entered the ground. After a while, Dandan retreated and said, "It's done." Buzz, the ground shone and endless runes appeared, forming huge words. They were the word destroy. These destroy characters flew toward the spear and the heart of the realm. Bang! When the words came into contact with the spear directly collapsed and turned into ashes. It's a pity that it has lost its spirituality and has become a piece of trash. Dandan shook his head, but in the next moment, his eyes lit up. Because the heart of the realm suddenly burst out with light. Kill! Kill! Vaguely, they could hear the sounds of killing coming from the heart of the realm. The cultivations of the experts who died here were too strong. Even after so many years, there was still an immortal killing intent lingering in the air. Ordinary experts definitely couldn't do it. Chi. Those destroy characters covered the heart of the realm and began to erase the killing intent on the heart of the realm. The function of this array was very similar to the array set up by the evil god tribe. It could erase the killing intent left behind by experts. Not long after, the sounds of killing in the heart of the realm disappeared and the light on it dimmed. Success! Dandan was overjoyed. He grabbed the fist-sized heart of the realm in his hand. Dandan sensed it and said regretfully, "So many years have passed and its energy is almost exhausted. However, it is still very useful. Lu Ming, you haven't become an emperor yet. This heart of the realm won't be of much use to you. I'll keep it. Someone is coming." Suddenly, Dandan looked into the distance. Swoosh! 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 Streaks of light flew over, and soon, 8 figures appeared in the sky. Each of the 8 evil god tribe members had a powerful aura. When their 3 eyes opened and closed, they were as cold as knives. Their gazes swept across the 2 skeletons, and their eyes lit up. They must have obtained the treasures. Kill them! One of the evil god tribe members roared and charged toward Dandan and Lu Ming. Among the 8 evil god tribe members, one of them had a terrifying aura that far surpassed the Void Emperor realm and had reached the True Emperor realm. There were also 6 and 7-star Void Emperors. The weakest 2 were 4-star Void Emperors. You dare to target me? You are courting death. Dandan said coldly. Countless runes appeared on his body, forming a pair of wings made of runes. Lu Ming felt that this pair of wings contained at least 3 types of laws. Swoosh! Dandan's figure disappeared in a flash. His speed was shockingly fast. Lu Ming, I will leave the 2 4-star Void Emperors to you. Leave the rest to me. Dandan's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. He had already charged toward the other party. With a wave of his hand, 6 huge turtles flew out. These turtles were not living creatures. They were formed by the interweaving of energy and the power of laws. One of them was the largest, and it charged toward the true Emperor Evil God tribe member. The other 5 turtles flew toward the remaining 5 people, missing the 2 weakest ones. The 2 weakest ones were 4-star Void Emperors. They charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not take out his bow. He did not need a bow to deal with 2 4-star Void Emperors. The Sword of Death was formed, and Lu Ming charged toward the 2 Evil God tribe members. Die. 2 purple beams of light shot out from the third eyes of the 2 Evil God tribe members, shooting toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out twice and destroyed the beams of light. The 2 Evil God tribe members' expressions changed slightly. They took out their weapons and charged toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming clashed with the 2 of them. The bodies of the 2 members of the Evil God race trembled violently, and they were pushed back repeatedly. Lu Ming followed up with extreme speed. His sword light did not stop. Within the Sword of Death, different laws constantly vibrated, forming a terrifying cutting power. The 2 members of the Evil God race tried their best to block a few more moves, but they were completely at a disadvantage. After a few moves, one of the members of the Evil God race was slashed by Lu Ming's sword light, almost cleaving him into 2. A deep wound appeared on his body, and the power of death and destruction frenziedly drilled into his body, causing him to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. His aura started to weaken. These 2 Evil God tribesmen were both purple-scaled Evil God tribesmen and could be considered strong. If it were 2 black-scaled 4-star Void Emperor Evil God tribesmen, they would have been killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. With one of them injured, his battle prowess was greatly reduced. The remaining one was even less of a match for Lu Ming. Come and help us. A member of the Evil God race roared. But the only response he got was a scream. The other 6 members of the Evil God race were in an even worse state. At this moment, 3 members of the Evil God race had already been killed by Dandan. They were all 5-star and 6-star Void Emperor Evil God tribesmen. Bang! Next, a 7-star Void Emperor was pierced through by Dandan's palm. A burst of energy burst forth, and the other party's body was torn into pieces. In an instant, only 2 of the 6 people who had been fighting Dandan were left. One was a 7-star Void Emperor, and the other was a true Emperor. With Lu Ming's cultivation realm, he could not tell how many stars they were, but their strength was extremely shocking. At this moment, the 2 of them felt chills all over their bodies. How dare you attack me? Kill! Dandan roared. His hands glowed, and a huge tortoise condensed. This huge tortoise was as big as a mountain, and it was very similar to Dandan's original body. The huge tortoise's size was astonishing, filling the sky. Then, like a huge mountain, it pressed down, completely enveloping this area. The 2 members of the Evil God race had nowhere to run or dodge. They could only take it head-on. The 2 of them unleashed their full strength, and 2 terrifying attacks blasted towards the huge tortoise. This was especially true for the 1-star True Emperor. This was a True Emperor with frightening power, much stronger than a 7-star Void Emperor. He was even stronger than the previous 1-star True Emperor from the Yen clan. However, under the suppression of the huge tortoise, the 2 of them could not resist at all. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bang! First, the 7-star Void Emperor's body directly exploded. Under the terrifying energy, he was reduced to ashes and scattered ashes. Ah! The True Emperor also roared, and his body erupted with a resplendent purple light. But it was useless. His body trembled, and the ground under his feet continued to explode. Bang! Finally, the arm of the Evil God race's True Emperor exploded, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. Next, his body collapsed inch by inch. A powerful True Emperor was also killed by Dandan. When the 2 4-star Void Emperors from the Evil God tribe saw this, they were scared out of their wits. How could they fight against Lu Ming when they were distracted? Lu Ming seized the opportunity and slashed one of the Evil God race's True Emperors. The remaining one, who was already heavily injured, was even weaker. Lu Ming caught up in a few steps and killed him with 1 slash. Lu Ming, your usage of laws is wrong. It's too rough. You didn't cultivate any ancient scriptures, right? Dandan came over and asked. No, this divine art is something I created myself. I can barely exert the power of many laws, but it's not strong enough. I need to deepen my understanding of it. Lu Ming said. No wonder. It's a pity. Although you have mastered many laws, you can't exert the power of the laws very well. I know a few ancient scriptures, but they're very different from the laws you've comprehended. They won't be of much use to you. Dandan said. Ancient scriptures could only be comprehended after becoming a martial emperor because they involved many different laws. Whether a martial emperor had an ancient scripture or not, it would have a huge impact on their cultivation and combat strength. An ancient scripture would record the comprehension and usage of at least 2 laws. A cultivator could use an ancient scripture to deduce and comprehend other laws. For example, an ancient scripture recorded the comprehension and usage of 3 laws. If a cultivator only comprehended one of the 3 laws, he could comprehend this ancient scripture to deduce the other laws and comprehend the other 2 laws. When the ancient scripture was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, the 3 laws would also be cultivated to the great accomplishment realm. For example, an ancient scripture contained the fire, ice, and lightning laws. A martial emperor who cultivated the fire laws could refer to this ancient scripture to deduce the ice laws and even the lightning laws. Moreover, an ancient scripture would also have a corresponding divine ability technique. For example, if Lu Ming could obtain an ancient scripture that recorded the chaos, death, array Dao, alchemy Dao, tools Dao, force Dao, and devour Dao, he would be able to cultivate the divine art. His strength would skyrocket. These divine arts were all comprehended by previous cultivators. They could perfectly fuse the power of various laws and fully erupt. The more laws an ancient scripture contained, the higher its grade. For example, if an ancient scripture contained 9 laws, the value of this ancient scripture would be immeasurable. This was because a cultivator could follow this ancient scripture and comprehend it until they reached the great emperor realm. There was no need for them to take detours. Referring to an ancient scripture to cultivate was many times better than fumbling around alone. An ancient scripture could allow a force to flourish. Similarly, a powerful force couldn't do without an ancient scripture. With an ancient scripture, a martial emperor expert could continue to move forward. Otherwise, they would have no direction and had to rely on themselves. That would be much more difficult. For example, Lu Ming was like that now, he could comprehend any new law as he pleased. If he had an ancient scripture, he could follow the records in the ancient scripture and deduce it. That way, his cultivation speed would naturally be much faster. Unfortunately, the Primal Chaos scripture is incomplete and I can't go to the Primal Chaos Palace now. Thinking of this, Lu Ming frowned. Previously, Tui had told him that as long as he defeated the Son of Chaos, he could go to the Primal Chaos Palace and inherit it completely. Now, he had already defeated Yuan Xian. However, when he was in the Primal Realm, Lu Ming had used the Primal Chaos token many times to enter the Primal Chaos Palace but there was no response at all. If he had the Primal Chaos scripture, he wouldn't have to fumble around like this. Dandan, your cultivation has reached the true Emperor realm? Lu Ming asked. Dandan's performance was incomparably fierce. A true emperor from the evil god tribe was killed by Dandan. Lu Ming was very curious. No, I'm just a peak void emperor. But killing a few low-level true emperors is easy. Dandan said proudly. He glanced at Lu Ming and said, Kid, don't think that you're so great just because you've comprehended 7 laws. I'll show you mine. After saying that, Dandan waved his hand. In the void, the power of laws gathered crazily and filled the air with a bright radiance. 1 type, 2 types, 3 types, there were a total of 9, Lu Ming was dumbfounded, Dandan had mastered a total of 9 laws. Among them, Lu Ming saw the strongest law, the primordial law. The other 8 were all King Dao laws. Array Dao, Pill Dao, Equipment Dao, Immortal Flame, Destructive Lightning, and some of the laws were extremely powerful. At least 5 of them had reached the 2nd level. No wonder why Dandan was so strong, able to kill a true emperor as a peak void emperor. Seeing Lu Ming's dumbfounded expression, Dandan's vanity was incomparably satisfied, and he laughed strangely. Brat, did you see that? This king is unparalleled in this world. I've already grasped 9 types of laws, and 6 of them have reached the 2nd stage. Coupled with the ancient scriptures I've grasped, what's the point of jumping realms to fight? Not to mention a 2-star true emperor, I can even kill a 3-star void emperor. Dandan was immensely proud of himself. With his hands behind his back, he looked unparalleled. This guy, Lu Ming pursed his lips, but at the same time, he felt relieved. Dandan did not die at all back then. He was only heavily injured, so he turned into an egg and was reborn. Now that he had recovered all of his memories, his cultivation speed was naturally astonishing. No one could compare to him. He was different from Bubble. Bubble was a brand new life, so he had to comprehend it step by step. After being proud for a while, Dandan looked at Lu Ming with his hands behind his back, and said, "Brat, I see that you've also comprehended the Tao of Equipment, Tao of Array, and Tao of Alchemy. I can teach you a divine art. It won't increase your combat strength by much, but it will greatly increase your ability to escape." "Oh? What divine art?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Dandan had been by his side in the past and had been suppressed by him. She had not been able to make a name for herself. Now that her cultivation level had surpassed Lu Ming's and she had regained her memory, she naturally had to show off in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming cooperated with him and let him show off more. When he felt comfortable, Lu Ming could even gain some benefits. Sure enough, Dandan was incomparably comfortable, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. He took out a jade talisman and engraved it, before tossing it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He realized that it was a divine art. The 6-feathered mystical wings was a divine art. This divine art was made up of 6 types of laws. Only by mastering these 6 types of laws could the divine art be cultivated to the highest level. Of course, 3 of them could also be cultivated, but their power was relatively weaker. These 3 types were the Tao of Array, Tao of Equipment, and Tao of Alchemy. What a magical divine art. Unfortunately, it's not an ancient scripture, but a pure divine art. I can't use it to deduce other laws. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Let's leave this place first. You can slowly comprehend it along the way, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and the two immediately left the place. Next, Lu Ming split a portion of his attention to hurry on the road. Most of his attention was on comprehending the 6-feathered mystical wings. A few days later, Lu Ming had already comprehended it. With a thought, the 3 types of laws, Tao of Array, Tao of Equipment, and Tao of Alchemy, filled the air. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind him. With a flap of the wings, Lu Ming's speed increased exponentially. He flickered in the void as fast as lightning, and it was difficult to capture his trajectory. Amazing! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Using this divine art allowed his speed to increase by several times. This was only cultivated with 3 types of laws. If he mastered all 6 types of laws, his speed would be astonishing. I've just cultivated it. As I cultivate in the future, my speed will be even faster. Moreover, the Tao of Equipment and Tao of Alchemy are not perfected yet. If they are, my speed will increase too. Also, the other 3 types of laws to cultivate the 6-feathered mystical wings are all Tao of Kings. One of them is the Tao of Penetration. Should I cultivate this type of law in the future? Lu Ming's mind continued to ponder. In the end, he decided to take it slow. As the Tao of Alchemy and Tao of Equipment were not perfected yet, he planned to cultivate these 2 types of laws to perfection first before considering comprehending other laws. Even so, his speed had increased exponentially, and his ability to protect himself had greatly increased. Very quickly, another few days passed. Lu Ming's control of the 6-feathered mystical wings was becoming more and more proficient. In the past few days, they had also gained something. They had obtained a total of 2 world cores. Although the loss of energy was very serious, there was still some left. To a martial emperor, this was definitely a treasure that could help increase one's cultivation. This time, Dandan was kind enough to give one to Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally took it without hesitation. If he became an emperor in the future, this thing would be of great use. Wait, there's someone. Suddenly, Dandan said in a low voice. Then, he restrained his aura to the extreme. Dandan had also mastered a concealment technique. Its effect was not inferior to the divine aura technique at all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he activated his divine aura technique. Then, the two hid under a rock. Whoosh, in the sky, a rainbow light flew past at an astonishing speed. Such a strong cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The rainbow light swept past, but Lu Ming still saw it. It was a powerful evil god tribe member, definitely not an ordinary true emperor. A peak true emperor dares to fly at such a fast speed? Courting death. Dandan muttered and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Kill. At this time, a battle cry shook the world. Lu Ming and Dandan hurriedly walked out from under the stone and looked ahead. They saw a resplendent radiance in the void before them as a figure appeared. This was a human. His killing intent shook the sky. With a loud shout, the sky shook. He held a saber in his hand and slashed at the evil god tribe member. The evil god tribe member roared and unleashed his full cultivation. However, it was useless. The saber light slashed and the evil god tribe member was split into two. After killing the evil god tribe member, the figure stood in the air. After a while, it turned into specks of light and dissipated. It was an indestructible mark of an expert. When it sensed an expert approaching, it would appear and kill. Even true emperors will be in danger if they enter this ancient battlefield. It's fine if a high-level true emperor keeps a low profile. Flying at such a high speed is simply courting death. Dandan said disdainfully. Immediately, the two of them rushed over and put away the true emperor's storage ring and bracelet. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. However, they didn't find anything during these few days. Boom. Boom, suddenly, a violent explosion came from ahead. The two of them retracted their auras and flew into the sky. They hid in the clouds and slowly floated forward. Not long after, they saw a castle in front of them. At this time, a group of evil god tribe members surrounded the castle and bombarded it continuously. The castle was built with an unknown material. It looked very old. The gate of the castle was tightly shut and there was a layer of light on the gate. Those evil god tribe members were bombarding the gate of the castle, wanting to break it open. There's actually a castle here? Lu Ming was incomparably astonished. They had been here for so many days, but this was the first time they saw a building. A castle here is probably no small matter. It might be the palace of a peerless expert in the past. Dandan's eyes were shining. Dandan, could it be that you want to go in? But there are so many evil god tribe members in front. The two of us are far from enough. Lu Ming said. There were at least 100 evil god tribe members in front of the castle. From the way they attacked the gate of the castle, it could be seen that there were many experts and true emperors. There were even high-level true emperors. The fiend god tribe sent a large number of experts this time. High-level true emperors were in danger here since they could be sensed by the imprint and killed. However, there would always be some lucky ones who wouldn't encounter the mark of a powerhouse. Dandan was strong but he wasn't a match for a high-level true emperor. The two of them frowned as they tried to think of a countermeasure. I can lay down a great killing formation in advance. If I can lure the evil god race into the great formation, I can kill them. However, I need to lure them in first. Dandan frowned and muttered. I'll do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You're going to lure them out? No, you might have learned the 6-feathered god wings and increased your speed, but you're still not fast enough against a true emperor. You can't escape. Dandan shook his head. Don't worry, what if I attack from over 100 li away? Lu Ming smiled and a big bow appeared in his hand. Dandan looked at the big bow carefully and said, Fallen Star Bow, this is the Fallen Star Bow. Brat, you actually got the Fallen Star Bow? As she spoke, Dandan almost drooled. She reached out to grab the bow. Lu Ming quickly put it away. Dandan looked at Lu Ming with a sad face. You know the origin of this bow? Lu Ming asked. Of course, this bow was famous in the ancient era. It was the weapon of a peerless expert. It was said that one arrow could shoot down the stars in the sky. Unfortunately, it has lost too much of its spirituality. It's not as powerful as it used to be. Dandan said, but his eyes were still burning. Fallen Star Bow? Lu Ming whispered. He was already very satisfied. Even though his spirituality was severely damaged, it was enough for him now. He could only pull it apart a little. Dandan, let's go back and set up the formation. I'll go lure people out. Lu Ming changed the topic so that Dandan wouldn't keep thinking about the fallen star bow. Dandan sighed and lamented the unfairness of the heavens. Why was it that someone as brilliant and peerless as him wasn't as lucky as Lu Ming? Eventually, the two retreated and chose a spot several thousand miles away. Dandan began setting up the formation. Dandan's mastery of formations and runes had reached an unimaginable level. Any law could be turned into runes in his hands and fused into the formation. This was a realm that Lu Ming was far from reaching. An hour later, Dandan shouted, "It's almost done. This formation is enough to kill a peak true emperor. Go and lure people out. I hope they haven't broken into the castle yet." Lu Ming nodded and flashed in the direction of the castle. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived 100 miles away from the castle. Lu Ming stood in the air and took out the fallen star bow. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could shoot from 1,000 miles away with the fallen star bow. However, the power would be relatively weaker. At a distance of 100 miles, the power of the fallen star bow could be maximized. Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow. Then, a rainbow-colored arrow pierced through the void and shot toward an evil god tribe member outside the castle. The speed was too fast and it was a sneak attack. The other party couldn't react at all. Bang! A 6-star void emperor from the evil god tribe was directly killed by the arrow. "Who is it?" The other evil god tribe members roared. They looked around and immediately found Lu Ming. "It's a human. You're courting death." An evil god tribe member roared. Lu Ming turned and left. He executed the 6 feathered divine wings. His speed was astonishing as he ran toward the place where Dandan had set up the formation. "The gate of this castle is about to be breached. Attack the gate first." A true emperor from the evil god tribe spoke. They didn't chase after Lu Ming. Lu Ming ran for a while and realized that no one from the evil god tribe was chasing after him. "Nestle, it seems like killing one isn't enough. Let's kill a few more." Lu Ming returned and landed 100 miles away. Swish, swish. Swish, this time, Lu Ming pulled the bow and shot 3 arrows. This time, the evil god tribe was prepared. However, it was still useless. 2 6-star void emperors and a 7-star void emperor were seriously injured. Damn it. That human is simply courting death. The few of you, follow me and kill him. An evil god tribe true emperor roared and chased after Lu Ming with a few high-level void emperors. Lu Ming executed the 6 feathered divine wings and turned to run. The distance of a few thousand miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Boom, in the sky, an incomparably huge turtle suppressed down. An evil god tribe true emperor and a few high-level void emperors were directly suppressed to death. Dandan stepped down from the sky and said, "It's just a 1-star true emperor. I don't even need to activate the formation." "Lu Ming, you can't do it. Lure a few more experts over. How about this? Leave the fallen star bow to me and I'll lure them over." Dandan's eyes darted around. Without guessing, Lu Ming knew that Dandan was eyeing the fallen star bow. Lu Ming returned to a place 100 miles away from the castle. The moment he returned, he was discovered by the people of the evil god tribe. "It's that human ant again. He's not dead. Damn it, those who chased after him earlier are most likely dead." Some of the evil god tribe members roared. Lu Ming stood in the air 100 miles away with a cold smile on his face. Then, he extended his middle finger and pointed downwards. This provocative action made the evil god tribe even more furious. Then, Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and pulled the bowstring. Swoosh, a 7-colored bowstring shot towards a member of the evil god tribe. This member of the evil god tribe was a high-level true emperor. Lu Ming did not kill the void emperor. Killing a few more void emperors was useless to the overall situation. The arrow arrived in front of the high-level void emperor in the blink of an eye. The evil god tribe member roared angrily. A destructive light burst forth from his third eye and collided with the arrow. Boom, a dazzling light burst forth in the sky. The arrow shot by Lu Ming was destroyed. As expected, with his current cultivation, the arrow shot by him was ineffective against a true emperor, let alone a high-level true emperor. However, this action completely angered the high-level true emperor. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered. He shot a few more arrows consecutively, all aimed at the high-level true emperor. Of course, they could not hurt the other party, but they had completely angered him. Courting death. Kill this ant. In an instant, several members of the evil god tribe rushed towards Lu Ming. There were a total of 4 of them, all high-level true emperors. They were incomparably terrifying and their speed was astonishing. Lu Ming turned and ran. His 6 feathered divine wings flapped non-stop as he ran towards the place where Dandan had set up the formation. However, the evil god tribe members behind him were rapidly closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. They were all high-level true emperors. Their speed was too fast. Even if Lu Ming used his 6 feathered divine wings, it was useless. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Fortunately, it was only a distance of a few thousand miles and he could cover it in the blink of an eye. If he were any further, Lu Ming would really be caught up with. Even so, when Lu Ming arrived at the place where Dandan had set up the grand array, the other party had almost caught up to him. Lu Ming swooped down and flew along the ground. The other party followed suit and chased after Lu Ming with extreme speed. Brat, die. One of the members of the evil god race shot out a terrifying light from his eyes. A beam of destructive light shot towards Lu Ming. Danger! Lu Ming was shocked. This light of destruction was too terrifying. If he was hit by it, only death awaited him. As Lu Ming dashed forward, he turned around and drew his bow. An arrow flew towards the light of destruction, but it was destroyed by the light of destruction. The light of destruction did not stop and continued to blast towards Lu Ming. Could it be that I have to use the sword of the Celestial Emperor? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming did not want to use the energy of the Celestial Thearch's physical body. This time, the Celestial Thearch's physical body did not have much energy stored, only slightly more than 10%. Once he used it, it would be easy to exhaust the energy inside. Just then, the surrounding void lit up. A tortoise shell condensed and blocked the beam of light. Dong, the light of destruction struck the tortoise shell and let out a violent boom. The tortoise shell was not destroyed and blocked the light of destruction. I've reached the grand array. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At this moment, Dandan's figure appeared in the sky. His body was filled with endless runes, communicating with heaven and earth. Kill! He let out a low bellow. On the ground and in space, endless runes appeared. Then, the runes condensed into many divine beasts. There were true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, rocks, and so on. These divine beasts surrounded the 4 members of the evil god race. Not good, we've fallen into a trap. Charge out. One of the members of the evil god race was shocked, knowing that they had fallen into a trap. It's too late to leave now. Dandan sneered. Roar, the true dragon roared and twisted its body, pouncing toward one of the members of the evil god race. At the same time, the phoenix let out a long cry, the rocks spread their wings, and the cheilants stepped on the sky. All the divine beasts pounced toward the 4 members of the evil god race. The 4 members of the evil god race erupted with all their strength, trying their best to resist the attacks. That kind of aura shocked Lu Ming. So strong. They are at least 5-star true emperors, or even 6-star true emperors. Lu Ming clicked his tongue. Back in the ancient moon sacred ground, Lu Ming had destroyed the Golden Crow race, Wan clan, Feng clan, and so on. At that time, he had controlled his physical body and felt the power of those high-level true emperors. For example, the patriarch of the Golden Crow race, the patriarch of the Wan clan, the palace master of the Phoenix Palace, and so on. The strength of these overlords was only so. However, the 4 members of the evil god race were no match for the various divine beasts. It was completely one-sided. Pooh, the arm of one of the members of the evil god race was torn off by the true dragon. Blood splattered everywhere. Next, the chest of another member of the evil god race was pierced by the phoenix's sharp claws. Next, the great rock flew over and decapitated him with its blade-like wings. The battle was one-sided. It didn't take long for the 4 members of the evil god race to be killed. Lu Ming was shocked. Dandan said that his formation could kill peak true emperors. It seemed like he wasn't just joking. 1 6-star true emperor and 3 5-star true emperors. Haha, our harvest this time isn't bad. More than half of the enemy's peak experts are probably here. Dandan laughed. The enemy had more than 100 people, but there were only 6 or 7 high-level true emperors. 4 of them were killed in a short time. After all, it wasn't easy for a high-level true emperor to come here. As long as the enemy's high-level true emperors were eliminated, Dandan wouldn't need to fear the enemy anymore. Let's pack up and hide. The enemy will send someone to check on them after seeing that they haven't returned. Lu Ming suggested. Dandan nodded and cleaned up the corpses of the members of the evil god race. After cleaning up the scene, the 2 of them went to a valley not far away. Lu Ming took out a pile of origin stones and absorbed their energy to recover his saint power. Just now, he had been drawing his bow and shooting 7 or 8 arrows in a row. It had consumed a lot of his saint power. Not long after, Lu Ming's saint power was restored to its peak. However, no one from the evil god race came. The 2 of them were puzzled. Logically speaking, the evil god race should have sent someone to check on them after the powerful true emperors had left. But now, no one from the evil god race came. This was very strange. Could it be that they have broken through the gate and entered the castle? Lu Ming, let's go take a look together. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and the 2 of them flew toward the castle. But not long after, they heard intense battle cries. There was a fierce battle at the entrance of the castle. It's them. From afar, Lu Ming and Dandan saw that the ones attacking the evil god race were Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the others from the Heaven Realm. There were more people from the Heaven Realm, more than 200 people. Moreover, there were many more experts compared to the last time they gathered in the valley. There were even a few high-level true emperors, completely suppressing the evil god race. Damn it, these people actually took advantage of us. Dandan gritted his teeth. If they hadn't killed 4 high-level true emperors, the people from the Heaven Realm might not have been a match for the evil god tribe. But now, they had completely suppressed the other party. The people from the evil god tribe were killed one after another. The people from the evil god tribe roared, but it was useless in the end. A few high-level true emperors were also killed by the experts from the Heaven Realm. More than 100 people from the evil god tribe were all killed. Then, the experts from the Heaven Realm began to bombard the gate of the castle. Rumble, the gate of the castle kept exploding. The light that covered it flickered, but it was much dimmer than before. It seemed like it would be destroyed soon. Let's disguise ourselves and go over. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Just what I want. Dandan nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. They didn't want to let others get away with it so easily, especially when Blue Cloud and Xianxia were among them. Their appearances changed rapidly. Then, they changed their clothes and became completely different people. Then, the 2 of them flew toward the castle. Who's there? Someone noticed them and swept his gaze over them. We're on the same side, on the same side. Dandan hurriedly shouted. When everyone saw that they weren't from the evil god tribe, they were relieved. If they weren't from the evil god tribe, they were naturally from the Heaven Realm. Blue Cloud's gaze also swept over Lu Ming and Dandan. I thought it was Lu Ming and Dandan, but it turns out that it wasn't them. What a pity, otherwise, I would have crippled them this time. Blue Cloud muttered. This time, the Lan family had sent another expert, including high-level true emperors. He was full of confidence. As long as he met Lu Ming and Dandan, he would definitely make them regret it. At the thought of being beaten up so badly by Dandan, Blue Cloud went crazy with hatred. Blue Cloud didn't avoid it. Lu Ming and Dandan heard it clearly. Creak, Dandan gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes. Lu Ming knew that Dandan was definitely up to no good and was thinking about how to deal with Blue Cloud. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the gate of the castle began to shake violently. It's going to be blasted open. Put in more effort. Many people roared and attacked with even more vigor. Trash from the Heaven Realm, die. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distance. Streaks of purple light streaked across the sky and rushed over. They were people from the evil god race. Moreover, their numbers were extremely shocking, numbering over 100 people. They were all experts, and their bodies were covered with purple scales. Previously, Lu Ming had learned from Dandan. The evil god race also had different levels. The black scale evil god tribe was the most ordinary evil god tribe. Their status was also the lowest, and their battle prowess was also relatively weak. As for the purple-scaled evil god tribe, they were the nobles of the evil god tribe. In a battle of the same level, their strength was far above the black-scale evil god tribe. Above the purple-scaled evil god tribe, there were the nobler evil god tribe. For example, the evil god tribe's royal family had even stronger battle prowess. They were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. However, their numbers were extremely small. The expressions of the people from the heaven realm changed. "Quick, blast open the gate!" someone roared. Almost everyone attacked. Streaks of dazzling light bombarded the gate of the castle. Boom, with a loud explosion, the light of the gate of the castle was defeated, and the gate opened. "Charge in!" The people from the heaven realm rushed in one after another. "Kill!" Behind them, the evil god tribe also charged in. They chased closely behind the experts from the heaven realm and rushed in. Lu Ming and Dandan also followed the crowd and rushed in. The moment they rushed in, they didn't see the inside of the castle as they had imagined. Instead, they saw a vast stretch of hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was like a small world. After the castle, they actually came to a small world. "Kill!" Behind them, the evil god tribe charged in. The two groups of people fought fiercely. Lu Ming and Dandan were mixed in the crowd. They symbolically attacked and exchanged blows with two members of the evil god tribe. Lu Ming didn't even attack. He hid behind Dandan because if he attacked, many laws would be exposed. There were hundreds of people from both sides fighting each other. It was very tragic. From time to time, there would be experts killed, forever falling in this area. Lu Ming discovered that Blue Cloud and Xianxia were accompanied by experts. They were very strong and were high-level true emperors. Clearly, the Lan family and Yan family were terrifying forces in the heaven realm. They even sent high-level true emperors. It was very dangerous for high-level true emperors to enter here. If they were unlucky, they would die. Those who were sent in had to be prepared to die. If they weren't strong and had a deep foundation, they wouldn't dare to do so. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, several blood-red figures rushed over from the front at an extremely fast speed. That is, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He saw that there were humanoid and beast-like figures among those blood-colored figures. After rushing over, they directly pounced on the people from the heaven realm and the evil god tribe. Roar! A huge blood-colored wave also pounced on Lu Ming. Dandan appeared and kicked the huge blood-colored wolf away. "It's a puppet," Dandan said. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw that it was indeed a puppet. It was a strange puppet with an incomparably dense killing intent. Its entire body was blood-red and it even reeked of blood. Moreover, it didn't fear death and kept pouncing on the people from both sides. The experts from the heaven realm and the evil god tribe could only stop fighting and focus on dealing with these blood-colored puppets. Bang! 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 The blood-colored puppets exploded one after another. Not long after, the blood-colored puppets that charged over were finally mostly killed. However, the experts from the heaven realm and the evil god tribe also left behind dozens of corpses. Both sides gathered at one side and sized each other up. Their killing intent was cold. However, no one made a move for the time being. This was very likely a small world left behind by an unparalleled expert. There might be a great fortuitous encounter in it. The people from both sides had the same idea. They would search for the treasure first and obtain the fortuitous encounter. Then, they would kill the other party. Let's go. The first to move was the evil god tribe. They charged forward along the left side and disappeared among the hills. Then, the people from the heaven realm also moved. They charged forward along the right side. Lu Ming and Dandan followed in the middle of the crowd. Roar! Roar! Roars rang out from time to time, Some blood-colored puppets moved between these hills. The moment they saw living beings, they would pounce on them. However, they were all defeated by them. After advancing for a distance, they still didn't discover anything. Let's move forward separately. This way, our chances of obtaining fortuitous encounters will be higher. Blue Cloud was the first to speak. The others also nodded in agreement. Then, the people from the Heaven Realm split into groups and moved forward separately. Blue Cloud and Xianxia led the experts from the Lan family and the Yen family to gather together and move in one direction. Both of their families had experts. There were high-level true emperors and low-level true emperors. They were very competent and didn't want to be with others. Let's follow them, Dandan whispered. The world behind the castle looked like a small world, with the castle's gate as its entrance. It was also very desolate inside, with not a single blade of grass growing. Moreover, there were some blood-colored puppets scattered around. Blue Cloud and Xianxia led their clansmen and gathered together. There were about 20 of them, with many experts. Along the way, they killed many blood-colored puppets. At the same time, they also saw a few skeletons, but they were all from the evil god race. There were no treasures left behind. These guys are still thinking about dealing with us. Unforgivable. They even dared to target me. Behind them, Dandan ground his teeth, cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming rubbed his nose, thinking, they were bullied so badly by you. It would be strange if you don't want to take revenge. However, Lu Ming also wanted to get rid of Blue Cloud and the others without anyone knowing. He knew that Dandan was thinking of a plan and immediately asked, "What's your idea?" "Let's lure the evil god race over and let them fight each other." "What do you think?" Dandan suggested. "Great minds think alike. Let's go, let's go." Lu Ming smiled. Then, the two heroes sneakily headed in the direction of the evil god race. The two of them completely concealed their auras and carefully avoided the blood-colored puppets. Not long after, they saw a group of evil god race members. "Evil god race members, die!" Dandan roared and rushed over. Even though he was very far away, he slapped out with his palms. Endless runes condensed into several sword lights, slashing toward the evil god race members. Pooh! Pooh! 2 high-level void emperors and a 1-star true emperor were killed by Dandan directly. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow from afar and shot out 2 arrows, killing 2 void emperors of the evil god race. Heavenly Realm members, kill! The evil god race was enraged. There was a blood feud between the 2 races. Once they met, they would fight to the death. Now, Lu Ming and Dandan actually dared to take the initiative to kill their people. They were simply courting death. Instantly, a group of evil god race members charged toward Dandan and Lu Ming. "Run!" Dandan screamed and turned to run. Behind him, the 6-feathered divine wings appeared, and his speed was astonishing. As for Lu Ming, he had already put away his fallen star bow and used his 6-feathered divine wings to rush towards Blue Cloud and the others. Soon, they saw Blue Cloud and the others. "Blue Cloud, come and help us. Let's kill those evil god tribe bastards together." Lu Ming and Dandan both shouted and rushed towards Blue Cloud and the others. Blue Cloud and the others were carefully exploring when they suddenly heard a few loud shouts. Looking in the direction of the sound, Blue Cloud immediately wanted to curse. He saw Lu Ming and Dandan making a big fuss as they rushed over. Behind them, there was a group of evil god tribe members. There were over 20 of them. "All of you, scram!" Blue Cloud roared. Naturally, he did not recognize Lu Ming and Dandan because the 2 of them had disguised themselves. Lu Ming and Dandan did not seem to hear Blue Cloud and continued to make a big fuss as they rushed towards Blue Cloud and the others. When they rushed into Blue Cloud and the others, Dandan shouted, "Kill those bastards from the evil god tribe. You are the ones who will die." The members of the evil god race roared in rage and launched attacks at them. In their opinion, the people of the Heaven Realm were all in the same group. Immediately, 2 Lan family void emperors were killed by the evil god tribe. The Lan family and Yen family had no choice but to counterattack and fight with the evil god tribe. However, the Lan family and Yen family had indeed sent many experts. There was one high-level true emperor each, and they were all 6-star true emperors. They were very powerful. The evil god tribe only had one 6-star true emperor and two 5-star true emperors. They were suppressed in an instant. The battle between the two sides was abnormally fierce, and people were killed continuously. Lu Ming and Dandan flashed through the crowd with astonishing speed, dodging the attacks one after another. In the end, the Yan family and Lan family's top experts were stronger. A 6-star true emperor killed two 5-star true emperors of the evil god tribe. Then, he joined forces with another 6-star true emperor to kill the 6-star true emperor of the evil god tribe. In the end, the 6-star true emperor paid a heavy price and killed the evil god tribe's 6-star true emperor. With the death of the 6-star true emperor, the evil god tribe could no longer resist and scattered. The experts of the Lan family and Yan family caught up and killed them all. In this battle, the evil god tribe was wiped out, but the Lan family and Yan family were also heavily injured. More than 10 of them died in the battle, and a few were seriously injured. Even the 6-star true emperor was heavily injured by the evil god tribe's final counterattack. Blue Cloud and Xianxia's expression darkened. They looked at Lu Ming and Dandan with murderous intent in their eyes. It was all Lu Ming and Dandan's fault. If they didn't bring the evil god tribe here, they wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. At this time, a figure flickered not far away. People from Celestial World rushed over after hearing the battle. "Thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we would be in danger. People from Celestial World should help each other." Before Blue Cloud's group could speak, Dandan spoke first. With one sentence, he tied them together, making it difficult for Blue Cloud's group to flare up. Blue Cloud and Xianxia felt their chests tighten and almost vomited blood. Dandan was the first to thank them and tied them to Celestial World. Two World City had a rule that people from Celestial World couldn't kill each other in the battlefield. They had to fight the enemy together. They really couldn't find a reason to deal with Lu Ming and Dandan. Moreover, there were other people here. "The two of you, stay away from us." Blue Cloud gritted his teeth and said. Then, he asked people to keep the storage bracelet left behind by the evil god tribe and left. "What a pity, what a pity." Dandan sighed. He felt it was a pity that the evil god tribe couldn't kill Blue Cloud's group. Lu Ming also felt it was a pity. "Why don't we do it again?" Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. "Kid, you've become bad. But I like it. He he he." Dandan smiled. Immediately, the two of them sneakily followed behind Blue Cloud's group. This time, Blue Cloud's group was much more cautious and looked around. However, Lu Ming and Dandan's method of concealing their aura was too brilliant. They didn't notice them at all. After secretly observing for a while, the two of them rushed toward the evil god tribe again. After a while, the two of them shouted and rushed toward Blue Cloud's group. "Nest, it's you guys again." Damn it, the moment Blue Cloud saw Lu Ming's group, he cursed. He was really angry. Then, Blue Cloud's group also turned and ran. This time, they didn't want to be taken advantage of. Nest, they actually ran away. "Help!" Dandan screamed miserably. Together with Lu Ming, they chased after Lan Yun and the rest at lightning speed. "Get lost," Blue Cloud roared at the two of them. "We're all from the celestial realm, but you guys are leaving us in the lurch." Lu Ming shouted. "You guys are courting death. Don't drag us down with you." Blue Cloud bellowed. "Help!" Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the rest ran in front while Lu Ming and Dandan chased after them. Behind them were a bunch of evil god tribe experts. The three groups were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a large mountain forest. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of others. A group of people flew over. It was the other people from the heaven realm. When they saw the evil god tribe, they charged over. When the evil god tribe saw that the number of heaven realm experts had increased, they didn't dare to chase after them anymore. They turned around and ran. "What a pity." Dandan sighed. It was a pity that they didn't manage to kill Blue Cloud and the rest this time. "You guys are courting death." At this moment, Blue Cloud was extremely furious. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he led his men and charged toward Lu Ming and Dandan. What are you guys trying to do? You want to attack your own people in this battlefield? Dandan shouted immediately. You guys have brought the evil god tribe members to charge at us time and time again. I suspect that you guys are doing it on purpose to frame us. Blue Cloud said coldly. Bullshasters I do have a grudge with the evil god tribe. When I see them, I don't want to let them go. Hence, I went to kill them. However, there are too many of them, so we can only run. I didn't expect to meet you guys twice. This means that we are fated. Dandan began to lie through her teeth, spouting nonsense. However, the other party couldn't refute this reason. Was it wrong to kill the evil god tribe? Was it wrong to run when they couldn't win? They just happened to run into Blue Cloud and the rest. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the rest were tongue-tied, unable to say a word. They were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming and Dandan into pieces. However, with the other people from the heaven realm around, they couldn't do anything. Let's go. In the end, Blue Cloud and the rest were helpless. They could only bring their men and leave this place. Looks like this trick won't work. These guys have learned their lesson. Dandan muttered. After that, the two of them moved forward and began to search the area. Look, there's something strange over there. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead. Over there, one could vaguely see an expanse of red light jumping about. It was abnormally bright, dyeing half the sky red like blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Obviously, the others also noticed the abnormality and flew in that direction. Red light is everywhere. There are treasures here. Let's go. Dandan's eyes burned with passion, and the two of them flew towards that area. Streaks of rainbow light also flew over from other directions. This direction was where the experts of the heaven realm were searching. Hence, there were no experts from the evil god race rushing over. Up ahead, there was a towering mountain. On one side of the mountain, there was a cliff that was thousands of meters high. The red light was coming from the bottom of the cliff. Everyone flew to the bottom of the cliff and found that there was a pool there. The pool was not filled with water, but with a bright red liquid that looked like blood. In the pool, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. Her entire body was covered by the bright red liquid, but one could still vaguely see her appearance. It was a peerless beauty with an explosive figure, Mulan's. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He never thought that he would meet Mulan's here. Mulan's was cultivating or receiving some kind of inheritance. A small blood-red pagoda floated above her head, emitting a vast pressure. It was high and mighty, like the might of the heavens. Needless to say, this small pagoda was definitely a supreme treasure. Treasure, this is definitely a treasure. Many people's eyes burned with passion, flickering with greed. Dandan was the same. He almost drooled as he stared at the small pagoda. This is the treasure of a powerful existence. Dandan whispered, his eyes shining. She's my friend. Lu Ming hurriedly transmitted his voice to Dandan, causing Dandan's face to fall. However, Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the others could no longer hold back. This treasure is mine. Mine. One by one, figures rushed out and rushed towards Mulan's, grabbing the small blood-red pagoda above her head. Damn it! Lu Ming shouted angrily. He wanted to help, but it was too late. Clang, suddenly, a sword chime was heard. On the cliff behind the blood pool, there was a cave. The sword humming sound came from that cave. Then, a ray of sword light flew out from the cave at an astonishing speed. It was like a ray of light that was swimming around. Puff. Puff, a few of the weaker cultivators were directly cut in half by the sword light and died on the spot. The others were also blocked by the sword light. Whoosh, in the next moment, a figure appeared beside Mulan's, with a sparkling long sword floating above his head. Kenfei Ryu. Lu Ming was dumbfounded once again. The person who appeared beside Mulan's was a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows. It was Kenfei Ryu, whom Lu Ming had not seen for many years. Back then, when Lu Ming was wandering in Nine Dragons City, Kenfei Ryu was severely injured by the geniuses of the Wang clan and the other clans, crippling his cultivation. Later, when he entered the blood pool, Kenfei Ryu was taken away by a mysterious person who seemed to be the remnant soul of a powerful expert. It had been many years since they parted. Lu Ming did not expect Kenfei Ryu to still be alive. Not only could he cultivate, but his cultivation had also reached an astonishing level. The few people he had killed earlier were all martial emperors. Treasure, another treasure. Dandan's eyes lit up as he looked at the long sword above Kenfei Ryu's head. Buzz, the long sword vibrated slightly and emitted a fluorescent light. A terrifying sword chi whizzed through the clouds. It was definitely a peerless sword. Most of the credit for Kenfei Ryu being able to block the attacks of so many experts was due to this sword. The others also stared at the long sword above Kenfei Ryu's head with fervent eyes. Brat, who are you? How dare you kill our people? People of the Heaven Realm cannot kill each other on the battlefield. You have committed a grave crime. Do you know that? Kneel down and surrender yourself. Blue Cloud shouted. I am not from the Two-World City. Kenfei Ryu said coldly. He continued, moreover, you were the ones who attacked me without any explanation. Didn't you see that my friend was accepting the inheritance? You killed someone and still want to quibble? Take him down. Blue Cloud shouted. His eyes were abnormally fiery as he looked at the long sword above Kenfei Ryu's head and the small pagoda above Mulin's head. This was definitely a rare treasure left behind by an ancient expert. Wait a minute. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Everyone stopped, and Lu Ming appeared in a flash. It's you. What do you want? When Blue Cloud saw Lu Ming, a hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Previously, Lu Ming and Dandan had brought the evil god tribe to their place and caused them to suffer heavy losses. He had always been thinking about it. Dandan, quickly set up the formation. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan first. Dandan nodded and started to sneak around. With every step he took, countless runes entered the ground. Lu Ming's words caused many people's eyes to flicker. However, some people, such as Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the others, were still burning with passion. What's too much? These treasures are obviously treasures left behind by peerless experts in ancient times. These two people are so young, how can they unleash the power of these treasures? I want to keep these treasures and hand them over to the experts of the Two-World City. Only in the hands of such experts can these treasures shine and be used to deal with the evil god tribe. Blue Cloud sneered and quibbled. What a joke. Since when did the experts of the Heaven Realm have to snatch the opportunities of the younger generation and use their treasures to deal with the evil god tribe? If that's the case, we will never be a match for the evil god tribe. Lu Ming replied with a sneer, full of mockery. This Blue Cloud was obviously greedy and wanted to snatch the treasures. However, he found such a dignified reason. What a joke. Hearing Lu Ming's words, some people looked ashamed and took a few steps back. They seemed to be hesitating whether they should attack or not. Mulin's and Kenfei Ryu were obviously from the human race. Attacking the human race and snatching their treasures in the ancient battlefield was obviously against the rules of the Two-World City. However, there were still some people that were clearly unreconciled. The greed in their eyes grew even stronger. Kid, no matter how glib your tongue is, it's useless. It's a waste to give such treasures to them. Today, I must take these treasures and give them to the experts of the Two-World City to use. Blue Cloud continued, not backing down at all. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. This Blue Cloud was really despicable and shameless. Blue Cloud, since you said so, then hand over all the treasures and resources on you. It's a waste to give them to trash like you. It's better to give them to the experts. Lu Ming sneered. What did you say? Blue Cloud's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming actually called him trash. I said you're a piece of trash, didn't you hear me? Hand over all your treasures and resources to me. It's a waste to give them to you anyway. Lu Ming added. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Does that mean you're very strong? Blue Cloud laughed loudly. He was a top genius of the Heaven Realm. Before he became an emperor, he was an Elysian son. Lu Ming actually called him trash. Brat, you're the one who provoked me first. If I don't break your limbs today, my name isn't Blue Cloud. Blue Cloud bellowed. If it's not called Blue Cloud, then it's called Green Cloud. The top of its head is green. Lu Ming was talking nonsense with him mainly to stall for time so that Dandan could set up the formation. At this moment, Dandan was silently shuttling through the crowd. One rune after another entered the ground. Brat, I'll cripple you. Blue Cloud was furious and pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming displayed his 6 feathered divine wings. A pair of transparent wings appeared and in a flash, he dodged Blue Cloud's attack. Swoosh! Swoosh, Blue Cloud launched a storm-like attack. However, Lu Ming displayed his 6 feathered divine wings and his speed was too fast. He dodged all of Blue Cloud's attacks. Lu Ming didn't fight back. Naturally, he was stalling for time so that Dandan could set up the formation. In the blink of an eye, Blue Cloud launched hundreds of attacks, but he didn't touch Lu Ming at all. Many people were shocked, they didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Under Blue Cloud's storm-like attacks, he was completely fine. Didn't you say you're very strong? If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Blue Cloud roared. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him and continued to dodge with his movement technique. After dozens of moves, Blue Cloud still didn't touch Lu Ming at all. Blue Cloud, let me help you. At this moment, Xianxia flashed out and attacked Lu Ming. Blue Cloud and Xianxia were both 3-star illusionary emperors. Moreover, both of them were top geniuses of the Heaven Realm. They had mastered one of the strongest laws and had cultivated it to the 2nd realm. In addition, they had also mastered other laws. Their strength was extremely shocking. The two of them worked together and attacked Lu Ming from 2 directions. It wouldn't be so easy for Lu Ming to dodge completely. Boom, Blue Cloud was behind Lu Ming and blasted out a palm. This palm was as fast as lightning and as swift as thunder. Its power was astonishing. At the same time, Xianxia also launched an attack. He slashed out layers of saber light, enveloping Lu Ming in 3 directions. In this way, Lu Ming had no way to dodge. Lu Ming, that's enough. At this moment, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It was Dandan's voice. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Boom, at this moment, the aura on his body erupted. 7 types of laws shone with different lights and flickered on Lu Ming's body. A giant hammer appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This was his original divine ability, the Hammer of Chaos. Boom. 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 Boom, Lu Ming blasted out 4 times in a row, blasting in all directions. Immediately, Xianxia's saber light that was slashing at Lu Ming shattered. His body shook violently and he retreated continuously. Boom, one of the hammers smashed into Lan Yun's palm, causing a huge boom to erupt. Blue Cloud's body also shook and he retreated continuously. It's you? The peerless trash of the primordial realm, you're Lu Ming. Blue Cloud roared. Lu Ming attacked with all his might, and 7 types of laws erupted. Blue Cloud immediately recognized Lu Ming. What? The peerless trash of the primordial realm? It's him. Many people at the scene reacted. Back then, when the prodigies who went to the primordial realm returned, they said that there was a peerless trash in the primordial realm. He had not become an emperor yet, but he had already mastered 2 types of supreme laws and many types of monarch laws. This matter had spread widely in the circle of prodigies in the Heaven Realm, and many people had heard of it. The one with the biggest reaction was Kenfei Ryu. His body shook, and he looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. What shocked him was the name Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, it's me. Lu Ming laughed and revealed his true appearance. Seeing Lu Ming's true appearance, Kenfei Ryu's eyes suddenly lit up. He was a little shocked, a little surprised, and a little incredulous. He came to the Heaven Realm and became the disciple of a terrifying expert. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds over the years, and his standards were naturally much higher. He was far from what he was in the past. However, he did not expect that a friend he made in the eastern wilderness of the divine wilderness continent would come here. At the same time, his combat strength was also astonishing. This was really beyond his expectations. Brother Lu, let me help you. Kenfei Ryu shouted, and the long sword above his head buzzed continuously. No need, you protect senior sister Mulan's. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you killed my Lan family's people. Today, you will pay the price. Attack. There's no need to talk about rules with such a person. Blue Cloud roared and called for the other members of the Lan family to attack. Immediately, the true emperors of the Lan family moved. They erupted with a terrifying aura and suppressed Lu Ming. Shameless guy, watch me. At this moment, Dandan shouted and waved his hands. Dance runes appeared on the ground. Dandan made her move. She controlled the formation and condensed numerous chains, which shot toward the experts of the Lan and Yen families to bind them. The Void Emperors couldn't resist at all. They couldn't move no matter how hard they struggled. Blue Cloud and Xianxia were also tied up. It's you. Damn it. Blue Cloud roared, his eyes turning red when he recognized Dandan. They struggled madly, but it was useless. They were bound tightly by the chains. Boom. Boom, the true emperor from the Lan clan tried to break free, but a low-level true emperor couldn't do much. The chains tightened around him. You want to win by numbers, huh? Let's see how you're going to win by numbers. Lu Ming stepped into the air and walked toward Lan Yun and the rest. Lu Ming, you dare touch me? Blue Cloud roared. You're still so arrogant, what a fool. Lu Ming arrived above Blue Cloud's head and stomped on Blue Cloud's face. Bang, Blue Cloud's face was solidly stomped by Lu Ming, leaving a footprint on it. Ah! Blue Cloud roared in anger. Last time, Dandan stomped on his face, causing his teeth to fly out. Now that he had recovered, Lu Ming stomped on his face again. He had always been a proud son of the heavens since he was young. When had he ever suffered such humiliation, but in just a few days, his face had been stomped on repeatedly. He wanted to vomit blood. What are you shouting for? It's so F***ing unpleasant. Lu Ming disdainfully stomped on Blue Cloud's face again. This stomp caused Blue Cloud's face to swell and his teeth to fly out. Blue Cloud immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Some of it came from his teeth falling out, while the other part came from anger. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Everyone, this person is lawless and has no regard for the law. Let's attack together and take him down. Blue Cloud roared, summoning the other people from the heaven realm. However, the others looked at each other, and no one made a move. Lu Ming didn't kill anyone, and he didn't use too much force, so it wasn't considered a violation of the rules. Moreover, many of them were Blue Cloud's competitors. When they saw Blue Cloud being tortured, they couldn't be happier. Why would they stand up for him? At this moment, even Xianxia shut her mouth and behaved herself. She was afraid that Lu Ming would target her. You still dare to shout? Come again. Lu Ming stepped on Blue Cloud's face again. Roar, Blue Cloud howled. Unfortunately, his entire body was chained up and he could only stand there, unable to move at all. He could only passively be stepped on. Kill this brat, hurry up and kill him. Blue Cloud roared. Boom, a 6-star true emperor from the Lan clan wasn't chained up. He was still resisting the chains. At this moment, the world energy in his body burned fiercely. The power of various laws rampaged and bombarded the chains. A 6-star true emperor was too strong. In order to break through to the true emperor realm, one had to have enough world energy and a stable minor world, but there were also requirements regarding laws. In order to break through, one needed to have 3 laws at the second level. One could only imagine how terrifying a 6-star true emperor's laws would be. For a moment, Dandan's formation couldn't bind the opponent. It wasn't that Dandan's formation wasn't strong enough. If Dandan had an hour to set it up, not to mention a 6-star true emperor, even a peak true emperor would be trapped. However, he didn't have enough time. Blue Cloud's eyes lit up. Brat, you're finished. I'm going to cripple you and break all your limbs. Blue Cloud roared, hating Lu Ming to the bone. You talk too much. Lu Ming continued to stomp on Blue Cloud's face. Blue Cloud's face was about to explode. He didn't even recognize him anymore. Next, the fallen star bow appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He suddenly pulled on the fallen star bow, and a 7-colored arrow appeared. Buzz, Lu Ming loosened his grip and the bowstring vibrated, causing eardrums to ring. The 7-colored arrow suddenly flew toward the 6-star true emperor from the Lan clan. At such a close distance, the fallen star Bao's power was at its peak. However, the six-star true emperor was too strong. He roared and released sound waves from his mouth. These sound waves contained the power of various laws and rushed toward the seven-colored arrow. The arrow was blocked. It vibrated continuously in mid-air, creating sound waves. But in the end, the arrow still shattered. "Lock for me!" Dandan shouted and waved his hands. Runes filled the air and more chains appeared, wrapping around the six-star true emperor from the Lan clan. In order to stop Lu Ming's arrow, the six-star true emperor diverted some of his power and was almost bound by Dandan's chains. Once again, Lu Ming pulled the bowstring. The surging saint power continuously surged into the bow. Whoosh! Another arrow aimed for the forehead of the six-star true emperor from the Lan clan. "Lu Ming, I'll help." "You." On the other side, Kenfei Ryu shouted. He waved his hand and the sword above his head vibrated. It turned into a sword ray and slashed at the six-star true emperor with frightening power. The six-star true emperor of the Lan family roared and tried his best to resist. He waved his arms continuously, vibrating a terrifying force to resist the chains around him, as well as Lu Ming's arrows and flying sword gleams. Bang! Bang! An explosion sounded out as the arrow was destroyed. Jianfiliu's sword was also sent flying back to Jianfiliu's head. However, the six-star true emperor from the Lan clan was distracted by Lu Ming and Jianfiliu's attacks. Finally, Dandan seized the opportunity and chained the six-star true emperor from the Lan clan with countless chains. One chain, two chains, several chains coiled around the six-star true emperor from the Lan clan, slowing him down. Blue Cloud's heart sank. However, at this moment, streaks of purple and red light shot towards them from afar. It was the experts of the evil god tribe. Clearly, the experts of the evil god tribe were also attracted by the red light emitted from Mulan's body. Lu Ming's expression changed. Kenfei Ryu's expression changed as well. In the blink of an eye, the people from the evil god tribe arrived. They immediately saw Mulan, who was sitting cross-legged in the pool, and their eyes burned with a fiery light. "Take the treasure. We can't let the people of the heaven world get it," one of the evil god tribe members said. Immediately, the evil god tribe members rushed toward Mulan's. "Damn it!" Lu Ming roared. He pulled the fallen star bow and shot several arrows. Bang! Bang! Several evil god tribe members were killed by Lu Ming in the air. At the same time, Kenfei Ryu controlled the sword above his head to slash at the evil god tribe members. However, there was a terrifying expert among the evil god tribe. He punched and sent Kenfei Ryu's sword flying. Kenfei Ryu's face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. Dandan also made a move, but he could not block it at all. Courting death. A member of the evil god race targeted Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. "Ha ha ha. Serves you right." Blue Cloud laughed in his heart. Taking this opportunity, he began to struggle, wanting to break free from the shackles of the chains. Boom! The six-star true emperor of the Lan family finally broke free and came to Blue Cloud's side to protect him. Attack together and kill the evil god race. The treasure must not be obtained by the evil god race. Dandan shouted, instigating the others to attack. Many people looked at each other and made a move. They had no choice but to face the evil god race. They were their common enemy. No matter who got the treasure, they could not let it fall into the hands of the evil god race. However, the people of the heaven world were too late. There were already experts of the evil god race approaching Mulan's. Kenfei Ryu was alone beside Mulan's. He could not stop the other party at all. "It seems that I can only use the Celestial Emperor's physical body," Lu Ming thought. Just as he was about to use the Celestial Emperor's physical body, a layer of light suddenly spread out from the cave behind Mulan's and Kenfei Ryu, blocking in front of Mulan's and Kenfei Ryu. Boom! The experts of the evil god race rushed over and bombarded the light with terrifying attacks. However, the light did not move at all. Not even a ripple was produced. "Master!" Kenfei Ryu was overjoyed. Then, a figure walked out of the cave. It was an old man with a head of white hair. He wore a gray robe and had a cold expression. Others could not sense a trace of aura from him, nor did they know his cultivation level. He was like an ordinary person. However, when his gaze swept over, everyone's hair stood on end. There was a great sense of horror. Not good, let's go. A high-level true emperor of the evil god race revealed a look of horror. He roared and frantically retreated. Evil god race, kill. The gray-robed old man said coldly. The moment he spoke, many long swords automatically appeared in the air, shooting out rapidly. All the members of the evil god tribe were pierced through their foreheads. It didn't matter whether they were true emperors or void emperors, unable to withstand a single blow. In an instant, all the members of the evil god tribe, over 100 of them, died. Hiss, on the heaven realm side, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This old man was definitely a terrifying expert, at the very least a grand emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill a high-level true emperor so easily. However, how did a great emperor realm expert come here? Could it be that the other party had been living here all along? However, one thing was certain, the other party was from the heaven realm. They were friends and not enemies. So it's this guy. He's actually still alive. Dandan came to Lu Ming's side and whispered. You know him? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Yes, we met once in the past. However, he's just a junior. When you see me, you have to respectfully call me senior. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and began to boast again. However, Lu Ming was still very shocked. It was obvious that this was an expert from the same era as Dandan. He was an expert from the ancient era and had lived until now. Obviously, after the battle back then, he didn't die. Master. Kenfei Ryu bowed respectfully to the old man. The gray-robed old man nodded. Then, he swept his gaze across the people from the heaven realm and said in a cold voice, leave this place. This is my place of cultivation. Yes, senior. Some people cupped their fists and didn't dare to say anything. They bowed to the old man and turned to leave. Master, the two of them are my friends. Kenfei Ryu pointed to Lu Ming and Dandan. They can stay. The gray-robed old man glanced at Dandan and Lu Ming, especially Dandan. Senior, can you let me take them away? Blue Cloud asked. He had broken free from the chains with the help of his subordinates. He knew that he couldn't get the treasure, but he didn't want to let go of Lu Ming and Dandan. He wanted to take Lu Ming and Dandan away. Scram. The gray-robed old man only replied with one word. Senior, this junior is the successor of the Long clan. Please give me some face. Blue Cloud cupped his fists. Scram. This time, the old man's voice was even colder. A powerful force erupted along with the word scram and rushed toward Blue Cloud's group. The faces of Lan Yun and the rest changed drastically. Their bodies flew out and fell to the ground, each of them vomiting blood. Even a 6-star true emperor couldn't resist at all. Young master, go, go. The 6-star true emperor, Lan Yun, and the group left in a sorry state, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, evil swordsman, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be alive. After the people from the heaven realm left, Dandan laughed and walked over to greet the gray-robed elder. Jianfiliu was dumbfounded as he watched. The gray-robed old man coldly glanced at Dandan. So it's you, the coward. Good people don't live long while scourges live for 1,000 years. Hey, you, how can you say that? Dandan glared at the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man ignored Dandan and flashed into the cave. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed. Brat, what are you laughing about? Dandan glared at Lu Ming. He was just bragging that the gray-robed old man was his junior. Now, he was being treated like this by the old man. Sigh, people's hearts are not what they used to be. Look at how weak I am now, and this attitude is so pitiful. Dandan sighed. Lu Ming. Long time no see. Kenfei Ryu came over and greeted Lu Ming. Indeed, it's been more than 10 years, almost 20 years. Lu Ming lamented that time had passed too quickly. It had been so long since they last met. Fortunately, Kenfei Ryu was fine and his cultivation had skyrocketed. It was truly hard to predict. Senior, you are Xianxia looked at Dandan with a respectful look on his face. Since Dandan knew his master, he naturally treated Dandan as a senior expert. "I'm the invincible." Dandan put his hands behind his back and began to brag. Lu Ming immediately interrupted him. "He's just a scammer who brags all day. Ignore him." "What? Lu Ming, what did you say?" Dandan was unhappy. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ming. "By the way, brother Jian, what happened to you back then? Also, why is senior sister Mulan's here? What's her situation now?" Lu Ming asked several questions in a row. He was indeed full of questions. "Mulan's is your senior sister?" Kenfei Ryu was surprised. "That's right. She is my senior sister." Previously, there was an anomaly in the divine wilderness and a passageway appeared. 6 years ago, senior sister Mulan stepped into that passageway and never returned. Not long ago, I also stepped into that passageway and came here. Lu Ming gave a brief account of how he came to this place. Xianxia also gave a brief account of his experience. Back then, Kenfei Ryu's cultivation was crippled and he was on the verge of death. After entering the blood pool, he was taken away by a mysterious person. That mysterious person was his master, the grey-robed elder from before, the evil sword master that Dandan had mentioned. According to Kenfei Ryu, at that time, the passageway to Nine Dragon City in the Divine Wilderness had already cracked open. Evil Sword Master brought Kenfei Ryu from the blood pool to cleanse his meridians and cleanse his marrows. Then, he cultivated Evil Sword Master's unique way of the sword. Evil Sword Master's unique way of the sword was very special. Back then, when Kenfei Ryu's cultivation was crippled, he happened to be compatible with Evil Sword Master's unique way of the sword. All these years, he had been cultivating with Evil Sword Master. His cultivation had improved rapidly and he was now a 2-star empty emperor. Lu Ming nodded. Evil Sword Master was definitely a very powerful existence. In the ancient past, he knew Dandan. Furthermore, he was able to participate in the great battle back then and survive in the end. Under the tutelage of such an expert and in such a good cultivation environment like the Heaven Realm, it was normal for Xianxia to improve rapidly. "Senior sister Mulan, what's wrong with her?" Lu Ming looked at Mulan's again. 6 years ago, Master saved Mulan's at the passageway. Moreover, Miss Mulan's coincidentally resonated with the inheritance of a friend of Master's and inherited that senior's inheritance. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Kenfei Ryu said. 5 years? You're saying that Senior Mulan's has been like this for 5 years? Lu Ming asked. That's right. According to Master's prediction, Miss Mulan's should be waking up soon. Kenfei Ryu said. Lu Ming nodded. He was going to stay here and wait for Mulan's to wake up. After that, Lu Ming and Dandan stayed here. Time passed day by day. The Taiqing Heavenly Domain and Hunyuan Heavenly Domain were neighbors, and the passage between the two heavenly domains had long been turned into a battlefield. The two heavenly domains had fought for many years, and countless bones had been buried. On one side of the battlefield was the Taiqing Domain. Two World City was there, blocking the entrance to the Taiqing Domain. On the other side of the battlefield was the territory occupied by the Evil God tribe. There were many strange and sinister-looking buildings here, and countless experts of the Evil God tribe were gathered here. In one of the buildings, a group of people from the Evil God race were having a discussion. Among these members of the Evil God tribe, most of them were covered in purple scales. Only a few of them were covered in black scales. All of them had extremely terrifying auras. They were all terrifying experts. The most shocking thing was that there was a member of the Evil God race at the very top. This member of the Evil God race had a body that was no different from an ordinary person. He was slightly taller than a human, about 2 meters tall. There were no scales on his body, but there was a third eye at the center of his brows. His head was full of purple hair, and he was extremely eye-catching. This was the royal member of the Evil God race. The ancestor has sent another message. That passage isn't completely sealed, and there's still hope of breaking it open. So, this time, no matter what, we must break open that passage. Once we have that passage, our army can directly reach the Yuan realm, and then through the Yuan realm, enter the Taiqing domain, and destroy the two heavenly domains in one fell swoop. All of you, send people to kill their way into that battlefield. The royal member of the evil god race gave the order. Yes, at all costs. The numerous members of the evil god race received the order. Soon, figure after figure flew into the battlefield, flying towards the ancient battlefield where Lu Ming and the others were. Among these people, there was no lack of emperor realm figures. Heavenly emperors didn't dare to enter, because once they did, they would attract the attention of all the experts' imprints, and they would be hunted down by all the experts' imprints. They wouldn't rest until they were dead, unless one's cultivation reached a certain level and wasn't weaker than those peerless experts of the past. They wouldn't need to fear those imprints, such as the few ancestors of the evil god race. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Lu Ming cultivated while waiting for Mulans to wake up. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the cave, and a figure appeared. It was Evil Swordsman. In this half a month, Evil Swordsman hadn't appeared. According to Kenfei Ryu, his master had been severely injured in the ancient war, and it was lucky that he hadn't died. His cultivation and combat strength were no longer the same as before, and he had been in seclusion to heal his injuries. Why had he suddenly appeared now? Evil Swordsman looked up at the sky, seeming to have a lot on his mind. After a long while, he sighed. It seems that the passage hasn't completely collapsed, and it hasn't been completely sealed. It can still be opened. Passage? When Lu Ming heard that, he couldn't help but worry. He asked, Senior, the passage you're talking about, is it the one that leads to the Yuan realm? That's right, little guy. You must have come here from the Yuan realm through that passage. Evil Swordsman said. That's right, Senior. Could it be that the evil god tribe wants to enter the Yuan realm through that passage? Immediately, Lu Ming was worried, and his heart was in his throat. If the evil god tribe entered the Yuan realm through that passage, then the divine wilderness continent would be finished. It's not that easy. Look. Evil Swordsman waved his hand, and an image immediately appeared in mid-air. Figures shuttled through the air, and they were all from the evil god tribe. Suddenly, light filled the air, and a figure appeared. It was the mark of a peerless expert. Kill. When the mark of a peerless expert appeared, his killing intent surged. He held a long spear in his hand, and it pierced through the void, instantly killing 7 or 8 evil god tribe members. Then, the long spear swept through again, and a terrifying figure exploded in the air. That's a great emperor-level evil god tribe member. Lu Ming was shocked. The last evil god tribe member that was blown up was definitely a great emperor-level existence, but he still couldn't block the attack of the expert's mark. Spread out. The members of the evil god race howled as they fled in all directions. That supreme expert's imprint continued to pierce out with its spear, killing a few more evil god race experts. However, the other members of the evil god race all fled. This is just a corner. This time, many experts from the evil god tribe have entered, and there is no lack of great emperor-level figures. Their goal is that passage. Look again. Then, Evil Swordsman waved his hand again, and the image changed again. On the image, a void appeared. That void was extremely unstable, and cracks in space would appear from time to time. They would disappear in a flash, and it was very sinister and terrifying. Not far from that void, there were many figures standing in the air, and all of them were experts from the evil god tribe. Some of the evil god tribe members were bombarding that unstable void, and some of them were setting up a large array in the surroundings. Could this be the entrance of the passage from before? Lu Ming guessed. That's right. This is the entrance of the passage. A shocking battle happened there previously, and the passage exploded and collapsed. However, it wasn't completely sealed, and there is still hope of opening it. Evil Swordsman said. Senior, what exactly is going on? Why is there a passage here? Lu Ming was full of doubts. Why was there a passageway that led to the divine region? Why was the divine region guarded by the 9-dragon cauldron and the 9-dragon veins? Why did the 9-dragon cauldron fly away previously? Lu Ming asked all these questions. Evil Sword Master pondered for a moment before saying, that passageway was naturally formed when the two worlds of the Tianyuan realm first opened. Naturally formed? Lu Ming muttered. That's right. This kind of naturally formed passageway is completely different from man-made ones. It's very difficult to seal a naturally formed passageway. Even if it's sealed, it will slowly open on its own with the passage of time. It's like forcibly tearing a crack or opening a passageway in space. The space will quickly heal and repair itself. Naturally formed passageways are the opposite. If you want to seal it, it will naturally open and return to its original state. Evil Sword Master explained. Lu Ming understood now. Naturally formed passageways were naturally formed and would always be fixed, just like any piece of space. You had the ability to tear any piece of space, but that piece of space would quickly recover. Naturally formed passageways were the same. If you sealed them, they would naturally open up. That passageway leads to the Yuan realm. Therefore, in ancient times, it became an important place for the evil god tribe to attack. That's why there was a great war here, and many peerless experts died in battle. Later on, one of the top 10 battle beasts, the Nine Dragon, entered the Yuan realm and sealed the other end of the passageway. In the heaven domain, there were also experts who sealed the passageway here. However, that passageway was naturally formed. No matter how it was sealed, it would slowly recover. Even if the person who sealed it was a rare peerless expert, it couldn't be sealed forever. After so many years, the seal finally couldn't completely seal the passageway. The passageway is slowly opening up. Evil Sword Master's words enlightened Lu Ming. Many things that he couldn't figure out in the past suddenly made sense. He finally understood what the Nine Dragon Cauldron and the Nine Dragon Veins were for. They were used by the Nine Dragon to seal the passageway. He used to think that the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron just happened to have the same name as the Nine Dragons. Now, it seemed that it was a treasure of the Nine Dragons. More than 10 years ago, the passageway was slowly restored and could no longer be sealed. Therefore, the divine wilderness continent and the heavenly realm were connected, causing the origin chi to become denser. As for the reason why the divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons flew to the heavenly realm separately, it was probably because they wanted to stall for time. When the divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons arrived at the heavenly realm, they wanted to stop their auras from spreading and let the evil god race detect them. As expected, Evil Sword Artist continued, some time ago, the evil god tribe finally discovered the abnormality of this passage. The evil god tribe sent out a few terrifying experts, wanting to take over the passage completely. They fought a huge battle with the experts guarding the passage. In the end, the experts guarding the passage and the treasures left behind by the Nine Dragons wanted to destroy the passage. Now, it seems like it wasn't completely destroyed. Senior, can that tunnel be completely destroyed? Lu Ming asked in surprise. No, it can only be destroyed temporarily. After a period of time, it will automatically recover. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble to seal it back then. Evil Sword Artist shook his head and sighed. Then, what should we do now? Lu Ming was really anxious. This involved the safety of his parents, relatives, and friends. It was difficult for him to remain calm. This passage must not be taken over by the evil god tribe. Otherwise, everyone's efforts over the years will be in vain. Evil Sword Artist said. His voice was cold and filled with cold-killing intent. Senior, we can pass the news to the Two-World City. The Two-World City will not sit by and do nothing. Lu Ming suggested. This not only concerned the primordial realm, but also the heavenly realm. Once the evil god tribe entered the primordial realm and entered the grand pure sky domain through the passageway, the heavenly realm would be completely finished. Those guys who came in previously all came from the Two-World City. Pass the news to them and let them pass the news to the people in the Two-World City. Evil Sword Artist nodded. Buzz, at this moment, a buzzing sound was heard. Mulan's, who had been silent all this while, finally moved. The small pagoda above her head emitted a bright light. The blood in the blood pool wriggled and seeped into Mulan's body. Soon, the blood in the blood pool disappeared without a trace. A powerful aura emanated from Mulan's body. Quasi-Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Mulan's cultivation was at the Quasi-Emperor realm, The inheritance that she had received was definitely left behind by an extremely powerful existence. It was not as simple as a simple inheritance. Otherwise, Mullins would not have reached the quasi-emperor realm in just 5 to 6 years. This little girl is actually so compatible with that guy's inheritance. It's rare. Evil sword artist muttered. Dandan was envious. Buzz, the small blood-colored pagoda vibrated slightly and then shrank rapidly. It flew into Mullins's forehead and disappeared. Mullins slowly opened her eyes. A blood-red light flashed in her eyes and then disappeared. Her gaze swept across Lu Ming and the others. When her gaze fell on Lu Ming, her delicate body could not help but tremble. She was in disbelief. Am I hallucinating again? Mullins muttered. Her beautiful big eyes blinked hard a few times to confirm. Lu Ming smiled and said, Senior Sister Mullins, long time no see. Why, don't you recognize me? Lu Ming. Mullins whispered. She was pleasantly surprised and flew out of the small pool. Still in disbelief, she said, Junior brother Lu Ming, why are you here? Of course, I was worried about you and missed you. So I followed that passage to find you. The one who spoke was not Lu Ming but Dandan. Lu Ming touched his nose and was speechless. Mullins blushed. You two little guys, stop flirting. It's time to get down to business. Evil swordsman said. Mullins blushed even more. However, her cultivation had increased tremendously and she had reached the Emperor-to-be realm. Furthermore, she had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert. Her confidence had increased greatly and her original personality was completely revealed. She came to Lu Ming's side and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. She did not seem to want to look away. Hey, you're so mushy. Dandan cried out. Junior brother, what happened? Mullins ignored Dandan and asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming explained the passage briefly. After hearing it, Mullins's face turned pale. She understood the seriousness of the matter. Furthermore, her family was in the divine region. I'm going to the passage immediately. When the time comes, you guys will be in danger if you stay here. You guys should enter my small world first. Evil swordsman said. Senior, I'll stay outside. I might be able to help. Lu Ming said. No matter what, he still had the physical body of the Heavenly Emperor. It might be useful at a critical moment. I'll stay outside too. Alright, the two of you, enter the small world. Evil Sword Master waved his hand and sent Kenfei Ryu and Mullins into the small world. Then, a wave of energy swept up Lu Ming and Dandan. In a flash, they appeared outside the castle. Then, Evil Sword Master brought Lu Ming and the rest to find Lu Hao and the rest. Lu Ming realized that when Evil Sword Master walked in this area, the seals of the top experts did not attack him. Lu Ming guessed that perhaps Evil Sword Master's cultivation level was high enough, or perhaps he had some secret technique that allowed him to avoid the attacks of the seals. When they saw Evil Sword Master, Lu Hao and the rest were shocked and bowed respectfully. Lu Ming immediately told them about the passageway. What? Lu Hao and the rest were shocked when they heard it. They knew that this was a huge matter that concerned the fate of the Heaven region. Let's leave this place immediately and inform the seniors in Two World City. Lu Hao and the rest agreed. They did not dare to delay and rushed out of the battlefield. Evil Sword Master brought Lu Ming and Dandan towards the passageway. Not long after, they approached the passageway and hid in the sky, watching from afar. There were many members of the evil god race circling around the void, moving around continuously. Beams of light shot into the void one after another. There were also members of the evil god tribe who formed huge hands and wanted to tear the void apart to reopen the passageway. The evil god tribe is setting up an array. They want to use the power of the array to reopen the passageway. Evil Sword Master transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and Dandan. Senior, what should we do? Lu Ming also transmitted his voice. When the experts from Two World City arrive, we'll kill them. There's no other way now. However, the Heavenly Emperors will not dare to come. At most, they will be peak Great Emperors. Although I have not recovered from my injuries, I'm still confident in dealing with Great Emperors. Evil Sword Master said as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart calmed down. Next, they waited quietly. A day later. He's here. Evil Sword Guest suddenly said. In the distance, a few figures flashed over. They were very secretive. If not for Evil Sword Guest's warning, Lu Ming and the rest would not have noticed them. Evil Sword Master's lips moved slightly as if he was sending a telepathic message. In the next moment, those figures headed towards Lu Ming and the rest. There were a total of 3 people, 2 old men and 1 middle-aged man. Their bodies were bathed in blood, and it was clear that they had gone through a great battle. Although the 3 of them had completely restrained their auras, Lu Ming could still feel that these 3 people were absolutely terrifying experts. Senior. When the 3 of them arrived, they cupped their fists at Evil Sword Master. Why is it only the 3 of you? Why didn't the others come for such a big event? Evil Sword Master frowned. Sigh, the others can't come. An elder sighed. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in blood. It was clear that he had experienced a bitter battle. What happened? Evil Sword Master asked. Lu Ming and Dandan's hearts were in their mouths. They had a bad premonition. A day ago, the evil god tribe suddenly sent out a large army to attack Two World City. They surrounded the outside of Two World City. Now, there's still a bitter battle in Two World City. Most of the experts are pinned down. Originally, there were more than 10 of us. We broke out of the encirclement and wanted to stop the evil god tribe from opening the passageway. However, there was a battle on the way. When we entered this battlefield, we were attacked by the experts' seals. Out of the 10 of us, only the 3 of us made it here. After the elder finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. The 10 of them who broke out of the encirclement were all experts. Unfortunately, in order to come here, they had lost so many people. It was definitely a huge loss. However, in order to stop the evil god tribe, they had no choice. In order to open the passageway, the evil god tribe had sent a large number of experts here. Their losses were definitely shocking. It seems that the evil god tribe is well prepared. They are afraid that the experts of Two World City will discover them and come to stop them. Evil Sword Master's gaze was even colder. Now, we have no choice but to kill our way in. At this moment, the passageway in front of them shone brightly. The evil god tribe seemed to have set up a large array and started to activate it. Endless light condensed into something that looked like a huge spiral drill. It faced the void and seemed to be drilling a new passageway at the original location of the passageway. Rumble, the space trembled and collapsed continuously, revealing a pitch-black cave. There's no time to lose. Attack. The 2 of you, stay here. Evil Sword Master glanced at Lu Ming and Dandan. In a flash, he charged toward the experts of the evil god tribe. Evil Sword Master's speed was shocking. In a few flashes, he was close to the evil god tribe. Enemy attack. There were too many experts of the evil god tribe. The moment Evil Sword Master got close, the other party discovered him. Someone shouted. Swoosh, Evil Sword Master attacked. A long sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, sword light shook the sky. A powerful evil god tribe member was directly split into 2 and his soul was obliterated. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. That evil god tribe member was definitely a great emperor, but he was instantly killed by Evil Sword Master. Although Evil Sword Master had yet to recover from his injuries, his combat strength was still terrifying. This guy was many times stronger than he is now when he was at his peak. In the heaven domain, he's a peerless expert. Of course, compared to me, there's still a gap. Dandan said, not forgetting to boast. Kill. Evil Sword Master shouted. A terrifying aura exploded, and the heavens and earth were filled with an indescribable pressure. Evil Sword Master wore a grey robe and looked very old. However, when he attacked, he had a domineering aura. Evil chi surged from his body, and his sword light seemed to split the heavens and earth. Poof. Poof, several experts of the evil god tribe were killed by Evil Sword Master. Break! Evil Sword Master shouted. A sword light slashed above the void. The void was directly split open, and countless runes appeared there. Then, those runes exploded. This was the array that the evil god tribe had set up. Evil Sword Master had cut a section of it. At the same time, the drill that was condensed by the array exploded with a bang and disappeared from the place. Kill him! The experts of the evil god tribe shouted. Their auras exploded, shaking the heavens and earth. So many great emperors. Lu Ming was shocked. There were too many great emperors in the evil god tribe. Most of them were extremely terrifying. Their auras were far stronger than the Han family Great Emperor and Great Emperor Wu Xiong that Lu Ming had met before. Many of them were definitely high-level Great Emperors. Some were even peak Great Emperors. With so many Great Emperors joining forces, it was too terrifying. However, Evil Sword Master was even stronger. With a metal sword in his hand, he charged into the evil god tribe. With a slash of his sword, an expert was killed. With a slash of his sword, blood splattered everywhere. The 3 experts from Two World City also made their move. The 3 from Two World City are all peak Great Emperors. However, there are many peak Great Emperors in the evil god tribe. They can only hold back a portion of the forces and won't be of much use. Evil Swordsman is the key. Dandan sent a message to Lu Ming. Although his cultivation was not as strong as it was in the ancient era, he was still able to judge one's cultivation based on their aura. Surround and kill them. The experts from the evil god tribe roared. There were at least 4 or 5 of them who were as strong as the 3 from Two World City. They surrounded Evil Swordsman. According to Dandan, they were all peak Great Emperors. Evil Swordsman's evil aura became denser as he fought with his opponents. Poof, after a few slashes, one of the peak Great Emperors was killed by Evil Swordsman. Although Evil Swordsman had not recovered from his injuries, his fighting strength was still terrifying. Kill! Evil Swordsman roared as his sword light soared into the sky. The sword light was thousands of miles long and extremely terrifying. As he slashed out, the void shattered. Many of the weaker evil god tribe members were swept into the sword light and turned into ashes. Heavenly Emperor! It's the Heavenly Emperor! How can the Heavenly Emperor come here? Many of the evil god tribe members roared in anger and disbelief. Too many peerless experts had died in the past in this region and left behind their imprints. Once they sensed a powerful expert, those imprints would appear and kill the enemy. Especially the Heavenly Emperor. Once he came to this region, the imprints of the experts would sense it and they would even leave their original location to attack and kill the Heavenly Emperor. In the past, there were Heavenly Emperors who had come here, but they had all died. Of course, the terrifying Heavenly Emperors were an exception. Their strength was not weaker than those peerless experts when they were alive. With such strength, they were not afraid even when those experts were alive. Why would they be afraid when they were dead? However, Evil Swordsman's fighting strength was not that of a peerless expert. He was only an ordinary Heavenly Emperor. How could he come here? Swoosh! Swoosh! Evil Swordsman slashed out continuously. Every time he slashed out, an evil god tribe member would die under his sword. At the same time, the void shattered and the array set up by the evil god tribe was destroyed. Heavenly Emperor weapons. Someone from the evil god tribe shouted. Wang! Wang! Several terrifying waves of energy spread out in succession. Then, a huge axe, a huge mountain, and a saber appeared in the sky. This was a Celestial Emperor weapon, a weapon controlled by the Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperors themselves could not enter, but Celestial Emperors could bring their weapons in. When the Celestial Great Imperial weapons didn't awaken, those imprints couldn't be sensed. Besides, they were inanimate objects, so those imprints wouldn't have any reaction. Boom! 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 The 3 Celestial Emperor weapons were awakened and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. The energy of the Heavenly Way shot towards Evil Swordsman. If the Celestial Emperor armament is not controlled by the Celestial Emperor, how much power can it unleash? I'll show you the true power of a Celestial Arch weapon. Evil Sword Artist said coldly. The long sword in his hand let out a terrifying sword whistle. Clang! Sword cries filled the sky as several terrifying sword radiances shot out from Evil Sword Master's hands. Dong! 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 3 terrifying collisions rang out. The 3 Heavenly Emperor armaments of the evil god race trembled violently and were sent flying. The three evil god race experts controlling the Heavenly Emperor armaments coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies cracked and in the end, they directly exploded. Without a doubt, the long sword in evil sword artist's hand was also a celestial emperor weapon. Under his control, it was extremely powerful. "You're courting death." At this moment, a roar could be heard from afar. An extremely terrifying aura was rushing towards them. Then, a huge demonic shadow appeared between heaven and earth. The demonic shadow was extremely huge, like a mountain. It stood between heaven and earth and was heading towards them. "Old Ancestor." The evil god tribe members were overjoyed. "This is..." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he looked extremely solemn. When he had passed through the passage from the primordial realm, he had seen 4 huge demonic shadows fighting against the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. This demonic shadow was extremely similar to one of the previous 4. Boom, the demonic shadow moved. It punched out and the void shattered. The huge fist was wrapped in void turbulence and headed towards evil sword artist. At this moment, evil sword artist's eyes were extremely solemn. The long sword in his hand vibrated continuously and his aura became stronger. Swoosh, in the end, evil sword artist slashed out with his sword. A shocking sword light slashed towards the huge fist. When the sword light and the fist collided, there was an ear-piercing sound. Although they were still far away, Lu Ming felt a piercing pain in his eardrums. The blood in his body was boiling and he felt like his body was about to explode. Dandan also used his strength to resist. He was slightly better off than Lu Ming. Bam, then, evil sword artist's sword light shattered. The remaining strength of the fist blasted towards evil sword artist, causing him to retreat frantically. Not good. Senior evil sword artist is no match for him. Lu Ming's face turned ugly. That's the old ancestor of the evil god tribe. He's an unparalleled elite. However, he should be injured. His combat strength is far from his peak. Dandan said. Lu Ming knew that the old ancestor of the evil god tribe must have been injured when he fought with the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the huge true dragon in the sky. An ancient antique from the primordial era. Today, I'll send you on your way. The old ancestor of the evil god tribe spoke. His voice rumbled in the sky. His body started to shrink, and he became more than 3 meters tall. His speed increased greatly, and he instantly closed in on evil sword artist. This was also a member of the evil god tribe with purple scales. He wasn't a member of the royal family, but a member of the evil god tribe. However, his cultivation had already reached a terrifying realm. His palm was like a knife as he slashed out a few times towards evil sword artist. Evil sword artist fought with him, but he was no match for him. After a few moves, evil sword artist trembled violently and was sent flying far away. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Although the old ancestor of the evil god tribe was also injured, his injuries were far less severe than evil sword artist's. In the primordial era, evil sword artist had almost died in battle. He was only left with a wisp of his soul. After so many years, he still hadn't recovered. His combat strength was too far from his peak. Kill. The old ancestor of the evil god tribe had the upper hand, and his attacks were even more violent. You're just a junior. I'll fight with you. Blood flowed from evil sword artist's mouth, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. At this moment, a layer of light shone on his body, burning fiercely like a flame. At the same time, evil sword artist's aura surged wildly. Evil sword artist is going to go all out, Dandan said as he watched with rapt attention. Clang, evil sword artist slashed out with his sword. A sword light that was several times more terrifying than before slashed towards the old ancestor of the evil god tribe. The old ancestor of the evil god tribe had a serious look on his face. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and he charged towards evil sword artist. Clang. Clang, the two experts let out a terrifying explosion as they fought fiercely. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. The two of them charged into the sky and fought. The intense battle continued, but the situation was getting worse for the heavenly domain. They had too few people. Dandan, can we only watch? Is there any way we can help? Lu Ming asked anxiously. Although he had the heavenly emperor's body, it only had about 10% of its energy. However, there were a lot of great emperors in the evil god tribe, and there was no lack of peak great emperors. In such a battle, the heavenly emperor's body was not very useful. He was afraid that if he controlled the heavenly emperor's body, its energy would be exhausted in a few moves. At that time, he could only wait for death. Our cultivation is too far away from theirs. We can't help at all. Dandan was also a little anxious. No matter how knowledgeable, resourceful, and crafty he was at his wits' end. Oh right. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of something. His eyes lit up and he said, "Where is the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron? If there is the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, we might be able to help." Lu Ming had refined 9 drops of 9-dragon blood essence and could control the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. As long as he could find the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, once he controlled it, its power would definitely be amazing. Dandan's eyes also lit up and he said, "Let's look around nearby." Immediately, the two of them restrained their auras and avoided the battlefield, searching nearby. Lu Ming's mind was highly focused as he sensed carefully. However, they did not dare to get close to the battlefield and could only search in the surrounding area. After searching for more than half a circle, they did not find anything. The two of them were not discouraged and continued to search. When the two of them came to the back of the passageway, Lu Ming suddenly felt something. He felt that the blood in his body was a little hot, and his circulation was changing faster. There is really a feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked around. It was a messy pile of rocks, piled up everywhere in a mess. These rocks are not natural. They were shattered. Could it be that the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was underground? Blasted into the ground? Dandan guessed. The two of them rushed into the pile of rocks. Lu Ming's feeling became stronger and stronger. "Let me." Dandan's entire body glowed as it transformed into its original form, a gigantic tortoise. "I'll dig." The giant tortoise began to dig at the ground with its 4 limbs. Immediately, gravel flew everywhere, and a large area of soil was lifted up. Not long after, a piece of metal was exposed. "It's really the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron." Lu Ming was overjoyed. This piece of metal was the material of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming wouldn't be mistaken. Dandan also became excited and began to dig crazily. He used the power of laws, causing large amounts of soil to tremble and be sent flying. Lu Ming also helped. He converted the law of primal chaos into the law of earth to help excavate. Large chunks of soil loosened and flew out automatically. A Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron appeared, followed by a second, a third. Soon, 9 mountain-sized 9-dragon cauldrons appeared in their vision. "The 9 dragon veins are gone." "No, they are on top of the dragon cauldron." Lu Ming looked around and found something different about the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron originally had a true dragon pattern engraved on it, but now, there was an additional pattern on it. This pattern was very similar to the dragon veins, vivid and lifelike. However, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron didn't seem to have any energy fluctuations. It was like a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming hugged the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, but there was no reaction from it at all. What's going on? Why is there no reaction? Lu Ming was puzzled. It should be that its energy has been exhausted. Even the energy of the dragon veins has been exhausted. Dandan said, frowning and deep in thought. One could imagine that the previous battle was definitely tragic. Even the energy of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and the 9 dragon veins had been exhausted. However, the results of the battle were also shocking. The passage was destroyed, and the evil god tribe's patriarch was seriously injured. Lu Ming, you have refined the blood essence of the 9 dragons. Try it with your blood. Dandan suddenly said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Blood seeped out of his palm on its own. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and his palm continuously smacked the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, leaving a bloody handprint on each of the 9 cauldrons. Awaken! Lu Ming roared. The muscles on his body bulged, and all the blood energy in his body started to circulate crazily. Roar! A dragon roar came from Lu Ming's body, reverberating through the sky. This was the sound of the 9 dragons. There's someone over there. The dragon roar traveled very far and finally alarmed the evil god tribe. A few ants. I'll go and kill him. An evil god tribe member walked toward Lu Ming's side at an astonishing speed. This was the arch-evil god tribe member. Lu Ming, hurry up. Dandan was anxious. Awaken. Lu Ming roared. His blood energy surged, and dragon roars rang out. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, the divine nine-dragon cauldron finally reacted. The bloody handprint that Lu Ming left on the cauldron glowed and was then absorbed by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron started to vibrate, and its aura became stronger and stronger. The divine nine-dragon cauldron started to awaken. Awaken. Lu Ming continued to roar. Above his head, the phantom of 9 dragons appeared, causing the divine nine-dragon cauldron to vibrate even more violently. At this moment, the evil god tribes the arch had already arrived. Kill. The evil god tribes the arch shouted coldly. A beam of destructive light shot out from his forehead, enveloping Lu Ming and Dandan within it. It's over. I'm finished. Dandan screamed miserably. Rise. Lu Ming roared. With a wave of his hand, the divine nine-dragon cauldron rushed out from the ground, blocking in front of him. Clang, the evil god tribe's Thearka's destructive light struck the divine nine-dragon cauldron, causing it to vibrate violently. That beam of destructive light was blocked. Suppress. Following which, Lu Ming pushed out with a single hand. The divine nine-dragon cauldron enlarged once more and smashed towards the evil god tribe's the arch. Ant-like thing dares to attack me? The evil god tribes the arch roared coldly. Another beam of light shot out from his forehead, blasting towards the divine nine-dragon cauldron. But this time around, a dragon roar rang out from the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Its might was even stronger. With a tremor, it shattered the destructive light of the evil god tribes the arch and continued to smash towards the evil god tribes the arch. The evil god tribes Thearka's eyes narrowed. A battle axe appeared in his hand, and he chopped down at the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Clang, a deafening explosion rang out, reverberating through the skies. The divine nine-dragon cauldron was blocked. However, the evil god tribe's Thearka's body trembled violently. He couldn't help but retreat continuously, his face pale. What a strong might. Again. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With his current cultivation base, controlling the divine nine-dragon cauldron had indeed increased the might of the cauldron. However, perhaps this had something to do with the divine nine-dragon cauldron awakening earlier, causing its might to be even more shocking. Boom, the divine nine-dragon cauldron continued to smash towards the evil god tribes the arch. At the same time, the auras of the other divine nine-dragon cauldrons were also getting stronger. Buzz. The two divine nine-dragon cauldrons resonated with each other, and their power multiplied. Boom, the first cauldron pressed down. The evil god tribe Great Emperor's body shook violently, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The arm that held the battle axe cracked, and even the bones were broken. Boom, the second cauldron pressed down. The evil god tribe Great Emperor let out a miserable cry, and his body was torn into pieces. He had fallen, a great emperor, even though he should be a low-level great emperor, was killed by the continuous attacks of the two divine nine-dragon cauldrons. The divine nine-dragon cauldrons had awakened, and their power was terrifying. Damn it, go and kill them. In the distance, an evil god tribe member noticed this scene and immediately roared in anger. Swish. Swish. Swish, at least 5 or 6 evil god tribe members charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Among them, there were even high-level great emperors. Come on, fully awaken. Lu Ming let out a long roar. Roar, Lu Ming's body glowed, and 9 dragons coiled around him. The 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons vibrated, and dragon roars could be heard. The 9 dragon veins that coiled around the divine nine-dragon cauldrons seemed to have come to life. They emitted light, and they looked lifelike. Wang! 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 Next, the 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons flew up and floated around Lu Ming and Dandan. One of them floated above their heads, and a ray of light shone down, enveloping the 2 of them. The other 8 floated around the 2 of them. At this moment, the evil god tribe members had also arrived, the 6 evil god tribe members were all great emperors, and there were even high-level great emperors. With so many great emperors joining forces, it was definitely terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and with a push of his hands, the 8 divine nine-dragon cauldrons flew out. They expanded continuously, filling the sky, and pressed down on the 6 evil god tribe members. Within the divine nine-dragon cauldrons, dragon roars could be heard. The 8 cauldrons were even bigger than the immemorial divine mountains, and they were filled with endless power. Bam! Bam! The divine nine-dragon cauldrons pressed down, and the low-level great emperor screamed in pain. His body exploded, and he died on the spot. As for the high-level great emperor, his body also cracked, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Wang! The 8 divine cauldrons trembled, and a terrifying energy burst out. The high-level evil god tribe great emperor's body exploded inch by inch, and he too died. The divine nine-dragon cauldrons contained. The divine nine-dragon cauldrons have awakened. Kill! Dandan was excited. Kill! He Lin shouted evil god. He controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldrons was. Evil was evil was the evil ancestor. Evil sword artist had activated his origin energy, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. However, he could only fight to a draw with the evil god tribe patriarch. Although the 3 great emperors from Two World City were peak great emperors, there were too many experts on the other side. At that moment, they were in a precarious situation. They were covered in blood and could die at any time. Right then, Lu Ming had arrived. Of the 9 cauldrons, 1 was used to protect him, while the other 8 were used to attack the evil god race. The 8 cauldrons covered the sky and covered the sun. A dragon vein appeared on each cauldron, emitting light as it roared toward the sky. The 8 cauldrons resonated with each other, and their power increased exponentially. Boom! Boom! The cauldrons pressed down, and the members of the evil god tribe exploded one by one. Those below the level of great emperor had no power to fight back. Even for great emperors, low-level great emperors below the level of 3-star great emperors, they couldn't fight back and were killed one after another. Even the high-level great emperors above 4 stars couldn't resist. They spurted out blood, and their bodies were on the verge of exploding. A single attack had killed many members of the evil god tribe. Dandan's eyes lit up as she exclaimed in delight. Kill him! The members of the evil god tribe roared. Some of the peak great emperors charged at Lu Ming and Dandan. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldrons and attacked. Dong! 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 The divine nine-dragon cauldrons clashed with the peak great emperors. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The peak great emperors were forced to retreat, spurting out blood. Cracks appeared on his body. The divine nine-dragon cauldrons seemed to have awakened. Even the peak great emperors couldn't resist. Kill! The 3 peak great emperors of the Two World City seized the opportunity to kill one of the enemy's peak great emperors. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldrons and attacked. With Lu Ming's help, they had the upper hand. The experts of the evil god tribe were being hunted down. In just a few minutes, more than 200 members of the evil god tribe were killed. There were dozens of great emperors. This was a shocking result. If this happened in the primordial realm, it would scare people to death. Although this was the battlefield between the Taiching sky domain and the foreign races, and most of the experts of the 2 worlds were gathered here. There were many great emperors and heavenly emperors. However, it was rare for dozens of great emperors to die at once. The great emperors of the evil god tribe were scared. They retreated when they saw Lu Ming. Go and help senior evil sword guest. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldrons and flew toward the battlefield of evil sword guest and the evil god tribe ancestor. Suppress! Lu Ming shouted. He pushed with both hands and the 8 divine nine-dragon cauldrons flew out and suppressed the evil god tribe ancestor. 2 ants, you are courting death. The evil god tribe ancestor roared. Lu Ming had killed so many experts of the evil god tribe just now. His killing intent was extremely strong. Rays of light burst out from his third eye. It was the light of destruction. However, the light of destruction of the evil god tribe ancestor was not just a ray of light. It could transform into three-eyed demonic beasts that were as big as mountains. They pounced on Lu Ming and collided with the divine nine-dragon cauldrons. Boom! Boom! Terrifying vibrations resounded through the sky. The void was disintegrating continuously as if it was returning to chaos. The 8 cauldrons were sent flying back. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force pressing on him, almost causing his body to explode. Lu Ming retreated quickly. His face was pale and his blood was boiling. What a terrifying force. Lu Ming finally understood that the evil god tribe ancestor was too strong. He could not be mentioned in the same breath as the great emperor. They were worlds apart. Although the patriarch of the evil god tribe was seriously injured and was in a fierce battle with the evil swordsman, the destructive light that was emitted from his third eye was able to repel the nine-dragon cauldron and almost injure Lu Ming. Dandan, let's enter the cauldron, Lu Ming said to Dandan. Dandan nodded. Then, the two of them flew into the cauldron above their heads. In the cauldron, the protective power was stronger. External forces would be blocked by the cauldron. Then, Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and let it fly out to meet with the other 8 cauldrons. The combined power of the 9 cauldrons was even more terrifying. The divine nine-dragon cauldron spun and attacked the evil god tribe ancestor. Boom! This time, it finally destroyed the demonic beasts formed by the light of destruction and attacked the evil god tribe ancestor's body. Clang! Evil swordsman's sword was stunning. It finally broke through the evil god tribe patriarch's attack and charged towards him. The cultivation method of the evil god tribe was not a system of laws. It was very similar to the immemorial system of the heaven domain. They cultivated a strange power that was very powerful. It was both offensive and defensive. At this moment, it was slashed open by evil swordsman's sword light. A deep sword wound was left on the evil god tribe patriarch's body. Roar! The evil god tribe patriarch roared. A layer of purple light covered his body as he charged towards evil swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and charged over again. The divine nine-dragon cauldron resonated with each other and suppressed the evil god tribe patriarch together. The evil god tribe patriarch waved the weapon in his hand and attacked continuously. Boom! 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 The divine nine-dragon cauldron kept rumbling and was sent flying. However, evil swordsman's attack came again. The evil god tribe patriarch was already severely injured and his fighting strength was greatly reduced. Now that he was surrounded by Lu Ming and evil swordsmen, he was completely at a disadvantage. The rest of the evil god tribe were shocked, even the evil god tribe patriarch was no match for them? Then how could they open the passage? As for the 3 experts from Two World City, they were overjoyed. Lu Ming could control the divine nine-dragon cauldron and unleash boundless fighting strength. It was a pleasant surprise. This gave them a chance to turn the tables. But at this moment, their faces changed drastically. Because in the distance, there were a few extremely terrifying auras that were spreading towards them. The few of them looked in one direction. There were 3 huge demonic figures that were heading towards them. The strength of their auras was not weaker than the evil god tribe patriarchs. The evil god tribe's peerless experts, and there are 3 of them at once. The 3 people from Two World City were pale, and despair was written all over their faces. In the Heavenly Emperor realm, there was a huge gap between each level. The gap between each level was huge. Only Heavenly Emperors who were 4-star Heavenly Emperors and above could be called peerless experts. Such people already stood at the peak of the world. They were at the top of the pyramid of all living beings and were unbelievably powerful. The reason why this ancient battlefield was so terrifying was that a group of peerless experts had fought in the past. After many experts died, they left behind an inextinguishable mark that was extremely terrifying. The evil god tribe patriarch. It wasn't hard to imagine just how powerful a peerless powerhouse was. Now, there were 3 of them. Inside the divine nine-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming and Dandan could also sense the situation outside. At this moment, their faces changed drastically. It's them. Lu Ming roared. Back then, when he crossed over from the primordial realm, he saw 4 incomparably huge demonic figures of the evil god tribe fighting a fierce battle with the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Clearly, it was these 4 people. The ancestors are here. The members of the evil god tribe were wild with joy. For the sake of seizing this passageway, the evil god race could be said to have made ample preparations. First, they sent a large army to attack Two World City, preventing the Heavenly Realm experts from diverting their attention to reinforce them. Then, they opened up this passageway. When the evil god race's army entered the primordial realm, the overall situation would be decided. Kill. In the distance, an ancestor of the evil god tribe roared. The void exploded unceasingly. The scene was extremely horrifying. Damn it! Evil sword artist roared. One ancestor of the evil god tribe was already hard enough to deal with, and now there were 3 more. He could sense that the ancestors of the evil god tribe were all injured. Their strength was not as strong as before, but it was still extremely shocking. The 3 demonic figures rushed over with extreme speed. Boom, but at this moment, the sky in the distance exploded violently. The void collapsed, and a huge hand stretched out from the dark void. The huge hand was incomparably huge, and it was filled with the might of the heavenly Tao. It blasted toward the 3 ancestors of the evil god tribe. Who is it? Imitating the ancestors of the evil god tribe, they roared and blasted out attacks toward the huge hand. Boom, that part of the void was directly smashed. It was as if the world had been destroyed and returned to chaos. Amidst the terrifying explosion, that huge hand exploded. But then, a figure appeared in that area. This figure was enveloped by divine light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. One could only roughly feel that he was burly and filled with supreme majesty. Boom, that figure continued to attack. His hands continuously blasted out terrifying palm prints toward the 3 ancestors of the evil god tribe. It's a peerless expert of our heavenly realm. The 3 experts of Two World City were ecstatic. Finally, a peerless expert of the heavenly realm had rushed over. The ancestors of the evil god tribe were injured in the end. At this moment, the 3 of them were suppressed by a peerless expert of the heavenly realm. The 3 of them were extremely indignant and roared. If they were at their peak, they would not be weaker than the other party. It was a pity that they were injured and their strength was greatly reduced. That was why they were so sullen. The 3 of them were suppressed by the other party. You go and kill them. Leave this person to the 2 of us. At this moment, an evil god tribe ancestor roared. The light on his body became brighter and brighter. 2 of the ancestors of the evil god tribe went all out. Ignoring their injuries, they forcefully raised their combat strength to the peak and charged toward the peerless expert of the heavenly realm. The 3 of them collided horribly and fought in the depths of the dark void. The remaining ancestor of the evil god tribe charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Ant, die. The ancestor of the evil god tribe roared and stretched out a palm. His palm was suffused with terrifying light as he grabbed toward Lu Ming. Even though they were very far away, a terrifying pressure pressed down on the divine 9-dragon cauldron, causing it to buzz and vibrate. Kill. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and attacked the other party. Boom. Boom, the divine 9-dragon cauldron collided with the other party's attack. It vibrated continuously and then was sent flying. Lu Ming and Dandan were hiding in a divine 9-dragon cauldron. At this moment, they were also violently shaken. Their blood and chi were boiling. Swoosh, the ancestor of the evil god tribe charged over. His incomparably huge body started to shrink and eventually became the size of an ordinary person. This ancestor of the evil god tribe was not much different from a human. He had a head of purple hair and was incomparably handsome. The only difference was that there was a 3rd eye at the center of his brows. This was a royal member of the evil god tribe. The royal member of the evil god tribe was too strong. Even though he was injured, his combat strength was still very terrifying. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of purple light. The 3rd eye at the center of his brows lit up. 9 sparkling and resplendent battle swords flew out and slashed toward the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Clang! Clang, the battle swords continuously slashed on the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Sparks flew everywhere and the cauldron vibrated continuously. Lu Ming and Dandan were hiding in that cauldron and were surrounded by 8 other cauldrons. But even so, the terrifying power of the other party still surged in, causing Lu Ming to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Dandan's cultivation was slightly higher, so it was slightly better. The situation was not good for Lu Ming and the others. If this continued, they would be killed by the other party even with the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The main thing was that the difference in cultivation was too great. If Lu Ming had the cultivation of a true emperor, the situation would be much better. Awaken, Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. In Lu Ming's body, his blood and qi surged like a river, and they were also like true dragons swimming around. Roar, dragon roars rang out. The nine-dragon phantom around Lu Ming's body suddenly broke apart and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Then, 9 drops of blood essence flew out from Lu Ming's body. 9-dragon blood essence. Lu Ming didn't need to think to know that this was the 9-dragon blood essence. The 9-dragon blood essence that he had refined in his body actually flew out of his body. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt extremely weak. His physical strength was rapidly weakening. The 9 drops of 9-dragon blood essence shone and flew into the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons let out a shocking dragon roar. At the same time, the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons actually started to merge. Such a change caused the expression of the evil god tribe's patriarch to change. He launched an even stronger attack. However, the divine 9-dragon cauldrons completed the merger amidst the tremors. The 9 cauldrons merged into one. Lu Ming and Dandan were still in the divine 9-dragon cauldrons. When the 9 cauldrons merged into one, their power increased greatly. They were even larger than mountains, filling the sky and suppressing the other party. Dong! Dong! The other party's battle sword continuously slashed at the divine 9-dragon cauldrons. However, when the 9 cauldrons merged into one, their power was indeed stronger. With a shake, the other party's battle sword shattered inch by inch. Kill! The divine 9-dragon cauldrons didn't stop, attacking the other party. Boom! The other party's palm struck the divine 9-dragon cauldrons. The cauldrons were fine, but the other party's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat continuously. Kill! 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 Lu Ming's killing intent surged. He took the opportunity to control the divine 9-dragon cauldrons and continuously attacked the other party. The attacks of the divine 9-dragon cauldrons were barbaric and direct. There was no technique, just crushing the other party. Kill, kill, kill this be asterisk starred. Dandan made a fuss. Boom, the evil god tribe's patriarch was sent flying again. He retreated continuously, his purple hair fluttering in the wind, and his eyes filled with rage. Ants! The evil god tribe's patriarch roared. He could feel the cultivation bases of Lu Ming and Dandan in the divine 9-dragon cauldron. In his eyes, they were no different from ants. But now, he was being suppressed by 2 ants. This made him furious. Amidst his enraged bellows, the body of the evil god tribe's old ancestor started to expand rapidly. In the end, he surpassed the mountain peak and pierced into the clouds, becoming even bigger than the divine 9-dragon cauldron. At the same time, the light on his body became even brighter, and his aura continued to rise. Not good, this guy is going all out. He doesn't care about his injuries and raises his strength to the peak. Dandan exclaimed. Boom! At this moment, the aura of the evil god tribe's old ancestor reached its peak. A beam of light shot out from the third eye, transforming into a gigantic sword that slashed towards the 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron also emitted a layer of light that blasted toward the other party. Dong! A terrifying tremor rang out. That region completely exploded. The earth split apart, and the space was smashed into smithereens. They appeared in the dark void and continued to fight. The evil god tribe's old ancestor slammed out with his palm blotting out the skies as it slammed into the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook violently again. Next, the evil god tribe's old ancestor unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. At this moment, the evil god tribe's old ancestor ignored his injuries and raised his strength to the peak. It was truly shocking. This was a true peerless expert, a figure that reigned supreme in the universe. He was simply too strong. At this moment, even if the divine 9-dragon cauldron were to merge into one, it would still be difficult to defeat the other party. Roar! Roar! The divine 9-dragon cauldron was suppressed, but the dragon roars continued, and they were getting louder and louder. Finally, a true dragon appeared above the divine nine-dragon cauldron. No, it was 9 dragons, a 9 dragon with 9 dragon claws under its abdomen. 9 dragons appeared. At the start, they were still illusory, but they became more and more real. In the end, they became lifelike, as if they were real. It was as if 9 dragons had come back to life. Nestle, the 9 dragons have appeared. No, this is the combination of his blood essence and the imprint of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It's not a physical body. Dandan shouted. Roar, the 9 dragons roared. Their eyes were as resplendent as the sun. Their dragon claws stepped on the air, pouncing toward the evil god tribe's old ancestor. 9 dragons. The evil god tribe's old ancestor shouted. Fear flashed across his eyes. Although he was the old ancestor of the evil god tribe, he was not someone who had survived from the ancient era. He was born later and had never seen the 9 dragons. However, he had heard of the rumors about the 9 dragons. The top 10 battle beasts of the heaven domain were all peak experts. They were extremely terrifying. Back then, countless experts of the evil god tribe had died in their hands. There were experts among his ancestors who had died in the hands of the top 10 battle beasts. When he saw the 9 dragons appear, he was instinctively frightened. However, he immediately reacted. This was not a physical body, not the real 9 dragons. What did he have to be afraid of? He roared and charged toward the 9 dragons, fighting with them. After all, the 9 dragons were just 9 drops of blood essence and the imprint of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Their strength was far from their peak. On the other hand, the evil god tribe's old ancestor had already raised his strength to his peak. The two sides fought, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Lu Ming, it's more important to completely destroy that passageway. Don't fight with the other party. At this moment, evil swordsman's voice sounded. That's right. Lu Ming nodded secretly and sent a message to evil swordsman. Senior, how can I completely destroy that passageway? You control the 9 dragons and let them attack that passageway. Turn the space there into nothingness and return to chaos. In that case, it will take at least 100 years for the passageway to reappear. This will buy us some time. Evil swordsman said. All right. Lu Ming made up his mind and started to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Boom, the 9 dragons exchanged another blow with the other party. Then, they turned around and charged toward the original passageway. The divine 9-dragon cauldron was below the 9 dragons. Following the 9 dragons, it quickly moved toward the original passageway. You want to leave? Stay. The evil god tribe's old ancestor roared and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the original passageway. Roar, the 9 dragons roared and stomped their claws. A terrifying attack blasted toward that location. The space in that area kept exploding and turning into the tiniest particles. Back then, although the passageway had collapsed and exploded, it hadn't exploded completely. From time to time, cracks in space would appear. In that case, it was still possible to open it with some powerful means. However, if it collapsed completely, it would be difficult to open it in a short period of time. The evil god tribe's old ancestor naturally knew what Lu Ming was going to do. He was instantly enraged and charged toward Lu Ming. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar came from the depths of the sky. A huge real dragon appeared and clawed at the evil god tribe's old ancestor. It's the real dragon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he had passed through the passageway and just arrived in the heaven realm, he had seen the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the 9 dragon veins fighting against the evil god tribe's old ancestor. Previously, Lu Ming hadn't seen that true dragon and thought that it had already fallen. But now, it seemed that it hadn't. This true dragon was fighting with the evil god race's ancestor, making it impossible for him to come over. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron with all his might, allowing the 9 dragons to continuously bombard the space. Space kept exploding. Could this be the ancestral dragon? At this moment, Dandan looked at the incomparably huge true dragon in the sky, dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. Ancestral dragon? What is that? A senior? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was rare to see someone who could make Dandan so shocked. Lu Ming was very surprised. No, it's not the ancestral dragon. If it's really the ancestral dragon, he can kill this evil god race with just a breath. No, it's just a trace of his aura. Dandan didn't seem to have heard Lu Ming's words. He muttered to himself, still looking dazed. Lu Ming was shocked. How was it possible that he could kill this evil god race with just a breath? This evil god race was a peerless powerhouse, a heavenly emperor above 4 stars. Even a peak heavenly emperor wouldn't be able to kill him with just a breath. But a peak heavenly emperor already stood at the peak of this world. According to Lu Ming's understanding, a heavenly emperor was the limit of cultivation in this world, the true peak invincible. Could it be that there was an existence stronger than a peak heavenly emperor? Lu Ming thought that Dandan was bragging. He didn't think too much about it and controlled the 9 dragons with all his might, constantly bombarding the void. This was somewhat like kneading dough. If you didn't knead a ball of dough, there would be many cracks. Those balls of dough wouldn't completely fuse together. If you followed the cracks, you could separate the entire ball of dough. However, after continuous kneading and slapping, the dough would fuse together and those cracks would also disappear. Right now, this void, this passageway, was like this. It was like the dough before being kneaded. There were still cracks. The evil god race could follow these cracks and completely open the passageway. And Lu Ming's current bombardment was kneading the dough, wanting to completely fuse these spaces together and make the cracks disappear. Of course, this required astonishing strength. Even ordinary heavenly emperors would find it difficult to do so. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9 drops of 9 dragons' essence blood flew out, manifesting 9 dragons. Only with this kind of power could the passage completely collapse and the cracks disappear. The evil god race's old ancestor naturally knew what Lu Ming and the others were planning. However, one of them was blocked by the enormous true dragon, and was unable to break free from it. Dream on. The ancestor of the evil god tribe, who was fighting with evil sword artist, roared. The light on his body shone brightly. At this moment, he could no longer care about his injuries. He risked aggravating his injuries and unleashed all his strength. Boom! Evil Sword Master was sent flying with a single move. However, Evil Sword Master didn't retreat. He charged towards his opponent once again. He needed to give Lu Ming enough time. However, Evil Sword Artist was severely injured after all. He had almost died in the ancient war. Until now, his strength was far from fully recovered. He was no match for the evil god tribe patriarch and was sent flying again. Not good. Lu Ming was so anxious that he tried his best to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Not only did the 9 dragons attack the void, but the divine 9-dragon cauldron also shone brightly as it blasted towards the void. That space continued to explode, heal, and then explode again. Quick, quick. Lu Ming was anxious because Evil Sword Artist couldn't hold on any longer. If this continued, Evil Sword Artist would definitely die. Once Evil Sword Artist died, Mulin's and Kenfei Ryu, who were in Evil Sword Artist's small world, would definitely die too. Lu Ming had to make the best use of his time. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and their bodies shone brightly. Beams of light shot out from the 9 dragons' bodies. It was extremely dazzling. Boom! Finally, the 9 dragons' bodies exploded. This explosion formed a terrifying energy. The space in this area was completely annihilated, turning into nothingness and chaos. No! The evil god tribe patriarch roared. Ha ha ha, great! Evil Sword Artist laughed. He no longer tried to stop the other party. In a flash, he charged towards the 3 experts from Two World City. With a wave of his energy, he lifted them up and flew into the distance. Lu Ming, that's enough. Let's go. Evil Sword Artist's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and flew towards Evil Sword Artist. They met up and headed in the same direction. The 2 old ancestors of the evil god tribe joined forces and rushed towards that gigantic true dragon. That gigantic true dragon was no match for them, and its gigantic body began to crumble apart. Eventually, the entire body of the true dragon exploded, turning into a drop of fresh blood. With a flash, it disappeared from the area. A drop of blood. The two evil god tribe patriarchs were shocked. Then, they arrived at the original passageway. That stretch of void was rapidly healing. After it healed, there was no space left. It was exactly the same as the other regions. The tunnel had completely collapsed. Damn it! Kill those ants! The purple-haired patriarch of the evil god tribe roared and chased after Lu Ming, evil swordsman, and the rest. The other evil god tribe patriarch and the other evil god tribe patriarchs chased after evil sword artist. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and flew with evil sword artist. But at this moment, Lu Ming felt weak. Buzz, the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook and shrunk rapidly. Lu Ming and Dandan flew out of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Then, the divine nine-dragon cauldron split into 9 and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. At the same time, 9 drops of blood flew out of the divine nine-dragon cauldron and entered Lu Ming's body. Whoosh, at this moment, a red light flashed in the distance. A drop of blood pierced through the void and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He did not understand what was going on. But at this moment, he felt weak. Let's go. Evil Sword Artist waved his hand and swept Lu Ming and Dandan away. But Evil Sword Artist had not recovered from his injuries. In order to stop the evil God Tribe Patriarch, he had worsened his injuries. Although he was fast, there was a limit to his speed. Behind them, 2 figures chased after them at an alarming speed. It was the 2 evil God Tribe Patriarchs. We're doomed. We're doomed. Dandan wailed. Now that Evil Sword Artist was seriously injured and the divine nine-dragon cauldron had run out of energy, how were they going to deal with the 2 evil God Tribe Patriarchs? You cowardly tortoise. You're no different from before. Evil Sword Artist glanced at Dandan indifferently and said disdainfully. What did you say? You better show some respect. Do you know how to respect your juniors? You're my junior, do you understand? Dandan was pissed and glared at Evil Swordsman. Oh? Is that so? Then I can only keep you here first. Maybe I can delay them a little. Evil Sword Artist said indifferently. Dandan immediately withered. He forced a smile and looked at Evil Sword Artist with a gentle face. Don't be like this. I was just joking with you. We're old friends. Calm down, calm down. Ha ha ha. At the side, Lu Ming despised him, the 3 experts from Two World City despised him too. Evil Swordsman didn't say anything else. He led the group and flew quickly. However, the 2 evil God Tribe Patriarchs were getting closer and closer. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. You will definitely die today. No, I won't let you die. I will extract your souls and make you suffer. One of the evil God Tribe Patriarchs said coldly. They were furious, they had finally found a passage to the primordial realm. As long as they could take it, they could send an army into the primordial realm. Then, it would be much easier to invade the Taiching sky domain. But now, everything was ruined. Even though that tunnel was an innate tunnel, and as time passed, that tunnel would automatically reveal itself and return to its original appearance, it would definitely take a long time for that to happen. Most importantly, their plan was ruined by a few juniors even though they were patriarchs. It was really embarrassing. Their killing intent was naturally strong. They kept closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. Dandan's face turned pale. Evil Swordsman was very calm. He used his own energy to envelop Lu Ming and the others and flew quickly. Suddenly, Evil Swordsman stopped flying. Hey, why aren't you running? Dandan's face turned even paler. Wait for them. Evil Swordsman said lightly. The others were confused. The 2 evil God Tribe Patriarchs were also stunned. They didn't understand why Evil Swordsman suddenly stopped. However, they didn't stop and continued to chase. When they were about to reach Lu Ming and the others, a bright light suddenly shone in the sky. Many figures appeared in the sky. There were humans and divine beasts among these figures. There were huge divine foxes, great rocks with wingspans that covered the sky, and Kirans covered in scales. There were more than 10 figures. Kill. Kill all the foreign races. These figures were filled with killing intent. They looked at the two evil god tribe patriarchs and attacked them. Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others were dumbfounded. Obviously, these figures were the imprints left behind by the peerless experts who had died in the primordial era. However, he did not expect that there would be more than a dozen of them here. Evil sword artist's eyes dimmed as if he was reminiscing about the past. He sighed. Back then, more than 10 experts died here. It was extremely tragic. These experts were unwilling to accept it, and before they died, they left behind an inextinguishable mark. Everyone shivered inwardly, and then sighed. Just how many powerhouses were buried in the ground beneath their feet, it was no wonder that evil sword artist would run here. He knew that there were more than 10 experts' imprints gathered here. If the two ancestors of the evil god tribe were in their peak condition, these imprints would be useless against them. In fact, they wouldn't even be exposed. However, they are currently severely injured. Previously, they ignored their injuries and exerted their full strength, causing their battle prowess to be greatly reduced. These imprints will be of great use to them. Evil Sword Master said. That was indeed the case. At this moment, the two evil god tribe ancestors were besieged by the imprints of over 10 experts. For the time being, they couldn't charge out at all. Even though the battle prowess of these experts' imprints was far from what it was when they were alive, they were still extremely powerful. With more than a dozen of them working together, they completely surrounded the two evil god tribe's old ancestors. For the time being, it would be difficult for them to charge out. Let's go to the two-world city, Evil Sword Artist said. In a flash, he led Lu Ming and the rest towards the two-world city. Evil Sword Artist's speed was shocking. He seemed to be able to avoid the imprints of the experts and quickly left the ancient battlefield. The moment they left the ancient battlefield, they arrived at an even more vast region. This region was also a battlefield. There were potholes everywhere, and skeletons could be seen everywhere. The two worlds had fought on this battlefield for countless years. No one knew how many living beings had fallen on this battlefield. Evil Sword Artist's speed became even faster. In a flash, he had traveled thousands of miles. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of him. This, even though Lu Ming had seen many majestic ancient cities, he still gasped when he saw this huge city. The walls of the huge city were made of various extremely tough metals. Countless runes were flowing on them. The walls were shockingly tall. They reached into the clouds. At a glance, it was at least 100,000 feet tall. One could vaguely see soldiers walking on the walls. The width of the city walls was even more shocking. Lu Ming couldn't see the ends of the walls at all. The two-world city was called the two-world city because it separated the two worlds. The two-world city completely separated the Taiqing Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain, completely blocking the entrance to the Taiqing Heaven Domain. One could only imagine how wide the city walls were. A light barrier enveloped the outside of the city walls. It was a protective barrier formed by a great array. The two-world city was the reason why the Taiqing Heaven Domain hadn't been breached by the foreign races for so many years. It seems that the foreign races have retreated. One of the three experts from the two-world city spoke. His name was Song Tianlong. Countless foreign races had previously attacked the two-world city. Perhaps they had received news of the ancient battlefield and retreated. The group flew into the sky and reached the same height as the city walls. The soldiers on the city walls could already see them. I am Song Tianlong. Open the array and let us in, Song Tianlong said. Yes, Lord Song Tianlong. Open the array. A voice sounded from within the city walls. Soon, the light barrier outside the city wall squirmed, and a door that only allowed one person to pass through appeared. The group walked in separately. How spectacular! After entering the two-world city, they stood in the sky and gazed into the distance. Inside the walls of the two-world city was a boundless military camp, with various ancient structures soaring into the sky. Countless figures could be seen flying around the place. It was too spectacular. Everyone was injured earlier. I'll arrange accommodations for you. Follow me, Song Tianlong said. The group followed him and flew into the distance. Soon, they arrived at a huge palace. Song Tianlong quickly arranged accommodations for them. In a courtyard, Dandan, protect me, Lu Ming said to Dandan. He sat down cross-legged. Previously, the divine nine-dragon cauldron had flown into his forehead, and the 9 drops of blood had spread throughout his body. In addition, there was another drop of blood that had flown into his body. Lu Ming didn't have the time to take a closer look. First, Lu Ming checked his body. Previously, when the 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence flew out, he felt a sense of emptiness, and his physical strength was greatly weakened. However, not only had his physical strength recovered, but he was also full of energy. The injuries that he had suffered earlier had also completely healed. At the same time, he felt that the strength of his physical body was stronger than before. Could it be that the 9 drops of blood had flown into the divine 9-dragon cauldron and brought out some power, allowing my physical body to evolve and become stronger? Lu Ming felt that his physical body was much stronger than before. With a slight movement, his muscles vibrated and a dragon's roar sounded. Lu Ming's blood seemed to have countless tiny 9 dragons jumping around. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. This was a good thing. The stronger his physical body, the stronger his combat power, and the more vigorous his life force. Following that, Lu Ming's soul power sank into his sea of consciousness and observed the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron entered his sea of consciousness and floated there. The 9 cauldrons were dim and the patterns on them were dead silent, as if they had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming appeared in his sea of consciousness and observed carefully. In the end, he tried to activate the divine 9-dragon cauldron, but there was no reaction at all. The divine 9-dragon cauldron seemed to have lost its spirituality. It seems that the battle this time has greatly damaged the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It has no energy left and can't be awakened or controlled, Lu Ming speculated. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. If he could control the divine 9-dragon cauldron, he would become a top expert in the heaven realm. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not awaken the divine 9-dragon cauldron. There was no movement at all. Thinking about it, the divine 9-dragon cauldron had gone through 2 battles in a row. Back when Lu Ming came, the divine 9-dragon cauldron had brought the 9 dragon veins and fought with the 4 peerless experts of the evil god tribe at their peak. In the end, the 4 ancestors of the evil god tribe were seriously injured. It was definitely due to the divine 9-dragon cauldron. As for the divine 9-dragon cauldron itself, it was blasted into the ground and almost lost its spirituality. It was Lu Ming who activated it with the blood essence of the 9 dragons and revived it. However, after the battle, the 9 dragons appeared, but the 9 dragons self-destructed in the end. The damage to the divine 9-dragon cauldron was extremely serious. It was not difficult to understand why it ended up like this. Can I take it out? Lu Ming thought. After many attempts, he was finally able to summon the divine 9-dragon cauldron from his sea of consciousness. However, he could not unleash its power. It was like a useless cauldron. Forget it. Lu Ming shook his head. He planned to study the divine 9-dragon cauldron when he had the chance in the future. That's right, there was another drop of blood that flew into my body. Just what kind of creature's blood was that? Where was it? Lu Ming thought of that mysterious drop of blood. Lu Ming was a little worried when a mysterious drop of blood flew into his body. He carefully searched his entire body. However, there was no trace of that drop of blood on his body. No, there's something wrong with his heart. In the end, Lu Ming discovered an abnormality in his heart. His soul power sank into his heart, and he found a drop of blood. This drop of blood was sparkling and translucent. There was actually a tiny true dragon swimming within it. Is this the blood of a true dragon? Could it be that true dragon? Lu Ming thought of the true dragon that fought against the evil god tribe in the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming wondered if that true dragon was injured and a drop of blood flew out and entered his body. Lu Ming's soul power approached this drop of blood and tried to control it. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the drop of blood. This dragon roar was filled with boundless might and also had a feeling of great desolate antiquity. It was as if it came from an existence that had passed through time countless years ago, bringing with it a thick aura of time. Roar! The dragon roar rang out endlessly. That drop of blood actually moved, turning into a true dragon that reared its head and roared. Its eyes were like two suns. Lu Ming was shocked because he discovered that the true dragon that this drop of blood turned into was exactly the same as the true dragon that fought against the evil god tribe. At this moment, this true dragon's gaze was not looking at Lu Ming's soul power but in another direction, in the direction of Lu Ming's spine, which was also the direction of his third bloodline. Kill. At this moment, the third bloodline seemed to have some kind of resonance. A deafening roar came from the third bloodline. This roar was filled with boundless killing intent, almost shattering Lu Ming's soul. Kill. Kill. Roars filled with killing intent rang out. That drop of blood from the third bloodline seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. Waves of blood surged and endless killing intent surged. What's going on? At this moment, Lu Ming discovered that things had exceeded his expectations. He could not control the third bloodline at all, nor could he control that drop of true dragon's blood. Kill. In the sea of blood, the battle cries grew louder and louder. The boundless blood turned into a human face. Then, it turned into a beast face and kept changing. At this moment, the boundless power in the sea of blood seemed to want to rush out and destroy Lu Ming's soul, causing Lu Ming to sink into endless killing intent and turn into a killing puppet. No! Lu Ming roared. His soul shone as he guarded his heart. However, the power emitted by the sea of blood grew stronger and stronger, and the killing intent surged. Roar! At this moment, that drop of true dragon's blood turned into a true dragon and roared at the sky. It emitted an ancient dragon might as if it was fighting against the third bloodline. What's going on? Why is the bloodline suddenly going out of control? Could it be related to this drop of true dragon's blood? But why would the true dragon's blood cause the third bloodline to mutate? It seems that this true dragon's blood and the third bloodline are enemies. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He guarded his heart and did not let the boundless killing intent in the third bloodline destroy him. Otherwise, he would really be reduced to a killing puppet forever. However, the power that emerged from the third bloodline was too strong, completely surpassing him. At this moment, outside, Dandan was curiously sizing up Lu Ming. He could not hear everything that was happening in Lu Ming's body, including that shocking dragon roar and terrifying battle cries. It seemed that only Lu Ming could hear it. The only abnormality was that Lu Ming's body was trembling constantly. His body was covered in a bloody light and his face was somewhat ferocious. What's wrong with this kid? Even a drop of ancestral dragon's blood shouldn't be like this, right? Dandan muttered to himself and walked around Lu Ming. He wanted to help Lu Ming but did not know how to do so. At this moment, Lu Ming's body had entered a critical stage. Lu Ming's soul power was shrouded in a layer of bloody aura. Boundless killing intent was constantly attacking Lu Ming's soul. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if he would only stop after slaughtering all living things in the world. Buzz, at this moment, there was another fluctuation coming from Lu Ming's spine. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline automatically emerged and became 10,000 feet tall, emitting endless light. Of course, all of this was Lu Ming's perception. The people outside could not see it. The words on the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline shone even brighter. Finally, 3 words appeared on the prison-suppressing steel and suppressed the third bloodline. Kill. The third bloodline surged with bloody waves and attacked the 3 words. There were already 2 pieces of the suppressing hell steel. They emitted boundless light and contained boundless suppressive power as they pressed down on the sea of blood. In the sea of blood, the giant face kept changing into the faces of all kinds of living beings. At the same time, it kept roaring as if it was unwilling to give up. Roar, the true dragon formed by the drop of blood roared. It seemed to cooperate with the suppressing hell steel bloodline to suppress the third bloodline. Gradually, the waves of blood in the third bloodline became smaller and the killing intent faded. Finally, it turned back into a drop of blood and hid in Lu Ming's spine. Then, the suppressing hell steel bloodline's light disappeared and flew into Lu Ming's spine and disappeared. At this time, Lu Ming's body stopped trembling and the blood aura in his body disappeared. Roar, the true dragon formed by the drop of blood let out a loud roar and turned back into a drop of blood that rushed into Lu Ming's heart. Then, the drop of blood turned into tiny blood threads that swam through Lu Ming's blood vessels and seeped into Lu Ming's muscles and bones. Crack crack crack, Lu Ming's muscles began to wriggle and his bones vibrated. There was the sound of thunder and a dragon's roar. Lu Ming's physical body was being refined and strengthened. This feels great. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel that his physical body was becoming stronger at a rapid speed. He could clearly feel the speed of his strengthening. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming felt that his physical body had doubled. The drop of blood had also shrunk a little. It was only a little, about 1% smaller. At this time, the drop of blood no longer emitted blood threads. It calmed down and seemed to have become one with his heart. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt sticky all over. Those were the impurities that had been expelled from the depths of his body. With a thought, flames spread out from his body and burned the impurities clean. The strength of my physical body has doubled. My combat strength has also increased by a lot. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He then saw a fair and tender face magnifying in front of Lu Ming's eyes. She scrutinized Lu Ming, looking left and right. "Dandan, what are you looking at?" Lu Ming curled his lips. "Kid, you have a lot of secrets on you." Dandan's eyes rolled around and became more and more curious. "By the way, I have a question. What blood is this?" Lu Ming's consciousness sank into his heart. With a thought, the drop of blood appeared on Lu Ming's fingertip. Dandan's eyes widened as she stared at the drop of blood. Could this be the blood of the true dragon from before? Lu Ming said. "Nonsense. Nonsense. Let me tell you, that true dragon from before was not a real true dragon. It was formed from this drop of blood." Dandan said. "What?" Lu Ming was shocked. The dragon that fought the evil god tribe's patriarch in the ancient battlefield was formed from this drop of blood. It was just a drop of blood, but it had such shocking strength? Surprised, right? Let me tell you, this isn't blood essence. It's just an ordinary drop of blood. If I'm not wrong, this should be an ordinary drop of blood from the ancestral dragon," Dandan said. His eyes were still staring at the drop of blood. Gradually, his eyes burned with greed. He couldn't wait to swallow the drop of blood. Lu Ming hurriedly kept the drop of blood and put it back into his heart. "Ancestral dragon? What is the ancestral dragon?" Lu Ming was even more curious because he had never heard of this name before. The ancestral dragon is a legend. Legend has it that it's the oldest dragon in the world, the ancestor of all dragons. It's the first true dragon in the Tianyuan world," Dandan said leisurely. There seemed to be a hint of respect in his eyes. The ancestor of all dragons, the first true dragon. Lu Ming was also shocked. This was incredible. Could it be that the ancestral dragon is stronger than the 9 dragons? Lu Ming continued to ask. "Nonsense. What are the 9 dragons?" "The 9 dragons are just a mutation of a true dragon. They are more talented than ordinary true dragons. That's why they have such achievements. However, compared to the ancestral dragon, they are nothing. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon is a truly invincible existence that transcends the heavenly Tao. In other words, even the heavenly Tao has to submit to him." How is this possible?" "The heavenly emperor controls the heavenly Tao and is the pinnacle of martial arts. He is on equal footing with the heavenly Tao. How can there be a living being that transcends the heavenly Tao?" Lu Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. In his knowledge, the heavenly emperor was the limit. He was on equal footing with the heavenly Tao. There was no heavenly tribulation. He was immortal and lived as long as heaven and earth. However, there was actually a living being that transcended the heavenly Tao. This really broke his understanding. In the end, Lu Ming looked at Dandan and said suspiciously, "You aren't bluffing again, are you?" "Bluff your head. Who's bluffing you?" "Let me tell you, I was lucky enough to meet the ancestral dragon once, so I'm very familiar with his aura. I will never forget it in my life. The drop of blood you got is a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. I guess it was left behind by the ancestral dragon to suppress that passage," Dandan said. "No way. In that case, the ancestral dragon has an enemy?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The ancestral dragon left a drop of blood to suppress that passage. Obviously, the ancestral dragon was on the heavenly realm's side. However, he only left a drop of blood and his real body was not there. This meant that the ancestral dragon had an enemy. If it was really as Dandan said, that the ancestral dragon was as powerful as the ancestral dragon, then the situation was really serious. Could it be that there was also such a terrifying existence on the side of the foreign races? Dandan also frowned, and his face was solemn. He said, obviously, there is also an existence of that level among the foreign races. Otherwise, the heavenly realm would not have fallen to this point. Once the ancestral dragon appeared, even the heavenly emperor would find it difficult to defeat him. Unfortunately, I have never seen an existence of that level. Lu Ming sighed. The war between the two realms was more tragic than he had imagined. With his cultivation, he could not get involved at all. The difference was too great. Then, he collected his thoughts and said, how did the ancestral dragon's blood appear on my body? Is it related to the 9 dragons' blood essence? That's most likely the case. Kid, you're really lucky. Even I'm envious of you. Although this drop of blood is just an ordinary drop of blood from the ancestral dragon, and it was greatly damaged in the previous battle, it's still extraordinary. If you can refine it, the benefits it will bring to you will absolutely be amazing. I'm so envious of you, kid, what do you have? Dandan's eyes turned red as he spoke. He was really envious. He paced around Lu Ming, wishing he could take a bite out of Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his scalp go numb. He scolded, what are you looking at? Get lost. Oh right, how many days have we been back? Dandan licked his lips and said, it has been 10 days. 10 days? So fast. Lu Ming muttered. He felt that only a short while had passed. He did not expect it to be 10 days. I wonder how Senior Evil Sword Artist is doing? Evil Swordsman's courtyard was near Lu Ming and the rest. Senior Mulin's. When Lu Ming walked into Evil Swordsman's courtyard, he saw Mulin's practicing a set of swordsmanship alone in the courtyard. Mulin stopped practicing when she saw Lu Ming. She smiled brightly and said, Lu Ming, have you recovered from your injuries? I went to see you 2 days ago, and you were still practicing. I've fully recovered. Lu Ming smiled and teased her. Senior sister, you've become prettier after so many years. Is that so? Mulin smiled brightly and sighed. It's a pity that some people don't know how to appreciate it. How can that be? Who doesn't know how to appreciate it? They must be blind. Lu Ming continued to smile, which made Mulin's smile even brighter. Oh right, where's Senior Evil Swordsman? How are his injuries? Lu Ming asked. You came at a bad time. Senior Evil Swordsman left yesterday with Kenfei Ryu and returned to the ancient battlefield. Mulin said. Left? Lu Ming was stunned. Senior Evil Swordsman said that he'd rather stay in the ancient battlefield. It's more carefree. Mulin said. Lu Ming nodded. Perhaps Evil Swordsman had many comrades in the ancient battlefield. Countless people had died in the war back then, and many of his friends were buried there. How could he not feel pain? Senior Evil Swordsman also said that although the passageway has been completely destroyed, it will probably reappear in 100 years. Mulin said with a frown. On the other side of the passageway was Yuan continent, where her family and friends were. 100 years. 100 years later, the foreign tribes won't be able to cross. Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing his strong confidence. Oh right, senior sister, I'll be leaving soon. Come with us. Lu Ming said. Sure. Mulin's nodded. Now, she had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert. Her cultivation was already at the peak of quasi-emperor. It was only a matter of time before she confirmed her Dao and became a martial emperor. Once one became an emperor, as long as one passed the heavenly emperor tribulation, one would have a long lifespan. So now, she would no longer run away. She wanted to grasp her own happiness. The two of them went back to Lu Ming's courtyard and found Dandan. Not long after, they found Song Tianlong and bid him farewell before flying towards the east of Two Realm City. In the ancient era, Dandan knew a person who had grasped many laws before becoming a martial emperor. That person had researched for his entire life. In his later years, he had made a major breakthrough. He might be able to help Lu Ming find a way to become a martial emperor. Now, they were going to that person's family to find that method. That clan was located in the southern part of the Grand Clarity Heaven Domain. The Grand Pure Sky Domain could be said to be the heaven domain with the widest territory in the Nine Heavens Domain in the Heaven Domain. Its size was not inferior to the Yuanlu. Two Realm City was at the westernmost part of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. Not long after, they flew out of the Two Realm City. What entered their eyes were vast mountains that towered into the clouds. There seemed to be no end to them. The origin chi in the Heaven Domain is indeed richer than the primordial realm. The laws are also clearer. Perhaps only the most powerful land in the 10 lands of the primordial realm, the Divine Fate Land, can compare. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Then, the three of them flew into the sky and flew into the distance. Dandan was very familiar with the Heaven Domain. They flew past mountains and there was a public teleportation area. They were going to take the teleportation array to the south of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. Half a month later, they had arrived at the south of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. They were flying in a remote area. At a glance, there was a boundless sea of bamboo. Whether it was the mountains or the plains, they were all covered with bamboo. There were all kinds of bamboo. Dandan, we've been looking for so many days. Did you lead us to the wrong place? Lu Ming asked. How is that possible? How could I lead you to the wrong place? The Gu family is in this area. They live in seclusion in a purple bamboo forest. If there are no major problems, they won't move. Dandan said. The three of them looked around, searching for the purple bamboo forest. Another half a day passed. Found it. Dandan shouted and flew forward. Lu Ming and Mulan followed behind. Soon, a sea of bamboo appeared in front of them. It was all purple bamboo. At a glance, it was a sea of purple. Even the leaves of the purple bamboo were purple. The bamboo poles were sparkling and translucent, as if they were carved out of purple jade. In the depths of the bamboo forest, they saw a very elegant palace dotted in the boundless purple sea. Haha, so many years have passed. They're still here. Let's go. Dandan smiled and flew toward the palace. However, they did not fly far before a few figures rushed out from the bamboo forest below and blocked them. There were a total of 3 people, a middle-aged man and 2 young men. They had one thing in common. They all wore jade crowns on their heads and wore snow-white robes. They looked very elegant. Gentlemen? This is the Gu family. May I know what business you have with the Gu family? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said politely. We're here to look for someone, of course. Dandan said casually. Looking for someone? May I know who you're looking for? The middle-aged man asked. Gu Xingyue, Gu Xingxing, and the others are around. I'm here to look for them. Dandan said. His words caused the expressions of the 3 loners to change greatly, becoming somewhat unsightly. Little brother, the 2 people you're talking about are the patriarchs of the Gu family. Moreover, it's too disrespectful of you to call them by their names. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed it and said with some displeasure. What disrespect? They're just my juniors. If I don't call them by their names, what should I call them? Dandan pursed his lips. How dare you? I think you're here to pick a fight. Do you really think that the Gu family is easy to bully? One of the young men shouted angrily. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand, and sword chi soared into the sky. The middle-aged man's expression was also very ugly. How old did Dandan look? How dare he say that the 2 patriarchs of the Gu family were his juniors? He was obviously here to pick a fight and humiliate the Gu family. Nestle, I'll tell you the truth. These people are actually going to attack, Dandan shouted. Lu Ming was speechless. How can you talk like that? It would be strange if they weren't angry when you said that. At that moment, figures flew out from the depths of the bamboo forest. Obviously, the commotion here had alarmed the people of the Gu family. There were dozens of people in total. Some were old, and some were young, but they all had one thing in common. They were all dressed in snow-white robes regardless of gender. They looked very elegant. "What's going on?" an old man with a fluttering white beard asked. Before the people of the Gu family could answer, Dandan shouted first, "Get Gu Xingxing and Gu Xingyue to come out and see me. An old friend is here to see them." "How dare you? How dare you insult the ancestors of the Gu family?" Immediately, the people of the Gu family were enraged and roared. "What? Ancestors, are Gu Xingyue and Gu Xingxing dead? That can't be." Lu Ming was speechless. How could this guy say anything? Sure enough, the Gu family's members were enraged. Even the old men were enraged, emitting terrifying auras. "Oh, Emperor, we're in big trouble this time because of Dandan." Lu Ming sensed that two of them were emitting Emperor auras. "Hey, what are you doing? The Gu family is known as the family of gentlemen. Every one of you calls yourself a gentleman. Are you trying to bully the weak with numbers?" Dandan shouted. That shout caused the eyes of the Gu clan's elders and middle-aged men to flicker, and they all retracted their auras. However, the flames of fury in their eyes were still burning. "How dare you insult our Gu family's ancestor? You must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, you'll think that our Gu family is easy to bully. Our Gu family won't bully the weak with numbers. Today, let me challenge you." A cold voice sounded, and then a young man stepped out. This young man wore a jade crown on his head and wore a long robe. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking extremely handsome. Seeing this young man walking out, the Gu family's members didn't stop him. Instead, they were confident in this young man. "His cultivation is too weak. I'm not interested. Lu Ming, I'll leave him to you." Dandan waved his hand, showing no interest. This made the young man in white even angrier. "I'm Gu Yingzhong. Who wants to enlighten me?" The young man in white suppressed his anger and cupped his fists. "The members of the Gu family are all gentlemen," Lu Ming thought. On the way here, he had heard Dandan mention this Gu family. According to Dandan, the Gu family was a bunch of stubborn blockheads who didn't know how to be flexible. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. However, Dandan had a good relationship with the Gu family in the past. "I'm Lu Ming, please." Lu Ming stepped out and cupped his fists. "Be careful," Gu Yingzhong warned. Then, a sword chime sounded and a long sword appeared in Gu Yingzhong's hand. A brilliant sword ray slashed at Lu Ming. 3-star illusionary emperor. The moment Gu Yingzhong made a move, Lu Ming saw through Gu Yingzhong's cultivation. Boom, Lu Ming made his move. He was very direct as he struck out with his palm. He did not use any precepts in this attack. It was purely an explosion of his physical body and saint energy. Boom, Lu Ming's palm slammed into his opponent's sword light. The sword light trembled unceasingly, and the sword whistled unceasingly. In the end, the sword light collapsed, and Lu Ming's figure retreated dozens of meters. What a powerful fleshly body. Are you an ancient body cultivator? No, your power is holy power. You haven't become an emperor yet. At first, Gu Ying thought that Lu Ming was an archaic body cultivator, but then he realized that Lu Ming was using saint power. Once he became an emperor, his saint energy would transform into world energy. However, Lu Ming was still using saint energy, which meant that Lu Ming had not become an emperor yet. This greatly shocked Gu Ying. The rest of the Gu family were also shocked. He had not become an emperor yet, but he could take Gu Ying's attack. This kind of strength was shocking enough. After all, Gu Ying was the #1 genius of the Gu family. He was a rare figure in the Gu family. Use your full strength. You can't win against me like this, Lu Ming said. He knew that Gu Ying had not used his full strength at all. Just now, it was just a probing attack. You haven't become an emperor yet. Although your combat strength is amazing, you're no match for me. Gu Ying spoke again, full of confidence. I haven't fought with my full strength. How do you know? Lu Ming was also very confident. In that case, let's fight. Gu Ying revealed his fighting spirit. His long sword vibrated, and the sword whistled unceasingly. The power of precepts burst out, causing Gu Ying's sword qi to become even more shocking. Two types of precepts. One is the strongest precepts, and the other is the kingly precepts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swoosh, Gu Ying moved again. He became one with his sword, turned into a sword light, and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming grasped the void, and the sword of death condensed. At the same time, a long river of precepts appeared on his body. This time, it really shocked the Gu family. Oh my god, what did I just see? 4 types of precepts, he has mastered 4 types of precepts. He hasn't become an emperor yet, how can he master 4 types of precepts? Legend has it that my Gu family has an ancestor who was extremely talented. Before he became an emperor, he also mastered many types of precepts. There was a heated discussion among the Gu family. Gu Ying's eyes flickered, but his sword light did not stop, and he continued to attack Lu Ming. Whoosh, Lu Ming waved the sword of death and faced it head-on. Boom, the two collided, and an astonishing collision broke out. Sword qi wantonly, and many Gu family members were forced to retreat. After the two collided, their bodies shook and they retreated dozens of meters. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated a shorter distance. Second realm of the strongest law, this person is not weaker than Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the others. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Gu Ying had 2 types of precepts, and his strongest one had already reached the second realm. Moreover, his cultivation was a 3-star illusionary emperor. There was no doubt that he was a top-notch skypride. If it was before, Lu Ming's sword of death only contained 4 types of precepts, and he would not be a match for such a skypride. However, Lu Ming's physical body was twice as strong as before because of the condensation of the ancestral dragon's blood. This also made Lu Ming's combat strength stronger. Therefore, Lu Ming only had to use 4 types of precepts to gain the upper hand now. Again. The battle intent in Gu Ying's eyes grew stronger, and his aura suddenly strengthened. 3 types of precepts. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly, and a 3rd type of precepts appeared on Gu Ying's body. This was a type of precepts of the monarch Dao, and it seemed to have reached the second realm. This was a skypride who was stronger than Blue Cloud, Xianxia, and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, the sword light pierced through the air and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the sword of death and charged towards his opponent. Clang! Clang, the two collided continuously in the air, and sword qi overflowed and the sword whistled for thousands of miles. Fortunately, the people of the Gu family took action. A layer of light screen blocked the purple bamboo forest below. Otherwise, the purple bamboo forest within thousands of miles would be destroyed by the sword qi. Both of them were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Roar, the more they fought, the faster the blood qi in Lu Ming's body circulated. There was a dragon's roar in his body, and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Lu Ming was also stunned. Back then, when his cultivation was still weak, dragon scales would appear on the surface of his skin because of the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, as his cultivation increased, he could already control the 9 dragons' bloodline as he wished, and dragon scales no longer appeared on his surface. But now, when he circulated his body to the extreme, a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Perhaps this has something to do with the ancestral dragon's blood. Lu Ming thought of the ancestral dragon's blood. Lu Ming became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Even though Gu Ying had used 3 types of laws, 2 of which were at the second realm, they were still blocked by Lu Ming. It was difficult for him to do anything to Lu Ming. Clang, suddenly, Gu Ying's long sword buzzed, and the sword light became even brighter. This is the 4th level of law. This time even Lu Ming was shocked. Gu Ying had actually mastered the 4th type of law, which was also a kind of king law. But fortunately, it was not at the second realm, but only at the first realm. But this was no small matter. A 3-star illusionary emperor, and at such a young age, had already mastered 4 types of laws. One of the strongest types of law, 3 of the king laws. And among them, the strongest type of law and one of the king laws had reached the second realm, and the other 2 king laws were also at the first realm of perfection. This kind of talent was amazing. For example, Blue Cloud and Xianxia, who were known as the top geniuses of the heaven domain, were about the same age as Gu Ying, but they had only mastered 2 types of laws. I didn't expect that the Gu family would produce another top genius, Dandan whispered, and his eyes were also full of admiration. Many of the Gu family members also showed a proud look. Boom, using the 4th type of law, although it was only at the first realm of perfection, it also increased Gu Ying's strength by a lot. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying by the impact. Lu Ming, I have to admit that your strength is indeed amazing, and it's the first time I've seen it in my life. Seeing that it's not easy for you to cultivate today's matter, you can leave. Gu Ying said. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Gu Ying could indeed be called a gentleman, and this kind of bearing was not something that everyone had. However, Lu Ming's purpose of coming today had not been achieved, so how could he leave just like that? But, the battle between you and me is not over yet. Lu Ming smiled again. You haven't used your full strength yet? Gu Ying's eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly. Of course. Lu Ming smiled, and the color of the death sword in his hand became even more dazzling, and there were 2 more colors. They were the alchemy and equipment laws. 6 laws. Gu Ying cried out in surprise, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The other members of the Gu family were also shocked. He had not even become a martial emperor, yet he could control 6 types of laws. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the legends were true? That one of their ancestors had controlled many kinds of laws before becoming an emperor? Originally, there were some people who were skeptical about the legend of their ancestor being able to control many kinds of laws before becoming a martial emperor. That was because such a thing was simply too inconceivable. Furthermore, such a long time had passed. Who knew if that legend was true or false? However, after seeing Lu Ming today, they knew that the legend was true. But their shock was not over yet. Because a hammer appeared in Lu Ming's left hand. Hammer of Chaos, it was composed of the law of primal chaos and 6 other laws. At this moment, the people from the Gu family were completely stunned. Even Gu Yingzhong was the same. After a long while, they finally reacted. Heavens! Supreme laws of nature. 2 supreme laws of nature. A person who has not yet become an emperor not only controls many kinds of laws, but also 2 supreme laws of nature at the same time. How did he do it? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Whether it was the old or the young of the Gu family, they were all shocked beyond words. Controlling 2 supreme laws of nature had completely broken their understanding of the laws. Naturally, they were shocked. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, figures flew out from the depths of the purple bamboo forest. There were at least 100 of them, and a few of them exuded an astonishing cultivation base. They were all martial emperors. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The heaven realm was indeed the heaven realm. After countless years of inheritance, the experts were indeed astonishing. It was just the Gu family, but there were already 4 or 5 martial emperors. It was really hard to imagine. For example, there were not many martial emperors in the entire territory of the primordial mountain. In fact, it was not that the strength of the primordial realm was really so different from the heaven realm. There was a gap, but it would not be so ridiculous. The main reason was that many powerhouses of the primordial realm had left the primordial realm and came to the heaven realm to participate in the war and cultivate. For example, some of the overlord forces in the divine fate land were also very powerful. Many powerhouses stayed there. Greetings, Patriarch. The people of the Gu family bowed one after another to a middle-aged elegant man. This person was the patriarch of the Gu family. Alright, let's end this battle here. The patriarch of the Gu family said. Yes. Gu Ying nodded heavily, withdrew his aura, and took a few steps back. The patriarch of the Gu family looked at Lu Ming, full of amazement, and said, I didn't expect that there would be such a person in this world. Before becoming an martial emperor, he has already mastered multiple laws, and even 2 supreme laws of nature. What a miracle! Patriarch Gu, you flatter me. It's a pity that it's difficult to become a martial emperor. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed, my Gu family's ancestor also had an amazing figure. Before becoming a martial emperor, he also mastered multiple laws of nature. In the end, he did not become a martial emperor. What a pity. You all came here because you heard the legend of my Gu family's ancestor, right? The patriarch of the Gu family said. That's right, that's indeed the case. Lu Ming nodded. Since you have something to ask of us, why are you insulting my Gu family's ancestor? What is the meaning of this? An elder of the Gu family walked out, still looking a little indignant. The patriarch of the Gu family also looked at Dandan. What insult? What do you juniors know? I already know Gu Xingyue, Gu Xingxing, and the others. Gu Lingtian, who has mastered multiple laws before becoming an martial emperor, is also my good friend. Dandan said casually. You dare? The people of the Gu family were furious. The patriarch of the Gu family raised his hand, and the people of the Gu family quieted down. May I ask, who are you? The patriarch of the Gu family asked. Then you'll have to see clearly. Dandan curled his lips. His body suddenly changed, and he transformed into his original form. Then, his body rapidly expanded into an incomparably huge tortoise, floating in the sky. This is the legendary top 10 battle beasts, the world divine tortoise. Someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone of the Gu family widened their eyes. The top 10 battle beasts had become legends by now, and they had long been forgotten. In the ancient war, the top 10 battle beasts were either dead or injured. They had long disappeared without a trace. Many people speculated that the top 10 battle beasts might have all died in battle. They did not expect that one of the top 10 battle beasts, the world divine tortoise, would actually appear here. You are the legendary senior tortoise? The patriarch of the Gu family was the first to react. Of course, it's me, the old man. The giant tortoise said, and then quickly shrank, turning into a little Taoist priest. Senior tortoise, what's with your cultivation? The patriarch of the Gu family asked, his attitude became respectful. Sigh, it's all because of the battle back then. I almost died. If it weren't for my peerless strength, you wouldn't be able to see me now. Dandan sighed at first, but he soon became energetic and said, who's the oldest in the Gu family now? The oldest in the Gu family now is the son of ancestor Ling Tian, ancestor Gu Xinghue. Gu Xinghue, so it's that little brat. Ask him to come see me. Dandan said casually, acting like a senior expert. The eyelids of the other members of the Gu family twitched, and their faces were a little ugly. Gu Xinghue was the current ancestor of the Gu family. He had lived for a long time since ancient times, but now he was called a little brat by Dandan. What were they, however, when they remembered that he was the world turtle from back then? They understood. The top 10 battle beasts from back then were all peak powerhouses, and they had lived for a long time. Senior turtle, please wait for a moment. I'll report to the ancestor. The Gu family leader cupped his fists and then went to the palace in the depths of the Gu family. Lu Ming and the others didn't have to wait for long before they saw the Gu family leader and an old man with a head of white hair flying over. The old man had a ruddy face and white hair. He was in high spirits and his eyes were extremely bright. The Gu family leader followed behind the old man with a respectful expression. Greetings, ancestor. The members of the Gu family bowed to the old man at the same time. Needless to say, this was the oldest ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Xinghue. No need to be so polite. Gu Xinghue waved his hand and glanced at Dandan. His spiritual consciousness spread out and sensed Dandan's aura. He showed a hint of joy on his face and said, Senior Turtle, it's really you. Ha ha ha, isn't it me? Little brat, I haven't seen you for many years and you've become so old. Haha, I'm still young. Dandan laughed. Senior Turtle, I just heard that there's a little brother who has mastered many kinds of laws before becoming an emperor. He has even mastered 2 supreme laws. Are you here for the method left behind by my father? Gu Xinghue asked straightforwardly. That's right. I've heard that Gu Lingtian has been researching for his entire life, and before his time was up, he made great progress. That's why I'm here to see what he's come up with. Dandan said. Gu Xinghue looked at Lu Ming in surprise. He had lived for a very long time. When he heard that someone had mastered multiple kinds of laws before achieving the martial monarch realm, including 2 of the strongest laws, even his heart could not help but tremble. He could not help but feel curious. "Little brother, can you reveal your nomological laws to this old man?" Gu Xinghui said. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the 7 types of laws appeared one after another. Gu Xinghui's eyes were bright as he sighed, "A miracle, a miracle." After a while, he said, "Back then, father did indeed make a great breakthrough. He once said that he finally found the method to become a monarch. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it himself, and could only leave it for the fated ones." Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heart could not help but beat faster. Gu Xinghui's words were obviously saying that Gu Lingtian had really found the method back then. Haha, Gu Lingtian is indeed a rare hero. I didn't expect him to really find the method. It's a pity for him. If he wasn't so ambitious, his achievements wouldn't be much weaker than mine. Dandan sighed. It was rare to see such an exaggerated person. Gu Xinghui's eyes were also a little sad. "Senior Turtle, come with me," Gu Xinghui said. Then, he made a gesture of invitation and walked towards the depths of the Gu family. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulans followed. The rest of the Gu family also dispersed. Lu Ming and the other 2 followed Gu Xinghui. They flew past a large number of palaces and came to a quiet place. It was very quiet here. There was only a small house made of purple bamboo. It was quiet and elegant. Outside the house, there was a small courtyard. There was a stone table and a few stone benches on the side. "Senior Turtle, take a seat. I'll be back soon," Gu Xinghui said. Then, he walked into the bamboo house. After a while, he took out a bronze box and walked out. "This is left behind by father," Gu Xinghui said. Then, he opened the bronze box. A jade box appeared inside. "My father placed his lifetime of research into this jade box. However, no one has been able to open this jade box since my father passed away. There is a formation placed on top of it. If one tries to forcefully open it, this jade box, including the things inside, will be turned into ashes," Gu Xinghui said. "It can't be opened?" "That can't be." Dandan was speechless. Lu Ming's heart also sank. "Yes, but I guess that father wanted to leave it to a fated person like little brother Lu Ming who has mastered many laws before becoming an emperor. Little brother Lu Ming, you can take a look. Perhaps you can open it." Gu Xinghui handed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and carefully studied it. The jade box was covered with fine runes. Lu Ming looked at it for a long time, but he didn't find anything. "Let me see," Dandan shouted. Lu Ming handed the jade box to Dandan. Dandan studied it carefully. He was an expert in formations. Sure enough, he made a big discovery. His eyes lit up and he said, "No wonder no one can open it. It turns out that such a condition is required." "Haha. Dandan, you can see it?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course, don't you know who I am? I'm the leader of the top 10 beasts, the world turtle. There's no formation that I can't see. If you want to open this jade box, you need to meet 2 conditions. First, you need to use sacred power. Second, you need to use 5 laws at the same time, but it's not specified which 5 laws. If these 2 conditions are separated, it's very simple. However, when combined, it's very harsh because both conditions need to be fulfilled by the same person," Dandan explained. They were stunned for a moment, then they immediately reacted. The condition was obvious. It required a person who hadn't become an emperor yet to master 5 laws at the same time. This was what Gu Lingtian had left for people like him. "Lu Ming, give it a try." Dandan handed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and followed Dandan's instructions. He circulated his sacred power and controlled the 5 laws at the same time, shrouding them on the jade box. Buzz! The jade box began to move. It began to emit light, and the runes on it flowed. Finally, with a click, the jade box opened. There was a jade token in the jade box. "It's open." Gu Xinghui was also very excited. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulans were also very excited. Lu Ming, quickly take a look. Is there a way for you to successfully prove your Tao and become an emperor? Dandan said excitedly. Lu Ming took a deep breath, took out the jade token, and sank his spiritual consciousness into it. My life is Gu Ling Tian. Immediately, a voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming learned about Gu Ling Tian's life from the jade token. Gu Ling Tian was a peerless genius. He was the most dazzling star in the heaven realm during that era. However, Gu Ling Tian's ambition was higher than the sky. He wanted to walk a different path, a path that no one had walked before. Before he became a martial emperor, he relied on his terrifying talent to cultivate several types of laws. He wanted to use these laws to create a small world when he became a martial emperor. Unfortunately, in the end, he was unable to complete this path. He was blocked, and this block lasted for an entire lifetime. Gu Ling Tian spent his entire life researching. Finally, in his later years, he found a way. Before he became a martial emperor, he had already mastered many types of laws. If he wanted to become a martial emperor, he had to maintain balance. This was because it was too difficult to condense the heart of the realm when one became a martial emperor. The laws would collide with each other and burst out with terrifying force that could tear the martial emperor's saint heart and body. That was why it was difficult to become a martial emperor. However, as long as the laws reached a balance, they wouldn't burst out with tearing force. Then, one would be able to successfully evolve the heart of the realm and become a martial emperor. However, it was difficult to achieve a balance with many laws. In this aspect, not being a martial emperor gave one an advantage. That was because an Elysian child controlled one of the strongest laws. If you controlled other laws, it would be very difficult for you to achieve a balance. According to Gu Lingtian's speculation, a martial emperor could achieve a balance with 3, 6, or 9 martial emperor laws and become a martial emperor. However, before becoming a martial emperor, those who had the ability and talent to control many types of laws were all martial emperors. They were all martial emperors. No matter how many laws were combined, it was difficult to achieve a balance with one supreme law. Because the supreme law was too powerful, it was difficult for other laws to maintain a balance with it. Gu Lingtian speculated that if a person could control 3 supreme laws and 6 martial emperor laws, they would be able to maintain a balance and successfully evolve the heart of the realm. Or, if a person could control 6 or 9 supreme laws, they would also be able to evolve the heart of the realm. 3 supreme laws and 6 martial emperor laws. I can do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was overwhelmed by ecstasy. Currently, he had already grasped 2 supreme laws and 5 monarch laws. He was completely capable of comprehending 1 more supreme law and 1 more monarch law. Gu Lingtian also mentioned that the rules had to be on the same level in order to maintain a balance. For example, if one of the laws had reached the 2nd realm while the others were all at the 1st realm, that would not do either. Lu Ming secretly rejoiced that he had yet to reach the 2nd realm of laws. He would be able to achieve the martial monarch realm once he mastered the 1st level of the martial monarch realm. Lu Ming's words delighted Dandan and Mulans. Lu Ming, quick, let me take a look. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming handed the jade tablet to Dandan. Dandan immediately looked at it. After reading it, Dandan fell silent. Then, he handed the jade tablet to Gu Xinghui. After that, Mulans also took a look at it. What a pity. Gu Lingtian is indeed amazing. In the end, he managed to grasp 1 supreme law and 8 monarch laws. However, he still could not achieve a balance and could not become a martial monarch. Dandan sighed. Gu Xinghui's eyes were filled with sadness. The method that father recorded might seem simple, but it's actually extremely difficult to achieve. It's impossible for anyone to control multiple laws before becoming a martial monarch. Only someone with the talent of the Elysian child would be able to do it. However, it is difficult for a person to master more than 2 supreme laws at the same time. Therefore, almost no one can achieve this condition. In my opinion, father's method is completely tailor-made for brother Lu Ming. Gu Xinghui sighed. That's right. Dandan also sighed. Mulans was also happy for Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can become a martial monarch. This way, you will have fulfilled father's last wish. Gu Xinghui said. Definitely. Lu Ming was extremely determined. How about this? I will bring you to a place. It will help you comprehend many laws and become a martial monarch as soon as possible. Gu Xinghui said. Then, Gu Xinghui stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulans followed. They went deeper into the purple bamboo forest. Not long after, they came in front of a huge ancient tree. This ancient tree was hundreds of meters tall. It was as thick as a dozen people hugging it. Gu Xinghui waved his hand, and a light door appeared on the ancient tree. It turns out that there is a small world hidden here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that the light door on the ancient tree was the entrance to a small world. Gu Xinghui entered the light door. Lu Ming and the others also entered one by one. As soon as they entered the light door, they came to another world. The laws here are so clear. It gives me a refreshing feeling, and my heart feels empty. As soon as they entered this small world, Lu Ming and the others felt something unusual. Especially Lu Ming, he felt like he was sitting under the tree of enlightenment and cultivating. Follow me. Gu Xinghui smiled and stepped into the air. After flying for a long distance, they came to a mountain range. However, this mountain range was barren. There was no vegetation at all. There was only a giant tree in the middle of the mountain range. That's the tree of enlightenment. Looking at that giant tree, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Yes, there was indeed a tree of enlightenment here. Although the species was different from Lu Ming's, it was indeed the tree of enlightenment. And this tree of enlightenment was completely incomparable to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's tree of enlightenment had been cultivated until now. It had taken root on a mountain peak in the mountain river diagram and was more than 30 meters tall. However, the one in front of them was at least 1,000 meters tall. The ancient tree towered into the sky, and the great Tao surrounded the branches. Everyone felt that their hearts were empty and their minds were incomparably clear. The effect was many times better than Lu Ming's. Great, your Gu family actually secretly cultivated an ancient tree of enlightenment. Amazing. Dandan grinned and sighed, his eyes shining. Unfortunately, after countless years of cultivation, it still hasn't fully matured. Gu Xinghui sighed. It's already not bad to be able to cultivate it to 1,000 meters tall. I also had one back then, but unfortunately, it wasn't mature either. It was destroyed in the later battle. As he said that, he glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His tree of enlightenment was cultivated from a dead branch, and that branch appeared together with Dandan back then. Could it be that Dandan's tree of enlightenment was the same one? That was very likely. You can cultivate here from now on. Gu Xinghui said. Haha, good, good. Lu Ming, this is the most suitable place for your current stage. Dandan said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed. The Gu family's enlightenment ancient tree was already 1,000 meters tall. Its effect was much better than his own enlightenment ancient tree. It was the most suitable place to comprehend the laws. You guys can cultivate here. If you need anything, just send me a message. Gu Xinghui left behind a message and a voice transmission jade talisman. His figure moved and disappeared. Lu Ming and the other two headed towards the enlightenment ancient tree. As they approached, they found a few people sitting cross-legged under the enlightenment ancient tree, cultivating. Obviously, they were the Gu family's people. Lu Ming also finally understood why Guingzhong could control 4 types of laws at such a young age. He had even reached the second level of 2 of them. It was definitely related to the enlightenment ancient tree. When the 3 of them arrived, someone from the Gu family sensed them and opened his eyes to look at Lu Ming and the other 2. He was surprised. This was because he did not know Lu Ming and the other 2 at all. However, he was only surprised and did not say anything. This was because this was the Gu family's secret place. Without the Gu family's higher-ups leading the way, no one would be able to find it. Obviously, Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulans were able to enter because the higher-ups of the Gu family had brought them here. Since it was the higher-ups of the Gu family who brought them here, he naturally would not say anything. He nodded to Lu Ming and the other 2 and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. The 2 of you can cultivate here. I'm going to find a place to go into seclusion and break through to the true emperor realm. Dandan said. I hope you break through soon. Otherwise, when I become an emperor, I'll catch up to you very quickly. Lu Ming laughed. Dream on, you want to catch up to me? Dandan curled his lips unhappily, then his figure flashed and disappeared into the distance in an instant. Lu Ming and Mullins came under the Enlightenment ancient tree. They each found a piece of green stone and sat cross-legged on it. The Enlightenment ancient tree was 1,000 meters tall and was incomparably huge. Between the branches and leaves, there were grand daos. Whether it was comprehending laws or divine abilities, it was very useful here. To comprehend 9 types of laws, 3 supreme laws and 6 monarch Tao laws, I'm still lacking 1 supreme law and 1 monarch Tao law. Which 2 should I comprehend? Lu Ming pondered. If it's monarch Tao law, why don't I comprehend the penetration law? Lu Ming's heart moved. The law of penetration and the power of penetration were extremely shocking. If one could comprehend it, one's attack power would increase by a lot. Furthermore, the 6 feathered divine wings that Dandan imparted to Lu Ming contained 6 types of laws. Apart from the law of array, alchemy, and weapons, the law of penetration was also one of them. After comprehending the law of penetration, the power of the 6 feathered divine wings would increase explosively. After deciding on the monarch Tao law, it was time to decide which supreme law to comprehend. Of the remaining 8 supreme laws, Lu Ming was most optimistic about the destiny law. Because the destiny law was indeed mysterious and powerful. However, the destiny law had a high requirement of talent. It was also the most difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming thought for a while, then shook his head and eliminated the destiny law. Now that I have the chaos law and death law, I'm not weak in terms of offense. The next law doesn't necessarily have to increase my offense. Increasing my defense or vitality is also very important. Then, the life law. In the end, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the life law. Xianxia had the life body, so Lu Ming was more familiar with the life law. Moreover, once one grasped the life law, their vitality would become astonishing. Even if they suffered some fatal injuries, they would be able to recover quickly. This would greatly increase their ability to survive. For the next 2 laws, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the life law and the penetration law. Closing his eyes, Lu Ming's mind became empty. His mind merged with heaven and earth as he captured the fluctuations of the laws. Penetration, penetrate everything, nothing can stop it, Lu Ming murmured and understood something. As Lu Ming comprehended more and more laws, he had more experience in comprehending laws. Hence, he became more and more efficient in comprehending laws. In just a few days, the penetration law had reached the entry level. Half a month later, Lu Ming successfully comprehended the life law and reached the entry level. In this way, he had already grasped 9 types of laws. What he needed to do now was to increase the maturity of the laws. The alchemy law, tools law, penetration law, and life law. Now, Lu Ming still had 4 types of laws that had not reached the first level of perfection. However, the alchemy law and tools law were already about 90% mature. Lu Ming wholeheartedly comprehended the 4 types of laws. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, thunder rumbled in the distance. Lu Ming, who was cultivating, and the people of the Gu family all opened their eyes. Someone has become an emperor and is going through the emperor tribulation. Someone from the Gu family whispered. Senior sister Mullins is going to become an emperor. Lu Ming smiled. Mullins had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert. The process of inheritance lasted for 5 years. In these 5 years, Mullins's cultivation soared to the limit of the boundary emperor before stopping. Mullins was originally just a hair away from becoming an emperor. Now, after more than half a year of accumulation and polishing, Mullins finally crossed the bottleneck and became an emperor. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to a place not far from Mullins. Mullins's body was covered in a layer of blood light, which turned into attacks to resist the heavenly tribulation. It seemed that Mullins was still quite relaxed. Not long after, Mullins successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Boom! At this moment, a shocking change occurred in Mullins's body. It was the evolution of the sacred heart. The sacred energy turned into the power of the world. A faint Emperor's aura was emitted from Mulan's body. Half an hour later, Mulan's aura stabilized and she officially entered the martial Emperor realm. Senior sister, congratulations on confirming your Dao and becoming an emperor. Lu Ming stepped forward and congratulated Lu Ming. Mulan's looked at Lu Ming with joy on her face. She said, I believe that junior brother will become an emperor soon. Little girl, not bad. You became an emperor so quickly. It seems that you are really suitable for Shuexiu's cultivation path. A voice was heard. Then, with a flash of light, Dandan's figure appeared. Dandan, you also broke through? Lu Ming looked at Dandan and asked curiously. Of course. What kind of existence am I? A mere true emperor is nothing. I will soon break through to the great emperor realm, then the heavenly emperor realm. Finally, I will surpass the past and break through to the supreme realm. Ha ha ha. Dandan laughed proudly, as if he was thinking of a beautiful future. His eyes were shining. This guy, Lu Ming despised him, but he was also happy for him. Dandan laughed for a while and said, Lu Ming, come, come. Let's spar and see how you have comprehended the laws during this period. You are now a true emperor. If I spar with you, won't I be abused? Lu Ming curled his lips and immediately refused. Ha ha ha, I know you're afraid of me. However, I won't use the power of the world. I'll just spar with you using the laws. Why are you still afraid? Dandan grinned and looked at Lu Ming from the corner of his eyes. Lu Ming was unhappy and said, come on, let's go. Let's spar a little further away. After they flew a distance away, they began to fight. Dandan did not use his cultivation to suppress Lu Ming. He only used a little bit of the power of the world to activate the laws and fought with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was defeated by Dandan in one move. This made Lu Ming speechless. Was the difference so big? Although Dandan also controlled 9 types of laws, he also controlled 9 types of laws. However, after colliding with Dandan's laws, his laws were completely vulnerable. Lu Ming, although you control a lot of laws, it's only the most superficial fusion. You don't have an ancient scripture to fully unleash the power of these laws. Therefore, the power is too weak. Dandan said. It's a pity that I don't have an ancient scripture. Lu Ming also had a bitter face. Although he created the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death, he had only created them recently and was far from reaching the major completion. Their power was limited. Those ancient scriptures were not created by others. Those who created the ancient scriptures also created those ancient scriptures according to the laws they controlled. Right now, you're just inexperienced. You can't fully unleash the magical powers you created. If you can fully unleash the laws you control, the power will definitely be stronger than many ancient scriptures. After all, you created them yourself. Dandan explained. Dandan, since you're so experienced, why don't you teach me? Lu Ming smiled and looked at Dandan. Haha, now you know how powerful I am. Don't worry, I want to spar with you because I want to guide you. Come again, use your full strength. Dandan laughed loudly. He was very pleased with himself. With one hand behind his back, he had the demeanor of a peerless expert. This time, Lu Ming didn't make things difficult for Dandan. After all, he had a favor to ask. Whoosh, then, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and the hammer of primal chaos appeared in his hand, and he smashed it toward Dandan. Dandan pointed out and at least 5 types of laws exploded out, forming a finger energy that slammed into the primal chaos hammer. The primal chaos hammer violently trembled before exploding. Lu Ming's hammer of primal chaos also contained 5 types of nomological laws, but they were like tofu. On the other hand, Dandan's 5 types of nomological laws were like steel, as they immediately defeated Lu Ming's hammer of primal chaos. Again. Lu Ming then charged towards Dandan, resisting with his laws. But every time, Lu Ming was completely defeated. A day later, Lu Ming was already exhausted. He then stopped. But in this battle, Lu Ming had gained a lot. He was more proficient in the use of the nomological laws. When he used the hammer of primal chaos or the sword of death, the various nomological laws complemented each other, and the explosive power also increased. Dandan, although bragging every day and sometimes unreliable, was really experienced. Moreover, the World Divine Turtle was known as the World. Its innate control of the nomological laws was unparalleled, and it was stronger than the other top 10 battle beasts. Therefore, it could often point out Lu Ming's shortcomings in the use of the nomological laws, allowing Lu Ming to improve rapidly. Go back and digest it well. We'll continue the competition in 7 days. Dandan grinned and went to enlightenment. The few of them returned to the enlightenment ancient tree and continued to cultivate. Mullins had been watching Lu Ming and Dandan fight before. She had gained a lot and needed to digest it. In the following days, Lu Ming had one more thing to do, and that was to fight with Dandan. Every 7 days, he would fight with Dandan. His comprehension of the various nomological laws and the use of the nomological laws were improving by leaps and bounds. The mastery of the 4 nomological laws of alchemy, tools, penetration, and life increased very quickly. After all, this was under the enlightenment ancient tree. Coupled with Lu Ming's own talent, it was difficult not to improve. At the same time, Lu Ming's 2 self-created supernatural powers, the Hammer of Primal Chaos and the Sword of Death, were getting stronger and stronger. Not only was the original use of the nomological laws, but also the penetration nomological laws. One supernatural power contained 7 nomological laws, and its power was constantly increasing. Finally, after Lu Ming cultivated here for a year, he had another nomological law that reached perfection. Alchemy nomological laws. The alchemy nomological laws reached perfection, and the nomological laws formed a river. Lu Ming's physical body and saint power were tempered again, and greatly improved. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's combat strength was also increasing rapidly. After cultivating here for a year and a half, Lu Ming's tools nomological laws had also reached perfection. Until now, Lu Ming still had the penetration nomological laws and life nomological laws that had not reached perfection in the first realm. The life nomological law was an ultimate nomological law, and relatively speaking, the speed of improvement was much slower. Far away from the enlightenment ancient tree, on a flat ground, Lu Ming and Dandan continued to fight. Although Lu Ming's strength was increasing rapidly, Dandan's improvement was even faster. Lu Ming felt that the 9 nomological laws that Dandan controlled had probably reached the second realm. Lu Ming was naturally no match for him. The 2 of them exchanged a blow, and Lu Ming retreated. Unfortunately, my ultimate nomological laws can't be merged together. Lu Ming sighed. Whether it was the Hammer of Chaos or the Sword of Death, they both only contained one ultimate nomological law. If other ultimate nomological laws could be merged, the power would probably skyrocket. However, if ultimate nomological laws could not be merged, it would be too difficult to merge them. Not necessarily. Dandan said, it said that it's impossible for one person to control 2 ultimate nomological laws, but didn't you do it? Since you can control multiple ultimate nomological laws, you can naturally merge them into one supernatural power. Speaking of which, Lu Ming, your path is completely different from others. You cultivated the ancient scriptures created by others, but it can't fully stimulate your potential. Other people's ancient scriptures have a single ultimate nomological law as the core, but you control multiple ultimate nomological laws. If you want to fully stimulate your potential, you need to create your own. Dandan was rarely serious as he seriously guided Lu Ming. Lu Ming was greatly moved. Indeed, those peerless heroes who created various ancient scriptures did not control multiple ultimate nomological laws. At most, they controlled one ultimate nomological law and then combined it with other monarch nomological laws and ordinary nomological laws to create it. None of them were suitable for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wanted to tap into his full potential, he had to create his own ancient scriptures and supernatural powers. Lu Ming felt suddenly enlightened. He felt that he could see his future path. Dandan, thank you. Lu Ming thanked Dandan very seriously. Ha ha ha, who am I? The leader of the top 10 battle beasts, an invincible peerless genius. Do you believe me now? Dandan grinned and laughed, feeling very comfortable and happy. Come, continue. Let me guide you so that you can merge ultimate nomological laws as soon as possible. Dandan shouted, full of enthusiasm. Although Dandan did not control multiple ultimate nomological laws, his experience was there, and it was very helpful to Lu Ming. However, it was too difficult to merge different ultimate nomological laws into one supernatural power. Winter passed and spring came. Time flew by. Lu Ming had been cultivating here for 3 years. After 3 years of hard work, his law of penetration had reached the first level of perfection. Lu Ming's physical body and saint power had become stronger after repeated refinements. His physical strength was incomparably strong, and his saint power was condensed to the extreme. Moreover, his application of the law had become stronger, and the power of his self-created divine powers had increased by a lot. Compared to 3 years ago, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, his law of life was still a little short and had not reached perfection. It was still at the 99% stage. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. It was indeed a little slow to improve his ultimate law, and this was still cultivating under the ancient tree of enlightenment. If it were in the outside world, it would be impossible to cultivate so many laws to the first level of perfection in 3 years. On the same flat ground, Lu Ming and Dandan were still fighting. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming held the sword of death in his hand and slashed out continuously. Its power was extremely shocking. However, Dandan was relaxed. With a casual wave of his hand, various laws circulated and easily blocked Lu Ming's attack. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes were firm and persistent. He was trying to integrate the law of chaos into the sword of death. Just a little bit more, merge for me. Suddenly, Lu Ming roared. The law of death in his body surged. The sword of death in his hand vibrated constantly, and the sword's roar shook the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, the power of the sword of death skyrocketed, and a terrifying sword light slashed at Dandan. This sword not only contained the power of the law of death, but also the heavy power of the law of chaos. Success! Lu Ming was ecstatic. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's body trembled. He felt a terrifying tearing force from the 2 ultimate laws. His palm was about to be torn apart by this tearing force. Nestle! On the opposite side, Dandan shouted. With a shake of his palm, a tortoise shell appeared and blocked in front of him like a shield. Boom! With a violent explosion, Dandan's tortoiseshell shield exploded. Dandan quickly retreated, avoiding the tip of the sword of death. Kid, you've succeeded? Dandan looked at Lu Ming. The sword of death in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. His palms and arms were covered in cracks, blood seeping out from them. Circulating the law of life, the wound on his arm quickly healed. Unfortunately, the 2 types of laws will still clash and erupt with astonishing power, causing me to be injured. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. That's normal. You've just started the fusion and aren't familiar with it yet. However, this proves that we're on the right track. As long as you keep trying, the side effects will disappear. Ha ha ha, we've created history. If this were to spread, I'm afraid it would scare people to death. Dandan was extremely excited. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. He understood that after such a long period of hard work, he had finally succeeded. Although the fusion of 2 types of supreme laws would cause him to be injured, it was still incomplete. As it continued to be perfected in the future, these side effects would definitely disappear. Under the effect of the law of life, the wound on Lu Ming's arm had completely healed. Dandan, again. Lu Ming rushed towards Dandan. Where could he find such a good sparring partner? Boom! The sword of death reappeared in Lu Ming's hand. Immediately, the law of primal chaos erupted and merged with the sword of death. Buzz! This time, he immediately succeeded. However, the fusion still clashed and a terrifying power erupted, causing Lu Ming's arm to be covered in wounds. However, the power of this sword strike had reached an astonishing level. Dandan needed to focus her attention in order to block it. This could be considered Lu Ming's strongest killing move. If I integrate the law of life in the future, the power will definitely be stronger. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming was about to continue looking for Dandan when a figure flashed and a white-haired old man appeared. It was Gu Xinghui. This was the first time Gu Xinghui had appeared in 3 years. Little brother Lu Ming, it seems that you have made great progress in these years. Gu Xinghui smiled. Senior, thank you for bringing me here to cultivate. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to cultivate for a few more years to achieve my current achievements. Lu Ming said. Kid, why are you here today? Dandan walked over and said casually. Of course, there's something big. Gu Xinghui said. Something big? What's the big deal? Dandan asked curiously. Mount Eternal has appeared. It is said that the indestructible ancient scripture is hidden in Mount Eternal. Gu Xinghui said. What? Dandan almost jumped up. His eyes lit up as he stared at Gu Xinghui and said, Is that true? It's true. Mount Eternal has appeared in the void and is now hovering above Alcade Ancient City. Now, countless experts from the Taiqing celestial domain are rushing over to get the indestructible ancient scripture. So, I'm here to ask if you want to go. Gu Xinghui said. Of course, we're going. We can't miss the indestructible ancient scripture of the indestructible emperor. Dandan's eyes lit up. By the side, Lu Ming and Mulan were somewhat dumbstruck. They had never heard of Mount Eternal or the indestructible ancient scripture. Is the indestructible ancient scripture that magical? Lu Ming asked. Of course. It is said that those who cultivate the indestructible ancient scripture will be immortal and have extremely strong vitality. Even a trace of blood, a strand of hair, or a trace of soul can be recovered. Although the law of life has strong vitality, it is far inferior to cultivating the indestructible ancient scripture. The indestructible ancient scripture is the trump card of the indestructible emperor. Do you know about the emperor? He is in existence on par with the Chaos Emperor. Dandan rattled on, explaining a bunch of things. Lu Ming was shocked. He was shocked by the incredible power of the indestructible ancient scripture and the strength of the indestructible emperor. According to Dandan, those who could be called venerable sovereigns were all invincible figures. They were known as venerable sovereigns and were invincible in the world. For example, the Chaos Emperor and the indestructible emperor. If the indestructible emperor is so strong, how can he be so strong? Then how can others get the indestructible ancient scripture? Won't we be courting death if we go? Lu Ming asked curiously. The indestructible emperor died a long time ago. Dandan said. Died? How can such a person who cultivated the indestructible ancient scripture die? Lu Ming was shocked and puzzled. Sigh, it's all because of the evil god tribe. In the ancient era, at the beginning of the war, the indestructible emperor was besieged by several people of the evil god tribe. In the end, nothing was left of him. Even if he had the indestructible ancient scripture, he still died. Since the fall of the indestructible emperor, Mount Eternal, where he lived, escaped into the endless void and wandered in the eternal darkness of the void. No one could find it. I really didn't expect Mount Eternal to suddenly appear. Many people guessed that the indestructible ancient scripture is about to reappear. Gu Xinghui sighed. Lu Ming was also interested. Okay, let's go and take a look. Before becoming an emperor, it was a good opportunity to go out for a walk and adjust his condition to prepare for becoming an emperor. At the same time, he could also try his luck. If he could really get the indestructible ancient scripture, it would be a great stroke of luck. Immediately, Lu Ming, Mulan's, and Dandan followed Gu Xinghui and left for the Gu clan's palace. This time, the Gu clan would also send people to try their luck. Mount Eternal had been wandering in the eternal darkness for so many years. It was very difficult to get it by relying on one's cultivation alone. It would require a fortuitous encounter. Therefore, the Gu clan sent some geniuses. The number one genius of the Gu clan, Gu Yingzhong, was naturally among them. However, there were also many experts. There were true emperors and great emperors who were led by the Gu clan's patriarch. Everyone soared into the sky and headed towards the nearest teleportation area. The Alcade Ancient City was located in the western part of the Grand Pure Sky domain. A few days later, the Gu clan had already arrived at the Alcade Ancient City. The Alcade Ancient City was one of the oldest ancient cities in the Heaven domain. In the Heaven domain, there were not many that could be called ancient cities. Each of them had spanned countless years and were full of mottled traces of time. During this period of time, this ancient city that had experienced countless years had become incomparably lively. There was a sea of people, all of them experts. There were experts from all over the Grand Pure Sky domain. Not only the human race, but also the various divine beast races. For example, true dragons, heavenly tigers, phoenixes, and others could be seen from time to time. In the sky above the northern gate of the Alcate ancient city, an incomparably huge divine mountain was suspended there. It was huge and majestic, like the legendary immemorial divine mountain. This was Mount Eternal. Lu Ming and the others did not enter the Alcate ancient city at first. Instead, they headed towards Mount Eternal. Boom! Boom! From afar, they could see a dazzling light constantly flickering and hear a shocking roar. Someone wanted to climb Mount Eternal, and it was a very shocking expert. Lu Ming saw a figure covered in divine light rushing towards Mount Eternal at an astonishing speed. However, no matter how fast he rushed towards Mount Eternal, it seemed that he could not cross the seemingly short distance. It was difficult for him to get close to Mount Eternal. There was a layer of light on Mount Eternal. It seemed to stop there, but it was impossible to get close. Is that a heavenly emperor? Someone from the Gu family asked in a hoarse voice. That's right, it's indeed a heavenly emperor realm figure. The patriarch of the Gu family said. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even a heavenly emperor realm figure was unable to ascend Mount Eternal? Chirp! At this moment, a cry echoed in the sky. Everyone saw a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring towards Mount Eternal. The aura emitted by the phoenix was shocking. Its body was enormous, and when it spread its wings, they covered the sky and covered the sun. This was absolutely an incomparably terrifying phoenix. Its cultivation was not weaker than that human race powerhouse from before. Without a doubt, it was a heavenly emperor realm existence. With a flap of its wings, the void collapsed, forming a terrifying dark space. It flew towards Mount Eternal at an unimaginable speed. However, it was still difficult for this terrifying phoenix to ascend Mount Eternal. Roar! A roar reverberated in all directions. An incomparably huge white tiger, filled with boundless killing intent, rushed towards Mount Eternal. However, like the phoenix, it was still unable to ascend the mountain. The white tiger roared and stretched out a huge claw. It was incomparably terrifying. It was even bigger than a mountain and grabbed towards Mount Eternal from the sky. Obviously, the white tiger was furious that it could not ascend the mountain. It wanted to blow up Mount Eternal. Its huge claw was even bigger than Mount Eternal. Unfortunately, when it grabbed down, Mount Eternal was like an illusion. It grabbed empty air and nothing was caught. Next, everyone saw a few powerful existences trying to ascend Mount Eternal, but in the end, it was to no avail. There were many people watching nearby. Lu Ming and the others learned from the nearby spectators that during this period, there were no less than 10 heavenly emperors who came here. They used all kinds of methods to try to ascend Mount Eternal and obtain the indestructible ancient scripture, but all of them failed. There were also great emperors, true emperors, and void emperors who tried to ascend the mountain, but all of them ended in failure. Some people speculated that the indestructible ancient scripture had not yet appeared. It was obviously impossible to seize it with strength. One had to know that the indestructible emperor was an invincible figure back then. Many people stayed in Alcate ancient city, waiting for the right opportunity. Lu Ming and the others looked around Mount Eternal for a while, but it was to no avail. Even Dandan shook his head. They could only come to Alcate ancient city and find a place to stay. Alcate ancient city, I heard that it is one of the oldest cities in the heavenly realm. In history, many experts were born and left behind many ruins. How about we go take a look? Guing invited Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulans. The Gu family had lived in seclusion for generations and rarely came out. Guing did not have many opportunities to come out. This time, if it was not for the indestructible ancient scripture, the Gu family would not have brought them out. It was rare for him to come out, so naturally, he was very curious. All right. Lu Ming and the others nodded. Together with Guing, they left the place where they lived and strolled around Alcate ancient city. Alcate ancient city was not only old, but it also covered a very large area. There were countless streets and ancient ruins everywhere. For example, there were many stone tablets, which were enlightenment tablets. These enlightenment tablets had great Tao engravings left behind by experts. It was very helpful for those below the martial emperor realm. Many people below the martial emperor realm sat cross-legged under the enlightenment tablets, quietly comprehending and cultivating. There were many statues in another place. They were all famous statues of the past generations. Each of them exuded a domineering will that made people admire them. Many people were looking at them. Lu Ming and the others also came here. Look, those are the statues of the top 10 battle beasts. Gu Ying whispered. Lu Ming looked over and saw statues of different species. There was a 9 dragon with a winding body. There were 9 dragon claws under its abdomen. The scales on its body were clear and lifelike, as if the 9 dragons had come back to life. There was a giant elephant that was like a small mountain. Its muscles were obvious as if it had explosive power. This was the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Next, they saw the statues of the Titan longhorn beetle, the immortal heavenly phoenix, the 9 lives demonic silkworm. These were the statues of the top 10 battle beasts. There were a total of 9 statues, but there was no statue of the world turtle. Dandan, you don't seem to be there. It seems that your reputation is not good enough. Or maybe they think that you are not worthy of being compared to the other 9. Lu Ming looked at Dandan and joked. Bullsh *T, the people who carved these statues must be ignorant or have a grudge against me. Damn it, they didn't put my statue in. Dandan was extremely unhappy and gritted her teeth. In the end, her eyes lit up and she said, I know, they definitely can't carve out my majestic charm, so they don't have a statue of me. That must be it, haha. Pfft, Lu Ming and the others looked at it with disdain. After a while, the crowd left. Lu Ming, it's you? You. How did you come to the heavenly realm? At this moment, a voice was heard. It sounded very surprised. Luo Xianxia? An Stellar River. Not far away, a few youths walked over. 2 of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances, Luo Xianxia and Xianxia from the primordial realm. Beside them was another youth that Lu Ming did not recognize. Luo Xianxia and Xianxia seemed very surprised. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin did not bring Lu Ming to the Heaven Domain. Why would Lu Ming appear in the Heaven Domain now? After the surprise, it was cold murderous intent. Luo Xianxia and Xianxia were the same. They did not hide their murderous intent as their figures flickered and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to come to the Heaven Domain too. Can't you just stay in the primordial realm and retire? Why must you come to the Heaven Domain to die? Well, it saves me a trip. Luo Xianxia said coldly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. 2-star illusionary emperor seemed to have reached the peak of 2-star illusionary emperor and could step into 3-star illusionary emperor at any time. At the same time, 2 types of laws emanated from his body. They were both monarch Dao laws and both were at the peak of the 1st realm. Obviously, after coming to the Heaven Domain, Luo Xianxia had made great progress. Back in the Battle of 10 Earths, Luo Xianxia had just broken through to 1-star illusionary emperor. Now, he had reached the peak of 2-star illusionary emperor and comprehended the 2nd type of law, reaching the peak of the 1st realm. To be able to make such progress in 5 years was already very fast. He had definitely received a lot of resources to cultivate. The distance of each step in the martial emperor realm was very large and difficult to cross. Without resources, it would take a long time to cultivate honestly. Lu Ming glanced at Luo Xianxia indifferently and said, I haven't seen you for 5 years. You've made some progress, but do you think you're my match? His voice was full of disdain. Luo Xianxia's face turned ugly. Indeed, he did not have much confidence in dealing with Lu Ming alone. During the Battle of 10 Earths, Lu Ming was able to fight with the Heaven Domain prodigies who had mastered the strongest laws. He was much stronger than Luo Xianxia now. Although he knew that Lu Ming was a peerless cripple and could not become an emperor, his combat ability should not be any different from 5 years ago and there should not be any improvement. However, he was no match for Lu Ming now. However, he was not afraid because there were others beside him. Humph, Lu Ming, this is not the primordial realm, nor is it the same as 5 years ago. Luo Xianxia said coldly. Oh? You mean the 2 of them? Lu Ming smiled indifferently as he glanced at the Star River and the strange young man. I alone am enough. Xianxia spoke with great confidence. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached 3-star illusionary emperor. His improvement was shocking, as he had jumped 2 tiers. At the same time, his law had also made shocking progress. His battle strength was much stronger than 5 years ago during the Battle of the Ten Lands. Xianxia was no longer weaker than the Heaven Realm geniuses who had descended upon the Yuan Realm. His talent was very strong, and he was not weaker than the geniuses of the Heaven Realm. Now that he had the resources of the Heaven Realm to nurture him, his progress was extremely fast. He was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming alone. He is that peerless cripple from the primordial realm? The strange young man spoke. This person's cultivation was not weak either. He was a 3-star illusionary emperor and had mastered 3 types of law. Although he did not master the strongest law, 2 of his monarch laws had already reached the 2nd realm. His strength was also very shocking. That's right, it's him. Luo Xianxia said in a cold voice. Many people have praised him to the heavens and bragged about how powerful he is. Today, I want to give it a try. The strange young man sneered. Those who bragged about him are just his friends. Luo Xianxia sneered and said, Lu Ming, today, you must die. Back then, in the world of the lotus, Luo Xianxia was abused by Lu Ming too miserably. Luo Pokong was killed by Lu Ming in public, and he was trampled on by Lu Ming in public. He was even treated as a human weapon and fought against Xianxia. He was utterly humiliated. He had always wanted to take revenge, however, in the Battle of the Ten Lands, the strength that Lu Ming displayed shocked him, but what happened later made him ecstatic. Lu Ming actually had a peerless crippled body and could not go to the heavenly domain to cultivate. He was overjoyed and decided to return to the primordial realm after cultivating in the heavenly domain and kill Lu Ming personally. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming in the heavenly domain, but his intention to kill Lu Ming would not change. Lu Ming, give me the heavenly emperor's body, and I can give you a quick death. Xianxia said coldly. Of course, he was transmitting his voice to Lu Ming. He did not want others to know about the heavenly emperor's body. In his opinion, the heavenly emperor's body should belong to him, and anyone else who touched it had to die. He also had to kill Lu Ming. Xianxia and the other 2 completely ignored Dandan, Guing, and Mulans. How strong could they be when they were with a crippled body like Lu Ming? They did not care about them. Lu Ming, who are these 3 idiots? They fart as soon as they come. Dandan said unhappily. These words made Luo Xianxia and Xianxia's faces turn black. Originally, it had nothing to do with you, but now, you have to be responsible for your own words. Luo Xianxia said coldly. Nest, this kid has no ability at all, but he's very arrogant. I'll slap him to death. Dandan was even more unhappy. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to attack. Leave them to me, I'll deal with them. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Dandan. You'll deal with them? Let's see how you'll deal with them. The unfamiliar young man said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. His palm was like a blade, slashing down with force like a heavenly blade. He fully unleashed his 3-star illusionary emperor realm power and 3 types of monarch laws. 2 of them had already reached the 2nd realm and were extremely powerful. This attack shattered the void. A terrifying blade light slashed towards Lu Ming, wanting to split Lu Ming in half. Countless people around were alarmed and looked over. In the face of this attack, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. He was very calm. Boom, just as the blade light was about to hit Lu Ming made a move and pointed out with his finger. A finger force hit the blade light, and the blade light shattered immediately. The finger force did not stop and pointed at the unfamiliar young man at an astonishing speed. The unfamiliar young man's pupils shrank sharply, revealing a look of horror in his eyes as he frantically retreated. However, Lu Ming's finger force was faster. In an instant, it caught up with the unfamiliar young man. The unfamiliar young man yelled in horror. At this moment, his heart was full of fear and regret. He never dreamed that Lu Ming, who had a crippled body, would be so powerful. He was even more powerful than the legends said. His attack did not have any effect at all. He felt that death was approaching. He yelled and tried to escape, but it was all too late. Poof, the finger force pierced through his glabella and destroyed his soul. The unfamiliar young man's eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness. then, his body fell heavily to the ground. End of chapter 2232. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.